When I was ready to eat, drink, and be merry in the underworld, slaughtering all around, I was summoned by the school beauty to be her enforcer in the world of the living. However, the school beauty did not value me and told me to roll back to where I came from on the spot. This was because she was a rare genius born once every 100 years, yet she awakened to the rubbish profession of summoning and contracted a rubbish skeleton soldier, becoming the joke of the whole school. The principal also stopped her scholarship. Without the scholarship, what about Grandma? What about her sister's illness? What about the death of her parents? Just as she was about to break down and commit suicide, bang, she leveled up. From level 1 segment 1 to level 1 segment 2. Before she could react, she upgraded from level 2 to level 3. What in the world was happening? Feeling the change, Lu Ruyan suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with surprise. She clearly knew she had just contracted a rubbish skeleton soldier. What in the world was happening? She hadn't teamed up with anyone else, nor had she gone out to level up in the wild. How could she level up so quickly? She looked herself up and down, wondering if something was wrong. However, after a moment, her body trembled again, and the feeling of leveling up came once more. I'm now level 1 segment 3. She had already thought that since it wasn't a team effort, it must be related to her contracted summon. After all, there could be feedback between the two. So, she thought for a moment and decided to summon the skeleton soldier to see what could happen on its side. Yes, her leveling up was indeed my doing. Time back to when I rolled back to the underworld, I opened my system panel. Zhou, skeleton soldier. Race, undead. Level 1, 0 out of 100. Life, 80. Magic, 50. Attack, 9 to 12. Defense, 1. Entry, /gray. Stitching, gray. In the abyss, I looked around. Many skeleton soldiers like myself were wandering nearby. Then, I picked up a rusty iron sword from the ground, aimed at a passing skeleton soldier, and chopped down. The head was split by the sword, the soul fire dissipated. Ding, you have killed a skeleton soldier, experience +1, ding, you have killed a skeleton soldier, random entry, /. The system prompt sounded, and I just felt a mysterious energy surge into my body, seemingly adding some strength. My slashing with the sword felt stronger, but the color of the slash was still gray. Gray, white, green, blue, red, purple, gold. Gray is obviously the lowest level of slash, but no matter, with my enhanced self, I looked around at the vast number of skeleton soldiers, a sense of excitement rising in my heart. Creatures like this that you can chop at will and won't attack their own kind, where else can you find them? So, I swung my body towards a nearby skeleton soldier and charged. I chopped down more than a dozen skeleton soldiers in a row. Suddenly, the prompt in my mind changed. Ding, your slash has been promoted, obtain heavy slash. Ding, you have killed a skeleton soldier, random entry, /. The stitching of the slash has changed. I was delighted, and subconsciously chopped with my sword. Immediately, just the sound of a crack, 2 skeleton soldiers within 2 meters simply couldn't withstand my sword and were directly smashed to pieces. My strength had increased so much, and even the attack distance had doubled. My eyes looked around. According to this situation, it wouldn't be long before I could level up. Thus, with my now strong steps, I started taking down the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Just as I was having a great time chopping, I suddenly felt summoned again. What's going on? Didn't you see I was enjoying myself? Lu Rian was indeed a bit fierce at this moment. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she felt like the skeleton soldier in front of her was pointing at her, seemingly cursing her. Moreover, it looked different from the skeleton soldiers in her memory, but she had no evidence. I was indeed cursing her because it's annoying to be interrupted while having fun, and this week's school beauty is only level 3 while I'm about to be level 10. Then, I was enveloped by a beam of light and disappeared directly from the abyss. When I appeared again, I saw a woman staring straight at me. How could I not be angry? But I suddenly realized that I could actually reverse check her information, even block my information from review. What's more outrageous is that I could choose to terminate the summoning and return myself to the original abyss. After a brief thought, it must be because the two are not in the same time and space, which greatly reduces this kind of feedback. Understanding this, I gave Lu Rian a warning look, then interrupted the summoning and disappeared directly from the world, leaving the rubbish school beauty doubting life in the wind. Lu Rian was suddenly full of question marks. What's going on? Isn't she a contract summoner? What ghost is this summoning creature ending the summoning itself? Why can't I see her personal information? What in the world is happening? A series of questions bombarded Lu Rian's mind, leaving her unable to find answers. But the only thing she could confirm was that the other party was indeed different from the usual skeleton soldiers. Thinking of her sister's painful appearance, Lu Rian felt a pang of heartache. She could wait no longer. She must go to the wild to level up as soon as possible. No matter how mysterious this skeleton soldier was, she had to try. This was her only hope. Without delay, Lu Rian left a message for her grandma and then left home, heading straight for the leveling area outside Han City. Because of the Abyss invasion, a large area outside the city walls was engulfed by Abyss monsters. Over time, it had become a fixed leveling area, the novice leveling area. Within a few kilometers south of the city, due to its northeastern cold climate, the main wild monsters were mainly steppe tigers, steppe cats, and steppe rats, with steppe wolves in the deepest parts, but generally, no one would go there. When she arrived, she found that the southern step was filled with the figures of leveling novices. She looked for a few teams, but found they were all full. The advantage of forming a team, first, is safety. Even ordinary level 1 segment 1 wild monsters are dangerous for novices. Every year, due to their arrogance, quite a few practitioners perish in the novice leveling area. The second benefit is that when the team is full, not only can they collaborate to kill monsters, but even the experience gained from killing will have a slight increase due to the team. For example, a 5-person squad killing 5 wild monsters would gain experience equivalent to a single person leveling in killing 6 monsters. She came too late and could only post a notice in the task hall to see if there was a small team that needed a member. Just as the school beauty was anxious. Suddenly, someone in the hall shouted loudly. A new level up party, level 4 seeking a priest, we need a strong player to carry us. Hearing this call, Lin Shuyun's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly walked up to ask. Hello, I'm a summoner, can I join the party? The boy soldier who just shouted was about to refuse but turned around and was stunned when he saw Lin Shuyun's cool and stunning face. You, a summoner? What kind of summon do you have? I'm level 3, can you take me along? Lin Shuyun replied evasively. Level 3? That summon must be pretty strong. The boy's eyes lit up upon hearing level 3 and he nodded. Alright, let's go, I'll take you to meet my sister. Lin Shuyun nodded and followed the boy out of the task hall, soon seeing 2 girls and 1 boy nearby. The one at the front was tall, very beautiful, especially her long legs encased in armor, unforgettable at first glance. Next to her was a female mage holding a wooden staff, and a male archer with a bow and arrow. The boy led Lin Shuyun to the team, and everyone turned to look at them. This is my sister, Sume, a level 15 warrior, the strong one in the team. Sister, this is Lin Shuyun, a level 3 summoner, I just brought her in. Summoner? Hearing these 3 words, the female mage Wu Lina frowned. Aren't we looking for a priest? What use is a summoner? Yeah. Sis, generally summoners can only summon goblins, that's useless. The archer Zhuang Hutu nodded in agreement. Sis, priests are sought after jobs, not so easy to find. Besides, she is only level 3. For a normal summoner, leveling up isn't so easy. The boy Su Xiaoqiang defended Lin Shuyun from the side. We came late anyway, and if we wait any longer, there won't even be summoners available. But even if we find one, they should be. Wu Lina couldn't help but speak, but before she finished, the tall short-haired beauty interrupted her. Alright, let her in. Time waits for no one, I'll pull you into the team. Upon hearing that the captain had spoken, the other 2 naturally dared not say anything. Thank you, Captain. Lin Shuyun hurriedly expressed her gratitude. No need to be polite. Pulling Lin Shuyun into the team, Sume instructed, I don't care how weak your summon is, you must follow my orders inside, understand? Understood. Wu Lina looked at the names in the team channel, a hint of doubt crossed her face. Why do I feel that name sounds a bit familiar? Her voice was very low, and no one else noticed. Let's go, everyone is here, we will set off now. Sume organized the team and walked ahead, in formation, I and Xiaoqiang in front, Wu Lina in the center, Zhuang Hutu on the left, Lin Shuyun on the right, understood? Understood. Good, keep up. Soon, they walked into the wilderness, almost as soon as they encountered monsters, Sume at the front slashed one down with a sword. Hearing the experience prompt, everyone's face revealed joy, being carried by a big shot felt great. But gradually, they noticed that the surrounding monsters were insufficient due to the large number of players, and they became restless. Sis, there are so few monsters here, and they are all below level 5, this isn't really worth it. Wu Lina couldn't help but suggest, how about we go deeper? Yeah. I heard that the wild wolves inside are level 10, killing one would grant us more experience than 10 here. Zhuang Hutu beside her couldn't help but chime in. No way, wild wolves have too strong an attack and are fast, if we're not careful, I can't protect you. Sume shook her head, she came to help her brother level up, not to take risks, so she wanted a safe approach. Sis, you are already upgraded, shouldn't it be easy to deal with wild wolves? Su Xiaoqiang was also getting a bit restless, if we are careful, we can draw them from a distance, it should be fine, right? No, it's still too dangerous. I'm just worried you're spending too much time on me. Why not give it a try? If it doesn't work, we can just back off. Watching Su Xiaoqiang persuade, the other 2 also chimed in. Only Lin Shuyun did not dare to speak. She hadn't really been able to help much along the way. If they really went, and she ended up summoning a skeleton soldier and it was no help, she'd feel pretty embarrassed. Under the persuasion of the 3, Sume thought for a moment and finally nodded, remember, we're only drawing monsters from a distance, do not go too deep, and do not provoke hatred randomly. Do you understand? Got it, we'll all listen to the captain. Don't worry, Sister Su. After everyone made their solemn promises, Sume said no more, but led everyone deeper into the wilderness. With no wild monsters spawning around for now, everyone's mood became a bit excited, and Wu Lina couldn't help but look at Lin Shiyun and ask. Lin Shiyun, we're going to a place with wilderness wolves, which is different from here. We need your help. Since you have level 3, your summoned beast should have some usefulness, right? It would be best to summon it to help a bit. Beside them, Zhuang Hutu nodded in agreement. That's right, even though our levels are low, we can't just rely on the captain. Whatever help we can offer, we should. Lin Shiyun knew that at this point, she couldn't hide anymore and could only honestly say. My summoned beast is a skeleton soldier, its combat power might be limited. What? Skeleton soldier? Are you joking? Zhuang Hutu was taken aback. Wu Lina even slapped her hands together, realizing something. Oh. I remember now, you're that top beauty from class 2, the contract summoner who got a skeleton soldier. What a joke. What? It's actually you? No wonder you're so beautiful. No wonder you wouldn't say what your summoned creature is, turns out it's a skeleton soldier. Zhuang Hutu became excited. How did you level up to level 3? Wu Lina scoffed, that goes without saying, you must have cheated your way up. No, I didn't cheat. Lin Shiyun's face flushed red as she hurriedly retorted. Didn't cheat? Then how did your level come up? Wu Lina crossed her arms and mocked. She looked down on pretty girls like Lin Shiyun, especially since Lin was prettier than her. Alright. Everyone be quiet. Sume coldly scolded from the front, and immediately everyone fell silent. Now that we've come this far, we are all teammates. She glanced at her younger brother beside her. Xiaoqian, move back and keep an eye on Lin Shiyun's flank. Understood, sister. Su Xiaoqian nodded and took 2 steps back to cover Lin Shiyun. Captain Su, I can actually summon skeleton soldiers, and my skeleton soldier doesn't. Lin Shiyun quickly tried to explain, but was interrupted by Su Mei. No need, facing level 10 wilderness wolves, the skeleton soldier won't do much. Just ensure your own safety. Lin Shiyun didn't say anything, just silently nodded. After all, she was there to ride on someone's coattails, so she must listen to the captain's orders. Meanwhile, in the Abyss world, Zhou Yu stood in front of a pile of broken skeleton soldiers' bones, and looking around, he had almost cleared the skeleton soldiers within hundreds of meters by himself. Zhou Yu/skeleton swordsman. Race, undead. Level, LV12, 1015/1200. Health, 850. Magic, 400. Attack, 98 to 110. Defense, 12. Attributes, sword chi heavy / green, rapid stitching, white. Looking at the attributes on his panel, Zhou Yu shook his head slightly. The sword chi heavy / attribute was upgraded from heavy / and had an extension of sword chi compared to the white attribute heavy /, which increased its power and could cause small area extension damage. Rapid stitching was the upgraded version of stitching. If any joint was dislodged due to a heavy hit, it could quickly find its main body. These 2 entries are exclusive to the skeleton soldiers. At first, Zhou Yu was quite excited, but now he felt a bit off. The simple skeleton soldiers could no longer satisfy his desires, so Zhou Yu planned to expand outward. He gazed into the distance, where the territory of the skeleton soldiers ended, and new undead creatures would appear. Bang! Zhou Yu's footsteps fell as he quickly walked outside his territory. As he approached the edge, he saw a brand new undead creature. It had the same skeleton appearance, but unlike his own, it wore a cloak and wielded a staff. With a thought, Zhou Yu directly tapped on the exclamation mark above the other's head. Skeleton Mage. Race, undead. Level, LV9. Life, 600. Magic, 450. Attack, 49 to 57. Defense, 5. Entries, Skeleton Summon, white, Stitching, gray, Underworld Fire Strike, white. Skeleton Mage? Seeing the opponent, Zhou Yu smiled. Finally, I encountered different entries. 2 white, 1 gray, he couldn't be that unlucky, could he? Thinking this, he rushed toward the skeleton mage, who saw Zhou Yu approaching and did not hesitate to wave its staff. In an instant, skeleton soldiers climbed out of the ground and staggered toward Zhou Yu. Seeing these skeletons, Zhou Yu sneered coldly, then raised his steel longsword and rammed forward without even needing to slash. Crack! 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 All the skeletons shattered under the impact, and when Zhou Yu reached the skeleton mage, it hadn't even had time to react before being cut in half by a single sword strike. Ding! You have killed a skeleton mage, experience plus 12. Ding! You have killed a skeleton mage, randomly obtained entry, skeleton summon, white. Zhou Yu grinned, proving once again that he was lucky. Wasn't that just white? At this moment, Zhou Yu was even more excited upon seeing the other skeleton mages eyeing him. Crack! Crack! Endless prompts continuously rang in his mind, and Zhou Yu even forgot about experience points, focusing solely on the entries. Finally,
Ding. Your entry has been promoted, obtained, skeleton swordsman summon, green. This is more like it.
Nodding in satisfaction, Joyu was about to continue slaying other skeleton mages when suddenly a summoning magic circle appeared above him.
Chapter 6, Summoning begins. It sounds quite unpleasant.
In the wilderness, Sume and her group successfully lured a LV-10 wilderness wolf, with Sume, a level 15 warrior, leading the front while the other three could output from behind. They didn't expend too much effort and successfully killed one. This instantly gave the group great confidence.
Let's go, keep going.
Sume also relaxed. The situation was simpler than she had expected. It was her first time bringing newbies to level up. If she weren't worried about her brother's slow progress, fearing he might lag behind, she naturally wouldn't take such a big risk.
At least the current outcome looked pretty good.
They're coming, I'll hold them back, Xiao Chang, protect the formation, others back me up.
Right, just like that. Alright.
As the second and third wilderness wolves fell, everyone was bathed in a flashing light, and they welcomed their level up.
Ah, great, this feels awesome.
Zhuang Hutu grinned. After killing for so long, they had barely made level 2, and now in such a short time, they were directly at LV3.
That's right, it's all thanks to Sister Sue's strength.
Wu Lina also praised, glancing unintentionally at Lin Shiyun, unlike some people, who can't help at all, just being useless.
Lin Shiyun was about to speak when Su Xiaoqiang said solemnly. Enough, this is the wilderness, there are monsters everywhere. Save some strength for the monsters, don't waste it here bickering.
Wu Lina was choked up and didn't speak, but dissatisfaction surged in her heart.
Humph, so what if she has an older sister? What's with the act? Once I complete my first transformation, how many teams will fight for me? What are you, just an ordinary warrior, so impressive about?
With anger, Wu Lina rejoined the battle, but this time, whether intentional or not, the fireball in her hand went off course, flying over the head of a wild wolf and landing far away in the wild grass. With a loud pop, a large area of wild grass was completely ignited by the fireball spell. Seeing this scene, Sume's expression changed instantly, and she shouted urgently.
Not good, retreat quickly. Such a loud commotion would definitely attract more wild wolves' attention.
Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, 4 wild wolves appeared on the wasteland at the same time, their fierce eyes glaring at Wu Lina, the one who had just cast the spell.
Roar!
A deep growl echoed. Almost simultaneously, they charged towards the small team.
Why is this happening? Seeing so many wild wolves appear, Wu Lina was completely panicked.
She instinctively wanted to run, but saw Sume trapped by the previous wild wolves and unable to escape.
What should we do? Fight back, block them.
Zhuang Hutu, who was also panicking, instinctively drew his bow and arrow, aiming at the distant wild wolves to attack.
No!
Sume's warning came, but it was too late.
An arrow shot out and directly hit one of the wild wolves.
Originally, only 4 wild wolves had been stirred into anger, but now with this arrow, it was as if their path had been pointed out.
Whoosh!
In an instant, all the wild wolves locked onto the group, their speed accelerating beyond anyone's imagination as they chased after them rapidly.
It's over.
Sume's heart sank. Under such speed, it was a fantasy for them to escape. Moreover, facing the pursuit of the wild wolves, turning their backs was as good as committing suicide. Xiaoqiang, hold them off with me, fight while retreating, otherwise we will be wiped out today.
Yes.
Sume blocked in the front, seeing 5 wild wolves coming together to pounce on her, she could only grit her teeth and raise her sword high, sweeping heavily in front of her.
Puff!
A series of damage notices popped up from the wild monsters, barely pushing them back. But what weighted heavily on her heart was that one round of wild wolves' attacks still dealt nearly 200 points of damage to Sume. This was under the effect of her passive skills block, otherwise, just this round of attack would have taken away half her health.
Fireball spell. Rain of arrows. Slash.
The 3 rookies unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously, but unfortunately, the damage inflicted on the wild wolves was minimal. After 2 rounds of blocking, Sume, who was at full health, had dropped below half health, and even her fighting ability was greatly reduced. And Wu Lina, due to her nervousness, accidentally made another mistake and let a fireball land on the ground, igniting a large area of wild grass. In an instant, 4 or 5 more wild wolves appeared from the distance, completely locking onto the group.
It's over. Wu Lina's vision darkened, almost fainting from the shock. With 5 wild wolves already not yet dealt with, another 5 appearing, wasn't that certain death? With the threat of death looming, Wu Lina barely registered the struggling Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang and forcefully broke away from the team, turning and running wildly into the distance. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. As she ran, she cried out, having long forgotten that she was part of the small team, let alone remembering who had attracted the wild wolves. And seeing the only mage in the team running away, Zhuang Hutu also came to his senses. Looking at Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, he too broke away from the team, gritting his teeth and following Wu Lina to escape. Don't blame me, if people don't care for themselves, heaven will destroy them. Stay here, you can only wait to die.
Zhuang Hutu gritted his teeth and said, "We're just temporary teammates, there's no need to risk our lives for someone else." Most of the hatred was drawn to Su Mei, while the remaining 3 members of the squad became the main targets of the Wild Plains wolves. Seeing this scene, Su Mei knew she could not escape her fate. She didn't have time to regret or feel sad and turned to look at her brother and Lin Shiyun. "You two should go, I'll hold them off alone."
"No way, sis, with so many of them, how can you hold them back?"
Su Xiaoqiang shouted anxiously.
"Shut up. Can you block them by staying?"
Su Mei cursed, "Hurry and go. Don't let me die alone for nothing."
"No, I won't go. Lin Shiyun, if you want to leave."
Su Xiaoqiang stubbornly shouted, just as he was about to drive Lin Shiyun away, but the moment he turned his head, he saw that Lin Shiyun not only didn't leave but had begun to cast her summoning spell right where she stood.
Hurry and run. At a time like this, what good is summoning skeleton soldiers?
Su Xiaoqiang never expected Lin Shiyun would stay, or even intend to help. But faced with his urging, Lin Shiyun showed no intention of moving at all and firmly said,
"Grandma told me that one must never forget their kindness.
At a time like this, even if we flee, we should do it together. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease living." Buzz. The summoning portal appeared, and in the pitch-black space, a skeleton soldier wielding a longsword materialized quickly. The summoned Zhou didn't look ahead but turned back to look at the school beauty Lin Shiyun who summoned him. His mouth opened and closed as if he was saying something, likely some harsh words. And this suddenly appearing skeleton soldier successfully attracted the attention of a Wild Plains wolf, which charged toward the skeleton soldier without a moment's pause. Seeing the distance closing to under 2 meters, Lin Shiyun, who was being scolded, could hardly contain herself and let out a loud shout. "Be careful!" Zhou Yu then turned his head, seeing the Wild Plains wolf rapidly enlarging right before him. He didn't dodge at all, he simply raised his arm holding the longsword and swung it down at the Wild Plains wolf.
Chapter 7, Instant Kill of the Wild Plains Wolf. You call this a skeleton soldier?
Seeing the skeleton soldier appear, Su Mei's eyes showed no glimmer of hope. She had killed countless level 1 skeleton soldiers back in the dungeons. Even then, she was only level 5 and had no worries dealing with these skeleton soldiers. Now, knowing the skeleton soldier's support wouldn't stir any waves in her heart. Even Su Xiaoqiang beside her gritted his teeth and charged toward the skeleton soldier. He prepared to inflict some damage on the Wild Plains wolf while the skeleton soldier was being torn apart. However, just as he took a step forward, a strange scene occurred. With a puff, Zhou Yu's iron sword cleaved through the Wild Plains wolf's head, a terrifying damage value shot up from the wolf's head, and then the wolf let out a miserable cry before collapsing to the ground.
"What?
This?"
Hiss! Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed, and Su Mei, who caught a glimpse, gasped in cold air.
She thought something would be killed instantly, but she never expected it would be the Wild Plains wolf.
"This is a skeleton soldier?"
Su Xiaoqiang almost blurted out. He had read the attributes of skeleton soldiers hundreds of times in books, but he had never seen a skeleton soldier that could one-shot a level 10 Wild Plains wolf. In comparison, Lin Shiyun's shock was somewhat reduced, but even so, she looked at the seemingly calm skeleton soldier before her, full of confusion.
Is this guy really just a skeleton soldier? Why does he seem taller and stronger than before? Ding!
You have slain a Wild Plains wolf, experience points plus 15.
Ding! Randomly obtained attribute, Claw Tier, White.
Hearing the notification, Zhou Yu's discontent slightly eased.
Experience in terms, this is pretty good.
He turned to glance at Lin Shiyun, who stood there dumbfounded, and finally found her a bit more pleasant to look at. Success in slaying a wild wolf ignited the hatred of other wild wolves towards Zhou Yu.
A whoa!
Several wild wolves roared at the same time, actually abandoning Su Mei and charging towards the skeleton soldier.
Retreat!
Su Mei instinctively shouted, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that the opponent was just a skeleton soldier and probably couldn't understand her words. Indeed, Zhou Yu did not heed her warning. Instead of retreating in the face of several charging wild wolves, he advanced, gripping his evolved steel sword with both hands and suddenly sweeping it horizontally. Fierce sword slash. Swish! A 2-meter-long sword energy burst forth from the tip of the sword, sweeping like a fan past the leaping wild wolves. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, scorching hot blood sprayed from the wild wolves, terrifying bloody damage numbers rose above the heads of all the wild wolves, and then they almost simultaneously fell to the ground, lifeless.
All killed in an instant.
Su Xiaoqiang stood dazed, frozen like a wooden man in place. If Su Mei hadn't kicked him, he probably would have been killed by a wild wolf's paw. Even so, Su Xiaoqiang still couldn't pull himself back from the shock. It was simply too shocking. A skeleton soldier could actually release sword energy? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that such a skeleton soldier could exist in the abyss, even at the cost of his life. Not just him, even Lin Shiyun was speechless from the shock. She had thought she was at the end of her rope, on the brink of death, summoning a skeleton soldier for her last bit of strength.
But who would have thought? How long had it been?
This guy not only cut a wild wolf with one sword, but he could even kill a group of wild wolves in an instant with sword energy. In comparison to him, Lin Shiryun felt like a complete failure. No, it was Sumei who felt like a failure. At level 15, facing 4 wild wolves, she had already dropped below half health, while the skeleton soldier appeared and instantly killed a group.
Is this something a human can do? Yes, he definitely is not human. Not just her, with such a huge commotion, even the fleeing Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu in the distance noticed.
When they saw the skeleton soldier appear, they thought it was ridiculous. A mere skeleton soldier couldn't even fill the gaps between the wild wolves' teeth. What good could it do? But the skeleton soldier's next actions completely overturned their understanding. How is this possible? Wu Lina stopped, covering her mouth and shouting.
A skeleton soldier killing 5 wild wolves in one strike? This can't be a hallucination, right? Wasn't it said she contracted a useless skeleton soldier? How can it be this powerful?
Zhuang Hutu also felt it was unbelievable.
Previously, both he and Wu Lina thought the other was a burden, but now, the burden was showing its might? And it was a might that killed in an instant. Can you believe that? Impossible. It's just a broken skeleton soldier. How can it withstand so many wild wolves?
Wu Lina gritted her teeth, knowing that leaving Zhuang Hutu wasn't a fair decision for the entire team. So, in an instant, she instinctively said, "They are doomed, doomed." Yes, only if they all died would it prove how clear her decision was to leave the team. Right, they are doomed. On the other side, Zhuang Hutu nodded with gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, who had just killed a few wild wolves, didn't need Lin Shiryun's control. He locked onto a few wild wolves in front of Sumei. How could he waste such a good opportunity? So, with a step, he dashed forward at a speed surpassing anyone's perception of the skeleton soldier, almost instantaneously reaching the opponent and raising his steel sword to slash repeatedly. Puff, puff, puff. Blood and injuries became glaring and obvious on the wasteland, accompanied by the howls of the wasteland wolves, and within a few seconds, the area was completely cleared. The crisis was resolved. How is this possible? Wu Lina was stunned by this scene, unable to believe it. The troublemaking school beauty she despised the most actually possessed such powerful summoned creatures. What do we do now? Zhuang Hutu, seeing how fierce the skeleton soldiers were, quickly realized that his escape earlier was because he thought the other party couldn't handle the wasteland wolves. Now that the wolves were dealt with, the danger of returning alone was naturally far greater than the risk of staying with the team. He and Wu Lina exchanged glances, and almost instinctively rushed towards the team where Sumei was. Compared to their lives, their pride didn't matter anymore. But just as they had taken 2 steps, a wasteland wolf in the distance was startled by them.
In an instant, the wasteland wolf accelerated towards the 2 of them.
Seeing this, Wu Lina immediately screamed in fear and threw a fireball spell towards it. But to her surprise, in her panic, she missed again and set another part of the wasteland on fire, startling 3 more wasteland wolves that immediately charged towards the 2 of them. At this moment, both Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu's faces changed drastically.
Ah, Captain, save me, save me.
Captain, help us. Zhuang Hutu also shouted loudly. 1 wasteland wolf had already been hard to deal with, and now 4 had come. They were no match for them.
We were wrong, we shouldn't have left the team.
Captain, please don't just watch us die. Wu Lina cried as she ran, we just want to live, we want to live. Lin Shiryun, quickly get your skeleton soldiers over here to save us.
If you can save us, I can get my father to give you a lot of money.
Yes, I can give you money too. Sister, what should we do? Su Xiaoqiang, for the first time in such a situation, didn't know what to do. He had been very upset with these 2 ungrateful people, who followed when good things happened but turned and ran when danger came. Now that he knew the team could solve the crisis, they shamelessly came back. But since they were his classmates and it was their first time in such a situation, Su Xiaoqiang could only look to Su Mei for advice.
I'm in a very bad state right now.
Su Mei shook her head.
If it really comes to saving them, it's not up to me.
She then looked at Lin Shiryun, you still need to make the decision.
Me?
Lin Shiryun didn't expect that, the person who was considered a troublemaker before, would now become the center of the whole team. She never expected her decision would actually determine other people's lives and deaths. Seeing the 2 of them getting closer and closer, Lin Shiryun turned to look at Zhou Yu, who was standing there. Before she could speak, Zhou Yu suddenly moved. He walked steadily towards the 2 of them, seeming ready to rescue them. This scene, when seen by Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu, immediately made them see hope for life. Thank you, Lin Shiryun, you're such a good person. Great, I take back everything I said about you earlier, hurry and let it. Before their words could finish, Zhou Yu swung his long sword, and the sword energy burst out with such force that it cut through the air, directly striking the ground beneath their feet. The sudden scene made the two of them come to a screeching halt because, if they took another step forward, they would be cut in half. This. Before they could speak, Zhou Yu simply raised his sword and pointed its tip at them.
His mouth moved, seemingly giving them enough warning.
As long as they took another step, the next sword would fall on them. Don't joke, although Zhou Yu had been summoned, just by the expressions on the three of their faces, he could roughly guess what had happened.
It was nothing more than.
Once upon a time, a team member, in a life-threatening situation, abandoned three others, leaving the team to escape alone. Now, because of their burst of power, they feared they could not return safely to the city, so they came running to join the team, only to attract the wild wolves of the wilderness, putting themselves in great danger.
Expecting me to save you, you white-eyed wolves? Dream on.
Zhou Yu turned his head and glanced at the girl named Lin to see her pale face. He knew she had probably faced a lot of sarcastic remarks before, right? He did not like indecisive contractors, but seeing the look on her face, it seemed she had no intention of stopping him. It was not that Lin Shiyun was cold-hearted, she clearly remembered her grandmother saying, the more righteous, the more likely they are to betray, and it's often the educated people who turn their backs. This was an old saying, but now, due to the emergence of professionals, the educated could be replaced by that term. Many professionals would fight fiercely with their own kind for treasures and resources. She had not believed it at first, but after seeing Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu, she believed.
Being ungrateful comes with a price, even if that price is life. Seeing that Lin Shiyun showed no sign of helping, the approaching wild wolves made both of them completely lose composure.
Lin Shiyun, you are not human, how can you ignore someone in peril? Wu Lina started to curse loudly, you waste of a summoner, why won't you save me? Just because I said a few words to you? Lin Shiyun, help! We are also your teammates. Zhuang Hutu shot several arrows, but instead of stopping the wild wolves, it only provoked their ferocity further, making them run faster.
Ah, save me, Lin Shiyun, I won't let you die in peace, ah.
Roar! A wild wolf lunged forward, pinning Zhuang Hutu to the ground, and the sound of heart-wrenching screams and tearing flesh echoed loudly across the wild. Beside, Wu Lina, seeing this, ran in another direction, but after just 2 steps, she was pounced on by 2 other wild wolves, and piercing screams erupted.
Ah! Lin Shiyun, you be *tch, my dad will, ugh.
All the screams suddenly ceased, and across the wilderness, the only sound was the crunching of the wild wolves chewing on their prey.
Silence.
Whether it was Su Mei or Su Xiaoqiang, they all stared in silence. They had seen death before, but watching someone being devoured by wild wolves was still shocking. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu just stood there, waiting for the two to completely breathe their last before rushing forward. When the wild wolf looked up, he sent it back to where it belonged with one strike. Buzz! Except for Su Mei, everyone else suddenly felt a light above their heads and successfully completed their upgrade.
Lin Shiyun, your skeleton is too strong, right?
Su Xiaoqiang, coming back to his senses, did not want to recall the earlier scene and started to praise Lin Shiyun.
This is a wild wolf.
We all had to work hard to fight it together, yet it can be killed in one blow.
What is it? What is it?
Lin Shiyun looked at Zhou Yu, who remained still, shaking her head in confusion. I don't know what it is, I just feel it's not like the usual skeleton soldiers. Alright, since we have passed through this crisis, let's leave directly. After what happened, Su Mei didn't dare to lead them deeper, so she proposed to leave.
Okay.
Lin Shiyun nodded, although she was mentally prepared. Facing such a situation for the first time was still somewhat uncomfortable, and she planned to return first. Anyway, she was already at level 5, so she wasn't going too slowly.
The three reached an agreement and prepared to take a detour to leave.
But after just 2 steps, they found something was wrong, as Zhou Yu, who stood there, showed no sign of moving. After all, he had just saved everyone's lives. The 3 people held a sense of awe towards Zhou Yu.
Hey! We're leaving! Su Xiaoqiang instinctively shouted.
But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yu turned his head to glance at the 3, then directly shook his head.
Going where? It's not easy to find the monster, where should we go?
Zhou Yu cursed under his breath but then remembered that the others couldn't hear him. So, he just raised his hand and pointed at the distance, deeper into the wilderness. Then he ignored the 3 and walked straight ahead. At this moment, the 3 of them were completely stunned.
Chapter 9, Leader of the Wilderness Wolves, Activation of Green Terms.
Su Mei, a level 15 warrior, now had less than half her health restored and was injured, greatly reducing her fighting power. Su Xiaoqiang was not much better, and being only level 3, even at full health, he wouldn't have much combat power. Lin Shiyun was perfectly fine, but her total combat power was still less than Zhou Yu's alone. So, even if the 3 wanted to go back, they needed Zhou Yu to escort them. However, Zhou Yu not only refused to escort them but wanted to go deeper, which made them feel anxious.
Su Mei glanced at Lin Shiyun beside her, thinking, isn't this your summoned creature? Why isn't your word final?
But looking at Lin Shiyun's confused expression and the humanoid behavior of the skeleton earlier, Su Mei felt that counting on her might be useless. So, she could only shout at Zhou Yu, this isn't that simple. The wilderness wolves are pack creatures, and the deeper we go, the more wild monsters we'll draw in. There's even a level 20 wilderness leader that you can't handle.
What? A level 20 wilderness wolf? Su Xiaoqiang's face changed upon hearing this. Isn't that equivalent to a second-tier professional? Aside from lacking the profession's transfer baptism, it's pretty much the same.
Sume guessed that the skeleton's combat power should be a few levels higher than her own, but easily defeating a level 20 wilderness wolf leader was impossible.
Moreover, once they angered the leader, it wouldn't just be one but a whole group.
However, after she made her suggestion, the others showed no reaction, and Zhou Yu didn't even pause his steps. Hey, you. Sume wanted to say something but ultimately let out a sigh. Let's go, we'll follow.
Once I recover some, even without it, I can take you back.
Su Xiaoqiang naturally had no objection, while Lin Shiyun, after thinking, spoke apologetically to Sume. Captain, I'm sorry, my skeleton isn't really obedient.
No need to mention that.
Sume gave Lin Shiyun a faint smile. If it weren't for you, we might have died in the jaws of the wilderness wolves.
I should be thanking you.
The three of them followed closely behind Zhou Yu. Soon, as Zhou Yu ventured deeper, wilderness wolves began to appear, attacking Zhou Yu. Almost every attacking wilderness wolf could not withstand a single round against the steel sword in Zhou Yu's hand. After finishing all this, Zhou Yu didn't stay, and even intentionally made more noise to draw the attention of even more wilderness wolves. The three behind could only watch helplessly as this pale white skeleton, with a single sword strike, cut down a pack of wilderness wolves.
This is too terrifying, right? Su Xiaoqiang whispered in shock. Sister, this guy might be over level 20. Level 20? Su Mei frowned.
She didn't know how high Zhou Yu's level was, but she could be sure that even if he really reached level 20, it wouldn't be possible to instant-kill wilderness wolves unless he was an extremely high-damage mage profession.
Her eyes filled with surprise. Lin Shiyun, how did you summon this skeleton?
I just activated the summoning spell, and it came out. Lin Shiyun replied. Anyone with eyes could see this skeleton's uniqueness. If it could be summoned casually, she would want a bunch of them. While the three were talking, Zhou Yu had already delved deep into the heart of the wasteland, when suddenly, an astonishing long howl echoed from a distant hillside.
A whoa!
A white-haired wasteland wolf, larger than an ordinary wasteland wolf by more than twice, let out a long howl from the top of the slope.
Not good, that's the leader of the wasteland, a LV-20 existence.
Sume exclaimed, instinctively pulling the two to find a giant rock for cover. Running away in front of the wolf was the most foolish decision.
Zhou Yu also noticed the roaring white-haired wolf and opened the dialogue box. Wasteland Wolf Leader. Race, Beast. Level, LV-20. Life, 2100. Magic, 800. Attack, 215 to 235. Defense, 15.
Abilities, Claw Tear, White, Wolf Howl, White, Gallop, White, Wolf Pack Dominance, Green.
Green ability?
Zhou Yu grinned, looking at the wasteland wolf leader. He hadn't encountered any wild monsters with green abilities in the abyss before, but here he was surprised to find one. It seemed that this time, the summoning was going to be much more interesting than before. So, Zhou Yu simply gripped his sword tightly, putting force into his feet.
Swish! His figure suddenly dashed towards the wolf at an incredible speed. How did he become so fast all of a sudden?
Su Xiaoqiang said in shock.
I don't know.
Lin Shiyun's clear gaze carried confusion.
Why does it feel like his acceleration matches that of the wasteland wolf?
Su Mei also looked puzzled. At the same time, Zhou Yu's sudden rush created an instinctive sense of danger for the wasteland wolf leader, so it didn't attack right away but opened its mouth for another long howl.
A whoa! Attack together. A whoa! Kill him.
Swish, swish, swish. Continuously, many wasteland wolves emerged from the surrounding wasteland and, following their leader's call, charged towards Zhou Yu. Unlike before, this time it was not 3 or 5 wolves gathering, but no less than 20 wolves converging from all directions. Seeing this scene, Su Mei and the others immediately changed their expressions.
My God, how do we kill so many? We can't, your skeleton soldier won't hold them off, we need to prepare to retreat. Captain, are we going to ignore this?
Lin Shiyun said anxiously. It's hard for a tiger to defeat a pack of wolves, and your summon creature is just a skeleton soldier.
Su Mei quickly explained, did you see that the wasteland wolf leader hasn't made a move? It intends to exhaust its state using the wolf pack.
Get ready, you are a summoner, and even if your summons die, they can be revived in the summoning space. Lin Shiyun gritted her teeth, watching the wolf pack surround them. She wanted to help, but felt like a useless burden, unable to think of a single solution. Even knowing that her summon creatures could be resummoned after death, she still couldn't stop worrying. Beside her, Sume had already drawn her long sword, ready to leave with the two as soon as they engaged in close combat. However, just as the wolf pack was about to complete their encirclement, the frantic Zhou Yu suddenly came to a stop.
Oh, so you think you have more people than me? Zhou scoffed, then suddenly thrust his long sword into the ground. Skeleton Swordsman Summon activated. Boom! The ground within a 10-meter radius shook as Zhou sword was thrust in, and then, to the astonished gazes of Su Mei and the others, skeletal swordsmen wielding steel swords crawled out of the earth one after another. It could easily fit inside a cucumber. She knew her skeleton soldier wasn't an ordinary skeleton soldier, but she had never thought it could be this powerful. Was this a warrior, or a mage? Moreover, it was clear that the summoned skeleton soldiers were completely different from regular skeletons. They were taller, stronger, and moved much faster. In just a moment, nearly 30 skeletal swordsmen had completely held back the oncoming pack of feral wolves. No, to say they were holding back was more of an understatement. They were dominating. Skeletal swordsmen were entirely different, wielding steel long swords, and their level had reached LV10, nearly on par with the feral wolves. Combined with their numbers, several feral wolves soon had blood gushing from their heads, massive damage appearing, and it wouldn't be long before they were completely slain. At this moment, Zhou stood among the skeletons, like the skeletal king who controlled everything. He turned to the feral wolf leader, equally shocked by the scene, and then stomped his white paw, accelerating once again. Swish! The sword in Zhou's hand flashed, and the sword energy launched a heavy slash. A chilling sword energy erupted from it, extending over 2 meters, aimed directly at the feral wolf leader. The feral wolf used all its strength, its fur standing on end. It let out a low roar, and the next moment vanished from its spot. Boom! The sword energy swept heavily where it had been standing, leaving behind a prominent gash. Fast running? Zhou sneered, did you think I couldn't? In the next moment, his speed suddenly surged, predicting where the feral wolf leader would land. He swung his sword down heavily again. Puff! The long sword swept across the feral wolf's body, drawing a large splash of blood, and a string of bright red damage numbers erupted from its head. -278. Wow, such a high basic attack? Su Xiaoqian was stunned by the rising numbers. To know, the skeletal swordsman nearby only dealt around 100 points in basic attacks. If accounting for armor reduction, it would be even less. But Zhou strike just now actually dealt such high damage, it was simply mind-blowing. However, he didn't know that Zhou's ability to unleash such a powerful basic attack was not because of his high attack power but came from the feral wolf's attribute, Claw Tear. After merging this attribute, Zhou discovered that while he couldn't use claws to tear the opponent, he could add a tearing effect to his attacks. With both effects combined, it could definitely lead to significant increased damage. This was also why he was so confident to confront the feral wolf head-on. Both had the enhancement of fast running. The feral wolf leader couldn't shake off Zhou. As it went on, even without needing the sword energy heavy slash, he could still completely slay the opponent. Thus, a scene appeared on the vast grasslands. A skeleton soldier wielding a long sword chased after the feral wolf leader, running around wildly, and occasionally, the anguished screams of the feral wolf leader could be heard. The three of them were already numb with shock at this scene. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that a skeleton soldier could grow to such a level. At this moment, seeing himself drop below half health, the feral wolf leader let out a long howl. Skill Howl of the Wolf activated. Awah! With this howl, Zhou only saw the feral wolf leader's eyes seem to turn red, and its aura became even more fierce than before. Enhancement? Zhou instantly understood that this was similar to a raging type enhancement skill. Roar! The enhanced feral wolf leader fixed its fierce gaze on Zhou, let out a low growl, and charged toward him, its speed clearly faster than before. Not good, this is the feral wolf leader's enhancement skill, Howl of the Wolf. Su Mei's expression changed, its level now is likely to reach LV23. What? He leveled up 3 times? Su Xiaoqian's expression changed, how do we fight this? It's not continuous, this state can only last for a short time. As long as it can hold on through the opponent's burst, it can find an opportunity to counterattack. Before their words fell, they suddenly heard Lin Shiyun scream nearby. Ah! Look! When Su Mei looked again, she found that the first burst of the wild wolf leader had hit Zhou, smashing his sword-holding arm into several pieces in an instant. No one expected that Zhou, who had just been pressing the wild wolf, would suffer such a heavy blow in an instant. I'm going to help. Su Xiaoqiang instinctively wanted to rush out, but as soon as he stood up, he was grabbed by Su Mei. What are you trying to prove? I'm going. She gritted her teeth, stood up from behind the rock, and ran wildly toward the wild wolf leader with her sword in hand. She knew very well that Zhou could not fall. Once he did, death awaited her. At this moment, Su Mei only had one thought in her mind: if she could delay for a few seconds, allowing the skeleton soldier to stand up, they could turn the tide. Aru! The successful attack made the wild wolf leader howl excitedly. After being chopped by Zhou for a long time, it finally had its chance to retaliate. Its sharp claws slashed down, knocking Zhou to the ground, with his thigh broken into several pieces. Zhou still wanted to struggle, but the wild wolf leader seized the opportunity and pressed him down. Roar!
The wild wolf opened its large mouth, its sharp fangs glinting with bloodthirsty desire, ready to bite down on Joyu's head. At this moment, Sume was just approaching from afar, raising her sword high.
I'm coming to help you. Charging forward.
Pfft, the sword instantly stabbed into the wild wolf leader's head, but it only caused less than 50 points of damage. In fact, the wild wolf leader's head just paused slightly and continued to bite down on Joyu without stopping. Su Xiaoqiang and Lin Shiyun's heart sank at this scene. This ski. But before they could finish, they saw Joyu's skeleton mouth, which had been lying on the ground, slightly open and close, as if showing a mocking smile. Then, the scattered bones around quickly returned with a strange speed, directly assembling into a complete skeleton.
Rapid assembly.
And the restored Joyu just faced the softest abdomen of the wild wolf leader. Sword chi heavy slash. Sizzle, a terrifying sword chi erupted from the steel sword, and the wild wolf hadn't even had time to react before its abdomen was torn apart by the sword chi.
Minus 572.
Its body flew up directly and smashed heavily onto the ground not far away, its health bar completely emptied.
One-hit kill. Ding.
You have slain a wild wolf leader, experience gained plus 169.
Ding. You have randomly obtained a trait, Pack Domination, green. Pack Domination, green absolute control over wild wolves, 30% suppression effect on same category wolf-type monsters.
Hearing the prompt, Joyu smiled, his plan to lure the enemy had paid off, and he had indeed randomly received a green trait. Like nothing had happened, Joyu climbed up from the ground and tilted his head to see Sume standing there in a daze. He gave her a look asking for her help and walked away, leaving Sume standing there, lost in the wind. After a while, looking at Joyu's figure, she suddenly had a strange thought.
This skeleton, can it use tactics? Chapter 11, Double Level Up, Blue Trait. Sister, was he not pretending to lure the wild wolf leader close?
As soon as his sister returned, Su Xiaoqiang was the first to voice his suspicion.
Exactly. Sume let out a bitter smile, we all fell for it.
She looked at Lin Shiyun, the envy in her eyes almost impossible to hide. Your skeleton soldier should have the ability to rapidly assemble its body, deliberately allowing itself to be severely injured, bringing the wild wolf leader closer, and then quickly recovering to deliver a fatal blow. More importantly, he actually attacked the most vulnerable belly of the wasteland wolf. Sume found it increasingly unbelievable. Looking for a fatal flaw was fine, but a skeleton soldier searching for flaws, wasn't that just the same as a human?
How on earth did it do that? Su Xiaoqiang reacted and exclaimed in astonishment as well.
Lin Shiyun looked at Joyu, who was slaughtering in the distance, murmured, I really don't know. She initially thought the opponent was just an ordinary skeleton soldier, but then her level increased without reason, making her feel something was off. But no matter how she felt something was off, she could never imagine that Joyu could be terrifying to this extent. That was a level 20 wasteland wolf leader. Even if it stood there letting her hack at it, wouldn't it take all day? But he only took a few strikes? Lin Shiyun felt that she simply could not understand this summoned skeleton at all. At this moment, Joyu was trying out the green attribute he had just obtained, Wolf Pack Domination. As long as he got near a certain range of the wasteland wolves, they would happily come running over to him, stretching their necks to wait for him to strike. The feeling of them running over to offer their lives made him feel very comfortable. Moreover, Joyu was trying to further enhance the attributes he had obtained. He opened the panel and found that the attributes had accumulated quite a bit. Joyu/Skeleton Soldier. Race, Undead. Level, LV19, 856/1900. Life, 1800. Magic, 900. Attack, 185 to 200. Defense, 15. Attributes, Sword Energy Heavy/Green, Rapid Stitching, White, Skeleton Swordsman Summon, Green, Claw Tier, White, Wolf Pack Domination, Green, Galloping Swiftly, White. Joyu quite liked the Wolf Howl buff skill, but unfortunately it was only available on the leader, he hadn't gotten it.
There was nothing new to add for Wolf Pack Domination.
His current thought was to upgrade both Claw Tier and Galloping Swiftly to blue attributes. That's right, blue attributes. He felt that green attributes were not too difficult, after all, the wild monsters here respawn endlessly. He wanted to try and see how much enhancement he could get after upgrading it to blue attributes. When the time comes to return to the abyss, he could completely expand his territory. Previously, he might have wasted some time, but now with the help of the Wolf Pack Domination attribute, efficiency had greatly increased. This was also one of the important reasons why Joyu was confident about leveling up. Next, Joyu wandered continuously over this wasteland, letting the wasteland wolves come over to offer their lives. Meanwhile, Sume and the three of them followed far behind, watching Joyu sweep across the entire wasteland like a massacre, and they had a strange illusion in their minds. That this place was not a wasteland, but their own backyard. The experience from each wasteland wolf felt like it was just lying on the ground, they could simply walk over and pick it up, and that was it. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a day had passed, seeing that Zhou Yu still hadn't stopped and was even waiting for the monsters to respawn. Su Xiaoqiang thought for a moment, but couldn't help but quietly say to his sister.
Sis, how long does he plan to keep killing?
Su Xiaoqiang pointed at himself, the experience has already overflowed. Damn, after chopping for so long, even the warrior sipping soup with him had reached level 10. Reaching level 10 theoretically meant he could go to the job change hall to complete the first job transition.
After the job transition, he would level up to different degrees based on his profession.
At the same time, he would also gain 2 unlocked skills for his profession.
And if he didn't complete the job transition, killing the same monsters would produce experience overflow.
The effect of experience overflow was such that under the same experience conditions, it would greatly reduce effectiveness. In simple terms, it was extremely low-cost performance. So he now wanted to go back, complete the job transition directly, and then come back. It was a waste. Upon hearing this, Sume also looked at herself. She had already leveled up 3 levels.
She was the one bringing people to level up.
Originally, her level made the experience gained here discounted.
Now it was good.
She not only did not make a move, but also followed, gaining 3 levels.
Who exactly is the big shot here?
She thought for a moment, and couldn't help but look toward the side where Lin Shiyun was deep in thought.
Shiyun, do you know how long it's going to stay? I don't know.
Lin Shiyun felt a surge of frustration in her heart when she heard this.
The summoner couldn't control the summoned beast. Who could she talk to about this?
She had long since gained enough experience, but she had never dared to say anything. She was afraid that if she did, she wouldn't be able to control the skeleton soldier, and it would only become more embarrassing. She wanted to end the summon, but without Zhou Yu, she wasn't sure if she could survive leaving this wasteland. She wanted to explain to him, but she was afraid of angering Zhou Yu, who might just leave. So, Lin Shiyun was still troubled, not knowing how to answer. Sume also noticed that Lin Shiyun probably couldn't control the will of the skeleton soldier, so she sighed lightly, then let's wait a little longer.
Finally, after a while. Ding! Your entry has completed fusion, you obtained, Claw Strike, green. Ding! Your entry has completed fusion, you obtained, Claw Penetration, blue. Ding! Your entry has completed fusion, you obtained, Swift Steps, green. Ding! Your entry has completed fusion, you obtained, Gale Wolf Steps, blue. Hearing the prompt, Zhou Yu finally stopped, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He had put in so much effort, and finally managed to upgrade these 2 entries to blue. Claw Penetration increases attack damage significantly, with an 8% chance of a critical hit causing 150% damage. Gale Wolf Steps, after activation, significantly increases movement speed and grants a brief penetration effect, ignores collision volume, but... After reading the explanations of the 2 entries, Zhou Yu grinned widely. No doubt, blue entries were powerful, the enhancement was huge. Whether it was critical hits or ignoring collision volumes, both were godly skills for him. If he returned to the abyss, he would definitely dominate the area. With this in mind, he decided to stop and turn toward Lin Shiyun. When Zhou Yu approached, the 3 of them immediately stood up, their faces slightly tense. This place is good. If there's another place like this, call me again. Zhou Yu pointed to the surrounding wasteland and the fallen corpses. Don't call me here without reason. Don't waste my time leveling up, or I'll beat you up. He made a gesture as if to hit someone, and then the light beneath his feet flashed, and he disappeared? He just left like that? Su Xiaoqiang looked at Zhou Yu, who had vanished, and said blankly. Then, what should we do? You. Lin Shiyun couldn't hold back her tears, 2 streams of tears flowing uncontrollably. She was so frustrated, in the end, he had still abandoned her. Filled with anger and sorrow, she didn't know where the courage came from, but she directly activated the summon spell. She decided to fight back. She couldn't go on like this. She needed to ask clearly, what exactly did this guy want? Who was the summoner between her and him? Chapter 12 LV20 Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman. Buzz. The summon gate opened, and Zhou Yu was summoned back. This time, as soon as he stood firm, he saw Lin Shiyun walking quickly toward him. What exactly do you want to do? How did I offend you? You just leave without a word? Lin Shiyun spoke with a choked voice, who is the summoner here, you or me? Don't you know this is a wasteland? If you leave, how will we get back safely? Do you want me to die? If you want me to die, just kill me, okay? Woo woo. Sume and Su Xiaoqiang stared blankly at Lin Shiyun arguing. They suddenly had the illusion that it was clearly an argument, but why did it feel like a wife complaining to her husband? Zhou Yu remained silent for a moment, then suddenly drew his sword. Lin Shiyun's face changed in fear, and she instinctively took a step back. But she realized that Zhou Yu didn't attack. Instead, he pointed the tip of the sword at her and then slightly tilted it, pointing it at Su Mei and Su Xiaochang. He struck heavily on the ground beneath his feet, leaving a deep sword mark, and without waiting for Lin Shiyun to react, he vanished once again. What a joke, with his time so tight, how could he have the leisure to escort them back? Besides, didn't he already tell them the reason just now? They can't be too stupid to understand, right? As Zhou Yu disappeared once more, only the chaotic wind blew across the wasteland. It actually warned me? Lin Shiyun found it hard to accept. Cough, your skeleton is quite impressive, it's just, a bit too individualistic. Su Xiaoqiang interjected. It doesn't seem to mean that. Su Mei's words made both of them turn to look at her. It pointed at the three of us, it should mean we can go back by ourselves. Are you kidding me, sis? We're just newbies, how could we possibly? Wait, I'm LV10 now. Su Xiaoqiang instinctively retorted, but halfway through, he suddenly remembered that he was already LV10. Are you saying it told us that the three of us now have the strength to quickly leave the wasteland? Lin Shiyun also reacted, realizing that all three of them were now at least LV10, their battle strength completely different from when they first entered. If they really wanted to go back, it seemed there wouldn't be much of a problem after all. However, Zhou Yu had always been the one to take action, and everyone had unconsciously ignored this issue until now. But why did he strike the ground with the sword at the end? Lin Shiyun was confused. That strike should be a warning. Su Mei thought and said, it means not to bother him? After realizing their own strength had grown, the three did not linger but quickly left the wasteland, preparing to head to the job change temple to complete their first job transition. The time at school was merely for them to complete the initial awakening as adventurers, it wasn't a real job change. Only after this job change could their own strength improve. In addition to the materials extracted from the bodies of the wasteland wolves Zhou Yu had killed, they could even buy some equipment and potions. After an hour of safe traveling, the three successfully returned to Han City. Feeling completely safe, Su Mei did not hurry to lead them to the job change temple, but instead found a secluded corner and said seriously. Shiyun, although we are safe here, our crisis is not completely resolved. Sister Su, are you talking about Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu? Lin Shiyun was no fool, although everyone had tacitly avoided mentioning it along the way, the deaths of the two could not simply disappear. Yes. Su Mei nodded, Zhuang Hutu is okay, although he is also a student of number 1 high school, his family background is not outstanding, and he has many siblings. Such accidents in the wilderness are common and won't cause too much trouble. But Wu Lina is different, her father, Wu Xingchang, is the head of the Han City Defense Bureau. She has an older brother, Wu Xiong, who is 1 year older and is a rare profession, a flame controller. Regarding Wu Lina, even if she died, they wouldn't let it go easily. He will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly, and he will surely find out she died right after we left the group. You need to be extra careful. She didn't die at the hands of the wasteland wolves? Do I still need to be blamed? Lin Shiyun replied. Shiyun, you don't understand, people like them won't give you a chance to explain. Su Mei shook her head, I will get my father to help, but he can only ensure they don't act openly, secretly, you must be very careful. Your father is. My father is the head of the Han City Finance Bureau. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyun's face didn't show too much reaction. Number 1 high school is the key school in Han City, students who can enter there either have deep backgrounds or have spent enough money to get in. Moreover, her father was also a key figure in Han City during his lifetime. For this, I am not unfamiliar. Okay, I got it, Sister Su, I will be careful. Lin Shiyun actually didn't know how to be careful, but since the other person reminded her, she could only agree. That's good, let's go. The three quickly walked toward the direction of the job transfer temple. In the abyss world, Zhou Yu felt the familiar dark energy rising beneath his feet, and a wave of comfort washed over him. Home is still the best. Zhou Yu sighed and looked around. In the distance, the skeleton mage hadn't even recovered from Zhou Yu's sudden appearance. Approaching level 20, Zhou Yu naturally wouldn't miss this chance to level up. He waved his hand and directly plunged the steel longsword into the ground. Skeleton swordsman summon. 30 skeleton swordsmen crawled out from underground. This was the limit of how many he could summon now, but it should be enough to slaughter the skeleton mage. As Zhou Yu waved his hand, the 30 skeleton swordsmen took big strides forward to charge at the enemy. Seeing this, the distant skeleton mage also waved its staff, beginning to summon large numbers of skeleton soldiers to fight back. A sea of skeleton soldiers rose up, and Zhou Yu witnessed what it meant to be surrounded by skeletons. However, in the face of insufficient strength, this tactic of sheer numbers truly made it difficult to bear. But now, a single strike. Under Zhou Yu's command, the 30 skeleton swordsmen charged forward like a moving iron wall, mercilessly crushing any skeleton soldiers in their path. Zhou Yu leisurely followed behind, watching the skeleton mage continuously cast dark fire attacks and softly muttered to himself.
The term Dark Fire Strike can only apply to the mage's normal attack, it's a pity the damage isn't enough. He had tried this term before, and the damage it could deliver was very limited, unless he could merge enough terms to rise to a higher intensity. Zhou didn't find green terms difficult, the tough part was this blue term. He scanned the endless territory of the skeleton mages. If he could sweep through this area, he should be able to achieve it, right? Amidst the nearly brutal charge of the skeleton swordsman, the prompts in Zhou's mind accumulated to the point where he actively blocked them. Only at critical moments would he allow himself to receive notifications. But unexpectedly, after not long, before he received a prompt for term upgrade, Zhou was greeted with his own upgrade prompt. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 20, you have advanced to Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman. Zhou hadn't even had time to react when an inexplicable light burst forth from within him, and the next moment, his original body underwent evolution under this light. First, his bones began to grow and strengthen, and his original height of 1.8 meters soared to just over 2 meters under this force. The thickness of his bones increased more than twice, and the material became tougher, producing a sound of metal when struck. Zhou suspected that if he could return to his previous life now, with this kind of strength and burst, he could definitely make it to the NBA All-Star. However, the changes didn't stop there. This time, Zhou was no longer in a bare skeleton state, but rather a set of heavy armor that wrapped around his entire body like refined steel appeared continuously, enveloping him. The thick fine iron armor featured vicious spikes at the shoulders, elbows, and knees, while a Western-style helmet covered his head, with a visor blocking the face. The originally sharp and tough steel longsword extended once more, becoming wider on both sides and looking even heavier. Not only that, a half-person tall heavy shield appeared, featuring a fierce skull head with patterns on the front, with the eyes and mouth protruding like horns, leaving no doubt about the tragic fate of anyone who got rammed by it. Thus, a complete set of heavy armor armed Zhou to the teeth, and just the weight of this armor. It's enough to make an ordinary worker gasp. Even Zhou felt the weight of it. Fortunately, he only needed a thought to store the armor into his system space and could equip it freely when needed. From a distance, Zhou no longer seemed like a mere skeleton soldier, instead, he radiated a cold and iron-blooded aura. After moving his arms and legs, Zhou took a moment to experience it before putting the armor away. Since it was a bit heavy, wearing it for a long period was a drain on him. For this fragile skeleton mage, Zhou had no intention of testing his strength but quietly waited for the skeleton swordsman to clear the territory. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, he received a notification sound again. Ding! Your entry has fused, gaining, Soul Fire Explosion, green. Ding! Your entry has fused, gaining, Abyssal Flame Explosion, blue. Abyssal Flame Explosion. Summon 3 powerful flame balls to attack the target in succession. With an explosion effect, Abyssal Flame burns the soul, with a 15% chance to trigger stun, lasting 1 second. Not bad, finally I have a means for long-range attack. Hearing the notification, Zhou finally let out a sigh of relief, revealing a smile. All his entries had previously leaned towards melee combat, but if he faced long-range attacks without a means to counter, he would be in trouble. Now, the blue Abyssal Flame Explosion made up for that weakness. But before he could return from the joy of fusion, a sudden fluctuation from afar caught his attention. Zhou's eyes narrowed as he felt that some of the 30 skeleton swordsmen he summoned had actually been destroyed. Can they destroy their own skeleton swordsmen? In this skeleton mage's territory, who could do that? With curiosity, Zhou quickly walked in the direction where the skeleton swordsmen were advancing, and soon he saw a figure that was clearly more powerful than the other skeleton mages emerging among a crowd of them. The wand in the opponent's hand was no longer an ordinary wooden stick, but black, with a ghostly green gem floating above it. The opponent was taller, even wearing a rudimentary headdress, and the robe behind was no longer ragged but a dragging black cloak, with scarlet stripes appearing at the edges. At this moment, the opponent not only waved their wand to summon more skeleton soldiers but could even unleash burning fireballs of soul fire that struck the skeleton swordsman. It was these fireballs that dealt devastating blows to the skeleton swordsman, even leading to their demise. So, it's a boss monster? Having experience with the wild wolf, Zhou realized that this was likely a leader born from the skeleton mages. Clicking on the exclamation mark above, the information instantly appeared. Skeleton Mage Leader. Race, Undead. Level, LV 20. Life, 1200. Magic, 1500. Attack, 150 to 175. Defense, 10. Entries: Skeleton Summon, white, Splicing, gray, Soulfire Explosion, green, Skeleton Mage Domination, green. Seeing the opponent's entries, Zhou suddenly smiled. No wonder the opponent could evolve into a leader. It seemed it was due to the damage caused by the Soulfire Explosion. If the Soulfire Explosion was that powerful, how much stronger was his Abyssal Flame Explosion? With that thought, Zhou simply waved his hand. Immediately, all the skeleton swordsmen stopped and retreated, clearing a path. And Zhou walked through, intending to compete with this creature using his Abyssal Flame Explosion. Roar! The skeleton mage leader also paused when it saw Zhou, then let out a roar that surprised Zhou. The surprise came because he understood the meaning of the roar, and even more surprising was that the leader's intelligence was higher than he had imagined.
Foolish skeleton swordsman, if you wish to destroy my territory, prepare to be buried here. Destroy me?
Zhou looked at it provocatively. That depends on whether you have the ability.
Ha, since you are so foolish, I will let you taste the pain of soul burning.
The skeletal mage leader raised his staff, and a burst of hellfire shot toward Zhou. But before its fireball could land, Zhou smiled faintly and pointed with his hand.
Hellfire explosion activated. A fireball 3 times larger than the opponent's appeared above Zhou's head, and the next moment, it shot toward the opponent like a meteor. How is this possible?
At the same time the fireball appeared, the once arrogant skeletal mage was utterly terrified. It couldn't understand why this melee skeletal swordsman could summon such a large fireball, and the burning flames made the skeletal mage feel as if it would be burned into nothingness.
Boom!
A loud crash fell, and large groups of skeleton soldiers collapsed like cut wheat, and the skeletal mage leader hidden among them would have perished under that fireball if not for the blocking of these skeleton soldiers. But just as it raised its head, it saw the second and third fireballs tearing through the air, coming one after the other.
No, I surrender, I am willing to surrender.
Instinctively, it crouched on the ground, using all its strength to convey mental waves, and at the moment this wave resonated, the 2 flying fireballs suddenly shifted and landed in the distant valley.
Boom! Boom!
A shocking explosion resounded, echoing continuously in the valley. At this moment, Zhou was already standing in front of the prostrate skeletal mage leader, looking down at it.
Hand over the soul fire.
Soul fire is a unique soul flame of the undead clan, equivalent to a point in soul power.
Once handed over to be controlled by others, it signifies loyalty. Even in death, one cannot betray. Of course, some powerful undead may not rule out the possibility of severing their soul fire mark.
However, this was not a problem for Zhou. With the soul mark recorded by the system, he could cause the opponent's entire soul to disintegrate with just a thought. Like a loyal servant being a computer, while the system is a virus that has recorded the opponent's source code, as long as permission is granted, the virus can cause a complete crash. Now, it all depended on the choice of the skeletal mage leader. Not long after Zhou sent out his mental waves, the skeletal mage leader raised its head, and a weak green flame separated from its eyes, drifting toward Zhou. Zhou opened his mouth and swallowed it. The system automatically marked it completely, and soon a feeling of complete control over the opponent's life and death arose. At the same time, the skeletal mage leader's eyes flashed with a strange light, seemingly feeling a sense of submission toward Zhou from the bottom of its heart.
Get up! Zhou raised his hand, signaling the other to stand. Tell me, how much do you know about this abyss? Master, please follow me.
The skeletal mage leader bowed to Zhou, and the surrounding skeleton soldiers parted to the sides. Zhou then saw at the end of the bone-paved ground in the valley, a throne completely made of white bones emerged.
You certainly know how to enjoy yourself.
After taking a glance at the skeletal mage leader, Zhou walked right up to the throne and sat down, turning to face it.
Do you have a name? Please give me a name, my lord.
Given your aristocratic look, let's call you Afanti from now on. Zhou stroked his chin and reached this conclusion.
Afanti, thank you for naming me, my lord. All right, tell me how much you know.
Upon hearing this, Afanti raised its head, and the soul fire in its skeletal eye sockets began to dance. This abyss has existed for countless ages. It is said that at the very bottom of the endless abyss, there are 7 gods controlling the entire world. And they were all plotting to break free from the abyss and conquer a whole new world.
Is this the world I was summoned to?
Zhou stroked his chin, showing signs of deep thought.
Ha! It's nothing, you go on.
The other servants don't know much. They only know that we are in a place called the Valley of the Undead, where the undead spirits gather, mainly led by skeleton mages and skeleton soldiers.
What about outside the valley? Haven't you been there? Replying to my master, I have been.
The fear flickered in the flames of Afanti's soul. That time, I almost died outside and couldn't return.
Oh?
As soon as Zhou heard this, his interest was piqued. What is outside?
What's there?
Outside is a place called the Frozen Dirt Graveyard, where many ghouls gather.
Ghouls? Zhou raised an eyebrow. Are they strong?
He envisioned a figure crawling on the ground, yellowed teeth gnawing on the corpses buried in the frozen earth. A single ghoul has only LV 10-15 strength. Under the sea of skeletons of the old servant, they are not useful at all. As Afanti spoke, his soul flame began to flicker, but, among them, there is a ghoul lord, who has reached LV 30, and its defense and magic resistance, even I felt despair at the sight. When it discovered me, the army of ghouls came pouring out and almost tore me apart.
If it weren't for my deception of many skeleton mages, I probably wouldn't have made it back. So strong? The flames in Zhou's eyes flickered, revealing a look of intrigue.
If we could kill it, it would surely yield a lot.
No, my master, your thoughts are too dangerous.
Hearing this, Afanti was frightened, the flames of his soul flickering uncertainly. It is an invincible existence, at least for my master that I know.
Afanti's mind was not completely clear, and when he spoke, there was no softening of words. He only saw that the skeleton swordsman summoned by Zhou Yu could not match the number of ghouls. And that summoned hellfire explosion had strong destructive power, but the ghoul lord was known for its physical toughness. Even if it took damage, it wouldn't die. As long as it could consume enough corpses, it could still recover as before. Unless it could be completely destroyed in one go, but in his view, that was simply impossible. The ghoul lord is an invincible existence. Is that so?
Zhou Yu supported himself on his throne and stood up. Then I must see it for myself.
Lead the way, Afanti. No, master, you like this. Do you intend to defy my will? The soul flame in Zhou Yu flared up fiercely, suddenly making Afanti feel as if death was imminent.
No, I wouldn't dare, master, I will lead the way right now. He hadn't expected that the first thing after pledging his loyalty would be to walk towards death. Taking a large number of skeleton mages with him, Zhou Yu stepped out of the Valley of the Undead for the first time. The journey was not long. Along the way, Zhou Yu occasionally unleashed an attack on the skeleton mages beside him. He was not weakening his own power but wanted to continue plundering a bit of the attributes from the skeleton mages. Especially the summoning attribute for the upgraded skeleton swordsman. If it could be upgraded again, its power would surely be greater. However, Zhou Yu discovered a problem. Ever since his level rose, not every skeleton mage he killed could yield a 100% plunder of attributes. Moreover, the greater the level gap, the higher the probability of failure in plundering. He had discovered this matter long ago during the time with wolves in the wilderness. The result of coming back and trying with the skeleton mages further confirmed his idea. It could be confirmed that simply killing low-level monsters to continuously accumulate attributes for upgrades was not as easy as imagined. But Zhou Yu did not want to give up. Anyway, there were plenty of skeleton mages here. He would take as many as he could. What if he upgraded one day? Just as he was thinking, Zhou Yu had already followed Afanti out of the Valley of the Undead, and unlike the decaying and dilapidated Valley of the Undead. At first glance, there was an open plain, and in the distance, a black forest loomed ominously. On this vast plain, a bitter cold wind blew, and the land beneath was dark and icy, with severed limbs buried scattered in the soil. Zhou Yu took just one look and knew there were countless corpses buried beneath this frozen ground. Not far off, many low tombstones stood, some were already tilted, inscribed with unfamiliar words, and claw marks were left by unknown beings. Caw caw. The mournful cries of deathbirds echoed in the sky, combined with the always gloomy atmosphere and the drifting frost mist, proving the eeriness and terror of this place. Afanti raised his hand to point in a direction, implying that was the lair of the ghoul lord. Seeing this, Zhou Yu drew his long sword from his waist and plunged it into the ground fiercely. Skeleton swordsman summon activated. Crack crack crack. From beneath the frozen earth, skeletal swordsmen equipped with long swords rose. They lined up one after another, marching towards the frozen graveyard at Zhou Yu's command. After a short while, the fog grew thick, and low growls and roars rose from the mist. As the sounds drew closer, the next moment, creatures crawling like flayed humans burst forth from the haze. Roar! They let out hoarse growls, their slender forelimbs touching the ground, pale bones transforming into claw-like appendages, swiftly scuttling along the earth. Seeing this scene, before Zhou Yu could give orders, Afanti directly raised his staff and let out a deep roar. Chapter 15, Clash. Afanti was stunned. In an instant, skeleton soldiers were summoned one after another, and at the same time, summoned skeletal mages began their incantations. Crack crack crack. More skeleton soldiers appeared, like a sea, slowly surging forward. Soon, over 100 ghouls completely engaged with this sea of skeletons. Aoo! Hiss! In just the first encounter, the vast gap between the two was glaringly apparent. On one side were skeleton soldiers below level 5. On the other side were ghouls at levels 10 to 15. Almost immediately, Zhou Yu saw ghouls lifting their arms to rip apart the skeleton soldiers in front of them, and before the skeletons could struggle to piece their bodies back together, their skulls were crushed underfoot. In just a few seconds, one ghoul could completely annihilate 4 or 5 skeleton soldiers. However, the summon of the skeletal mages relied on sheer numbers. Often, before the ghouls could advance a few steps, more skeleton soldiers would surround them. Meanwhile, many skeletal mages behind unleashed their spells, dealing necrotic fire magic damage which slowly drained the ghouls' health when sufficient in number. By this rhythm, a prolonged tug-of-war battle would begin between the skeletal mages and ghouls. But the addition of the skeleton swordsman was enough to change this situation. Thud! A sharp steel longsword suddenly pierced a ghoul's throat, and as it struggled, several expressionless skeleton swordsmen nearby stabbed through its body again. With a few exaggerated damage numbers, the first ghoul fell. And this was just the beginning. As more and more skeleton swordsmen joined the fray, even ghouls could not withstand the explosive damage. Soon, ghoul casualties began to rise. Zhou Yu nodded slightly. The ordinary skeleton soldiers could absorb the ghoul's damage while the skeleton swordsman provided supplementary attacks, making the efficiency astonishingly high. This tactic was one he could definitely use in the future, after all, although he could directly summon skeletal swordsmen now. But it can also summon skeleton soldiers. It's like a martial arts master who practices a skill to perfection, but also knows the basics. Seeing Zhou Yu controlling the skeleton swordsman to work with the skeleton mage to continuously deal heavy blows to the ghoul, Afanti's eyes showed no signs of relaxation, but instead began to tighten with tension. Because he knew that it wouldn't be long before the ghoul lord was alarmed, and that would be the real danger. Just as he thought, when the ghouls began to falter, a shocking roar echoed through the thick fog. Ayu! Zhou Yu instinctively looked up, only to see a massive shadow rapidly enlarging in the mist. Suddenly, a bloody big hand reached out from the fog, grabbing a skeleton swordsman that was ready to attack, and then violently lifted it, holding the skeleton swordsman upside down in midair. At that moment, the figure of the ghoul lord fully revealed itself. Nearly 3 meters tall, with a body as robust as a devourer, with thick arms interwoven with blood vessels and rotten flesh. On top of a erect head was a pair of fierce fangs occupying half of its face. It just raised its hand and stuffed the struggling skeleton swordsman's head into its mouth, then closed it violently. Crack! The skeleton swordsman's hardest skull was crushed like this. Beside it, another skeleton swordsman instinctively swung its sword, but it was stopped barely half an inch into the opponent's thigh. And above the ghoul lord's head, a comical damage number appeared. -10. The skeleton swordsman, which could deal heavy damage to ghouls, actually only inflicted 10 points of damage? Zhou Yu directly clicked on the information exclamation mark above its head from a distance. Ghoul Lord. Race, Undead. Level, LV 30. Life, 4200. Magic, 1100. Attack, 330 to 355. Defense, 28/magic resistance 5%. Traits, Cannibal, White, Toughness, White, Great Strength, Green, Evil Frenzy, Blue. Blue trait? Seeing this, Zhou Yu was completely excited. He knew that this lord had scared Afanti into not daring to leave the valley, surely it had its uniqueness. But he never expected it to be so unique that it even had a blue trait. Cannibal, Toughness, and even Great Strength, he had seen before on other ghouls. Even that green trait of Great Strength came from the strength enhancement of the ghouls. Only this Evil Frenzy, he had never seen on any other ghouls. Kill for me. Without any hesitation, Zhou Yu ordered the skeleton swordsman to make a desperate attack. In an instant, all skeleton swordsmen abandoned their targets and charged towards the ghoul lord with full force. Whether ordinary skeletons or skeleton mages, the damage they could inflict was very limited, and besides, they had to hold back other ghouls. Zhou Yu wasn't counting on that, he just needed them to whittle down some of the ghoul lord's health. As for the rest, he would handle that himself. Soon, Afanti watched the skeleton swordsman about to be exhausted and fearfully transmitted a mental wave beside him. My lord, our power cannot kill it. Quickly, run away. Smack! Zhou Yu slapped Afanti's head, making it roll on the ground for several circles. Why run? You coward! Attack, understand? Feeling Zhou Yu's fury, Afanti hurriedly jogged a few steps, picked up his head from the ground, and reattached it. This time, he dared not say any more nonsense, directly raising his staff and casting a ghostly fire explosion. Boom! 2 fist-sized ghostly green fireballs sliced through the air, striking heavily on the ghoul lord's head, causing its body to shudder slightly, seeming to pause. -183. The damage number floating above its head ignited the ghoul's wrath like a torch. Roar! It suddenly turned its head to look at Afanti, and in its mind, it instantly remembered that he was the intruder who had entered its territory. Boom! The ghoul violently knocked aside the skeleton swordsman that was attacking it, and as it pushed down with both hands, it rushed towards Afanti. Last time, I let you escape, this time, I won't let you leave so easily. Roar! The ghoul lord ran with a speed comparable to a speeding car, destroying everything in its path. Seeing the ghoul lord racing toward him, Afanti was completely terrified. Ha! Ha! Its teeth trembled uncontrollably, and it had no thought of running away because it knew it couldn't escape at all. It could only watch as the ghoul lord crushed it to death. Boom! 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 The ground of the graveyard trembled as the ghoul lord rushed forward, but just when it was less than 5 meters away from Afanti, Zhou Yu moved. He walked toward it with large strides, and at the same time, the armor hidden in the system space vanished. Chapter 16, Instant Kill the Lord, Evil Frenzy, Blue. Click. 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 With every step Zhou Yu took, he could feel the parts of the armor materializing on him out of thin air. The clanging of metal sounded like a high-tech battlesuit being equipped. He didn't expect that the Iron Man armor he admired in his past life could actually happen to him. But, the difference was that his combination seemed even faster. After just 3 steps, the heavy armor had completely settled on Joyu, and at the same time, he instinctively extended one hand to grip the handle of a shield, then suddenly accelerated under his feet. Thud. Thud. Each step left a deep footprint in the rock-hard frozen ground, and at that moment, the power within Joyu erupted wildly. Charge, Blue, activated. His speed surged in an instant, and the armored figure, like a heavy tank, collided with the Ghoul Lord in Afanti's shocked gaze. Puff. Bang. A muffled sound erupted. Joyu's body suddenly stopped during the collision, and the powerful recoil caused him to slide back nearly 2 meters on the ground. But he did not fall at a disadvantage. On the contrary, the 3-pointed horns on the front of the shield almost tore through the Ghoul Lord's defenses at the moment of impact, piercing inside. Just then, the critical strike chance from the claw penetration, Blue, title was triggered. -1266. A terrifying scarlet number floated up from the Ghoul Lord, directly reducing its health to half. Roar. The Ghoul Lord let out a painful howl, its bloodshot eyes filled with shock. It couldn't understand how this intruder, who appeared shorter than itself, could inflict such terrifying damage. How is this possible? Afanti's soul fire fluctuated wildly, and its jawbone, due to shock, successfully fell off, yet, it had no thought of picking it up, instead staring intently at Joyu with its skeletal eye sockets. My lord, how can you be so strong? Having occupied the land of the undead for who knows how many years, it had killed countless skeleton soldiers, but it had never seen a skeleton soldier transform into this form. After withstanding the charge of the Ghoul Lord, Joyu did not retreat, but instead drew the thick greatsword from his back with one hand and raised it directly the next moment. Sword Chi Heavy Slash activated. Swish. The fierce sword chi erupted, shooting out another series of bloody numbers above its head. -875. Though it did not trigger a critical hit, the attack was still quite solid. After these 2 moves, the Ghoul Lord's health was down to 1/3. Bang! The Ghoul Lord could not afford to counterattack. Instead, it slammed both hands hard against the shield, then violently forced its body off the shield's horns, and with one kick, it struck Joyu. He staggered back 3 steps. Taking advantage of this moment, the Ghoul Lord raised both hands and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Au! At the moment the roar erupted, the aura around it began to surge at a visible speed. The bloody muscles expanded, and its fangs and claws elongated even more. Evil frenzy? Joyu paused slightly, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, because this evil frenzy was not just a single target skill, but a wide area effect. It seemed that the ghouls around the Ghoul Lord were also influenced, as their strength began to skyrocket. A rough estimate showed an increase of nearly 30%. And the Ghoul Lord itself had an increase of nearly 50%. Aoo! With blood-red eyes, the Ghoul Lord let out a crazed howl, a foul, sticky liquid flowing from its mouth, and in the next moment, its limbs exploded with power, charging wildly towards Joyu. Ha! Seeing this scene, Joyu's face revealed no sign of disturbance. The impact of this wild charge, in general, would be unbearable for him, but... Thud, thud, thud. Like a mad bull, the Ghoul Lord charged in front of Joyu in a matter of seconds. It opened its arms, its claws like sickles, quickly closing in with a roar, ready to tear Joyu apart. However, at that moment, Joyu, who had already gathered enough power, suddenly erupted. He didn't chop or block, but charged straight at the Ghoul Lord. Wind Wolf Step activated. Swish. In an instant, Joyu's body transformed into an almost ethereal state, and even though it was just a moment, he successfully darted past the Ghoul Lord. The Ghoul Lord, losing its target, failed to react and was thrown off balance by its own massive inertia, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling a long gully in the frozen soil. When it groggily climbed up and looked back, it saw Joyu simply raising his long sword. Nether Flame Explosion. 3 ghostly green fireballs, larger than human heads, emerged successively in the air, and in the next moment, before the ghoul could react, they fell one after another. Boom! 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 -1109. -1145. -1672. 3 terrifying numbers rose from the Ghoul Lord's head, and in an instant, its health bar was completely cleared. One-hit kill. Ding! You have successfully slain a Ghoul Lord, experience gained plus 419. Ding! You have randomly obtained the trait, Evil Frenzy, Blue. Evil Frenzy temporarily increases your own attack by 50%, attack speed by 30%, and targets within the area gain a 30% attack power bonus and a 15% attack speed bonus. I really have great luck. Hearing the prompt, Joyu's heart was filled with joy. It was exactly what he wanted, directly granting him the desired blue trait. Not knowing before, Joyu then realized that Evil Frenzy not only increased attack power but also boosted attack speed, which was nothing short of a divine skill for him. Speaking of skeleton soldiers, even his current heavy armored skeleton swordsman essentially belonged to the warrior class. The greatest feature of warriors is high attack power and relatively thick health, but their biggest shortcoming is insufficient attack speed.
With this blue trait, in critical moments, it could dramatically enhance all his abilities in an instant.
An increase of 30% in attack speed meant that Joyu, who could complete 2 strikes in 1 second, could now execute 3. With his current attack power boost, it was highly likely to be a one-hit kill situation.
This kind of enhancement could truly change life and death.
Moreover, this trait had a group effect. Although he hadn't tried it, Joyu felt that covering 30 skeleton swordsmen would be no problem.
Boom!
The gigantic body of the slain ghoul lord crashed heavily onto the frozen ground, still burning with the charred smell brought by the nether flame.
In the distance,
the attacking ghouls all suddenly stopped their movements, as if they couldn't come to their senses from this shock.
This.
As for the distant Afanti, who had just set his jaw, he was so startled by this scene that his jaw dropped again and even 2 of his teeth broke.
The only thought left in his mind was, to instantly kill the ghoul lord? How could such an existence appear among skeleton soldiers?
Joyu naturally had no time to explain to him. In fact, he didn't have time to explain because, apart from the blue entry of the ghoul lord, other entries could only be plundered from other ghouls. Thus, Joyu waved his hand and uttered a single word, kill.
Chapter 17, 2 silver, 3 green entries. Ding.
You have killed a ghoul, experience points plus 25.
Ding.
You randomly obtained entry, brutality, white.
Ding.
You have killed a ghoul, experience points plus 12.
Ding. You randomly obtained entry, toughness, white. Ding.
You have killed a ghoul, experience points plus 7.
Ding. You randomly obtained entry, cannibalism, white.
As the ghouls kept falling, Joyu's mind was filled with prompts of gaining experience points and plundering entries. He suddenly discovered that as long as the ghouls killed by the undead under his control were killed, it could still allow him to obtain entries, though the experience points were significantly less. Experience points were not the main focus for him. After all, little by little adds up, but the success in plundering entries made Joyu even more inclined to think about leveling up. By relying on his sword strikes one by one, the speed of plundering entries was naturally greatly reduced. He wanted to establish a foothold in this abyssal world, and relying solely on himself was certainly not enough. He needed a group of subordinates. Originally, Joyu was most worried about not being able to obtain entries, but now, with the system's support, these were no longer problems. This made his mood suddenly lift, and his gaze began to scan the already dead ghoul lord's corpses.
What's that?
Joyu suddenly noticed that within the body of the ghoul lord, something seemed to be glowing.
An equipment drop?
Joyu originally thought that various materials and equipment would only drop in summoned worlds, but unexpectedly, it also happened here. He instinctively picked it up, and immediately received another prompt.
Ding. You picked up weapon, ghoul gauntlet, silver.
Note, equipment quality classification, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, starry, epic, legendary, mythical.
Ding. You picked up weapon, ghoul battle axe, silver.
Joyu didn't expect to drop 2 pieces of equipment at once. He instinctively took them out. The gauntlet looked eerily white, with bony spikes at the end, seemingly quite scary. Upon closer inspection, there was a rune representing leader on the back of the hand. The other ghoul battle axe was similar. Its appearance was quite menacing. Joyu waved them a few times. They felt less convenient than his upgraded heavy sword, so he stored them away in his system space, thinking that maybe someday when he encountered suitable subordinates, he could grant them. To be honest, a dignified ghoul lord dropping only these 2 pieces of equipment, which weren't even as good as his own, left Joyu feeling a bit disappointed. After spending the better part of a day, Joyu successfully cleared all the ghouls. Although the corpses under the frozen soil would still turn into new ghouls under the influence of the abyssal aura, this would take some time, and Joyu didn't plan to wait around. Instead, he left a group of skeleton mages to occupy the place and took Afanti back to the Valley of the Undead.
Summarizing his gains. Ding.
Entry fusion completed, obtained, giant strength, green.
Ding.
Entry fusion completed, obtained, intermediate toughness, green.
Ding.
Entry fusion completed, obtained, intermediate cannibalism, green. The first giant strength can be explained well. It evolved from brutality, and the ghoul lord's terrifying power itself explains everything.
Joyu felt it in a moment.
His own power, at least under the boost of this entry, surged by more than double. If he encounters wild monsters like the ghoul lord again, he is confident that in the first charge, he can knock the opponent away instead of being pushed back. The benefit of intermediate toughness is that between Joyu's originally white bones, some fascia resembling muscles actually emerged, greatly enhancing the toughness of the bone structure, allowing it to withstand the impact of the ghoul lord without any risk of disintegration. Intermediate ghouls are an upgraded version of ghouls, with a much faster recovery of health value and ability gained by devouring equivalent corpses. Aside from the evil fanatic blue entries, just these 3 green entries already count as a significant harvest. Joyu was very satisfied and planned to take a break for a while, but he never expected that he had not rested long when a summoning array suddenly reappeared above him.
This dead girl, what broken thing does she have again? Zhou Yu looked at the summoning glow enveloping him and said. Shiryun, did you complete your job change?
Su-mei had been waiting outside, and upon seeing Lin Shiryun appear, she spoke first.
Yes. Thank you, Sister Su, I've already advanced.
This was the first time Lin Shiryun felt happy since she completed her job change. Having successfully stepped into the first job change, although she did not gain new summoning slots, she successfully unlocked 2 exclusive skills for summoners, and her attributes also saw a significant boost. It can be said that she completed a leap from a novice to an expert.
That's great. Now your summoner is no longer just a decoration, but a summoner with exclusive skills. Su-mei sincerely blessed her. Thank you, Sister Su.
Lin Shiryun nodded in response.
Do you have any plans next? Su-mei suddenly asked.
Lin Shiryun thought for a moment. I plan to go back and check on my sister first, then prepare to farm some monsters and continue leveling up.
That's the right direction, but have you chosen a leveling spot? Spot?
Outside of Han City, there are only a few suitable places for first job professionals, right? Lin Shiryun looked at Su-mei in confusion, feeling that the other party seemed to have more to say.
Huff. Su-mei exhaled, since we've once lived and died together, I won't treat you as an outsider.
Shiryun, the summon you have is very powerful, the regular leveling route is no longer suitable for you.
If you have enough ambition, you can try a dungeon. Dungeon?
Lin Shiryun's expression changed. Are you saying, that kind of extremely dangerous dungeon?
Yes.
Su-mei nodded. If you didn't have that skeleton soldier before, I probably wouldn't suggest you do this. After all, even ordinary dungeons carry significant dangers, injuries at best, death at worst. But now, with what you have, we can probably attempt ordinary dungeons.
If you are willing, I can cover the cost of entering the dungeon. The only condition is that you bring us along to form a team.
Forming a team has no downsides. For high output members, they can even gain experience bonuses and level up faster. Long before Lin Shiryun completed her job change, such a plan had already formed in Su-mei's mind. What she said was partly true, as Lin Shiryun had the qualifications to farm dungeons, but on the other hand, it was also out of her own selfish desire, which was to cling to Lin Shiryun's coattails, specifically, to Zhou Yu. Her own talent was not particularly outstanding. If she could follow Zhou Yu, maybe she could strive for a second job change, and then, she could stand shoulder to shoulder with the high-ranking children of Han City. Her father could also fight for more resources for her. So when Lin Shiryun came out, Su-mei got straight to the point and told her all her plans.
Is that so? Lin Shiryun actually learned about dungeons in school and knew that what Su-mei said was not false.
She thought for a moment and suddenly said, I have no objections, but Su-jia, you know that guy is very strange.
I don't know if he will agree. How about I summon him and ask? Chapter 18, Running Instances, Trouble Arises Again.
When Zhou Yu appeared again, he found himself not in a place where wild monsters gathered, but in front of a towering Western-style building, similar to a church.
You summoned me to this place?
Zhou Yu looked around and saw Lin Shiryun looking at him nervously. Anger immediately surged in his heart, and he raised his arm to directly give her a frying chestnut on the head.
Ah!
Lin Shiryun cried out in pain, covering her head with both hands, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face.
Why are you hitting me?
Her voice carried a cry. Feeling utterly useless as a summoner, she feared she was the first in history.
Didn't I say not to bother me if there's nothing important? Zhou Yu instinctively cursed, only to remember he couldn't speak.
He turned and pointed at the building, then pointed at Lin Shiryun, gave a warning, and was about to leave. Just as the teleportation rune was about to appear, Lin Shiryun, forgetting her grievances, grabbed Zhou Yu's arm.
Wait, don't go. What do you want?
Zhou Yu looked at her, almost ready to act again. Su-jia told me that at this stage, we can go run instances.
The dangers of instances, so, I wanted to ask for your opinion. Instances?
After listening to Lin Shiryun's introduction, Zhou Yu stroked his chin in thought. According to her, these should be different areas where wild monsters gather. If he could conquer them, he might gain a lot of useful items.
Moreover, there are bosses in the instances, equivalent to monsters like ghoul lords.
There might even be better rare items.
Alright, this place can be considered. Let's test the waters.
Seeing Zhou Yu actually nod, Lin Shiryun almost cried out of excitement. That feeling was like having her parents allow her to go out and have fun.
Have you grown taller? And you've changed?
After the joy, Lin Shiryun finally realized that Zhou Yu was notably taller than before, and even had some more connective tissues in his bones. She finally understood why after completing her job change, she had jumped from level 10 to level 12. So, this skeleton lord had leveled up again in her territory.
Stop wasting time. Summon me again when we get there. Don't bother me unless it's urgent.
Without any courtesy, Zhou Yu gave Lin Shiryun another frying chestnut and vanished without looking back.
Woo, why are you hitting me again?
Lin Shuryun's tears flowed in grievance. Beside her, Sume patted Lin Shuryun's shoulder with a complicated expression, saying, "Endure it for your future."
Lin Shuryun.
Having made up her mind to run instances, Lin Shuryun didn't linger and quickly headed home. She not only wanted to see her younger sister and grandmother, but more importantly, the materials obtained from killing the wild wolves had earned her a lot of money. With Sume's help, she didn't even have to handle it herself, the money could be obtained directly. With this money, Lin Shuryun immediately went to buy the best painkillers and headed home. As soon as she entered, she heard her sister's heartbreaking cries coming from her bedroom.
In an instant, the joy of completing her job change vanished without a trace, replaced by mixed feelings of urgency and heartbreak. Momo.
Lin Shuryun burst into the room and saw her grandmother with tear-streaked cheeks, holding Momo, while symbols from the heavenly punishment death seal began to flicker with light, seemingly about to spread towards her head. Meanwhile, Lin Momo's veins were bulging, and the quilt wrapped around her was torn into strips by her frail hands, even stained with blood.
Despite all this, she still showed no sign of relief, letting out a beast-like, painful wail.
But the moment she saw Lin Shuryun appear, she bit her lip hard, opened her eyes, and looked at Lin Shuryun.
I'm fine, sis, I don't hurt, woo. She shoved a corner of the blanket into her mouth, the sound of her biting echoing, yet even so, she did not let out another wail. Momo. Woo. How could Lin Shuryun not know that Momo did this to avoid making her worry?
She rushed in front, hugging her grandmother and sister tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Don't be afraid, sister bought you the best painkillers and supplements, you will definitely get better." Lin Shuryun frantically took out the bag, pulling out the medicine one by one and laying them out in front of her sister. After an unknown amount of time, under the effect of the medicine, Lin Momo's condition finally eased, and she closed her eyes in the bedroom, falling into a deep sleep.
Shuryun. What's wrong, Grandma?
In the living room, the silver-haired grandmother held Lin Shuryun's hand, her face full of concern, asking, "Where did you get the money for those medicines?"
It's fine, Grandma, I earned it myself, don't worry.
Lin Shuryun comforted her softly.
Stop lying to me, tell me the truth.
The grandmother's face became stern. "Those painkillers are newly developed drugs, and that blood boost number 3 is also a latest product. Each one costs up to 20,000, you bought at least 5, that's no small amount." Lin Shuryun was taken aback. She had overlooked that her grandmother had come from a cultured background, her thinking and vision were uncommon. "Grandma, I completed my first shift, all of this is money we earned from grinding monsters outside."
What? You completed a shift?
The grandmother's expression changed, her eyes sparkling with disbelief.
How is that possible? It's only been a day, and you finished? Yes. It's true, if you don't believe me, you can check my information. Lin Shuryun nodded.
After the grandmother checked Lin Shuryun's information and saw she was already level 12, she finally believed her granddaughter had really completed it this quickly.
Shuryun, did you take risks in high-level monster areas?
The grandmother's face was not filled with joy, but rather worry. "I know you care for Momo, but you can't joke with your own life.
If your parents were still alive, they definitely wouldn't allow you to take such risks."
"Don't worry, Grandma, I met a great sister, she is in my team, and she is already level 15, much stronger than us." Lin Shuryun didn't want her grandmother to worry about her, so she chose to let Sister Sume bear it all.
"Really?"
"Yes. Of course it's true, she also said she would take me to continue leveling up tomorrow."
"Really? You didn't lie to me?"
"You are so clever, why would I dare?"
"That's great, thank heavens, my Shuryun has met a benefactor."
The old lady clasped her hands together, nearly brought to tears with joy.
"If your parents knew, they would surely be so happy."
"No, I'll offer incense to them right now and tell them the good news."
"Wait, I've made soup for you, I'll bring it out now."
"No need, Grandma, I can handle it myself."
"That's not okay, you've worked so hard, drink it up and rest early, not listening to Grandma's words, huh?" "Okay, you go ahead."
It wasn't until Lin Shuryun finished 2 bowls of winter melon and pork rib soup that the grandmother nodded in satisfaction, turning to the photo of her son and daughter-in-law, lighting a stick of incense and placing it on the altar. As the fragrant smoke rose, the grandmother's eyes began to wander.
"Xiaonan, Luo Yao, do you know? Shuryun has made progress.
In just one day, she completed her first shift. You both were so excellent back then, but didn't manage to do that, right?" The grandmother looked at the photo with a smile. "If this child really continues to grow, her future achievements may not be worse than yours." As she spoke, her expression suddenly changed. A hint of worry appeared.
"But what if she really is better than you? What if she finds out your deaths?"
Seemingly afraid that Lin Shuryun might hear, Grandma swallowed her words.
Meanwhile, in the most central area of Han City, a booming voice echoed from a luxurious standalone mansion. "What did you say? My Nana is actually dead?"
With hair turning gray, Wu Xingchang smashed a precious teacup into pieces, his anger nearly uncontrollable. Master, we found out that her last known location was in the territory of the wild wolves, and before her death, she left her companions.
Companions? Who was with her?
The finance minister's daughter, Su Mei, and Su Xiaoqiang, along with a student from the second high school.
Su Yonghe.
Bring him here, I will demand an explanation from him. Furious, Wu Xingchang rose to leave, but at that moment, a tall young figure resembling him closely approached from outside.
Father, there's no need to go.
Wu Xingchang looked up to see his son, Wu Xiong, entering with a golden staff in hand.
Xiong'er, weren't you in the guild preparing to tackle a new dungeon? Why are you back?
Speaking of his son, Wu Xingchang's face filled with pride. At just 19 years old, he had been exceptionally recruited by a fifth-tier guild, becoming a second transfer flame control mage in less than a year, recognized as an elite even within the guild.
Such achievements were rare among the high-ranking youth of Han City.
Without a doubt, his son's future accomplishments would surely surpass his own.
Father, as soon as I heard about my sister's disappearance, I rushed back.
Wu Xiong said solemnly. On the way, I asked the finance minister about it, and he explained the whole situation to me. Here's the recorded footage, please take a look. As he spoke, he played the prepared video, and Wu Xingchang saw the conversation between Su Yonghe and his son. Su Yonghe had been prompted by Su Mei to explain the situation completely, but he had no idea about the true reason why Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu were killed by the wild wolves.
Bastards! What strength do they have to dare to take my daughter so deep into danger?
After watching, Su Yonghe felt no shame for his daughter's betrayal. Instead, he shouted angrily. I told her not to party with that Su Mei, but she wouldn't listen.
Now look, that Su Mei is a disaster. How is it she didn't get eaten by the wild wolves?
Xiong'er, there's a problem with what he said. Wu Xingchang suddenly looked up. Su Mei took along a useless brother and that student from the second high school. It's impossible for them to easily escape the wilds.
Did she use your sister as bait? How else can we explain it? Su Yonghe must be lying, definitely. Father, don't get too worked up.
A cold smile appeared at the corner of Wu Xiong's mouth. My sister is usually very obedient, she would never go deep into this kind of place. Most likely, she was coaxed into entering, and when they encountered danger, they kicked her out of the team, using her as bait to create an opportunity for their escape.
We will definitely settle this score.
Hearing his son's words, a glint of coldness flashed in Wu Xingchang's eyes, and he gritted his teeth, asking, what do you plan to do?
Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, these two rely on Su Yonghe being the finance minister, acting so arrogantly.
Wu Xiong said with a cold smile, in half a year at most, I will have someone force him out of his position. By then, these two little animals will naturally pay with blood for what they've done.
In half a year?
Wu Xingchang nodded, gritting his teeth, good. Then we will wait for half a year. But it can't end there, that student from the second high school must pay with my daughter's life first. Don't worry, father, I've already sent someone to find her address. By tomorrow at the latest, we will have results. A vengeful smile appeared on Wu Xiong's face. Interest will start from her. I want her whole family to pay for my sister's burial. Midnight, Lin Shiyun lay in bed, still unable to sleep. She couldn't find peace thinking about her sister's previous suffering. The current situation is that the medicine she bought can indeed relieve her sister's pain, but to slow the spread of the death mark, she needs a more advanced potion. According to the pharmacy owner, the newly developed life potion number 1 can significantly enhance the body's life vitality and functions. It is very suitable for her sister's condition, but the price is very high. One potion costs up to 500,000. Whether for my own strength or for my sister, this quest must be completed. Lin Shiyun firmly reassured herself in her heart, but just thinking about that temperamental summon made her head ache. In her heart, she encouraged herself. Don't be afraid, Lin Shiyun, you need to work hard. Once you reach the second tier, you can obtain a second summon, then you won't have to rely on it anymore.
But the second summon is also very expensive.
What if I catch it myself in the wild, but it still requires it? Ugh, so annoying. Not knowing how long she thought, Lin Shiyun finally fell into deep sleep. Early the next morning, outside the east gate of the city, Lin Shiyun and Su Mei met again. The Demon Monk Zen Temple, the Skinning Forest, and the Corroded Spider Den are the 3 newest beginner dungeons around Han City.
Shiyun, which one do you want to choose? Su Mei was well prepared and started to explain immediately. The Demon Monk Zen Temple has few monsters, but the boss is strong.
I have checked the online guides, it's a story-based dungeon, triggering the boss will let us pass.
The Skinning Forest has many monsters and a complex terrain, it's very dangerous for us. Even with your summon, it might not be able to protect us.
Lastly, the Corroded Spider Den has even more monsters, and the boss is the strongest. Many of the materials can only be farmed after reaching the second tier, but I don't recommend going there. After hearing Su Mei's introduction, Lin Shiyun nodded slightly. She had done her own research, and the information matched her understanding. The difficulty of the Corroded Spider Den is too high, I don't want to take risks.
The skinning forest is strange and unpredictable, Sujia. I still plan to go to the demon monk Zen temple, how about you? Sume smiled slightly upon hearing this. Okay, I will follow your lead. She and Su Xiaoqiang both came to support, so they naturally wanted to follow Lin Shuyun's suggestion. The reason they did so much homework was that Sume wanted to appear somewhat valuable instead of just tagging along. The ticket price for the dungeon isn't cheap, right? Lin Shuyun also understood that for these first-tier dungeons, the lowest difficulty tickets cost at least 20,000 each, and entering as a team is more expensive, starting at 20,000. Moreover, it also involved difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the more expensive the price. Don't worry, I've arranged all of this. Let's go, hop in the car, we're leaving now. Sume pointed to a luxury car parked nearby. Sujia, is this your car? Lin Shuyun exclaimed as she looked at the modern black sports car. Ever since she learned about Sume's background, she knew the other party was well off. This well-regarded car, the XH3, starts at a price of at least 500,000, and clearly, this was the top configuration. No, this is your car. Sume stuffed the keys into Lin Shuyun's hand. With less than a month until your college entrance exam, what you need most is time. This car is a loan from me, just return it after your exams. In fact, after communicating with Su Yonghe last night, he suggested she do this. In simple terms, Su Yonghe saw Lin Shuyun's potential and wanted to invest. But after knowing a bit more, he realized Lin Shuyun was outwardly weak but had a strong inner will, so such matters shouldn't be given directly. Only through this method can they build a closer relationship. That's why this scene unfolded. No, this is too precious, I can't accept. Sister Su, I can't take it. Lin Shuyun understood Sume's meaning and immediately tried to refuse. But Sume did not give her a chance to decline. Instead, she grabbed her hand and pulled her into the car, tossing the keys to the front seat driver, Su Xiaoqiang. Time is tight, don't refuse just yet. At least wait until after the college entrance examination, okay? Without needing to be told, Su Xiaoqiang immediately started the car and quickly drove towards the east of the city. Less than 5 kilometers outside the eastern city, a shimmering spire building came into view. Alongside it stood a door that looked like a crack in the air, heavily guarded so that ordinary people couldn't approach. The car soon stopped in the open space in front of the building. The first thing Lin Shuyun saw upon getting out of the car was the words on the building's door, Dungeon Hall of the Demon Monk Temple. Chapter 20, Sequence number 38. When abyss fissures like secret realm dungeons appear, they can result in significant losses of personnel, and once successfully cleared, the abyss fissures will be sealed, creating a related dungeon hall. This hall will then be taken over by the governing official guild, launching successive dungeon refreshes. The architectural style of the entire dungeon hall is generally generated randomly based on the style of the dungeon content. The dungeon task hall before them not only leans towards a Western style, but also incorporates monk elements. Stepping in, one might even see monk statues and hear the occasional sound of chanting. As Lin Shuyun entered this hall, she was unexpectedly surprised. The gathering of professionals was far more than she had imagined. So many people? Sume wasn't surprised by Lin Shuyun's reaction. She nodded slightly, explaining as they walked, compared to the distant and dangerous wilderness, dungeons provide a more stable leveling path for professionals. Especially after other professionals clear the dungeons, just the sales of strategies can significantly reduce their risks. Moreover, many professionals tend to choose the lowest normal difficulty, so this has become their best place to level up. As they spoke, the three of them, including Su Xiaoqiang, arrived at the dungeon service counter. Most people just browsed, but very few could actually enter a dungeon. One dungeon ticket, please. Sume said directly. How many people? 3. Difficulty level. Normal. 60,000. Without a second thought, Sume paid. Soon, they received 3 stamped tickets with runes, and the attendant explained with a smile. The dungeon ticket not only serves as your entry pass but also records all your progress in the dungeon, making it easier to finalize your completion status and clearing time. Furthermore, this ticket is limited to 3 people. If you exceed that number, you will need to pay for additional tickets. I wish you a successful run. Handing the tickets to Lin Shuyun and Su Xiaoqiang, the 3 left the service counter, getting ready to head into the dungeon. However, tickets were already scarce, and with Lin Shuyun and Sume's good looks, they soon attracted the crowd's attention. Look, someone else is about to enter the Demon Monk Temple. They look pretty young. Newcomers? It's only been a day. Being able to come to a dungeon at this time is definitely talent, right? No, wait, don't you recognize that tall beauty? That's Sume, the finance minister's daughter. What? The finance minister's daughter? No wonder. Sume was already used to this kind of discussion, and soon the 3 stepped out of the hall towards the entrance. But just then, from outside the crowd, a sudden voice rang out. Sume, how dare you take my woman? Is it because your daddy's position as minister isn't enough for you? As the voice rang out, Lin Shuyun's face immediately changed.
She turned to look, and saw 5 tall figures in full armor stepping out as the crowd parted. In this moment, a frivolous young man with narrow eyes was none other than the person she hated the most, Conling.
Conling?
You had better be clear about your words. Where is your woman here?
Sume frowned at the second son of the city lord's family she saw. Conling pointed with one hand at Lin Shiyun. It's her.
With a smile on his face, he looked at Lin Shiyun and shouted in a disgusting and cheap voice, Shiyun, you naughty little one.
No wonder I couldn't find you in the novice area, turns out you came here. Come on, come to me. I can take you into the dungeon later, and I guarantee you'll pass. Sume saw Congling's expression and turned to Lin Shiyun, whispering, Shiyun, do you know him?
I don't know him. Lin Shiyun shook her head. He's been bothering me since I advanced to summoner, and it's gotten worse.
I see. Upon hearing Lin Shiyun's words, Sume understood Congling's intentions, knowing this guy was not a good person among the affluent youths in the entire Han City.
Conling, Shiyun is my teammate, we are going into the dungeon together, so you needn't worry about it. At this moment, Sume stepped forward.
You? An ordinary warrior at level 15, and you dare to boast about taking Shiyun into a dungeon?
Conling sneered, Shiyun, look at my teammates, each one is level 20, just one step away from their second-class advancement.
This dungeon will be a piece of cake. What future do you expect to have following this useless woman? Conling, I think you are mistaken.
Sume snorted coldly and directly blocked Lin Shiyun. Shiyun has already completed her first advancement, she is leading us in leveling up. As soon as these words came out, everyone around them changed their expressions.
What? Didn't they just complete their job change yesterday? They're already at first advancement today? No way. With such speed, how can she be from the second class? Isn't she supposed to be one of those prodigies from the first class or a second-generation elite? But even if she's fast enough, isn't it unrealistic for her to lead others through the dungeon? Ha ha ha. Sume, this is the funniest joke I've heard today. While others debated, Conling laughed, with that skeleton soldier she summoned, you think you can get through the dungeon? Even if you're lying, you should find a decent reason.
I can't be bothered with you, Shiyun, let's go.
Sume didn't want to continue entangling with Conling and pulled Lin Shiyun toward the entrance.
Seeing Lin Shiyun really about to leave, Congling's face turned cold.
Lin Shiyun, if you dare enter the dungeon with her, it's just waiting for death. This is not a child's play.
I'll give you one last chance, become my woman, and I will take you into the dungeon for faster leveling.
Shut up, Conling.
Lin Shiyun suddenly stopped, looking coldly at Conling with her delicate face. I, Lin Shiyun, would rather die than become your woman. I'll remind you one last time, don't bother me again, or don't blame me for being rude.
Such audacity to speak to the young master like that?
Hearing this, the 4 henchmen angrily shouted and were about to attack Lin Shiyun. However, Sume and Su Xiaoqiang stood up together, directly facing off against the 4.
I want to see who dares to take action.
At that moment, Conling suddenly sneered, good, very good, Lin Shiyun. I want to see how long you can keep that tough mouth.
Seeing the 4 didn't move, Sume glared at Conling and pulled Lin Shiyun to the entrance of the dungeon.
As the badge glowed brightly, the 3 quickly disappeared. At this moment, on the screen in the Magic Monk's dungeon hall, a message appeared. Team 38, 3-person squad, Captain Lin Shiyun, members Sume, Su Xiaoqiang, difficulty, normal, dungeon progress, ongoing, timer has started.
Young master, just let it go like this? Seeing Lin Shiyun and the others disappear, one of the henchmen couldn't help but ask. Let go?
Of course, we can't let it go just like this. Conling smiled faintly, although I don't know what method that girl used to improve so quickly, she will soon know the difficulties of the Demon Monk Zen Institute in the instance. Even at the ordinary level, it is not something the 3 of them can clear. I shall wait right here for her. When she crawls out from the instance in embarrassment, she will realize how valuable I truly am. Young master is wise. It turns out everything was already under the young master's control, truly admirable.
Ha ha ha.
At the same time, news about Lin Shiyun quickly reached Wu Xiong's ears within the residence of the head of the City Defense Bureau.
You say she went into the instance with Sume?
Heh, she has quite the nerve.
Young master, what shall we do now?
Xiong'er, in my opinion, sticking with Sume makes it inconvenient to take action. Beside him, Wu Xingchang pondered, it's best to separate her from them to deal with her.
Don't worry, father, I know what to do.
Wu Xiong smiled faintly, keep monitoring her, send someone to take her family to the outskirts of the city, and leave her a note, then, we will naturally be able to separate them.
Yes.
The reporter nodded and was about to leave but was stopped by Wu Xiong. Wait, let the guild members go over and clean up my father's connections.
Understood, young master.
After the person left, Wu Xingchang nodded appreciatively, Xiong'er, your growth truly gives me comfort.
It is still due to father's proper guidance. Ha ha ha.
Buzz. Lin Shuryun felt a slight dizziness. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a dim mountain forest, in front of a crumbling Zen temple. The calls of night crows echoed in the void. The door was wide open, but it was shrouded in eerie mist, like a giant mouth waiting to devour prey.
Is this the Demon Monk Zen Institute?
It doesn't look strange. Su Xiaoqian looked around. The woods and mountains were quiet, nothing else around.
That means the plot hasn't been triggered.
Su Mei reminded, according to the guide, we need to act as worshippers entering to pray, divided into 3 steps: worship, offer incense, and pray for blessings. We will encounter low-level monsters during the worship, which is relatively easier. After defeating the monsters, we will see the Buddha statue. After 3 bows and 9 knocks, it will trigger the offering of incense.
Here, we need to pay attention to the monk's inquiry about whether to pray for today or tomorrow.
We must answer tomorrow so that at night, the second wave of wild monsters, the demonized monks, will come, and we have to defeat them.
Only then can we trigger the pre-task for praying.
The demon monk's master will come to pretend to thank us, taking us to the real prayer yard, and once we arrive, we can attack the demon monk, tear off his disguise, revealing his true form, and defeat him to clear the instance.
After Su Mei finished, she looked at Lin Shuryun and Su Xiaoqiang. Did you understand? Okay, that's so complicated.
Su Xiaoqiang scratched his head. Sister, just tell me when it's time to fight.
Shut up, this is an instance, not a place for you to mess around. If you act recklessly, we will have to end it early.
After being scolded, Su Xiaoqiang immediately behaved himself. However, Lin Shuryun hesitated for a moment and said, Sister Su, I still think I should summon him out and explain it again.
Otherwise, I'm afraid. Before she could finish, Su Mei nodded. It's okay, I know his special nature.
After all, they still had to rely on this strong ally to clear the instance, so Su Mei didn't mind such things.
Alright.
Lin Shuryun nodded and immediately cast her summoning spell.
She saw a summoning portal appear, followed by Zhou Yu's figure emerging from within. Is this the instance?
Zhou Yu glanced around, noticing the scenery was somewhat different, and muttered to himself.
Well, here's the thing, we entered an instance called the Demon Monk Zen Institute, which is a plot-based instance that requires following certain rules to clear.
Lin Shuryun cautiously said, let Sister Su Mei explain to you when and what needs to be done. You'll need to cooperate a bit then, sorry for the trouble.
She bent down, only to realize that as a summoner, why should she bow to her own summoned beast?
Meanwhile, Su Mei took the initiative to introduce the entire plot flow to Zhou Yu, and at the end, she also cautiously asked.
So, can you understand?
Zhou Yu did not answer, but instead began to mutter to himself thoughtfully.
So troublesome?
Though he roughly understood, there was still the matter of offering incense, worshipping Buddha, and finally needing to spend a night to enter the last segment of the plot.
If this were to be completed, wouldn't that mean waiting until tomorrow? He didn't have that kind of free time. The final boss is the demonized courtyard master, right?
Zhou Yu turned his head and pointed towards the deepest part of the temple. It should be right in there, right?
Huh? What did you say? Su Mei was taken aback and didn't quite understand Zhou Yu's gesture.
Zhou Yu felt that before he could make a sound, communicating really was a bit troublesome. He better think of a solution. He continued to gesture on the ground and even drew a picture. Only then did Su Mei finally understand.
She immediately nodded. Yes.
It really is at the back, but only by following the process can we clear these wild monsters in batches, otherwise.
Hey, what are you doing? Su Mei just wanted to remind Zhou Yu not to be too impulsive.
Otherwise, many plot triggers would go off early, and then wild monsters would swarm out all at once, making them impossible to handle. But before she could finish, Zhou Yu had already taken large strides to the half-open door of the Zen temple, raising his skeletal white foot and kicking out hard. Bang! The half of the temple door was kicked away by him, the flying door panel smashed heavily against the temple floor, the rumbling sound startling a large flock of crows. At that moment, a series of angry shouts erupted from within the temple.
Which rat dares to act recklessly in the temple? Which rat dares? Which rat dares?
The people standing at the door clearly saw, in the mist, figures clad in tattered monk robes slowly appearing, but unlike regular monks. The appearing monks, in addition to their tattered robes, seemed to be covered all over with twisted magical patterns akin to thorny vines. These magical patterns moved like living creatures, constantly writhing and growing on their bodies. Some patterns even directly pierced one of their eyeballs, turning it pitch black. There were no less than 100 monks like this, and from further back, more and more figures were crowding towards the front of the temple. Zhou Yu instinctively clicked on the exclamation points above the monks' heads.
Demonized monk. Race, demon. Level, LV 15. Health, 2000. Magic, 400. Attack, 175 to 201. Defense, 20/magic resistance 5%.
Attributes, basic body, white, basic staff skills, white, demon roar, white, basic demonization, green.
Zhou took a quick glance and was instantly filled with excitement. This was his first time entering a dungeon, and he didn't expect these monsters to be even better than he had imagined. Just a single low-level demonized monk unexpectedly had 4 attributes, and even one of them was green. Among them, basic body enhances the maximum health, and a level 15 demonized monk possessed health comparable to that of a wasteland wolf leader. There was no need to mention basic staff skills, each of them was holding a pitch-black wooden staff. Demon Roar could directly unleash a roar, the effect not particularly special, just causing people to uncontrollably charge towards them, similar to a taunt. The basic demonization green attribute surprisingly granted them 5% magic resistance. Aside from basic staff skills being of little use to Zhou, the other 3 were exactly the attributes he liked the most. As he was pondering, looking at the demonized monks surging in like a tide, Su Mei and the other 2 were almost frightened enough to forcefully exit the dungeon. Sister Shiryun, can your skeleton soldiers really hold them back? Su Xiaoqiang, a bit scared, hid behind his older sister. How about we consider a way out? I don't know. Lin Shiryun's voice was filled with a hint of crying. She knew Zhou could be unpredictable, but she never imagined he would be this unpredictable. This was not the Wild Plains Wolf, but low-level 15 mutated monks, with health and attack far exceeding that of the Wild Plains Wolf. Just what she could see was already over 100, not including the monsters behind. This scene made it hard for her to believe Zhou could handle it alone. However, at that moment, they saw Zhou moving forward, stepping out confidently, his white teeth showing, as if he was laughing with delight. Hee, isn't this much simpler? Chapter 22, Vengeful Monk Souls, Cursed Followers, Instant Kill. Which rat creature? Which rat creature? The madly repeating words echoed in the Zen temple. Those mutated monks wrapped in magical patterns looked like zombies infected by a virus. They wielded long staffs and rushed at Zhou like madmen. However, Zhou only stood there casually, quietly using his usual skill. Summon Skeleton Swordsman activated. Buzz. The ground shook, and 30 skeleton swordsmen appeared before everyone. Puff. Sizzle. 15 skeleton swordsmen struck almost simultaneously. In an instant, their steel long swords pierced through the monks in front of them. A series of red damage numbers exploded above their heads, and before the first round of attacks ended, the second round from the skeleton swordsman behind followed closely. Puff. Sizzle. At the same time as the 2 rounds of damage exploded, the long staffs of the mutated monks finally struck down for the first time. Crack. Some skeleton swordsmen were hit by the staffs and immediately broke apart. Taking advantage of the third round of attacks from the skeleton swordsman behind, the skill to stitch them together activated at this moment. Crack crack crack, they stitched together again and unleashed a 4th round of attacks. With such an offensive, it wouldn't take long for these 15 mutated monks to be slain. How are they doing this? Watching this scene, Su Xiaoqiang felt his scalp go numb. He had seen strong opponents and high attacks, but he had never seen skeleton soldiers with tactics. Because of him. Su Mei looked at Zhou in shock. She had long overestimated his intelligence, but didn't expect to still underestimate him. He actually used a military formation-like method to enhance the defense of the skeleton swordsman. Such a wheel-like combat style was easy for anyone to imagine, but applying it to skeleton soldiers was simply unbelievable. Zhou quietly watched the skeleton swordsman defend, and couldn't help but frown. The strength of the skeleton swordsman is still too low. With his current magic points, he could only summon this many skeleton swordsmen at once. As for the lower-grade skeletons, Zhou felt they were unnecessary. To further enhance the strength of the skeleton swordsman, Zhou came up with this method. This worked against the Wild Plains wolf and ghouls, but obviously wasn't enough against the monks before him. Zhou thought he either needed to improve the strength of the skeleton swordsman or level up his skills. Crack crack crack. As the monks kept falling, the consumption of the skeleton swordsman was also increasing. Clearly, even with the stitching effect, they could not hold on forever. At the same time, other monks began to bypass the blockade of the skeleton swordsman and charge toward Zhou. Ha! A mutated monk with a hoarse roar charged in front of Zhou, swinging its long staff upward, ready to smash down heavily. Be careful! Lin Shiryun shouted in alarm, but unfortunately, it was too late. With a loud smack, the long staff came down heavily on Zhou's head. However, what shocked the 3 people was such a powerful blow actually only made a number float above Zhou's head. Minus 50. 50 hit points? Su Mei's pupil shrank. Shiryun, how high is your skeleton soldier's defense? Why is the damage so low? I don't know. Lin Shiryun said gloomily. No one would believe that she couldn't see the information panel of her summoned creature. At this moment, Zhou simply looked calmly at the demon monk in front of him, which was more than a head shorter than him, and then slapped out casually. Slap! The demon monk, which had just let out a low growl, trembled, and its head was directly knocked off by Zhou's slap. And above its head, a terrifying number appeared. Critical hit minus 672. Hiss. How is this possible? Su Mei and Su Xiaochang almost spoke in unison, a single blow dealing nearly 700 damage. What does this mean? It suggests that the opponent's attack is nearly 300? Or even higher? But, the other side is just a skeleton soldier, isn't that too ridiculous? Zhou Yu, seeing his own damage, was a bit surprised. He remembered his attack power was only around 260, and even with a critical hit of 150%, it shouldn't reach such a terrifying level. However, after a moment's thought, he understood that it was the green attribute giant strength that gave him the power boost. Also, the slap just now happened to deal fatal damage, which means he could directly kill the opponent without waiting for their health to reach zero. So, Zhou Yu took a step forward, charging straight towards the many demon monks. He raised his arms and attacked left and right. Slap, slap, slap. Each slap killed a demon monk instantly. Ding. You killed a demon monk, experience plus 37. Ding. Randomly obtained attribute, beginner's martial body, white. Ding. You killed a demon monk, experience plus 42. Ding. Randomly obtained attribute, demon howl, white. Ding. You killed a demon monk, experience plus 35. Ding. Randomly obtained attribute, beginner demonization, green. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased, current level LV 24. From a distance, the three watching Zhou Yu, who appeared to be strolling through a garden, were utterly stunned. I thought he was just taking a walk in the wilderness, but I didn't expect that even in the dungeon, he's still taking a walk. Su Xiaochang sighed. I've been grinding for so long, this is the first time I've seen someone kill monks with just slaps. Su Mei also expressed her amazement. Just a moment ago, she thought Zhou Yu couldn't handle so many monks, but now it seemed her worries were completely unnecessary. Well, did you guys notice that we leveled up? Lin Shiyun suddenly reminded softly from the side. The two unconsciously looked over and suddenly exclaimed. I leveled up? So fast? Sister, I'm almost 2 levels up. Swish. The two turned to look at Lin Shiyun. Since they had reached this level, as the team leader and main damage dealer, how much would she have? Lin Shiyun smiled shyly and said quietly, I'm only level 14. The two fell completely silent. Only level 14, can you believe this? After completing the job change, Lin Shiyun was already LV 11, and it had only been a short time since they arrived here, yet she jumped 3 levels. It's not that fast even with a rocket, right? Just as they thought this, the two instinctively turned their heads, but almost lost their balance and fell to the ground. The dense mass of demon monks had actually been wiped out just like that. At this moment, in the corridor leading to the depths of the Zen temple, large numbers of floating figures began to surge towards them again. Be careful, these are the second level's vengeful monk spirits. They are in ghost form and immune to 70% of physical damage. Su Mei shouted, meaning simply to warn Zhou Yu that his one-slap attack probably wouldn't work now. However, Zhou Yu only slightly raised his head and looked at the approaching vengeful spirits in the distance. Click on the exclamation mark. Vengeful monk spirit. Race, vengeful spirit. Level, LV 20. Life, 1500. Magic, 1800. Attack, 200 to 215. Defense, 70% physical resistance / magic resistance minus 10%. Seeing this information, Zhou Yu immediately laughed. Although it had one less entry than the corrupted monk, it couldn't beat the double greens. Such a rare monster, where could one find it? He licked his lips. Although he didn't have any, he was very excited. Just as Zhou Yu was about to prepare for battle, the vengeful monk spirits in the distance suddenly stopped. They halted 100 meters away from Zhou Yu, then brought their hands together and began chanting something repeatedly. Immediately, a change occurred. On both sides of the Zen temple, the dark and gloomy rooms suddenly had their doors burst open with a loud bang. A thick and cold wind rushed out from both sides, and in the next moment, pairs of ghostly green eyes lit up from within the rooms. What is this? The three of them stared in astonishment, and then saw that numerous worshippers who had originally come to worship were floating out in a ghostly form. Their eyes were vacant, hands pressed together, continuously chanting inexplicable scriptures. At this moment, as if controlled by the vengeful monks, they began to awaken. Cursed believers? Zhou Yu was astonished to see that these worshippers had already died here, their souls completely stripped away, becoming puppets. Although their attack and life were much lower than that of the vengeful monk spirits, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Dense and numerous, together it was nearly 100 or even 1,000. And they all belonged to the ghostly form, possessing 70% physical resistance, but suffering 10% increased damage from magic. Sister, is this the quest dungeon you mentioned? Not many, huh? Su Xiaoqian was so frightened by so many monsters that he was almost in tears. Even if each person just gave me a bite, I still couldn't handle it. Originally, I thought I could follow the process smoothly.
Sume also looked serious, but who knew these skeletons would cause such chaos?
After the vengeful spirits, it's the final stage.
Shiryun, we must be ready to finish the dungeon early.
She earnestly reminded.
Your summon is strong, but for ghosts with extremely high physical resistance, only mages have the best effect, yet we don't have a mage among us.
Lin Shiryun glanced at the many ghosts surrounding Zhou and couldn't help but nod. She had to admit that her summon had overestimated itself.
However, just as she was about to send Zhou back and leave the dungeon, suddenly, a ghostly green light flickered in the dark sky above.
Sister Su, look.
Lin Shiryun paused, raised her hand to point into the air. Sume and the others instinctively looked, and they saw a ghostly green fireball larger than a human's head condensing above Zhou.
In the next moment, it crashed down. Hellfire burst activated. Boom! The ghostly green fireball exploded amid the crowd of ghosts, transforming into a terrifying wave of green flames that spread outward.
Wherever it passed, all the ghosts didn't even have time to scream before being completely dried out.
But then, a third equally large fireball fell again. This time, it completely covered the already not-so-wide magic monk temple.
As the cold wind howled, inside the temple, only the sound of the exploding fireballs echoed endlessly.
Chapter 23, Boss Appears, Corrupted Diamond.
Inside the vast magic monk temple, even the walls of the main hall were blown in half by this terrifying flame. Through the dim light within, one could see a large-bellied Buddha statue with a smile sitting in the center of the hall. And on either side of the hall, the vengeful monk spirits that had just exercised control over the believers had turned to ashes beneath this fire. It wasn't that this flame was too powerful, but rather that their own ghostly state made them vulnerable to increased magic damage, ultimately becoming their burden. This also explains why the term ghost form was only given a white color. When encountering a counter, it's really tragic. Seeing this scene, Sume and the others ignored the upgrade light shining from their bodies. They widened their eyes in unison, staring intently at Zhou, who stood proudly at the center.
He can still use magic?
Su Xiaochang murmured after a long pause.
Is there anything he can't do?
This was the first time Sume had such a question.
I don't know.
Lin Shiryun kept repeating her usual words. She realized that, in front of Zhou, her normally clever self seemed so foolish. Just when she thought he was done for, he always surprised her with a hidden card. In a daze, she felt as if Zhou was no longer a skeleton soldier, but had become a living person.
Crash! Crash!
The sudden sound broke the three's shock, and at this moment, Zhou also forgot to check the information on his body and looked up. In the half-destroyed hall, a figure slowly began to appear. The person walked slowly, yet bizarrely appeared before everyone swiftly. It was an old monk draped in a robe, holding a silver staff. He looked kind and gentle, showing no signs of a demon monk. Even upon seeing Zhou, he smiled gratefully, nodding slightly to everyone, and saluted with one hand. Amitba, thank you, benefactors, for dispelling the demonic plague and restoring my Zen temple to its serene state.
You all have a connection with my Buddha, why not come in for a chat? He gestured invitingly.
Seeing this, Su Xiaochang instinctively lifted her leg to walk forward, but was pulled back by Sume.
Sister, why are you pulling me?
They said it's all solved.
If you want to go to your death, I won't stop you. Sume said irritably. Do you think it's a bit strange that so many people died, and this monk can still smile? You mean? He is that boss?
Su Xiaochang looked at the monk's harmless smile, feeling a chill run down her spine. At this moment, the monk stood before Zhou and smiled at him.
Benefactor, please come in for a chat.
Zhou said nothing, instead, he looked at the monk. In the next moment, he raised his hand and slapped the monk across the face.
Smack!
The loud sound startled the other three so much that their eyelids twitched, they almost wanted to flee the instance.
What the heck? Has this guy gone mad? To provoke the boss directly?
Even with half of his face twisted from the slap, the monk still wore a smile and turned back to Zhou.
May I invite you in for a chat? Smack!
Zhou slapped again, not waiting for the monk to lift his head before delivering another slap.
Smack! Are you pretending? Smack! Is this a performance? Smack!
Boss is boss, why are you talking nonsense with me?
Slap! Slap! Slap!
The consecutive slaps made the monk's smile begin to fade away. He just wanted to finish his lines and start the next scene, but this guy wouldn't give him a chance. The three behind were so shocked by this scene that their eyes almost fell out. They had seen people fight bosses before, but they had never seen a boss fought like this. What the heck, who is the actual boss here? Just when the three thought the entire instance would end in this bizarre way, suddenly, an angry roar erupted from the monk's mouth in front of Zhou.
Ah!
The roar of anger exploded along with dense black smoke. Before everyone could react, they saw Zhou being swept away by a tremendous force, crashing dozens of meters away and falling to the ground. At this moment, from amidst the black smoke, a massive figure soared into the air, towering at 15 feet high. This figure had 2 heads and 4 arms, one head was compassionate while the other glared angrily, with black smoke rising from the angry gaze, resembling a world-destroying titan. On the compassionate head, countless black demonic patterns swirled, looking eerie and mysterious. As the 4 arms waved, one held a Zen staff while the other brandished a demon-slaying pestle, fists tightly clenched, muscles bulging, everywhere exposed, the black demonic patterns rolled. As if it was alive, it exuded a strange and eerie feel. People only say that cultivating Buddhism is good, but who can truly become the Buddha? With compassion, the head and eyes suddenly opened wide, and a fierce roar erupted. Then let me ask you, can cultivating Buddhism grant you immortality? Boom! The entire Zen temple shook with this cry, and just the sound wave wrapped in black smoke made Su Mei and her 2 companions tremble, retreating repeatedly. Not good, this is the second form of the demon monk's leader, how could it be normal difficulty? Su Mei cried out in despair. Just from the impact of this shout, all 3 of them lost over 200 health points. It's hard to imagine how high the damage would be up close. Captain Lin, how about we leave? Su Xiaoqiang shielded Lin Shiyun behind him against the rushing wind. I think your summoning beast is... Before Su Xiaoqiang could finish, he saw Zhou, who had been knocked away, somehow crawl back up from the ground. Demon Monk Leader, second form, Demonized Vajra Boss. Race, Demon. Level, LV 30. Health, 13,000. Magic, 4,500. Attack, 580 to 630. Defense, 25/magic resistance 15%. Attributes, Intermediate Martial Body, Green, Demon Roar, Green, Advanced Staff Technique, Blue, Intermediate Demonization, Blue, Demon Pattern Curse Prison, Blue. Seeing the 3 dazzling attributes flashing on the boss, Zhou felt that his wait had not been in vain. Now that's the spirit. With a decisive wave of his hand, 30 skeletal swordsmen appeared once more. Go, my little devils. The 30 skeletal swordsmen charged forward almost simultaneously, swords raised fearlessly, rushing towards the demonized Vajra as if to sacrifice themselves. At that moment, a flash of light enveloped Zhou, and in the next instant, it spread like a halo over everyone. Evil frenzy activated. Buzz. In an instant, the already charging skeletal swordsmen had their speed surge dramatically, rushing forward while the demonized Vajra was still unprepared. Thud. 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 The sound of swords slashing filled the air, followed by damage numbers rising above the demonized Vajra's head. -37. -42. -38. Even though each damage number was not high, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. 30 silhouettes unleashed a volley that made the enemy lose nearly 1,000 health points. What happened? How did these skeletal swordsmen suddenly become so strong? Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed in disbelief. How could they deal so much damage to a boss? Did they take medicine? Not medicine, it's definitely his skill. Su Mei was also shaken. She thought these skeletal swordsmen had exhausted their cards, but they still had such explosive power. She turned to look at Lin Shiyun, who appeared somewhat dazed next to her. I don't know. Lin Shiyun didn't remember how many times she had said she didn't know, but I can help. Suddenly realizing, she raised her wooden staff high. Chapter 24, Demon Pattern Curse Prison. Buzz. Before Zhou could react, he suddenly felt enveloped in a layer of light. He turned to see Lin Shiyun chanting something with her staff. Divine Light Blessing? Increasing one's health recovery speed, as well as overall health. After standing so long, this girl actually became a little useful. With the boost from Divine Light Blessing, the skeletal swordsman should be able to volley again. Sure enough, after 3 rounds of volleying, the skeletal swordsman faced a storm-like counterattack from the demonized Vajra. Whoosh! The 4-meter-long Zen staff swept across, directly shattering the nearest several skeletal swordsmen. This time, the opponent didn't even have a chance to piece themselves back together before they were declared destroyed. Yet, even so, the other skeletal swordsmen continued their fearless assault. Using the Zen staff as a club, the demonized Vajra swung it like a windmill, quickly smashing all the skeletal swordsmen to pieces. Looking at the opponent, with 13,000 health, there was still almost 10,000 left. Bang! At this moment, the demonized Vajra stomped heavily on the ground and then began to close in on Zhou. Trust in me, the demon ancestor, and you shall gain eternal life. Ha! He swung his staff, like a phantom, sweeping down from the void towards Zhou. Ah! Lin Shiyun screamed. The terrifying power of the demonized king made her lose confidence in winning. However, at this moment, Zhou stepped forward to meet the opponent's staff. Crack, crack, crack. Heavy armor appeared mechanically before the stunned eyes of the 3, enveloping his body completely in an instant. A massive and heavy suit of armor, an incredibly thick shield, and a sharp, white greatsword. As all this appeared, Zhou Yu, who had seemed a bit thin before, instantly became incredibly powerful.
It even has armor? Su Xiaoqiang's brain completely short-circuited.
No one answered, as at that moment Zhou Yu, now fully equipped, had already raised his shield to meet the attack.
Bang!
The staff collided with the shield, producing a deep, muffled sound.
-231. Hee.
Seeing the damage value, Zhou Yu smiled slightly. Indeed, the defense from the heavy armor was better than he had imagined. At this moment, the demonized king, after completing its attack, raised its weapon again, preparing for a second strike. In this turn-based game, it's my turn now. Zhou Yu exploded with power in an instant. Swift Wolf Step activated. Whoosh! His figure vanished like a lingering shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived directly in front of the demonized king as it raised its weapon. Sword Chi Heavy Slash activated. Whoosh! A fierce sword energy erupted, tearing through the demonized king's blocking fists and striking its abdomen.
-1070. 1,000 damage? So high?
The three were shocked at the damage. This was a boss, and it could unleash such terrifying damage.
How high was Zhou Yu's attack now?
Zhou Yu / Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman.
Race, Undead.
Level, LV 24, 151/2400. Health, 3200. Magic, 1500. Attack, 350 to 400. Defense, 32 / magic resistance 15%. Traits, Sword Chi Heavy Slash, green, Swift Stitching, white, Skeleton Swordsman Summon, green, Claw Penetration, blue, Wolfpack Domination, green, Swift Wolf Step, blue, Hellfire Explosion, blue, Evil Frenzy, blue, Giant Strength, green, Intermediate Resilience, green, Intermediate Corpse Devourer, green, Intermediate Warrior Body, green, Magic Howl, green, Intermediate Staff Technique, green,
Intermediate Demonization, blue, Disciple Control, green, Phantom Body, green.
Grievance Roar, green. Zhou Yu's earlier attack and health hadn't been this high, but this time in the dungeon, not only had he collected all new traits in such a short time, but some had even upgraded to blue traits.
Now, under the amplification of Evil Frenzy, he was frighteningly strong.
Whoosh! With a 30% increase in attack speed, Zhou Yu confidently swung his sword twice again.
-985. -1429. Two more damage values appeared, one of which even triggered a critical hit.
In less than a second, Zhou Yu alone dealt over 3,000 points of damage, which was more than the total damage from all the skeleton swordsmen before. However, just as Zhou Yu swung his great sword for the fourth time, there was a clang. His heavy sword was blocked by the demon-slaying staff. Zhou Yu looked up to see the staff coming at him like a flying shadow. He moved his feet. Swift Wolf Step activated. Whoosh! Zhou Yu's figure became ethereal, slipping past the opponent and appearing right behind it. The furious Demon King's head turned around, but before it could react, Zhou Yu struck out with two more sword slashes. Sword Chi Heavy Slash. Two more terrifying attacks erupted, directly taking away over 2,000 of its health. At this point, the demonized king, originally at 13,000 health, was left with just over 5,000. This meant that with at most 5 more attacks, Zhou Yu could completely defeat it. Ah! Damn it, I desire eternal life, no one can stop me. Before the roar in his mouth finished, Zhou Yu suddenly opened his mouth wide and made a roaring gesture. Grievance Roar activated. A howl from the depths of the soul resounded, causing the enraged demonized king to stagger for a moment. The Grievance Roar had no other effect, only to cause the target to experience a brief dizziness through the howl of the soul. This dizziness had little effect on the magic-resistant demonized diamond, it could only be dazed for a moment. And it was in this moment that Zhou Yu struck again. Sword Energy Heavy Slash. Puff! With only 4 strikes left, Zhou Yu could complete the kill. But the repeatedly injured demonized diamond was already in a state of rage. It suddenly clasped its free hands together and let out a roar at Zhou Yu. Aao! Countless black magic patterns, like living creatures, erupted from its body, transforming into a massive cage that completely enveloped Zhou Yu before he could react. Magic Pattern Vengeful Prison. This was the demonized diamond's trump card. Numerous magic patterns turned into a cage of resentment, binding Zhou Yu completely. And for the demonized diamond itself, there was no obstruction at all. At this moment, Zhou Yu was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, able to endure endless attacks from the opponent. What to do? Lin Shiyun never expected such a sudden turn of events. The 2 support skills she had in hand were given to Zhou Yu but to no avail. At this moment, Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang dashed out almost simultaneously. Xiaoqiang, attack from both sides, he only has just over 4,000 health left, we can give it a try. Okay. Demon, look at my sword. Su Xiaoqiang leaped up, raising his long sword and slashing at the demonized diamond. However, with a clang, his sword was blocked by the demon-slaying staff, and no matter how he erupted, he could not strike even a bit further.
Get out of the way.
Su Mei's shout came from behind. It seemed that Su Xiaoqiang had anticipated this moment and quickly retreated, rolling to the side. Behind him, Su Mei gripped her sword tightly, her voice bursting out with a low roar.
Charging wild sword slash. Sizzle.
A silver sword light slashed heavily down on the demonized diamond's arm.
Puff.
Dark red blood spurted out, but it only dealt a pitiful -112 damage.
What?
Su Mei also did not expect that the skill she used with all her might could only produce such a tiny amount of damage. At this moment, she only felt a darkness descend above her head as a huge monk's staff swept over with a terrifying wind.
Clang.
Her body uncontrollably flew backward, suffering nearly half of her health from that single strike.
Of course, this also bought Zhou Yu a little bit of time.
Above his head, a ghostly green fireball had just formed.
Chapter 25 Passing the level, breaking the record. Ghost fire explosion activated. Boom.
A ghostly green fireball exploded above the opponent's head, dealing nearly 1,000 health damage. Zhou Yu could not yet unleash the mystic flame explosion, so he could only rely on this ghost fire explosion to severely injure the opponent.
Unexpectedly, this further provoked the opponent's ferocity. With a roar, the monk's staff swung toward Zhou Yu.
Bound by the magic pattern Vengeful Prison, Zhou Yu could only grit his teeth and endure this attack.
Clang.
But when the staff came crashing down, the expected horrific damage did not appear. Instead, there were only a few dozen points of damage.
How is this possible?
The three of them almost exclaimed simultaneously, that was a boss, and yet the attack dealt only 78 points? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have never believed it. And seeing this damage, Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile. The ghostly form was indeed working well, yielding incredible results. With a 70% damage reduction, even the boss did not expect this. Moreover, achieving the green attribute with ghostly form not only meant a 70% reduction in damage, but also reduced the 10% magic damage amplification to 0, meaning he no longer needed to worry about the opponent's magic attacks.
Clap. Clap.
The defiant demonized diamond swung the monk's staff down repeatedly, and even combined, it barely added up to 300 points of damage. At that moment, the 10-second magic pattern Vengeful Prison finally shattered, and Zhou Yu, now free, grasped his sword once more. Sword Energy Heavy Slash. Sword Energy Heavy Slash. Sword Energy Heavy Slash.
With 3 consecutive slashes down.
Suddenly, a critical hit erupted, and huge blood-red numbers soared above the head of the demonized diamond. At that moment, all of its health bars were completely emptied.
Ding! You successfully killed the head of the demon monk, experience points plus 1,120. Ding! You randomly obtained the item, Demon Pattern Grudge Prison, Blue.
Buzz! The three people behind hadn't reacted yet, but they felt a flash of light above their heads, and all of them leveled up together.
Notice, the Demon Monk Zen Temple Instance Dungeon cleared successfully, rewards are being calculated.
Congratulations, you have received the reward, experience points plus 1,000, Demon Monk's Staff, Bronze, Demon Exorcism Staff, Bronze, Demon Monk's Robe, Bronze. Congratulations for breaking the record for normal difficulty in the dungeon, extra reward, experience points plus 1,000. Hearing the notifications, Lin Shiyun felt dizzy.
I cleared it just like this? And even broke a record?
Wow, sister, captain, we hit the jackpot, I gained 500 experience.
Me too.
The faces of the three were filled with immense excitement, they hadn't expected to clear it, and so quickly too. And the one responsible for all this was that skeleton soldier. At that moment, the three couldn't help but look at Zhou Yu, who stood before the fallen demonized diamond like a god of war.
A blue item, huh?
Zhou Yu looked at the obtained item and felt a bit regretful. No one would dislike having more items. Moreover, this guy had several blue items on him.
If he could come again, he wouldn't mind farming a bit more. As for the dungeon, it shouldn't just be normal difficulty, right?
Zhou Yu suddenly recalled Lin Shiyun's earlier introduction, turned to the three, and gestured.
Are you saying you want to farm this dungeon again? Increase the difficulty? But, isn't your consumption a bit high? Should we take a break? Alright, I'll listen to you.
If you have any requests, feel free to say.
No problem.
After Zhou Yu's gestures, Lin Shiyun completely understood his needs. He not only wanted to farm this dungeon again but also wanted her to find books about the languages they were learning and historical introductions, etc. The little girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice, noting down all of Zhou Yu's requests. However, this would take time, she needed to go back to gather information. Fortunately, Zhou Yu also needed some time to recover. Though he was confident, Zhou Yu naturally wouldn't underestimate the dungeons with increased difficulty. As for Su Mei and her brother, they naturally agreed 1,000%. Thus, after the countdown ended, the three and Zhou Yu disappeared together in the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon hall, Kong Ling was sitting under the announcement screen with his people, casually sipping a drink, as if on vacation, nestled into a sofa he'd somehow acquired.
Young master, are you just waiting here? Four henchmen stood nearby, unable to help but ask.
If you ask me, they probably won't come out for a while. After all, this is a story dungeon. Even if they can't resist the first wave of wild monsters, it'll take at least 2 hours. Right, why don't we take the young master to grind in the nearby wilderness first, to avoid wasting time? Exactly, the young master just completed his first transition, maybe with this time, he could directly reach LV11.
Humph. You really overestimate her. Holding his wine glass, Kong Ling suddenly snorted lightly. Do you think this is just any place?
The vengeful monks in the demon monk Zen temple are enough to make them struggle, not to mention there are only 3 of them, not even one mage. How long can they hold out? As he spoke, he glanced at the time. Now it's been half an hour, at most, another 15 minutes, and they will be scared out and end the dungeon. Hearing this, the 4 nodded in agreement. Indeed, the young master is truly wise, you even predicted this. When Lin Shiyun runs out scared, she will definitely kneel before the young master begging him to take her to level up.
By then, the young master can do whatever he wants.
Amidst the laughter of the crowd, suddenly, the screen above showed that the record time for Team 38, where Lin Shiyun was, had abruptly ended. At the same time, a beam of light shone at the entrance of the dungeon, indicating that someone was coming out. With just a little thought, it became clear that they were about to emerge.
See? This young master was right, wasn't he? Kong Ling lazily turned around, facing the entrance as he took a big swig of his drink.
He wanted to see how miserable Lin Shiyun would look as she fled from the torment of the dungeon.
However, just as the light at the dungeon entrance flickered, a booming voice suddenly echoed through the hall.
Congratulations to Team 38 for breaking the record of 42 minutes and 16 seconds to clear the Demon Monk Temple on normal difficulty. Congratulations to Team 38 for breaking the record of 42 minutes and 16 seconds to clear the Demon Monk Temple on normal difficulty. Congratulations to Team 38 for breaking the record of 42 minutes and 16 seconds to clear the Demon Monk Temple on normal difficulty.
Put.
The announcement repeated 3 times, causing Kong Ling, who had been so smug, to change his expression dramatically, and the drink he had not yet swallowed sprayed out. He abruptly stood up, looking at the screen in disbelief, his mouth agape as he exclaimed.
What? Clear the dungeon? This is impossible.
Not just him, but the 4 henchmen who had just echoed him were now staring at each other, looking up at the announcement in the hall.
They couldn't believe how they managed to do it, and they cleared it? Meanwhile, the crowd wandering in the dungeon hall was completely shocked by the announcement. What? Over 40 minutes? They cleared it? Which team is this? Team 38? Could it be those 3 young people who just went in? Impossible, wasn't she in conflict with the Lord's son? A rookie who just changed jobs yesterday. Humph, the announcement can't be faked, whether you believe it or not, you have to. No way, could she really be a hidden powerhouse?
I don't know if she is hidden or not, but she is definitely powerful.
Over 40 minutes to clear, can you believe that?
What was the previous record?
I remember it was like 1 day and 7 hours. Wow, that's a huge lead.
Many bystanders who had previously looked down upon Lin Shiyun and her team now changed their expressions.
If clearing the dungeon didn't prove anything, then breaking the dungeon record certainly did.
Moreover, Lin Shiyun and her team did it in such a short time.
Buzz.
As the light flashed, 3 figures solidified at the entrance of the dungeon. Feeling the surrounding environment, the 3 felt a sense of relief, but as they looked up, they found numerous eyes fixed on them. Unlike the previous mocking, ridicule, and reckless looks, this time, their expressions were filled with deep awe, even flattery. Such a strong team that could clear the dungeon so quickly was worthy of a good impression, no matter what it took, even if just as a passerby. They. Su Xiaoqian was a bit slow to react, but as he opened his mouth, Lin Shiyun beside him reminded him.
Look at the announcement.
Su Xiaoqian looked up and saw the bold and enlarged announcement at the front, displaying exactly the news of their team breaking the record. We broke the record, and according to the rules, it must be announced in the dungeon hall.
Su Mei explained from the side. Sister Su, let's stick to the plan we had before, rest for 2 hours, and then regroup here?
Lin Shiyun said, please help me handle those few pieces of equipment.
No problem, Shiyun. If you need some life potion number 1, I can provide it in advance.
She hadn't finished when Lin Shiyun interrupted, no need, Sister Su, you've already helped me a lot.
I'll find a way about the money. Alright. See you in 2 hours.
Su Mei understood when to stop and didn't insist further but signaled everyone to get in the vehicle. Soon, under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Shiyun and the other 2 directly got into that luxury car and quickly left. From beginning to end, the 3 of them didn't even glance at Kong Ling.
Crash.
Kong Ling's wineglass was slammed heavily on the ground, his face changing from pale to red, feeling deeply humiliated for the first time. There were no words, no taunts, not even a conversation. The mere fact that they ignored him was the greatest humiliation of all. He, Kong Ling, the second son of the city lord's mansion, who else would dare to ignore him? Even the four thugs beside him were now silent as the grave, not daring to speak. After a long while, Kong Ling gritted his teeth and said, "Go." "Young master, where are we going?" "Nonsense, of course we're going into the instance." Kong Ling's eyes were full of gloom as he said, "What's the big deal about normal level clearance?" "I want dangerous level clearance, we'll see what she can pretend in front of me then." "Humph. Dangerous level?" The four thugs' faces changed when they heard this. The difficulty had risen, and so did the danger. "This. Young master, dangerous level might." Someone just opened his mouth when he was glared at by Kong Ling and scolded back. "What did my dad get you here for? Just to eat? Who dares to back out? Do you believe I'll make you unable to survive in Han City? And no, we don't dare." After he said this, the four could only lower their heads. They were just second-class professionals, not at the level to make the city lord pay them respect. Knowing it was dangerous, they still had to go on. Meanwhile, under the escort of the luxury car, Lin Shiyun and the others quickly returned home. She didn't expect Sister Sume to be so efficient. While still in the car, 3 pieces of bronze equipment had already been turned into money, and after consulting her opinion, it was directly exchanged for 3 doses of life number 1. As soon as Lin Shiyun got out of the car, someone from the trade guild was waiting at the door, delivering life number 1. "Sister Su, why are there 5 doses?" Lin Shiyun looked in shock at the number kept in the briefcase. "Oh, those 2 doses are counted as a loan for you. When you get more equipment later, just sell them to me." Su Mei waved her hand and quickly drove away. Watching her figure fade away, Lin Shiyun softly said thank you. She hugged the briefcase tightly and ran up the stairs with light steps. With these life number 1 doses, her sister's condition should ease for a while, and it wouldn't be so painful. She even felt a bit impatient to share this good news with her sister. Tap, tap. Lin Shiyun leaped like a little rabbit to the last stair, but when she saw her open room door, her figure suddenly froze. Bang! The briefcase she was holding tightly fell to the ground with a thud, but Lin Shiyun was completely unaware. "Grandma, MOMO." Lin Shiyun rushed into the room and shouted, but there was no response whatsoever. In an instant, she panicked. For many years, Grandma had taken care of MOMO, and there had never been a situation where they didn't lock the door, and her sister hadn't left that bedroom for years. But now, both of them were gone. "Grandma! MOMO." Lin Shiyun frantically searched every room, but she saw no sign of either of them. Just as she was about to break down, Lin Shiyun suddenly saw a note pressed under a cup on the coffee table in the living room. She grabbed it and found that it had a line written on it, "Abandoned factory number 048, south of the city." The handwriting was fresh and was not Grandma's or MOMO's, and there were no other words left on it. But this was Lin Shiyun's last lifeline. She dashed out of the house almost without thinking, heading straight for the location on the note. And just as her figure vanished into the street, a shadow hiding in the corner lowered their voice and said, "The target has set off and has separated from Su Mei." Lin Shiyun ran all the way, using less than half an hour to reach the south of the city, where rows of once bustling factories had already been abandoned. In her mind, there was only her sister and grandmother. She searched all the way and finally found factory number 048, hidden deep within. The factory's main entrance was tightly shut, with only a small door left for people to pass through. Without a shred of hesitation, Lin Shiyun pushed open the small door and walked in, but as soon as she entered, she saw a scene that broke her heart. Inside the warehouse, her grandmother was hanging high in the air by a rope, her hair a mess, her face pale, and in terrible condition. But that was not what tore Lin Shiyun's heart the most. What hurt the most was that her sister was being discarded on the damp, cold ground below, moaning in pain, trying to struggle a few times, even drawing blood from her fingers, but unable to move an inch. Next to her, 2 figures seemed to watch the show, staring at the 2 of them and even occasionally laughing. The cheerful laughter starkly contrasted with her sister's heartbreaking screams in the dark, cold factory. "What do you want to do?" Lin Shiyun felt as if her heart was being gouged by a knife, as she shouted and rushed towards her sister. "Let my grandmother go." Lin Shiyun rushed to her sister, trembling in voice, "Sister, are you okay?" "Ah. Sister, I'm fine, no, it hurts." Seeing Lin Shiyun appear, the 2 figures showed no great surprise. One of them, a bearded middle-aged man, simply clapped his hands. As expected, this method worked like a charm. She took the bait at once. The other figure, a one-eyed man, smirked, "Such a beautiful face, it would be a pity to let her die like this. If only we could." "Hey!" The bearded man shot him a glare, his tone suddenly serious. "Don't complicate matters, she is needed by the adults." "I know, I was just saying." The one-eyed man curled his lip. Who are you?"
From their conversation, Lin Shiryun suddenly realized something and gravely asked. Who are we? Don't you know in your heart? The one-eyed man chuckled. Come with us, better to obey, that way, I will leave her with a complete corpse. What? You want to kill my grandmother and sister? Boom! Lin Shiryun felt like a thunderclap exploded in her head. What are you thinking? The bearded man snorted coldly. From the moment you stepped into this factory, your whole family was doomed. As he spoke, the two figures closed in on Lin Shiryun. The overwhelming aura of their advanced classes made her heart flutter. But she looked at her suffering sister and her grandmother hanging in a near-unconscious state, forcing herself to stay calm. Kongling just separated from us. If they really wanted to do this, they wouldn't let me go. From their demeanor, Lin Shiryun instantly thought of Kongling. But then she quickly felt something was wrong. Although Kongling was a playboy, he had always wanted to have her. Yet these people were clearly here to take her life, not just her own but her whole family's. If there was no deep hatred, it was impossible to commit such acts. I always tread carefully, never made enemies with anyone. Who would want me dead? When she thought of death, Lin Shiryun suddenly recalled Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu, who had died in the wasteland before. Are you seeking revenge for Wu Lina? Lin Shiryun remembered Su Mei's warning and blurted it out. He. Looks like you're not stupid. It's really her. Wu Lina and the others left the team and were targeted by wolves. Why do you want to take revenge on me and my family? For the first time, Lin Shiryun felt such unfairness. Why? Do you need a reason to kill you? The one-eyed man sneered. How ridiculous. Sister, you, hurry and go. Imo, though in pain, still heard their words and tightly grasped Lin Shiryun's arm, pleading. You can survive alone. No, sister. Wu, I won't leave you behind. The pain from the blood seeping from her red lips prevented Lin Shiryun from bursting into tears. She unhesitatingly began to use her summoning spell. A magical circle started to spread from beneath her feet, and a familiar summoning gate materialized out of nowhere in an instant. The two of them were slightly stunned, and then they saw a tall, 2-meter-high, pale white skeleton frame appear. Zhou Yu initially thought the other party had finished resting and was ready to enter the dungeon, but to his surprise, when he looked around, he found that this place was actually a dilapidated factory. Crack, Zhou Yu turned his head 180 degrees, preparing to scold Lin Shiryun. But when he saw Lin Shiryun and the little girl she was holding, his eyes slightly widened. Is this the dungeon? Or an accident? For some reason, the moment Lin Shiryun saw Zhou Yu, she felt as if she had found support, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. The family of Wu Lina, who died in the wilderness before, sent someone here to kill me and my family. Please help me, I beg you. Crack, Zhou Yu didn't speak, but instead turned his head and drew the long sword from his waist, pointing it at the two of them. Skeleton soldier? Seeing a skeleton soldier actually daring to draw its sword at them, both of them were stunned for a moment, then burst into a fit of laughter. Ha. The one-eyed man, holding his belly, walked in front, nonchalantly saying, Are you relying on a skeleton soldier to help you? Ha. It's a bigger skeleton soldier. The bearded man also seldom chimed in with a sentence, Don't waste time, deal with it, and take her on the road. Ha, you don't need to do anything, I can take down this skeleton soldier with one hand. Puff, with a muffled sound, the one-eyed man felt a chill at his neck, and all his words were abruptly cut off in that instant. He realized that he was floating up, his vision spinning in inertia. He suddenly saw that his body below seemed to still be standing in place, while the skeleton frame he had just mocked was now sweeping past him with a long sword. Oh, I'm dead, and I was beheaded. The moment this thought was born, all of the one-eyed man's consciousness completely vanished. Thump, his uncontrollable body fell heavily to the ground, with the wound on his neck facing the bearded man. What the? The bearded man's eyes widened, and before he could finish his surprised exclamation, he saw Zhou Yu's swift sword coming down. He rolled on the ground, and with a thud, the long sword struck the ground where he had just stood, leaving a deep sword mark. Guardian Holy Shield! The bearded man got up with a low roar, and suddenly a layer of armor appeared on him. At the same time, a heavy shield appeared in his hand. The bearded man had no intention of fighting, instead, he used the shield for protection and quickly retreated toward the factory exit. Even though Zhou Yu had only made one move, he clearly knew he was no match for the other party. So, the bearded man planned to escape. As long as he could get out of there, he could message Wu Xiong and get support. Damn it, didn't she just change her job 2 days ago? How could she have such a terrifying summoned beast? While retreating, the bearded man secretly cursed. Luckily, my guardian holy shield has strong defense and can withstand all attacks below level 30. As long as I can get out of here, I can survive. But just as this thought fell, he saw Zhou Yu quickly approaching him. Hold on. The bearded man shouted in a low voice, heavily thrusting the shield into the ground. However, Zhou Yu's speed did not slow down at all, instead, it increased.
Swish, the bearded man only felt his body tremble, the anticipated impact did not come. When he raised his head, he was shocked to find that Joyu, who had been charging at him, had vanished. Where did he go? Puff, the long sword tore through the armor, and his head flew off, spinning a few times in the air before falling to the ground. The bearded man could never understand, even in death, how Joyu suddenly appeared behind him. With an expressionless glance at the two corpses, Joyu couldn't even be bothered to check the system's notifications. He turned around, raised his long sword, and then it suddenly flew into the air. With a sharp slash, the ropes binding the grandmother were decisively severed. When the grandmother fell, a pair of ghostly white arms appeared beneath her, catching her steadily. Still alive. Joyu checked for her breath and handed her over to Lin Shiryun. Thank you, grandmother, are you okay? Lin Shiryun gave Joyu a grateful glance as she helped the grandmother up. Cough cough. The grandmother coughed heavily, seemingly about to wake up. Shiryun, where are we? Grandmother, I'm here, don't be afraid, we are going home. Home? Hearing these two words, Joyu's soul ignited for a moment, and the next second, he shook his long sword, pointing it directly at Lin Shiryun. This sudden move startled Lin Shiryun. What are you going to do? Humph. Joyu snorted coldly, what home? He pointed his long sword at the two fallen corpses. I'm not you, I have never had the habit of putting danger in a cradle. Chapter 28, People fear authority but do not fear virtue. In fact, Joyu could understand Lin Shiryun's thoughts at this moment. She was inherently good and only wanted to bring the grandmother and granddaughter home quickly after their first encounter with such tragedy. But he was not her. Lin Shiryun may not be particularly important, but she was his only way to gain other terms in this world. He could ignore other matters, but this was something he had to take care of. Are you going to find Wu Lina's family? Lin Shiryun took a moment to understand Joyu's intention, her eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. She didn't misunderstand his actions, she just never expected this skeleton to be smart enough to seek revenge. It's not me, it's us. Joyu decided to give Lin Shiryun a serious lesson. To cut the grass without uprooting it, the spring wind blows and regrows, you can never expect mercy from your enemies. Joyu tried to make her understand the meaning of this. Every act of your mercy could lead to your loved ones getting hurt again. People fear authority but do not fear virtue, understand? After understanding Joyu's meaning, Lin Shiryun fell silent for a moment. When she raised her head again, a cold glint in her eyes gradually expanded. She stood up and bowed to Joyu. I understand now. My mercy is only for family and friends. When dealing with enemies, I must be cold enough to protect my loved ones from harm. I know where her family is. Please help me take my grandmother and sister back first, I can lead you there. Compared to before, there was an added firmness in Lin Shiryun's voice. All right. Joyu nodded, picking up the grandmother and Lin Momo, and after just 2 steps, he saw Lin Shiryun following closely behind. Get on. He pointed to his shoulder with his chin. You want to carry me? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Lin Shiryun hesitated for a moment and finally saw Joyu squat down, so she carefully climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his ghostly white bones. As soon as she settled on, a sense of icy calmness from the skeletal frame washed over her, then Lin Shiryun felt a jolt, followed by a rapid increase in speed, quickly bursting out of the factory. The scenery on both sides flew past her eyes, the speed so fast it exceeded her imagination. Fortunately, this was an era of professionals, and there were all kinds of bizarre vehicles on the streets. Lin Shiryun rested her head on Joyu's shoulder, the chilling touch from the abyss felt a long-lost warmth to her. Joyu sprinted back to Lin Shiryun's home in no time, placing Lin Momo and the grandmother on the beds. The grandmother, amid her haziness, opened her eyes and, upon seeing Joyu's tall and robust form, showed no signs of fear. Revealed a relieved smile. Nanner, Luoyao, did you see? Your daughter is so remarkable. With Lin Shiryun's help, Lin Momo drank 3 bottles of Life Number 1, and then the pain in her body seemed to slightly ease, her complexion becoming a bit better. Sister, is it your summoned object? Momo looked at Joyu standing there, somewhat enviously saying, so amazing. Joyu glanced at Lin Momo lying on the bed, and the wriggling runes around her neck somehow gave him a familiar feeling, as if it was a power of the undead. This is called the Sky Execution Death Seal, passed to my sister when our parents fell. Sensing Joyu's confusion, Lin Shiryun instinctively explained. Because of this, my sister has to endure countless painful torments every day, and only Life Number 1 can ease her suffering. She rarely found someone outside her grandmother to confide in, and at this moment, began to see Joyu as a listener. I will work hard, earn a lot of money, find the best priest, and cure my sister's illness. Are you in need of money? Joyu gestured as he asked. Yes. Lin Shiryun nodded. Life Number 1 is very expensive, and my sister might develop drug resistance at any time, so we may need better medicine. Zhou Yu thought for a moment, suddenly raised his hand and waved, throwing the 2 silver equipment he had obtained from the ghoul lord onto the ground.
Is this for me?
Lin Shiyun was shocked, her eyes widening at the sight of the 2 pieces of shimmering silver armor. Zhou Yu said nothing but turned to look at Lin Shiyun's bookshelf.
Use books as a trade. Thank you, thank you.
Lin Shiyun did not refuse. She knew these 2 silver pieces were certainly very valuable, and Zhou Yu was her summoned beast, so she did not treat him as an outsider.
Take any book you need.
After Lin Shiyun said this, she remembered that Zhou Yu might not know how to read, so she walked directly to the bookshelf. This is the basic text of the Xia country, this is the general history of the Xia country, and here is the general history of Blue Star, and the Abyss Chronicle. These should be useful for you.
Zhou Yu glanced at the time. It was still early, not suitable for killing and looting, so he simply sat in the living room and opened the basic text to read. Several hours passed in a flash. Seeing that it was getting dark, Zhou Yu finally put away the books. Contrary to his expectations, the characters of the Xia country were very similar to those of his previous life. Even the world structure before the invasion of Blue Star's abyss was quite similar to his previous life. Could it be that my appearance here has a reason?
Zhou Yu had to speculate, but after thinking for a moment, he could not come up with any clues, so he simply stood up and stretched. Having read enough, and with nightfall, it was time to get down to business.
It was a pitch-black night, with no moon.
Not far from the residence of the commander of the City Defense Bureau, in another villa.
Xiong'er, are the 2 guild members you sent reliable?
Commander Wu Xingchang stroked his stubble, his tone containing a hint of agitation.
Weren't they supposed to have separated from Su Mei and the others? Why haven't they brought her back yet? He.
Wu Xiong chuckled softly at this. Father, don't worry. The Red Dragon Guild is a 5th-tier guild, and everyone who can join is an elite. One is a stealth assassin, and the other is a guardian knight, both at the 2nd transition. Dealing with a mere 1st transition girl is more than enough.
If you say so, then I feel relieved.
Wu Xingchang nodded. It seems I will struggle to reach the 4th transition in this lifetime. With Lena's unfortunate incident, Xiong'er, the future of the Wu family relies on you.
Don't worry, father.
Wu Xiong smiled confidently. Before long, I will be able to advance to the 3rd transition, or even higher. His eyes flashed with cold light. Before that, I must avenge those who caused my sister's death.
Pay the price.
As soon as the words fell, a figure rushed in from outside. Report, young master, the one you sent has returned with the person.
Good. Ha ha ha.
Wu Xiong laughed boisterously and got up to walk outside. Quickly, bring them in through the back door.
Yes.
Wu Xiong was not reckless, on the contrary, to leave no handles for the Wu family. He even set up this execution site in a rented vacant villa. Even if something went wrong, it would not be traced back to him at all. As he walked into the villa's garden, he saw a figure in heavy armor, carrying a shield and a long sword, being led in.
In his hand, he was holding Lin Shiyun by the neck, lifting her up like a chick. Is the Guardian Knight's armor supposed to look like this?
Seeing the other party, Wu Xiong frowned slightly. He seemed to remember that the Guardian Knight was a symbol of holiness, and the armor shouldn't look so menacing and grim. Just then, Lin Shiyun, who was being held, suddenly raised her head, her face filled with unwillingness and anger.
Why did you kill my grandmother and sister? Why?
With her interruption, Wu Xiong immediately shifted his attention to Lin Shiyun.
Why did you want to kill my sister?
Wu Xiong asked with hatred in his eyes. I didn't kill her, she was afraid of danger and left the team voluntarily.
Su Mei and the others can testify. She left the team out of fear. Couldn't you have pulled her back in?
Wu Xiong's words left Lin Shiyun stunned.
She wanted to kill us, and we should still pull her back? Kill you? Impossible.
My sister is so kind, she wouldn't harm even an ant since she was a child. Wu Xiong shouted loudly, it must be you who wanted to use her as bait to hunt the wild wolves.
Otherwise, how could your level have increased so quickly?
You despicable scoundrels should go down to accompany my sister in death.
You're talking nonsense.
We didn't harm her, she harmed herself. Lin Shiyun shouted angrily.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Wu Xiong smiled sinisterly, my sister is already dead, while you all still live. That is unfair, you should go down and accompany her. As he spoke, he raised his hand, revealing a scepter inlaid with gems. Just as he was about to kill Lin Shiyun for revenge, he suddenly saw the knight's helmet slightly lift, but within it, there were not eyes, but 2 flickering ghostly green flames.
Soul fire? How could the Guardian Knight's helmet have soul fire instead of eyes?
A thought flashed in Wu Xiong's mind, and he suddenly realized.
Not good, you are not.
As soon as his words came out, he saw a massive fireball glowing with ghostly green flames crashing down from above.
Boom!
Without giving Wu Xiong a chance to escape, the fireball crashed down and exploded ferociously.
Hellfire explosion.
The terrifying hellfire at that moment surged like reckless waves, hitting every inch of the villa. The originally luxurious villa instantly exploded under the impact of this fireball. At the same time, Wu Xingchang, who was hastily opening a magical shield, rushed out of the villa with people.
What's happening? Xiang'er.
His shout was met with no response because in mid-air, a second hellfire fireball had already fallen, while a third hellfire fireball was being formed.
Boom boom.
After two terrifying impacts fell, the entire villa was reduced to ruins. Ghostly green flames spread everywhere, filled with cries and screams. And standing at the center, the first to bear the brunt, Wu Xiong, felt a crisp sound from a magic shield scroll that had been activated at some point on his body. Crack! The defensive scroll he spent 30,000 on shattered just like that. At this point, Wu Xiong was still a bit confused. He didn't understand why the figure in front of him, who looked like a ghost, could unleash such terrifying skills. Zhou Yu had no intention of giving him a chance to comprehend. While Wu Xiong was lost in thought, Zhou Yu moved. The Gale Wolf steps unfolded, and his heavy form suddenly burst forth with immense speed. In a flash, he dashed past his opponent's side. Puff! Before Wu Xiong could react, a great head was cleaved off by Zhou Yu's strike. Blood sprayed through the air, splattering onto Zhou Yu's steel armor, appearing particularly fierce under the night sky. Zhou Yu paid no attention to the opponent, who had already turned into a corpse, and continued to charge forward. Killing Wu Xiong was just an appetizer. The real target was the City Defense Bureau chief, Wu Xingchang, standing behind him. Bang! Zhou Yu stepped heavily on the ground, and the next moment, the ruins shook, and 30 skeletal swordsmen crawled out from the debris. No! Not 30, but 40. Upon reaching level 25, the number of summoned skeletal swordsmen finally increased. 40 skeletal swordsmen appeared and launched indiscriminate attacks on all living beings around them. At that moment, a powerful magical wave surged from the front. Firewall spell. Sizzle, a wall made entirely of flames appeared in Zhou Yu's path. Zhou Yu had to halt his advance, his gaze turning toward the distance. Wu Xingchang, wrapped in a magical shield, wore an expression of rage that could only be described as extremely twisted. You despicable pig, the lowest of the low, how dare you plot against my son? Wu Xingchang trembled all over, a mix of anger and sorrow flooding his being. Die! I will use the most vicious methods to torture you, making you endure the cruelest punishments this world has to offer. As the chief of the City Defense Bureau, Wu Xingchang was a Tier 4 class professional, a fire magic master. His son could achieve the rare class of flame controller thanks to his genes. At this moment, with his finest son dead, Wu Xingchang had completely lost his sanity. He raised his staff and began to cast his strongest skill. Fiery flames appeared before him out of nowhere, quickly transforming into sharp blades, spiraling in the air, and in an instant becoming a fiery tornado. A Tier 4 skill flame blade dance. Buzz! The flame blade whirlwind, several meters in diameter, swept toward Zhou Yu like a tornado. Crack, crack, crack. Where it passed, the struggling skeletal swordsmen had terrifying damage numbers appear above their heads, and then they were completely burned to ashes. Before Zhou Yu could react, he was completely engulfed. Be careful! Lin Shiyun wanted to warn him, but sadly it was too late. Swish! Zhou Yu only felt a hot blade scraping across his armor repeatedly, a series of damage numbers appearing. Before the flame blade whirlwind dissipated, Zhou Yu's armor and bones collapsed, falling apart at once. Seeing this, Wu Xingchang's fury slightly eased, waving his staff to disperse the residual waves. No! Lin Shiyun screamed, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Zhou Yu was her last support, and now that support was gone, how could she possibly fight back? Regretting it? Wu Xingchang laughed in anger. The survivors around them, all fully armed, began to crowd toward Lin Shiyun. It's too late. The moment you killed my son, everything was already too late. Wu Xingchang leaned on his staff, stepping closer to Lin Shiyun, lifting her chin with the tip of his staff. I won't kill you so easily. I want people to humiliate you, then send you to the lowest brothel to be toyed with. After tasting all the pain, only then will you die. Wu Xingchang turned his head, looking at his son, who had already lost his head, and sadness welled up inside, and he threw his head back, howling. Ah! My son! However, he did not notice that on the ground where the blazing blade danced, the originally scattered bones had somehow reassembled, and the skull, with its flickering soul fire, was gnawing on a charred corpse. Intermediate Corpse Eater, Green. Zhou Yu, who had less than 1,000 health left, was now rapidly recovering due to the effects of the entry. He knew the power of a fourth-turn professional, and he also knew that successfully killing the opponent would not be easy. But, he had so many entries. So, long before the opponent's skills arrived, Zhou Yu willingly gave up resistance, allowing his bones to scatter and creating a facade of death. Now, the opportunity had come. Crack, crack, crack. All the heavy armor quickly reassembled, and Zhou Yu held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, rushing toward Wu Xingchang at the fastest speed. Whirlwind Wolf Stride, activated.
Whoosh! His speed surged to its peak, and in an instant, he was in front of Wu Xingqiang. Not good, it's not dead. Nearby surviving professionals reacted and moved instantly as well. Boom! Zhou Yu lifted his shield and heavily tossed a warrior into the air, then swept his heavy sword, cutting down a mage who was about to chant a spell. Next, he braced himself against an archer's shot from a distance, then raised his heavy sword high, striking down toward Wu Xingqiang. Sword aura heavy slash, activated. Slash! A several meters sword aura erupted, heavily striking Wu Xingqiang. However, due to the obstruction from others, Wu Xingqiang managed to activate a magical shield, blocking all of Zhou Yu's sword aura. Cunning skeleton, you can never match human wisdom. Wu Xingqiang looked at Zhou Yu, preparing to chant a spell. But at that moment, Zhou Yu seemed to ignore his taunt, a red glimmer suddenly sparking in his eyes. Evil Frenzy, activated. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sword auras exploded in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. 3 terrifying slashes successfully wore down the magical shield in front of Wu Xingqiang. It was at that moment that the opponent's spell was finished. Hands of lava. The ground in front of Zhou Yu suddenly cracked, and hands wrapped in magma shot out, gripping heavily onto his heavy sword. All attacks were completely suppressed in an instant. Humph. You. Wu Xingqiang, holding his staff, sneered while preparing his next skill, but suddenly he trembled, a sharp pain surged from his lower back, completely interrupting his chant. He turned around abruptly, only to find Lin Shiyun thrusting a dagger deep into his lower back. You dare. For my family, I dare anything. Lin Shiyun's body was still trembling, but her hands gripping the dagger were remarkably steady. Ha. Wu Xingqiang barely uttered a word before a bone-white hand gripped his throat, and in the next moment, it squeezed tightly. Chapter 30, Entry Editing, Return to the Abyss, Dragon? Crack! Wu Xingqiang heard the crisp sound of his neck snapping. He never imagined that as a 4th-turn mage, he would one day die like this. Before he died, he saw light blooming from Zhou Yu. Using his death to help others level up was such a great irony. Ding! You have slain a 4th-turn mage, experience plus 2,471. Ding! You have leveled up to LV 26. Ding! You have randomly acquired the entry, Blazing Blade Dance, Blue. Ding! Congratulations, you have enough entries to activate the entry editing function. Entry editing, use any entry as the main one, freely fuse different entries, with a chance to enhance or transform into a new entry. Note, once subordinate fusion entries are fused, they will permanently disappear. Please use this function with caution. New feature? Zhou Yu did not expect that the system had such a change, but at the moment, he did not have time to study it, as he saw that Wu Xingqiang had completely fallen. Other survivors naturally lost all fighting spirit and began to flee in all directions. Swish, swish. However, just as they escaped to the back door, they found a figure standing there, with a serious and cold expression. Kill. Su Xiaoqian's eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness, as if he had made a certain decision. He raised his long sword and unleashed his strongest skill, striking out with one sword. Puff! The long sword pierced through the chest of the person in front, shocking all those behind him. They have someone guarding, escaped through the front door. They turned around and ran madly in the other direction, but suddenly saw Su Mei, clad in armor, standing at the front door, watching everything with an expressionless face. Helping the tyrants, you deserve to die. After saying this, she also leaped into the battle. A few minutes later, the entire scene was completely cleared by Zhou Yu, even his tall, skeletal frame was stained red with blood. Looking around, there were already corpses everywhere. Not bad. Zhou Yu looked at Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, secretly nodding his head. Originally, this plan would not have gone so perfectly, as he was alone. If these people fled in panic, even if he was strong, he would not be able to kill them all. Once one escaped, today's events would leak, and that would bring great trouble. The addition of Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang was something he hadn't expected. After the initially agreed 2 hours to continue entering the Demon Monk Zen Temple, Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang wandered around the instance hall for a long time but did not see Lin Shiyun appear. Only then did they personally seek him out. Upon seeing Zhou Yu and Lin Shiyun, as well as Grandma and Lin Momo, Su Mei naturally understood the kind of encounter the two had faced. Zhou Yu originally thought they would stop Lin Shiyun, but unexpectedly, the other party actually agreed to this plan and even intended to join. Regardless of the purpose and idea, at least they played a role. Shiyun, everything has been cleared up here. Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang came together, looking at Zhou Yu with surprise on their faces. Well, thanks to your summoner's greatness, may I ask your name? This. Lin Shiyun turned to Zhou Yu. She had never given him a name before. However, Zhou Yu heard this and simply raised his hand to gesture, my last name is Zhou. Ha? Lin Shiyun and Su Mei looked at each other in confusion. My last name, Joe. Pig? Witch? Burst? Spank? Oh. Joe, it's Show.
Finally, after Lin Shiyun received a light flick from Zhou, she finally understood his last name.
Su Mei and Su Xiaoqian chose to selectively ignore Lin Shiyun's grievance. Mr. Zhou, there's been a commotion here. I believe the police will arrive soon. Su Mei said to Zhou, I think you should leave quickly. I will handle the aftermath here. Zhou nodded.
With the financial minister's daughter handling it, Lin Shiyun's safety should be ensured. Turning to Lin Shiyun and nodding, Zhou directly terminated the summoning, and his figure quickly disappeared from the spot, returning to the abyss. Seeing Zhou vanish, Su Mei hurriedly said to Su Xiaoqian, quick, set the fire. The bigger the better. We must burn all these corpses beyond recognition. She spoke as she quickly collected the equipment that had fallen from the bodies and finally handed them to Lin Shiyun. Shiyun, these are all made by your Mr. Zhou, so they should belong to you, but under these circumstances, you can't take action, it's too dangerous.
Even in the black market, it's not allowed. No need, Sister Su Mei.
Lin Shiyun shook her head. Your connections are better than mine, just keep these for now, and take action when the right opportunity arises. Saying this, she took out the 2 pieces of flesh golem lord equipment given by Zhou. These 2 pieces of equipment are mine, please help me sell them first. I need to exchange them for life number 1. Yours?
Su Mei didn't expect Lin Shiyun to actually take out 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment.
Somewhat surprised at first, but quickly reacting, he hurriedly put it away.
Alright, leave it to me. Boom.
The 3 left, and soon the entire villa was engulfed in a raging fire. Before long, vehicles from the police department came rushing in.
What happened? Why is there such a big fire here? Quick, go in and see if there are any people inside. Report. Not good, there are many bodies inside, and one of them seems to be the director of the City Defense Bureau, Wu Xingchang. What? Quickly notify the chief of police.
After a series of urgent reports, a luxury car soon sped in from a distance. A middle-aged man with graying hair and a strong build got out, a cigar in his mouth, and walked confidently towards the villa. This man is the chief of police, Zhang Jigang, level 49.
Hiss. Zhang Jigang stepped inside, first twitching his nose, then suddenly frowning. Necromantic power? Could it be that bunch of scoundrels from the Creation Society?
In the Valley of the Undead, on the throne of bones, Zhou's figure reappeared.
Salute to my lord.
Athen, the Soulfire, danced and respectfully bowed to Zhou.
Athen, during the time I was gone, has there been any unusual happenings?
Zhou slightly nodded, as usual, inquiring about the situation here.
Well.
My lord, during your absence, we successfully tamed the newborn ghouls in the Frozen Earth Cemetery, and our power has increased.
Athen spoke with excitement in his tone. We are trying to expand our territory beyond the Frozen Earth Cemetery. Not bad. Zhou said with appreciation, have there been any gains?
This.
Don't mumble, speak quickly.
Seeing Athen like this, Zhou knew something was wrong.
Quickly speak. There's a dragon. What? Zhou's expression changed in an instant. Chapter 31, Frostbone Spectral Dragon, The Exile of Buried Bones. A dragon?
Zhou believed Athen did not have the courage to lie. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. A dragon, no matter in which world, represents the peak of combat power. Even though he was stronger now than before, he was still no match for a dragon. If a dragon truly appeared here, then his territory would be in danger.
Can you confirm what type of dragon it is? Zhou asked.
No, we cannot confirm. Athen tried to explain. It came quickly, flapping its enormous bony wings, but left just as fast. We don't know where it went or if it just passed by. Zhou suddenly stood up from his seat. The situation was urgent, and he couldn't wait. Sitting idle was not his style, so Zhou decided to take a look himself.
My lord, where are you going? Athen cautiously asked. You don't need to worry, guard the territory well.
Zhou quickly stepped out of the Valley of the Undead, arriving at the Frozen Earth Cemetery, and walked to the edge as Athen said, where a stretch of hills and woods appeared. At this moment, Zhou immediately saw the area devastated by the dragon's breath. In the location of the hill and woods, an area of dozens of meters had already been completely frozen by the breath, mixed with an incredibly dense necromantic aura that had utterly destroyed all souls. In the place destroyed by the breath, Zhou could still clearly see several bodies exceeding 1 meter in height. A spider-like undead being, frozen into an ice sculpture. A cave demon, Zhou recognized it. These undead creatures could dig tunnels underground and even spit webs, the lowest level being over LV-15.
Now, having perished completely after just a single breath from the opponent,
Zhou found a high ground and looked into the rolling hills but did not see any traces of dragon breath.
maybe it just passed by?
With such doubts, Zhou quietly sneaked into the depths of the forest, not intending to start a fight yet, so he moved very carefully. Moreover, being an undead himself, he encountered no danger along the way. After climbing over several small mountains, Zhou still didn't find the shadow of a dragon's nest. This made him feel a bit relieved. It seemed he didn't need to worry about a fierce dragon being his neighbor, threatening his life.
So far, it must be over 100 kilometers?
Zhou muttered to himself, preparing to return to the Valley of the Undead. However, at the moment he turned around, suddenly a deep dragon roar echoed from a towering peak in the distance.
Roar!
Hiss!
Zhou gasped, quickly crawling down under the rocks.
Soon after, he witnessed the most shocking scene since arriving in this world.
A giant dragon, glowing with an ice-blue light, unfolded its wings and dove down from the mountaintop.
Besides the chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing everything, its eyes glittered not with ghostly green but with blood red. Swish! The dragon soared high like a breeze, diving down, and its breath was unleashed less than 50 meters away from Zhou. Roar! After completely freezing a large area of trees and rocks, the giant dragon flew back to the mountaintop, roaring towards the sky, as if claiming its sovereignty. As it flew by, Zhou tapped on the exclamation mark above its head.
Frost Wraith Dragon Exiled Guardian.
Race, Undead. Level, LV 70. Life, 1.7 million.
Magic, 850,000.
Attack, 18,000, 22,000.
Defense, 500. Physical resistance 67% / magical resistance 70%.
Attributes, Frost Spread, Red, Soul Resonance, Red, Dragon Body, Purple, Frost Wraith Breath, Red, Domain of Eternal Frost, Purple, Dragon Language Deconstruction, Blue. Hiss! Zhou could not help but tremble, not from fear but from excitement, the thrill ignited by seeing this dragon's information.
This is a dragon? Not only is it at level 70, but it also has so many visible attributes, and more terrifyingly, it has 2 purple attributes. Gray, white, green, blue, red, purple, gold.
Since arriving in this world, the best Zhou had seen was blue attributes, but even that was far from purple, let alone the higher grade gold attributes. Now, not only had he seen them, but he had even seen 2 at once.
Moreover, among the remaining attributes, there were quite a few red ones, not to mention the others.
No matter which attribute he could obtain, the boost to his combat power would be beyond words.
Desire, immense desire.
But Zhou remained rational, he knew he was simply no match for the dragon right now. One single normal attack from it could end his life instantly. Summoning his courage, Zhou carefully approached that peak, wanting to see what the dragon's nest looked like and whether there were other dragons present. If there was more than one, he would have only one choice, to move as far away as possible. Athen waited anxiously in the Valley of the Undead. It was unclear how long it had been when he suddenly saw a pale white figure stepping into the place.
Ah! My lord, you have finally returned.
Athen quickly rushed over. If you hadn't come back, I fear. Zhou glanced at him. If this guy had blood and flesh,
It seems I am about to get a little golden trophy. Worried about me, but why didn't you go out to find me?
Zhou said as he sat on the skeletal throne. Athen chuckled awkwardly, cough, cough, I deeply remember my master's orders, to guard here and wait for my master to return.
Master, did you see that giant dragon?
I did, it's a level 70 big guy, very hard to deal with.
Level 70? My god! Athen exclaimed in shock.
Then, what should we do? Just chill. Zhou glanced at him. For now, don't expand, continue to stay hidden, and wait for the opportunity.
Opportunity? What opportunity?
Athen was stunned for a moment and instinctively asked. You don't need to worry about that.
Zhou actually already had ideas on the way back.
He couldn't help but say, this reconnaissance was very fruitful, especially at the location close to the dragon's lair. He not only found that there was only one frostbone abyss dragon, but also discovered. However, no matter what, it was not something he could deal with right now. But Zhou had his own plans. He prepared to test his word editing function first and at least wait until the dungeon was over before thinking of a solution. Thinking of this, Zhou stopped overthinking and opened his panel with a thought. Once opened, he realized that his system panel had actually changed. Other things remained the same, but the word section was no longer a single word. Instead, it was marked with a quantity. For example, the stitching word he had obtained before now shows a quantity of 5 behind it. What does this mean? It means he can freely edit other words using these basic words without worrying about his valued words being permanently lost after being consumed. Understanding this, Zhou immediately felt relieved and began selecting words to edit and try. Ding! Summoning Skeleton Swordsman as the main, fusion word completed, obtained, Skeleton Swordsman summon. Ding! Major Sword Energy Heavy Slash as the main, fusion word completed, obtained, Sword Energy Super Heavy Slash, green. Ding! Vengeful Howl is the main, fusion word completed, obtained, Vengeful Howl, green. After many attempts, Zhou noted several characteristics of word editing. First, the probability of successful fusion evolution or strengthening is related to the quality of the fusion words. The higher the quality of the fusion word, the higher the probability of evolution strengthening. Second, low-quality words need to accumulate quantity in order to possibly complete fusion evolution. Third, the direction of evolution is positively correlated with the main word, there's no need to worry about strange words appearing. Fourth, once a new word is fused and evolved, it does not affect the existence of the original main word, it simply consumes the fused word. Based on these points, Zhou looked at various words in his system list and began to edit continuously. In the end, after consuming all the words he had obtained from the commander of the Defense Bureau, he successfully created 3 brand new words. Chapter 32, 3 mutated words, Dungeon difficulty, Nightmare level. The 3 new words are, Dark Flame Sword Energy / Blue, Flame Wolf Pack Control, Blue, Holy Flame Blade Storm, Red. These 3 words are the result of Zhou fusing 99% of the words he felt temporarily useless, which he calls mutated words. Among them, Dark Flame Sword Energy / Blue is born from fusing most of the remaining Dark Fire Explosion words with Major Sword Energy Heavy / and Zhou tried it. Its power is not only nearly 3 times more potent than the previous Major Sword Energy Heavy /, but it even comes with a Dark Flame Burn effect, terrifying power. As for Flame Wolf Pack Control, Blue, this word comes from the unique Fire Spirit summon skill of that fire manipulator Wu Xiong, which itself summons 2 Fire Element Guardians to help him fight. At first, Zhou tried several times with no progress and ultimately merged the useless Wolf Pack Control word recklessly. Unexpectedly, he directly obtained the all-new Flame Wolf Pack Control, Blue, word. He can summon 7 flame giant wolves for battle, not only stronger than the previous fire elements, but also able to possess the effect of commanding the previous wolf pack at the same time. This gave Zhou a feeling of a blessing in disguise. As for the final Holy Flame Blade Storm, Red, it is the only red attribute he obtained and also his first red attribute. This main attribute came from Wu Xingqiang's Flame Blade Dance, which, after merging almost all the mage attributes he had slain, successfully evolved into a terrifying attribute with both sacred and fire properties. It was these 2 attributes that allowed it to successfully become a red attribute. After consuming all his attributes, Zhou did not stop but instead focused on the Skeleton Swordsman summoning attribute. He thought about continuing to merge it, hoping to create the next tier of attribute, the reinforced Skeleton Swordsman summoning. However, under such circumstances, there were many attributes to merge, and the skeleton mages on his territory had already been killed in waves. Wanting to achieve this level in a short time seemed unrealistic. The remaining way, Zhou thought of going to the Demon Monk Zen Temple to merge those attributes, and at that time, perhaps he could create new mutated attributes. He kept both paths in mind, just waiting to see which was easier to realize. While Zhou was busy, Lin Shiyun returned home and stayed with her grandmother and younger sister for a whole night. After this incident, her whole temperament changed significantly, becoming stronger, more reserved, and her aura cooler than before.
Shiyun, it's time to eat.
The bedroom door was pushed open, and Grandma called out.
Coming, Grandma.
Lin Shiyun revealed a sweet smile, only when facing close ones would she show her innocence.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
During dinner, the phone rang, and Lin Shiyun glanced at it, her heart stirring as she found a quiet place to answer.
Hello, Sister Sumei. Shiyun, have you seen the news? I saw it, thank you, Sister Sumei.
Lin Shiyun had already seen the news this morning about a villa catching fire, with the city defense general and his family unfortunately perishing.
She even saw footage of an interview with Su Mei and Su Xiaoxiang.
It was thanks to the 2 of them reporting the crime themselves that they accepted the interview, and with their identities, they successfully covered up the entire incident.
Why thank me?
Su Mei smiled. What I mean is, although the case has not been fully defined, we cannot just wait like this, as it raises suspicion.
It's best to upgrade if necessary. Okay, I was thinking the same, Sister Sumei. Shall we meet in the copy 2 hours later?
Sure. Also, I have good news to tell you.
Good news?
What good news? Lin Shiyun was taken aback, wondering what good news could come at this time. I sold the 2 pieces of equipment you gave me. The company said they were very rare, limited edition silver items, and purchased them at 3 times the market price.
3 times?
Lin Shiyun's voice suddenly rose. As far as she knew, a normal bronze item costs around 100,000, and silver items start at 500,000, and if it's 3 times the price, then it's 1,500,000 each.
Yes. Where did these items come from?
The company owner said, if there are more like this, he would gladly buy them at a high price. Su Mei's tone in the phone was filled with disbelief. She didn't even expect this silver item to be so valuable. Especially the shock on the company owner's face when he saw the runes of the Lord on it was something she had never seen before.
Oh, really? Please thank the company owner for me.
Lin Shiyun didn't know where Zhou got the equipment from, so she could only choose to avoid answering. Don't worry, you should be able to make around 3 million now.
I want to ask if you want to convert it all into life number 1? Recently, it was said that a new life number 2 was developed. Should we give it a try?
Try it, Sister Sume. Please help me exchange all my money for life number 2. Hearing this, Lin Shiryun did not hesitate at all.
Okay, I'll come over in a bit.
After more than an hour, Sume and Su Xiaoqiang arrived together, also bringing the newly developed life number 2. After Lin Momo tried it, indeed, the effect was stronger than number 1, which made the whole family exceptionally happy. From then on, Lin Shiryun became even more determined to enter the dungeon, leaving home with Sume and the others.
They successfully arrived at the Demon Monk Zen Temple dungeon hall, and Sume looked at Lin Shiryun and asked, "Shiryun, this time should we choose the dangerous level?" That should be it. Lin Shiryun thought for a moment. How about I summon him over to ask? That's fine.
Sume nodded. After all, he was the real main force in the dungeon. Though they had cleared the normal level before, relying solely on Zhou Yu was still a bit strenuous. If he wanted to run the normal level again, they could completely accept that. Nodding, Lin Shiryun directly activated her summoning technique in the corner.
Buzz. As the summoning gate opened, Zhou Yu's figure reappeared.
Seeing Zhou Yu, Lin Shiryun slightly bent down to greet him, then tentatively asked, "We're about to enter the dungeon. You mentioned last time about changing the difficulty, not sure which one to switch to?"
Difficulty?
Zhou Yu pondered for a moment, and suddenly reached out to grab Lin Shiryun's little hand.
Ah!
The sudden scene caught Lin Shiryun off guard, making her exclaim. Zhou Yu shot her an annoyed glance, then raised his finger to start writing in her palm. It was the first time Lin Shiryun had someone hold her hand like this. Her heart began to uncontrollably race, but she quickly realized that Zhou Yu was actually writing in her palm.
What are the difficulty levels?
After a moment, Lin Shiryun understood Zhou Yu's meaning.
Normal, dangerous, nightmare. Then what else is there to choose? It has to be nightmare.
Zhou Yu directly wrote down the difficulty he was sure of.
Chapter 33, Donors, do you wish for longevity? What? Nightmare level? Sume and the others couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this difficulty.
Mr. Zhou, are we being a bit hasty? Su Xiaoqiang said cautiously.
Shall we consider it again? How about starting from the dangerous level?
Yes, Mr. Zhou, it is said that the nightmare level is the highest difficulty for first-time players, equivalent to a real abyss environment.
Many even suspect it directly leads to some crack in the abyss.
Even though this is a storyline dungeon, we should still be careful. Sume also said seriously. From her perspective, Zhou Yu's previous performance made entering the nightmare level dungeon no different from seeking death, just put more politely. Zhou Yu remained silent, continuing to write a few words in Lin Shiryun's palm. Lin Shiryun paused, looking at Sume and Su Xiaoqiang. He said, "If you guys are worried, you can go by yourselves."
Sume and Su Xiaoqiang were instantly stunned.
They had seen someone rush in, but had never seen anyone speak so boldly. "No, we just mean well. After all, if everyone encounters danger, it's a matter of life or death." Su Xiaoqiang felt a bit aggrieved and was about to argue a few words, but she was directly interrupted by Sume.
"We trust Mr. Zhou." "Sister, you?" Su Xiaoqiang stared wide-eyed at her sister. "We trust Mr. Zhou's strength, leave the tickets to us."
After saying that, she pulled Su Xiaoqiang towards the dungeon hall before her sister could react.
"Sister, you really agreed to enter the nightmare level?"
"That's the nightmare level." Su Xiaoqiang followed Sume and asked. "Xiaoqiang, you cannot see him as just a skeleton soldier, you should see him as a person like us, not just a summon." Sume said seriously, "Since we chose to be friends with Lin Shiryun, we can't give up this opportunity. Our two gifted professions, to put it bluntly, have average potential.
To go further, we can only rely on him.
Although I don't believe he can clear the nightmare level, I'm willing to take a gamble."
"Gamble?" Su Xiaoqiang was incredulous.
"Yes, gamble that he won't drag Lin Shiryun to her death."
Sume said, "Since we're gambling, don't say anything that makes him unhappy, and don't act in a way that he dislikes. Understand?" "I understand."
"Sister."
Su Xiaoqiang nodded seriously. "You don't believe in me?" Zhou Yu wrote in the palm of Lin Shiryun.
Seeing this, Lin Shiryun shook her head. "I believe in you."
"Why?" "Because you saved my life. No matter the reason, even if it means death, I am willing to be with you."
As the two communicated, the news of Sume buying tickets directly caused a stir in the dungeon lobby.
"What? Someone dares to buy tickets for the nightmare level Magic Monk Zen Temple? Are they crazy? The clearance rate for the danger level is less than 20% so far, and they still dare to buy nightmare level? Is this after the first time rewards that have never been cleared at nightmare level?"
Every year, there are a bunch of people sent to death, nothing unexpected. While talking, many people followed Sume and found Lin Shiryun and the other two.
Seeing these three, someone suddenly reacted and gasped repeatedly. No way, isn't this the record-breaking Team 38? Really?
I remember some nearby third-tier guilds were alarmed and came to find them.
Amidst the crowd's discussions, several figures appeared in front of Lin Shiryun and Su Mei.
Hello, I am a member of the third-tier guild Mist Guild.
Are you interested in joining our guild? We can offer elite member treatment directly.
A middle-aged man said with a smile. Hello, I am a member of the Brave Guild, also a third-tier guild. Joining our guild will get you even better treatment.
A not-so-young lady nearby smiled. What's wrong with the Brave Guild? How much better can their treatment be compared to our Mist Guild?
The middle-aged man rebutted immediately.
Let me hear it.
Our Brave Guild not only offers elite member treatment but can also equip you three with a full set of bronze gear.
Bronze gear?
Hiss, that costs at least $1 million. Everyone nearby was shocked to hear this. Upon hearing this, Su Mei and Su Xiaoqian's eyes lit up.
Their talent was evident.
If they could become top players in a third-tier guild, at least they could reach their father's position. However, they both turned to look at Lin Shiryun, clearly deciding to wait for her decision.
Sorry, we still need to enter the dungeon and don't plan to join a guild for now. Still need to enter the dungeon?
Hearing this, everyone was taken aback, feeling Lin Shiryun was too bold. The lady who spoke earlier frowned. Little girl, let me remind you, the clearance rate for the nightmare level dungeon is currently 0. Don't lose your mind over the first clear reward.
Yes, join our guild, and we can guarantee you can clear the danger level.
The upgrade will be quick, isn't that great? Lin Shiryun shook her head. No, I have my plans. Please let us through. Seeing her so resolute, the two persuading from the guild didn't stop her but shook their heads, clearly not optimistic about them. Nowadays, young people are still impetuous and self-righteous.
Right, do they really think a mere skeleton can clear the nightmare level? Such a shame.
Faced with everyone's comments, Lin Shiryun took no notice and headed directly to the dungeon entrance. Buzz. As the three disappeared, the screen in the dungeon lobby jumped directly to the first position. Sequence 01, Captain Lin Shiryun, Nightmare Level Difficulty, 3 players, timer starts. Buzz. Zhou also felt a darkness before his eyes, and when his vision returned, he found himself in a desolate and broken Zen temple, completely different from the ordinary difficulty the first time.
How did we come in directly? Zhou looked around.
Discovering that the arrangement around was, surprisingly, much better than the ordinary difficulty. The tall walls stood high, and the rooms were intact, only the towering main hall in the center appeared somewhat mottled due to the marks of time. The sky was dark, like it was evening.
The towering trees on both sides swayed in the wind, resembling clawing tentacles, waiting for their prey. Before everyone could react, suddenly a gloomy and hoarse voice echoed throughout the Zen temple. The world thinks that practicing Buddhism is good. Who can become the Buddha? If you can't become a Buddha, where can you find immortality? Dear patrons, do you wish for immortality?
In the incredibly dim Zen temple, this voice suddenly rang out, like two hands gripping the neck from behind, making one's scalp tingle. But Su Mei and the others looked around and still didn't see a trace of the source of the voice. Just then, the originally closed main door of the hall, as well as the 4 side doors, all opened outward from the inside.
Bang!
In the black hall, the flickering candlelight cast faint shadows of many people kneeling on the ground. The next moment, these shadows turned around, and countless pairs of eyes gleamed red, reflecting countless pale faces as they grinned and asked together.
Dear patrons, do you wish for immortality? Chapter 34 Mind Link, opening with a big move?
Countless pairs of red glowing eyes stared at everyone, their faces adorned with strange smiles as they kept inquiring. Just this scene alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle.
My gosh, is this the real Demon Monk Zen temple? Why are there so many people? No, so many ghosts.
Before the words could fade, the previous echoes grew louder, and figures with demonic patterns on their faces suddenly stood up one by one, rushing out of the hall with eerie smiles, crazily heading towards Zhou and the others.
Bang! The Zen temple door, which was still open, was now slamming shut.
Oh no, the door is closed. We can't escape the battlefield now. There's no way to end the instance. Seeing this scene, Su Mei screamed in alarm. At the same time, the countless demonized monks had already completely surrounded everyone.
Sister, why are there so many? A look of terror appeared on Su Xiaoqian's face. Not just that, did you see? The lowest level exceeds 18, and 20 is everywhere.
Su Mei furrowed her brows tightly. But beside her, Lin Shiryun suddenly looked at Zhou, who was standing still. Don't worry, just believe in him. Su Mei and Su Xiaoqian looked at Lin Shiryun with some surprise, feeling that she seemed different from before. At this moment, Lin Shiryun took out her staff, preparing to cast a skill. Wait. Su Mei raised her hand and handed the staff controlled by Wu Xiong to her. This is the silver staff, much better than yours. There's no one else here, just use this for now.
Okay.
Lin Shuryun accepted the staff without hesitation, immediately feeling a powerful wave of magic coming from it. Swish! She raised her hand, and a beam of light fell, directly striking Zhou, casting a skill, Blessing Light. Then Lin Shuryun waved her staff again. Zhou felt a refreshing sensation sweep over his mind, somewhat comfortable. Mind Link, for a short time, increase own spirit attribute by 10%, enhancing the bond between the summoner and the summoned. It was Zhou's first time experiencing the skill cast by Lin Shuryun. He instinctively looked back at her, realizing for the first time that she was not just a useless vase. Seeing his familiar old friends getting closer, Zhou did not hesitate and summoned his own old friends as well. Skeleton Swordsman Summon. 40? That's more than before. Su Xiaoqiang saw those familiar figures and breathed a sigh of relief. Not enough, completely not enough. Su Mei, fully armored in silver equipment with her long sword firmly grasped, was ready for battle at any moment. The number of nightmare-level monsters is more than 3 times that of our ordinary level. 10 more skeleton swordsmen are definitely not enough. What should we do? Su Xiaoqiang inquired. We both have to join in, we can't just watch. Su Mei said solemnly. But at that moment, Zhou, with his sword, suddenly tapped her. You two, protect her well. Zhou pointed to Lin Shuryun. Okay, Mr. Zhou, we will follow your arrangement. Hearing this, Su Mei seemed to find a leader, and nodded seriously, standing on either side of Lin Shuryun to protect her. At the same time, in a completely different manner than before, the 40 skeletal swordsmen summoned by Zhou did not directly charge in, but surrounded the 3, forming a protective layer. At this point, he raised his sword high. Above, ghostly green flames began to gather, instantly transforming into a huge fireball that fell from the sky. Demonic flame explosion activated. Boom! 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 Against such dense wild monster distribution, the demonic flame explosion was truly a divine skill. Large amounts of bloody damage erupted from all the corrupted monks, terrifying damage values that even they, at level 20, could not withstand the 3-hit burst. In just a brief moment, the 3, including Su Mei, started to shine with upgrade light. Su Mei LV-19, Su Xiaoqiang LV-15, Lin Shuryun LV-17. As the captain, Lin Shuryun became the biggest beneficiary of this harvest, skyrocketing 2 levels, surpassing Su Xiaoqiang, and even Su Mei was not far behind. Even though the 3 had leveled up, there wasn't much joy on their faces, rather, they showed unprecedented worry. Sister, using this move so early, what will we do later? Su Xiaoqiang said urgently, unable to suppress the rising worry within. Later there will be vengeful monk souls and cursed followers. Depending on the situation, there will definitely be even more of them. Without magic attacks, what will we do? I hope Mr. Zhou has his own plan, right? Su Mei said as she looked at Lin Shuryun, whose face once again showed tension at the unknown. I don't know, no, I believe in him. He can definitely do it. Lin Shuryun said instinctively, but suddenly recalled Zhou's previous performance, and regained her firmness. Be careful, there's a fish that slipped through the net. Her reminder made Su Mei react, and her long sword swept out. Puff! Hiss! The Su siblings cooperated, quickly dealing with the fish that slipped through the net. A sense of achievement from battle surged within them. At this moment, the hull that suffered the demonic flame explosion was directly destroyed half, and Zhou finally saw a large-bellied Buddha statue sitting cross-legged with a smile inside. Below the statue, an old monk dressed in a robe was also sitting cross-legged. Even though Zhou only saw the back, he immediately recognized that the other party was the last boss, the master of the demonic monk temple. Zhou did not move, but let the remaining corrupted monks be dealt with by the skeletal swordsman. Instead, he took the opportunity to open his system panel, using the word editing function to start editing. In any case, there were enough word entries for him to squander, and perhaps he could create a brand new entry. Before these corrupted monks were completely cleared, Zhou suddenly noticed countless vengeful monks drifting out, while at the same time, the side rooms all opened, and countless cursed followers' souls also floated over. Those who believe in the demon ancestor shall obtain eternal life. What use is mercy? What use is salvation? Those who do not believe in the demon ancestor shall all die. Ha ha ha. All shall die. With this eerie laughter, all the vengeful monks actually roared, as if suddenly infused with evil frenzy, their combat power soared. Why didn't we encounter this skill before? Zhou was slightly taken aback. Did this nightmare-level dungeon have unexpected surprises? A brand new entry? He had originally thought this was just a simple monster grinding, but unexpectedly, new skills that hadn't appeared before were added. Screech! Countless shrieks resounded from the mouths of the vengeful monks simultaneously. In the next moment, Zhou only felt his soul tremble, experiencing a brief dizziness. When he regained his senses from the dizziness, countless curse followers suddenly rushed forward, lunging toward Zhou. Zhou looked at the curse follower that was biting at him and revealed a look of surprise. I didn't expect these guys to actually work together. Thankfully, I was well prepared. As he muttered to himself, Zhou glanced at the biting souls and had a thought. Magic Shield, green, activated. Chapter 35, The Flame Wolf Pack, directly targeting the boss. Zhou had killed so many people in the villa that he couldn't even keep count, at least dozens, and naturally, he gained many entries. Except for editing consumption, he kept everything else he thought was useful. Just in time, now it came in handy. As a translucent magical energy shield rose from his body, enveloping him in an oval shape and expanding outward. The curse followers that had been clinging to him were pushed away by this force. The curse follower that was bounced off by the shield was not harmed, they just paused for a moment before charging at him like mad dogs again. Fortunately, before the shield was completely depleted, Zhou would not suffer any real damage. He slightly tilted his head to glance behind him, where Lin Shiyun was being protected by Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, under attack from several curse followers. Because of the dizziness effect from the resentful roar just now, the three of them had endured nearly 2 seconds of attacks. In those short 2 seconds, a third of their health disappeared. There are so many, sister, I can hardly hold on. Su Xiaoqiang reacted, having suffered several attacks in a row, her health had already dropped to half. If it drops, just use potions. Su Mei slashed at a curse follower with her sword, urgently reminding her. Where is the time? Su Xiaoqiang, facing such a massive amount of attacks for the first time, had lost her composure, not to mention that more and more curse followers were surrounding them. Even if there's no time, you have to hold on. Su Mei said this, but in her heart, she gradually began to feel heavy. She sensed that Zhou had underestimated the difficulty of the nightmare-level dungeon. Just the dizziness was enough to make them unable to bear it. Ha ha. Seeing several curse follower figures rushing over, along with the 6 they were currently fighting, they were already at a life-threatening moment. The curse followers, bound by magical patterns, had vacant looks on their faces, yet their steps were as wild and frantic as demons, screaming as they charged forward. A deep sense of despair surged within Su Mei. But just at that moment, a flash of fire suddenly streaked past her eyes, and the next moment, the curse follower that had been rushing forward let out a painful scream, then burst into flames all over. -289. -301. -216. After a rapid series of jumping numbers, the curse follower that had just filled her with despair disappeared completely. Did that just get solved? A one-hit kill? Su Mei thought in disbelief. Where did this flame come from? She looked forward and was shocked to see a nearly 2-meter-long giant wolf made entirely of flames roaring as it charged into the crowd of curse followers. Fire giant wolf? Su Mei exclaimed. She remembered that Lin Shiyun had just completed her first job change. Even as a summoner, she would have to wait until the second job change to unlock the second summoning slot. If it wasn't Lin Shiyun, it could only be. As Su Mei instinctively turned back, she witnessed an unforgettable scene. Right beside Zhou, 6 more fire giant wolves, just like the one before, were charging into the army of curse followers, leaving nothing in their wake but screams. He actually summoned 7 fire giant wolves again? Su Mei's shocked words made Su Xiaoqiang and Lin Shiyun react as well, their expressions shifting as they saw the scene. Just like her. What, how many skills does he even have? Su Xiaoqiang was already stunned. This looks like a fire element summoning spell of a fire mage, but it's a wolf? Lin Shiyun said, her apple chest violently rising and falling. How can he use fire magic? The undead. That is an undead skeleton. Fire magic is its natural enemy, yet now, the opponent is casting fire magic, and it's so strong. This is simply outrageous, the kind of outrageous that opens the door to outrageousness. The 3 of them wanted answers, but the only answer was silence. While the 3 were silent, Zhou was already watching 7 flame giant wolves rampaging around. Their physical damage was astonishing, and they were all engulfed in flames, truly a combination of magic and martial arts. Originally, that fire element summoning should only be a skill available to second transformation professionals, but now it has mutated and directly evolved to third transformation level. Zhou could even feel that as his strength increased, both the damage of the flame giant wolves and the number summoned would also rise. Looking at the endless ghosts being exterminated around him, Zhou even thought about stopping to observe the surroundings. Inside the Great Hall, the boss courtyard master remained indifferent, continuously chanting. Mysterious calls echoed around. Strange. Zhou looked at the Great Hall, unable to suppress his confusion. Why are there so many vengeful monk souls, even more than the corrupted monks? The corrupted monks he had slain earlier barely numbered 3 to 500, but the monk souls he was seeing now had already exceeded that number, not to mention those surging out from the Great Hall. If he added in the cursed believers in the side rooms, the number would be about or even surpass 2,000. By rights, with so many ghosts dead, the entire monastery should be littered with corpses, but now, it was astonishingly clean, with no sight of bones anywhere. Could it be just a bug in the instance?
Logic can't close the loop?
Shaking his head, Zhou decided not to think too much. Since the boss was right in front of him, he could let the firewolves clear the area. To save time, he could actively go in and directly take down the boss.
You all stay here, don't move.
Zhou turned to Lin Shiyun and gestured with his hands.
Where are you going?
Lin Shiyun's expression changed slightly, worried. The situation inside the Great Hall is somewhat different from our first entry. If you go in rashly, I'm afraid.
Hey, let me finish.
Before she could finish, Zhou had already turned his head and was striding toward the Great Hall.
Bang!
With each step he took, armor began to appear around him, and in an instant, he transformed into a heavily armored skeleton swordsman.
Whoa!
The surrounding crowded vengeful monk souls instinctively opened their mouths, about to let out a vengeful howl. However, before they could speak, Zhou opened his mouth first.
Vengeful howl activated. Roar! An invisible wave of vengeful energy rippled out, forcefully interrupting their vengeful howl.
Before they could react, Zhou swung his great sword.
Hellfire sword aura activated. Swish!
A blazing sword light, nearly 10 meters long, shot from the edge of his sword, scorching everything in its path with horrifying flames, evaporating the vengeful monk souls that hadn't even had a chance to move, instantly killing them. At this moment, Zhou's footsteps suddenly accelerated, stepping through the vengeful monk souls like a phantom, directly reaching the corrupted monk courtyard leader.
It's time to end all this.
Muttering indifferently, Zhou suddenly swung his great sword.
Chapter 36, Shock of the Flame Blade Dance, is it really over?
Hellfire sword aura slash.
Whoosh!
With flames, the fierce sword light sliced from Zhou's hand, nearly flashing before it ripped through all the blocking vengeful monk souls and landed directly on the devil monk courtyard master who was sitting cross-legged on the ground.
Snort!
In an instant, the head of the demon monk temple was completely swallowed by the flames, turning into a fireman. Unlike last time, this time the demon monk temple master, burning, slowly stood up from the ground, whispering in a crazed manner. I chanted all my life, but it is not as evil as human nature. I showed compassion all my life, but I could not save even a single heart.
Amidst the raging flames, a massive Vajra figure, larger than before, gradually took shape.
When the flames finally extinguished, the over 4-meter-tall figure with 2 heads and 4 arms appeared once again.
Achieved enlightenment?
The voice from the human-shaped head was filled with mockery. Humph, believe in me, the demon ancestor, and you shall have eternal life.
Roar!
With a roar, black thorny demonic runes shot out of his body, like tentacles, attacking towards Zhou.
Boom!
Zhou's huge shield slammed into 2 of the tentacles, but there was not a flicker of emotion in his eyes.
Demon Monk Temple Master, second form, demonized Vajra boss. Race, demon. Level, LV 30. Health, 20,000. Magic, 7,800. Attack, 750 to 850. Defense, 35/magic resistance 15%. Traits, intermediate martial body, green, demon roar, green, group demonization, blue, advanced staff technique, blue, intermediate demonization, blue, demon rune curse prison, blue, demon rune touch, blue.
Goodness, after checking the opponent's stats, Zhou found that the demonized Vajra form had actually improved.
Not only had its health skyrocketed to 20,000, but it also gained 2 new blue traits.
He had already seen the group demonization before, but the black demonic rune tentacles extending out now were clearly a new trait.
Snort!
Zhou raised his hand and slashed with his sword, directly severing one of the approaching demon rune tentacles. However, before he could be pleased, the broken rune wriggled like a worm, quickly recovering to its original form.
Slap!
A demon rune tentacle struck Zhou, and a -300 damage value appeared above his head. It's worth noting that Zhou now had over 32 defense points.
For an attack to deal such damage, how powerful must it be?
These demon rune tentacles were like venomous black forms, attacking one after another, constantly wearing Zhou down from a distance. And if Zhou got close, the enemy still had fists and the Zen staff, as well as the demon-subduing mace to fight with. Overall, it was clear that neither ranged nor close combat was a viable option. On the other hand, the resentment monk spirits outside, which had almost been cleared, seemed to face much less pressure. Whether it was Su Mei, Su Xiaochang, or Lin Shiyun, they kept glancing towards here.
This boss is so strong? It has methods for both long range and close combat?
Su Xiaochang exclaimed. This is a nightmare-level dungeon, it is probably close to the most realistic abyss scene, so of course it's powerful.
Su Mei watched as Zhou was restricted. I don't know if he can hold up.
Hurry up, once we finish clearing this area, the wolves can help with the rest. Lin Shiyun saw the fire wolves charging around. I'm afraid it's not going to work. Su Mei raised her hand and pointed. Look, they are about to run out of energy. Lin Shiyun looked carefully and immediately noticed that the flames surrounding the wolves seemed to be dimming, and they could go out at any moment.
Then what should we do? There's no way out. Sume cleaved through an approaching curse follower with a sword. Since we stepped into here, there's no retreat. In a nightmare-level dungeon, there's no possibility of leaving early. Either we kill all the monsters here, or we get killed. Hearing this, Lin Shuryun's heart sank as she looked towards Joyu. At this moment, Joyu had already lost almost half his health due to the tentacle attacks, and his infernal flame sword chi had only reduced the boss's health to 16,000. Why is this dungeon so difficult? The reason lies here. The dungeon boss has an additional health bonus. Even if it's just swapping health, it's not something 1 or 2 players can withstand. In other words, even if Joyu empties his health, he can only take away about a third of the boss's health. If he had kept that big move from the start, then perhaps. Sume's words echoed nearby, implying that without the explosive power of Mingyan, it would be very difficult for Joyu to hold on. But just then, Su Xiaochang suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" The two looked at the same time, only to see Joyu, who had been constantly resisting, suddenly wrapped by 2 tentacles and forcibly restricted in place. At that moment, Joyu unexpectedly gave up struggling and stood still. "I didn't expect that your stick technique paired with the tentacles would have such the aura of a master. It's just a pity." Joyu suddenly raised his head, and the soul fire beneath his helmet seemed to brighten. "This is where it ends." Boom! Boom! The entire floor of the Great Hall suddenly trembled, and in the next moment, cracks appeared, followed by a pair of hands flowing with magma suddenly bursting from the ground, grasping the legs of the demonized King Kong. Magma hand? He can even do this? Seeing this familiar skill, Su Xiaochang's eyes nearly popped out. That night in the villa, he clearly saw Wu Xingchang use it. However, before his exclamation had settled, an even more shocking scene unfolded. In the void, fierce flames began to condense, instantly transforming into blade-like shapes swirling upward. In an instant, a terrifying fire tornado formed. Flame blade dance activated. Roar! The captured demonized King Kong sensed danger, making restless sounds, wanting to struggle, but the magma hand beneath its feet was precisely for this moment, finally shattering at the last moment. The flame blade dance completely enveloped the demonized King Kong. Hiss! Hiss! Minus 2105. Minus 1892. Minus 2134. A series of terrifying numbers erupted from the opponent one after another, and its health points continuously dropped at a visible rate. He. Su Xiaochang trembled as he pointed at Joyu, his mouth completely stuttering. He can absorb others' skills? Sume uttered an unbelievable possibility. Her peripheral vision glanced at Lin Shuryun next to her, wondering what kind of great fortune this girl had encountered to meet such a summoned creature. A skeleton soldier that can absorb others' skills, how far could it grow in the future? Before she could recover, the massive boss's health had been completely depleted, and with a bang, its body collapsed. The 2 heads above it were also severed by Joyu's sword, rolling to the ground. Great! We've cleared the level. Su Xiaochang was overtaken by this immense joy, almost ready to dance. But Lin Shuryun, beside him, showed no excitement on her pretty face. Instead, she looked around with great seriousness. No, it seems, it's not that simple. As soon as her voice fell, the entire Zen courtyard suddenly trembled. Chapter 37. Oh no, the skeleton can use holy magic. Crack. 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 The remaining Great Hall seemed unable to bear it, emitting creaking sounds, and some even collapsed directly. The entire Zen courtyard felt as if it had come alive, constantly shaking. What on earth is going on? Sister, could it be that the Zen courtyard is full of monsters? How would I know? This shaking definitely isn't from the entire Zen courtyard, otherwise, it would have just wiped us out at the beginning. Then, where is it coming from? Over there. Sume and Su Xiaochang looked towards Lin Shuryun at the same time, finding her pointing towards the direction of the Great Hall. When they turned to look, they witnessed an incredibly terrifying scene. That 10-meter-tall seated Buddha statue, originally kind and smiling, began to tremble at that moment, and with a crack, its eyeball suddenly shattered, a pitch-black tentacle bursting forth from within. And this seemed just the beginning. At the moment the first tentacle appeared, another eye shattered simultaneously, followed by the forehead, neck, ears, mouth, chest, abdomen. This Buddha statue seemed to be parasitized by some terrifying monster, finally revealing its claws at this moment. Swish! 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 These tentacles formed by black magical patterns shot out in succession, transforming the originally kind Buddha statue into something extremely ferocious and terrifying. Just then, the ejected tentacles suddenly flipped over, and pairs of bloodshot eyeballs opened wide, filling the entire tentacle. At the same time, fragmented mouths, ears, palms, toes, and even chunks of flesh suddenly emerged from the magical patterns. It was as if they were sewn together in a completely irregular manner, and now, as the magical patterns shifted, they all revealed themselves. Ah! Belief in the demon ancestor grants eternal life.
The simultaneous cries echoed from all the mouths, finally revealing to everyone who was behind the haunting shouts that filled the entire Zen temple. Boom! As the tentacles danced, the entire Buddha statue seemed to reach a breaking point and collapsed entirely in an instant. This time, everyone finally saw that what was being clung to by countless tentacles was actually a massive chunk of flesh, which had long since rotted, filled with more facial features, blood, and flesh, all intertwined. This was no Buddha statue, it was clearly a monster made of countless assembled corpses. No wonder we had never seen a single corpse appear, they were all here. Su Xiaoqiang said with goosebumps, and at the thought of countless corpses being pieced together, he couldn't help but feel his stomach churn, almost vomiting. Not good. At that moment, Lin Shiyun's scream interrupted his thoughts, and he looked up to see. Countless terrifying and bizarre tentacles shot out, and before Zhou could react, they wrapped around him tightly. Zhou instinctively tried to struggle, but no matter how powerful his heavy armor was, it was in vain. He could only watch helplessly as more and more tentacles coiled around him. On the tentacles, numerous sinister mouths opened wide, frantically gnawing at Zhou's armor, and he could even hear the piercing sound of friction. -8. -10. -7. Countless damage values began to rise from Zhou's body, and his health bar was rapidly vanishing at a visible rate. Guliolu. The head of the once decapitated master was once again pressed atop the flesh mound, rotating with a strange madness and howling. Belief in the demon ancestor grants eternal life. Ha ha, to hell with merits, to hell with compassion. I want eternal life, ha 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 ha. Within the wrapping tentacles, Zhou looked through the gap in his helmet at the indescribable mass of flesh. Demonic puppet boss. Race, demon seed. Level, LV 35. Health, 50,000. Magic, 15,000. Attack, 189-1890. Defense, 50/magic resistance 30%. Attributes, Death Grievance Demon Eye, blue, Grievance Devour, blue, Magic Pattern Touch, blue, Flesh Repair, blue, Grievance Howl, blue, Magic Pattern Grievance Jail, blue. Terrifying health, astonishing defense, and magic resistance, along with countless blue attributes. Seeing the information, Zhou instantly concluded that it was the composite entity of all the monsters in the Demon Monk Zen Temple. Or rather, those monks, monk souls, and believers were merely its extensions. If there are no other means, we really might be doomed. Zhou said in a low voice, but fortunately. The soul fire in his eyes flickered momentarily, and in the next moment, Zhou's body transformed into a state of nothingness. Phantom body activated. With 70% physical immunity, the damage he originally suffered was drastically reduced in an instant. But this was just the beginning, as deep in his mind, that dormant red attribute began to tremble at this moment. Moreover, Zhou felt his spirit quickly fading away, activating such attributes placed immense strain on him. But he had no other choice. Holy Flame Bladestorm, red, activated. Sizzle. A tiny spark began to emerge from the surface of his armor, then quickly spread like a wildfire, burning. Even the dark tentacles and facial features gnawing on him couldn't stop it, he could only let this spark continue to burn, growing stronger, from light yellow to bright red, deep red, and finally, into pure white. The twisted white flame formed a blade at this moment, its winding body seemingly held tightly by a pair of holy hands, swinging forcefully around Zhou. Sizzle. The tentacles that had previously been terrifying appeared to have met the most fearsome nemesis in the world. Screaming and turning to ashes. This is... The three people, whose hearts had sunk to the bottom, were deeply shocked by this scene, utterly astonished. This flame? How could it have a holy aura? Sumei's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a skeleton soldier emit a holy aura? How is this possible? I don't know. Lin Shiyun stared at the tall figure wrapped in pure white sacred flames, feeling a bit dazed, as if the other party was no longer a ghost but a divine warrior controlling holiness. It is well known that once a skill with holy attributes is touched, it will completely ignore any defense or magic resistance, causing 100% damage. And for this kind of demonic thought, the damage could even reach 200% or even higher. Sizzle. Ah! The sounds of burning and screaming echoed continuously as everyone watched the fierce white flames transform into a swirling storm towering like a building, filled with holiness and purity, completely engulfing the large demonic puppet. -5,132. -7,828. -4,663. Terrifying damage numbers kept jumping, causing the massive body to dissipate at a visible speed. Finally, when all screams disappeared and the blood bar was emptied, the sacred flames extinguished. The original demonic puppet was left with only a charred half-human meatball. Is it over? Su Xiaoqiang asked tentatively. Over. Lin Shiyun started to speak, but suddenly, that charred meatball exploded, and several shadows flickered up from within, then fled in all directions crazily. Looking at this, the opponent actually hadn't completely died and wanted to escape?
However, before they could escape far, they saw Joyu raise a hand to grab. Demonic mark resentment prison activated. Sizzle.
Mysterious demonic marks appeared out of thin air in the void, interweaving with each other, instantly sealing off all space within 10 meters.
Bang bang.
The fleeing shadows collided with the demonic marks and stopped. One of the heads surprisingly looked exactly like the demon monk's main priest.
No, let me go, I want them dead, I want to live forever.
Joyu expressionlessly raised a hand and pointed. A pure white flame shot from his fingertip and fell upon them, completely igniting everything.
Congratulations on completing the Demonic Monk Meditation Hall dungeon at Nightmare level for the first time. Rewards are being calculated, and dungeon storyline has been unlocked. Would you like to view? Chapter 38. You wouldn't want to see all of this, would you, Master Bayun?
This prompt echoed throughout the Demonic Monk Meditation Hall, and the one responsible for the choice was Captain Lin Shiryun.
Storyline? Didn't we already see the storyline?
Lin Shiryun looked at Su-mei, puzzled. It is said that in dungeons of Nightmare level and above, once cleared, there's a chance to view the origins of the dungeon.
I'm not sure if it's useful for the practitioners, you can choose to watch or not. Su-mei explained. Then let's watch. Lin Shiryun clicked confirm. I also want to see how this demonic monk meditation hall was born. Buzz.
As soon as Lin Shiryun confirmed, the surrounding monastery began to fade away, and in an instant, the dimness and ruin vanished without a trace, replaced by a clean courtyard with floating white clouds and fragrant smoke. The monastery was still that monastery, but it was no longer dark and eerie. Instead, it was bustling with incense and worshippers coming and going. Lin Shiryun and the other two watched as countless worshippers passed right through their bodies, then knelt down on the ground devoutly, constantly burning incense.
Is this the former monastery? It looks very peaceful.
While the three were talking, a low shout suddenly came from outside the courtyard.
Master Bayun, bad news, old Manly from down the mountain broke his leg while chopping firewood.
The crowd turned their heads and saw a middle-aged monk in a white robe, draped in a kasaya, rushing out of the main hall. It was the master of the demonic monk meditation hall.
Where is he? He's being carried up. Hurry! Take me to see him.
Soon, they arrived outside the courtyard and saw an old man being carried on a stretcher, his lower leg broken, even showing bone protruding from beneath the skin.
Quick, chop bamboo. Herbal medicine.
Master Bayun commanded, bending down to grasp the broken leg, and with the old man's anguished cries, he straightened and set it in place, followed swiftly by applying medicine and bandaging, all in one go. After half a day, until the old man's complexion improved, he finally stopped.
Thank you, Master.
The old man's family was immensely grateful, bowing profusely in thanks.
Amitba, monks are compassionate, there is no need for this.
The scene shifted, and one day, shadows appeared at the foot of the mountain.
Master Bayun, it's bad.
The daughter-in-law from Nyoja village is having a difficult birth, and the midwife is at a loss. Quickly, lead the way for the poor monk.
Wah wah.
Master Bayun stepped out of the bedroom, cradling the newborn baby in his arms, smiling. Thankfully, mother and child are safe.
Thank you, Master. Master, the elderly couple from Ligia village have lost their son and are now bedridden. The poor monk will take some grain down the mountain right away. Thank you, Master.
Due to Master Bayun's remarkable medical skills and compassionate heart, Bayun Zen Monastery became renowned far and wide, thriving in offerings from nearby villages.
In such a thriving monastery, how could it end up in such a state?
Su Xiaoqian was puzzled. As time rolled on, over a decade passed, yet Bayun Zen Monastery remained the same, and Master Bayun was still the same. But unexpectedly, since that day when the sun scorched the earth, a drought struck, rivers dried up, and harvests failed.
That year brought great drought and famine, people resorted to cannibalism.
All the world suffered, grasses and tree barks were nearly exhausted, and the land where Bayun Zen Monastery stood was no exception. Hungry people came to the monastery to beg, and Master Bayun, unable to bear it, opened the doors of compassion, giving out rice and porridge. Every recipient of porridge expressed immense gratitude, and as word spread, more and more starving villagers flocked there.
The master welcomed each and every one of them.
Seeing all of this, the three of them showed puzzled expressions. How could such a benevolent and compassionate Master Bayun turn into a demon?
Until one day, a monk responsible for cooking porridge discovered a troubling issue: the stored grain in the monastery was running low.
Master Bayun was aware of this matter and had no choice but to reduce the quantity of rice used for porridge, searching the mountains for food to feed the villagers. As time passed, the villagers, plagued by hunger day and night, began to grow dissatisfied.
Why is the porridge getting thinner every day? Yeah, is there no rice left? Impossible. We offered so much incense and offerings, how could it be eaten so quickly? Who's deceiving who? I'm going to check. Don't stop me, get out of the way.
Ignoring the blockades, villagers rushed into the rice storage and indeed found plenty of leftover rice. See, I told you they're hiding food, and there's so much grain left.
Why aren't you eating it? Ahmedba, Master said this is the food supply for everyone to survive the winter. If it's eaten now, how will we endure the cold winter? Get up. We can't even fill our stomachs now, where's the winter coming from?
The rice storage was raided, and the villagers were overjoyed, but Master Bayun could only sigh, going back to the mountains to think of other ways. In just a few days, the grain was completely exhausted.
Master, we are hungry, please think of a way. Yes, Master, you're a high monk, surely you have a way? Master. We've eaten everything, you have to find a solution. Sume and the others shook their heads upon witnessing this scene. With no food left and the mountains stripped bare, what could the master come up with? Sure enough, it wasn't long before a villager collapsed from hunger and starved to death.
Master Bayun was heartbroken to see this. After performing a burial rite, he buried the deceased on the hillside behind the monastery. Just when he thought that was the end, unexpectedly, the very next day, a monk brought shocking news to Master Bayun.
What?
Master Bayun went to the back mountain and was shocked to find that the newly buried grave had been dug up, and the body had vanished. Master Bayun seemed to realize something, tears streaming down his face. But he did not inquire further. Instead, he devoted all his energy to searching the mountains for more food to help the villagers. Gradually, more people died, and each time a new grave was buried, it was almost always dug up at night. In the end, not even the newly dug graves were being filled back in.
Sister, why are they digging up the graves? Su Xiaoqiang asked nervously. In times of great famine, people resort to cannibalism. Do you think this is a joke?
Sume's heart felt heavy. She didn't know if it was right or wrong, good or bad, until the scene changed. For many days without food or water, Master Bayun, despite his incredible skill, couldn't hold on any longer. His body was thin, and his breath weak. One night, while he sat in the meditation hall chanting scriptures, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Master Bayun got up to open the door and saw several villagers standing at the entrance. "What brings you here, kind villagers?"
Master Bayun joined his hands together and asked. Master, we've found a way to solve our food problem.
One villager's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke.
Oh? That's wonderful. Please come in. Master Bayun welcomed them into the room, sitting cross-legged and quickly asking. May I ask what your method is?
But as his words fell, Lin Shiyun and the others witnessed an unforgettable scene. Suddenly, a villager who had gone around to Bayun Master's back raised a wooden stick and struck it hard on the back of his head. At the same time, a villager's face twisted into a cruel smile.
The method is you.
After speaking, several of them revealed the steel knives they had prepared and directly tore open the master's monk robe, driving the knife into Bayun's calf. With one slash, they cut away a large chunk of bloody flesh. Eyes that had hungered for who knows how long fixed intently on that bloody meat, unable to control their saliva.
Ugh! Su Xiaoqian couldn't bear it and began to vomit. Are they crazy? Eating a living person?
But the next villager's words sent chills down their spine. Don't kill him, dead meat doesn't taste good.
Not kill him? If he wakes up and those monks find out, won't they beat us to death? Hide him. As long as they don't find out, we'll be fine.
Where to hide?
I know where to hide.
The three watched in shock as the villagers carried Master Bayun deep into the main hall, stuffed him inside the statue, and tied him up, then cut away all the flesh from his calves. To prevent him from dying, they even applied a simple bandage. From then on, night after night, villagers came to the statue, slicing off pieces of Bayun Master's flesh. Watching this scene, the three felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't believe someone could be so twisted. Eating a person was not enough. They wanted to ensure the freshness of the living, making him witness his own flesh being cut away bit by bit, which was utterly insane. Zhou Yu silently watched all this. He knew that when reaching the limit, the evil of humanity would become the most terrifying demon in the world. Master Bayun, relying on his willpower, stubbornly held on for 30 days. In these 30 days, he saw more and more people joining the ranks of flesh cutting, including the old man he had set bones for, the pregnant woman he had assisted, the elder who shared rice, and the helping villagers.
Master, didn't you say you are a monk, filled with compassion? Isn't giving a little meat too much to ask? Master, you've already helped us so much, what's a little more? Master, saving a life is better than building 7 pagodas. We will remember your kindness, he.
In the last remnants of Bayun Master's thoughts, he suddenly felt all his beliefs crumbling.
Being kind to others, filled with compassion, saving the suffering?
In the final moments before death, he gathered his last strength to let out a hoarse question.
Save? Then who will save me?
If given another chance, he vowed he would never save another person again. Master Bayun was found dead by villagers who came to cut flesh later on. To avoid being discovered, they did not bury him. Instead, they left him motionless inside the statue. However, that night, the eyes of the deceased Master Bayun suddenly opened.
From that night on, villagers began to disappear without warning.
Some said the statue had opened its eyes, while others said they had fled from hunger.
In short, those who stayed began to chant Buddha's name, the number of people grew fewer, but the sound of chanting increased. The scene faded away, replaced by the silence of the crowd. Gulyolu. A crystal-like stone, resembling an eyeball, rolled out after being burned, coming to rest at Joyu's feet. Eye of evil thoughts, an eyeball that gathers the resentment of the courtyard master, the source of the entire evil monk Zen court. If it is crushed, the Zen court will permanently disappear. Crushed? Joyu sneered coldly, suddenly reached down to pick it up, then flicked his fingers, tossing it into the distant ruins of the broken hall. Wipe out this place, those ungrateful creatures will be freed, right? You wouldn't want to see all this, would you, Master Bayun? Ding. You have killed an evil thought puppet, experience points plus 2,850. Ding. You randomly obtained an entry, resentment devouring, blue. Ding. You triggered a hidden reward and obtained the bestowed entry, death resentment demonic eye, blue. Ding. You have gained the loyalty of Master Bayun, and the system mark has been branded. Chapter 39, Resentment Devouring, Death Resentment Demonic Eye, Total Meeting. Resentment Devouring, blue devours all negative energy and accumulates it within. After reaching a certain level, it can explode with a single use of resentment deathlight, dealing high damage specifically to souls, with damage values correlating with absorbed resentment and one's own soul strength. Against undead creatures, during the accumulation of resentment, one's mental strength attribute can permanently and slowly increase. Death Resentment Demonic Eye, blue sees through resentment and illusions, penetrating everything. It is also the only link to the evil monk Zen court. Once opened, the evil thoughts of the Zen court can cross projection and descend for a short time. Joyu only felt a slight tremor in the center of his brow, a little itchy, as if he were about to grow a brain, no, an eye. That's right, an eye. He clearly sensed an eyeball formed entirely from undead resentment growing within him. As long as he focused his thoughts, he could open it. But he couldn't. Once opened, it would connect to the evil monk's Zen court, like opening the gate of a wicked ghost. Ding. Instance reward settlement completed, first completion reward being distributed, leaving the instance in 5 minutes. As the instance prompt rang out, Sumei and the other two almost simultaneously flashed with leveling up golden light. Meanwhile, Lin Shiryun alone had several golden lights bursting out one after another. Looking at the 3 levels, Sumei was LV20, Su Xiaoqian was LV16, and Lin Shiryun was LV19. This is the charm of the instance, one could see the terrifying improvements just from experience. In just a few days, Lin Shiryun had reached LV19, just one level away from LV20. With a bit more effort, completing the second transfer would be easy. Besides levels, there were equipment rewards, a silver quality Zen staff and a demon slaying staff, which were definitely much better than the previous bronze ones. There was also a piece of defensive kasaya from the first completion reward, which was of golden quality. This could be considered the best among all first transfer professionals. Naturally, all the rewards went to Lin Shiryun, and Sumei and Su Xiaoqian had no objections at all. They couldn't help but secretly affirm how correct their father's decision was. Just as they were reminiscing and calculating before them, the head of the Han City Public Security Bureau, Zhang Jigang, was sitting in his office receiving documents from his subordinates. Chief, all the information and evidence regarding the case are here. Tell me, what have you found? 2 days ago, the city defense chief Wu Xingchang sent someone to rent this place, apparently for some use. That day, someone saw Wu Xingchang and Wu Xiong come here, along with many of his private hires and members of the Red Dragon Society. Before long, 3 members of the Red Dragon Society left and then disappeared without a trace. Pausing for a moment, the subordinate continued, we found from the surveillance that 2 of them went to a civilian house in the northern part of the city to wait. Shortly after, the 2 entered the house and then vanished without a trace. I suspect they avoided the cameras. Where did they go? Zhang Jigang tapped the table. He didn't even lift his head to ask. Number 48, abandoned factory in the southern suburb. Of course, this is just my guess, because there is no surveillance capturing them going there. Get to the point. Hours later, the surveillance recorded skeleton soldiers carrying an old lady, a little girl, and a young girl leaving there, while the entire abandoned factory caught fire. The address of that old lady and little girl is precisely the building they were monitoring. What is your speculation? All the evidence at the crime scene was destroyed by the flames, but we discovered 3 shadows that happened to be captured near the villa before and after the incident, one of which is the girl named Lin Shiryun, while the other 2 are the ones who reported the case, Sumei and Su Xiaoqian. Continue. Director, Wu Xingchang's daughter, Wu Lina, just happened to have accidentally died 3 days ago in the novice leveling area of the Wasteland Wolf Zone, and the team she had left before her death was precisely this trio. I speculate that they very likely. Enough. Will the Lord know? Definitely knows. Alright. Help me prepare a car. Where to? To find Su Yonghe. In the office of the Director General of the Finance Bureau, noisy sounds came from outside. With a bang, the office door was kicked open. With a stern expression, Zhang Jigang stormed in, seeing Su Youngha playing with a bird. Su Youngha, this is your doing. Director, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop. The male secretary looked at Zhang Jigang with an apologetic face. You can leave now. Su Youngha didn't lift his head but continued to tease the bird as he spoke.
The male secretary nodded slightly, then exited the room, closing the door with both hands, standing at the doorway to prevent anyone from entering. The tea is ready for you, still hot, have a seat. Su Youngha continued to tease the bird, not turning his head. Su Youngha, you better give me a reasonable explanation, back then. As Zhang Jigang was speaking, he suddenly noticed the steaming teacup on the table and the already dampened teapots beside it, and he halted the words that were about to come out. He walked over, sat down, and drank the tea in one gulp, tasting it.
It's the right pu'er tea he loves. Did you know I was coming?
Zhang Jigang leaned back in his chair, looking at Su Youngha.
With your explosive temper, how could you let it go without asking something? Su Youngha didn't answer, as if he had responded.
Su Youngha, back when we graduated from the guild together, I always thought you were a capable person who could change the Xia country. I didn't expect you could also kill in silence for personal gain.
Heh, who did I kill? Which mouth did I silence? My director Zhang, why don't you tell me?
Su Youngha suddenly chuckled, his hand still playing with the parrot toy without pause. You killed Wu Xingchang's daughter, Wu Lina, inciting Wu Xingchang to take action, then using Lin Shiyun as bait to trick them, secretly sending people to assassinate Wu Xingchang and others, and using the aura of the undead to confuse the world, letting it all be attributed to the Creation Association.
Isn't that right? As he spoke, Zhang Jigang slapped the tea table, standing up in anger. Su, don't think just because you are my old acquaintance, I can let this go.
You must come back with me today for a thorough investigation, otherwise, don't blame me for turning ruthless.
Calm down. Su Youngha's smile remained. What do you think of Lord Kong?
He didn't answer but countered with a question to Zhang Jigang.
Kong Qingshan? Zhang Jigang raised an eyebrow. What does he have to do with this? Su Youngha, don't beat around the bush, it's pointless. Ha.
Su Youngha smiled. Embezzlement, favoritism, corruption, abusing power, trampling on lives. Director Zhang, which of these does not involve him?
You can't speak nonsense. Su Youngha, without evidence, I can sue you for defamation. I'm talking about you, why are you discussing the Lord? Crack. The toy in Su Youngha's hand snapped in an instant, and yet his smiling face turned indifferent at that moment.
Because he is not a competent lord, the world has suffered from the Creation Association for a long time. In the Cold City, Kong Qingshan is worse than the Creation Society, he is a tumor, a vermin. Su Youngha's voice suddenly rose, he is the vampire of the entire Cold City, he deserves to die.
Zhang Jigang fell silent, he had to admit that Su Youngha was right.
Though he had no evidence, Su Youngha, as the Minister of Finance, was someone he once thought to be the most upright friend and would not speak recklessly.
There is a master behind every grievance and a debtor behind every debt.
After a moment, Zhang Jigang said, you can go settle scores with Kong Qingshan, bring him down.
Bring him down?
Su Youngha scoffed, Wu Xingchang is in cahoots with Kong Qingshan.
If I kill him, isn't that eliminating Kong Qingshan's wing? Su Youngha, you can eliminate him, but why drag your own children and that ordinary child down with you? Zhang Jigang shouted angrily, do you think Kong Qingshan is blind? If he finds out, will he spare them? He.
Su Youngha laughed decisively, those who achieve great things do not fuss over small matters. The 9 great guilds have suffered in the summer country for too long. Since we want to do it, we must make sacrifices, don't say it's my children, even for me, there is no hesitation. After a pause, he said something that changed Zhang Jigang's expression. As for the girl you mentioned, you wouldn't really think she is an ordinary girl, would you?
Huh? Zhang Jigang frowned, what do you mean by that? An ordinary girl can rank first in number 2 middle school? An ordinary girl can have exceptional mental strength among the professionals? An ordinary girl can awaken a hidden profession, a contracted summoner?
Su Youngha asked 3 questions in a row, making Zhang Jigang's expression change.
Yes, in the world, how could there be so many geniuses?
True geniuses must have their reasons.
Who is she? At this point, you still can't guess? Su Youngha snorted coldly, let me remind you again, her father's name is Lin Nan. Lin Nan? Lin Nan?
Zhang Jigang chewed on it twice, and suddenly his expression changed as he blurted out.
8 years ago, the Lin Nan who broke into the Creation Society's nest in Nanzhou and severely injured the 7th turn? And the Lin family who eliminated the Creation Society's nest in Nanzhou. Su Youngha added. Impossible, didn't all 13 members of the Lin family perish?
I once checked the records, they all died, all died. Zhang Jigang shook his head, feeling somewhat incredulous.
What you see is only what can be seen.
Su Yonghe said, "You don't know that the only surviving elder, Li Qianjue, brought her two granddaughters here 8 years ago. If I hadn't participated in that battle, I wouldn't have known she deliberately concealed everything about herself."
Then why did she come to this bitter cold place while hiding her real identity? Zhang Jigang suddenly shrank his pupils, for the Creation Society?
That's right, the Creation Society was indeed severely injured initially but did not dissolve. Perhaps she just wanted her granddaughters to live a peaceful life.
Su Yonghe calmly revealed his arrangement.
From the moment I discovered her, I knew she was here, and her granddaughter entered the ordinary number 2 middle school to avoid attention, but she was too outstanding.
Even in number 2, she still shone brightly.
From that point on, I prepared a plan to bring down Kong Qingshan and even kill him.
So, from the very beginning, you let Su Mei and Wu Lina team up and then looked for Lin Shiyun. It was all on purpose?
Of course, otherwise how could Lin Shiyun arrive, and someone just happens to want to team up with her, and coincidentally there's one spot missing?
Are you crazy? Do you know how terrifying it is to anger Li Qianjue?
Zhang Jigang shouted angrily. She personally killed several 8th turn experts before. The title of Qianjue Poison Master is not just for show. If she finds out you dare to use her daughter, she will kill you without hesitation. Facing Zhang Jigang's questioning, Su Yonghe did not retreat at all. Instead, he met his gaze.
If we can uproot the tumor that is Kong Qingshan, what does it matter if I die?
So your original plan was to use your own children, secretly harm Wu Lina, and then draw that one in, leading to anger and the death of the city lord? Zhang Jigang shook with anger. That was my original plan, but to protect that lady's granddaughter, even if it meant I had to pay with my life, I would gladly do it. Su Yonghe then changed the topic, But what? From the very beginning, the plan deviated a bit from what I had envisioned.
Deviated?
Yes. I originally planned to strike in the wilderness, where few newcomers venture, making our future actions easier. But then a skeleton soldier disrupted everything.
A skeleton soldier? You mean that child-summoned beast?
Yes. It displayed unimaginable combat power and intelligence, even ended up killing Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu without me lifting a finger, using the wilderness wolves.
How is that possible? How can a skeleton soldier do that? Zhang Jigang frowned.
I didn't believe it at first either, but when my people saw the elder Qianjue and her granddaughter were captured at the abandoned factory, I thought she would directly strike to eliminate them and then find the mastermind to wipe them out. But surprisingly, she did nothing, which was out of my expectations, and then that child-summoned skeleton soldier effortlessly killed the 2-second transformation professionals.
From that moment, I knew that child was from the Lin family, and how could the Lin family produce anything mediocre?
Su Yonghe sighed ruefully. I was wrong, completely wrong from the start. All my plans had already been seen through by her, and they were just playing along with me, using my plans against me.
What does she, the elder, plan to do?
Zhang Jigang hesitated for a moment after saying she, feeling it was inappropriate, and quickly changed to the elder.
Train soldiers.
Su Yonghe said solemnly, the elder must have used my hand to hone her granddaughter, even if it meant sacrificing Wu Xingchang. To use the city defense commander, who is a 4th transformation, and many other professionals as a price, just to train the younger generation, that indeed sounds like her method. Zhang Jigang nodded. He had read about her in the archives more than once. The poison master Qianjue had once used poison skills to torment countless magical creatures in the abyss, and single-handedly subdued the 3 major 7 transformation from the Creation Association, known for her ruthless and merciless nature. A mere 4th transformation commander was nothing but an ant in her eyes. Neither of them believed that Zhou Yu had killed the 4th transformation, but rather that it was the powerful 8th transformation poison master Qianjue pulling the strings.
So, what should we do now? Zhang Jigang asked.
Things had reached such a point that it completely deviated from their original plans.
The original plan is no longer feasible. Since that one has the intention to train soldiers, we must support that.
Now that Wu Xingchang is dead, Kong Qingshan will certainly not let it go easily. It is only a matter of time before he meets the elder. What we need to do is, under the premise of training soldiers, ensure her granddaughter is unharmed. Hopefully, by then, that one will show mercy for our sincere efforts and not bring disaster to the citizens of Cold City.
Since you understand, why tell me all this? Zhang Jigang looked at Su Yonghe.
You are the chief of public security, you are naturally responsible for the case reports. I'm telling you this so you can help delay Kong Qingshan, at least to prevent him from secretly targeting that child.
You want me to falsify the case? That's lying to the higher-ups, not happening. Zhang Jigang shook his head. Zhang Jigang.
Su Yonghe slammed his palm on the table, his tone much harsher than before. Wake up. Xia country is already gravely ill, why are you still holding on to your little professional ethics? That is foolish. He suddenly grabbed Zhang Jigang by the collar, glaring and shouting.
To fight against treacherous people, you must be more cunning than them.
Zhang Jigang fell silent, not replying, but Su Yonghe knew he had already answered.
All right, you can go back now. Let today be as if you were never here. Su Young-ha sat down. Waved his hand.
Zheng Jigang turned to walk towards the door, but just as he was about to open it, he suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at the other person. As a side note, 3 months ago, the Creation Society's hideout in Zhengzhou was discovered.
Although many were killed, some scattered like fragments and escaped from Zhengzhou. Among those, some fled towards the northeast state and broke free from pursuit.
Hearing this, Su Yong's face changed greatly. Even the previous incident did not make him as upset as this.
Who? The fourth seat of the research supervision, the Weaving Butcher.
Chapter 41, The Hall shakes, and the 2 commanders arrive.
How is it possible? The Creation Society has 1 main and 3 vice heads and 5 supervisors, the 7-turn Weaving Butcher. How could they fancy such a cold place?
Zhang Jigang left, leaving Su Yongha murmuring to himself. No one understood better than him what those lunatics from the Creation Society would do to achieve their goals. The climate in Han City has always been harsh and cold, even for the madmen from the Creation Society. They seldom ventured here, but unexpectedly, they have their eyes set on it. A deep sense of unease surged in Su Yongha's heart. Just then, the closed door suddenly opened again. When Su Yongha looked up, he just happened to see Zhang Jigang returning.
Why are you back? You ask him.
Zhang Jigang glanced at the male secretary beside him. Sir, an hour ago, news came from the Demon Monk Zen Institute dungeon hall that Miss Xiao and young master, along with Lin Shiyun, have entered the dungeon.
Demon Monk Zen Institute? Su Yongha raised an eyebrow. Haven't they been in before? And even broke the clearing record. What are they going in for again? They did not choose the normal level difficulty. Danger level?
According to the intel, the skeleton might have a way to pass through the danger level, plus the life-saving props I gave to Su Mei. It should be fine. Sir, the difficulty they chose is nightmare level.
What?
Su Yongha's eyes widened suddenly, frozen in place for less than 3 seconds, then he dashed forward, grabbing the male secretary by the shoulders.
What did you say? Say it again? Ahem, well, sir.
The male secretary struggled to say, they entered the nightmare level dungeon of the Demon Monk Zen Institute an hour ago.
Damn it, why didn't you tell me this sooner?
Su Yongha wanted to slap him. You were just with Zheng Diren, so I didn't notify you.
You, Sai, what's the situation now? The timer is still running, they have not come out.
Prepare the vehicle, hurry. Su Yongha pushed the secretary aside and rushed out of the office in a hurry. Zhang Jigang followed closely behind.
How did you explain to Su Mei? How could she choose nightmare level?
That's the Demon Monk Zen Institute. For so many years, no one has been able to clear it in the first turn.
How would I know?
Su Yongha shouted angrily, you better bring out that thing of yours. We need to go in now, maybe we still have a chance to save them. If that child really falls in the dungeon, and Li Qianjue finds out, it will bring disaster to the entire Han City.
This time, Zhang Jigang did not refute but quickened his pace.
The Breaking Boundaries scroll is a consumable scroll, valuable and simple in its effect. It forcibly breaks into a specified secret realm or dungeon, allowing one to briefly enter. Once this is used, not only will the team that enters the dungeon declare failure in clearing it, but the user themselves will also suffer backlash. But at this point, there was no other choice. Lin Shiyun cannot die. From what Zhang Jigang knows of her, although her skeleton warrior is somewhat strong, it cannot withstand the assault of the nightmare-level Demon Monk Zen Institute. As for Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang together, they probably wouldn't last 5 minutes. This time it truly looks dire. If that child falls, whether intentional or accidental, it will surely infuriate Li Qianjue, and at that time, if the Poison Master acts out of anger, the entire Han City could be buried with her. The Thousand Poison Master traveled 1,000 miles with poison, and this is not mere talk. Soon, a black business van rushed out of the Finance Bureau parking lot, heading straight for the Demon Monk Zen Temple Instance Hall. After the driver almost stomped the gas pedal down to sparks, it wasn't long before Su Yongha and Zhang Jigang arrived outside the Instance Hall. Getting out of the car, both men saw the crowded scene outside the Instance Hall, and couldn't help but change their expressions.
Oh no, something must have happened.
Su Yongha whispered, hurrying forward, pushing through the crowd as he squeezed toward the Instance entrance. The entrance to the Instance and the Instance Hall were in 2 different directions, and at this moment, Su Yongha was pushing against the crowd's flow. However, with his status as a 4-turn strongman, he had enough strength to open a path even while going against the tide. But this drew the anger of the surrounding crowd.
Hey, what are you pushing for? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Yeah, damn it, I want to see the first clear big shot. Don't push, let me through. Damn, don't you know the direction is wrong? Shut up. Maybe he's trying to break the record for the nightmare level instance. Give me a break. At his age, his health is declining, and his level must have dropped, right? Can he still clear it? How can he compare with those 18-year-old girls? Haha, to me, he's not even worthy to hold her shoes. First clear of a nightmare level. TSK, what an eye-opener.
As Su Youngha struggled to squeeze through, suddenly a hand grabbed him. Fuming, he turned around only to find it was Zhang Jigang.
What are you doing? Wait. Didn't you hear the discussions around?
Zhang Jigang held him back and turned to grab another practitioner who was also trying to squeeze in.
Tell me, what happened here?
Zhang Jigang was a genuine five-turn expert, and just one sentence from him sent a chill through the other person. Seeing his authoritative presence, the person instinctively replied, just now, 3 heroes entered the nightmare-level demon monk Zen temple and completed the clearance. This is a first clear record, and everyone is eager to see these 3 geniuses.
First clear? 3? Geniuses? Zhang Jigang thought quickly and asked, what are their names? I don't know.
I just know that the captain seems to be called Lin Shiyun.
What? Creak.
Zhang Jigang and Su Youngha were stunned, standing still as if struck by lightning.
3 people? Cleared the nightmare level instance? In such a short time? How could that be possible?
Both of them felt it was impossible. After all, this was the nightmare level instance, the demon monk Zen temple, where no one had ever successfully cleared. How could those 3 manage to clear it? Moreover, from entering to exiting, it was barely over an hour. This kind of record was absolutely impossible. Once they reacted, the 2 immediately turned around and continued to rush toward the hall. This time, they attracted even more scolding voices, but neither was aware, as they pushed straight to the front.
With a single glance, they saw a high announcement floating at the top of the instance hall. Announcement: congratulations to Team 001, Captain Lin Shiyun, members Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, for successfully completing the first clear of the nightmare level demon monk Zen temple instance, duration, 1 hour 16 minutes.
Really cleared it? Zhang Jigang blinked, even questioning if he read it wrong. Beside him, Su Youngha pushed Zhang Jigang aside and rushed to the front of the instance hall, shouting,
Su Mei, Su Xiaoqiang.
As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 2 people in the crowd turn around, sounds of surprise escaping their lips.
Dad, why are you here? Chapter 42, The Clown, Kong Ling's Second Breakdown. Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang squeezed over with Lin Shiyun, and before they could speak, Su Youngha asked,
Did you guys clear it? Even though he had already confirmed it, Su Youngha still felt that everything seemed dreamlike until he heard it directly.
Well, didn't you see it? Su Xiaoqiang pointed toward the announcement, but thinking of their father's teachings,
Even quickly gathered himself together. Well, this is all mainly thanks to Captain Lin. My sister and I were just tagging along. Beside her, Su Mei seemed to remember something and anxiously whispered an explanation to Su Yong.
Dad, we didn't really want to choose the nightmare level, it's just.
Hey, no need to say more, it's just good to be back safely, Su Yong touched his daughter's head and then looked at the exceptionally beautiful, graceful Lin Shiyun beside them. This is our captain, Lin Shiyun.
Su Mei introduced actively. Shiyun, this is my dad.
Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyun suddenly remembered Su Mei's father's identity and slightly bowed her head, saying, Nice to meet you, Chief. Hey, since you are Su Mei's friend, there's no need for formalities, just call me uncle. Su Young examined Lin Shiyun, faintly seeing the shadow of Lin Nan in her. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, you are truly remarkable. He turned to the side to look at Zhang Jigang. Let me introduce you, this is the chief of the Public Security Bureau, surnamed Zhang, just call him Uncle Zhang.
Hello, Uncle Zhang, X3. Hello. Zhang Jigang nodded slightly and looked at Lin Shiyun. Can I ask how you managed to clear the level?
Of course, we relied on Zhou. Su Xiaoqiang had only said half before his sister poked him, and he suddenly realized, laughing as he looked at Lin Shiyun.
It's nothing, my summon was just a bit stronger.
Lin Shiyun smiled and brushed it off with one sentence. After these events, she was no longer that naive little girl, and she wouldn't reveal all her secrets to someone she just met. Although Zhou Yu hadn't told her she couldn't speak, Lin Shiyun still didn't want to cause him unnecessary trouble. That's not just a bit stronger. Zhang Jigang laughed, very good, with talents like you and Hanchang, the future will surely be even brighter. Nonsense, this child clearly has the talent to join the 9th tier guild, how could he settle for this? Su Yong said to Lin Shiyun with a smile, Child, you have great talent, if you work hard, who knows, you might be able to aim for the top spot in the college entrance exams. By then, you can choose any 9th tier guild you want.
Overall ranking?
Lin Shiyun was slightly taken aback. Hancheng belonged to Northeast Province, where college entrance exam results were usually counted within the province, and being the provincial top student was already quite an achievement. But the overall ranking included all provinces in the entire Xia country, and aiming for the overall top student was not an easy feat at all. She never expected to be rated so highly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she shook her head. I'm still far from that, it's all thanks to him.
Him?
Su Yong was taken aback, and Su Mei explained beside him, it's Shiyun's summon.
Oh.
Su Yong realized, as a summoner, it's only natural that you control your summon, its achievements are your achievements.
Really?
Lin Shuryun couldn't help but think of that tall, white figure. She didn't feel like she could take credit for his achievements.
Let's go, this isn't a place to chat, we should leave here first.
With the escort of Zhang Jigang and Su Yong, the three of them finally got into the car and quickly left the area. As the three disappeared, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only a prominently displayed announcement, telling of a miracle. Not long after, a ripple appeared at the entrance again, and soon two rather disheveled figures slowly gathered from it. Announcement: Team 005, Captain Kong Ling, members Zhu Qing, Li Hao cleared the hazardous level dungeon, Demon Monk Zen Institute, taking 1 day, 8 hours, 27 minutes. Any team that clears a hazardous level or above will receive a broadcast. Only those who break the record or achieve a first clear will get 3 consecutive announcements and be pinned for a day. Usually, such announcements would cause a huge stir among the crowd, with many eyes filled with envy. However, when Kong Ling looked around, he found that everyone seemed to act as if they hadn't heard a thing, including
indifferent to the announcement. Mad. Didn't you hear? Danger level. We cleared the danger level.
Fueled by anger, Kong Ling roared at those around him, pain filling his heart at the thought of this clearance. Not only had he used up most of the survival gear and tools left by his father, but only one of the 4 fighters he brought in made it out alive.
Now, facing this widespread disregard, how could the second son of the city lord bear it? Young master, let it go.
Your injuries are serious, we should return to heal first. The only survivor, Zhu Qing, couldn't help but remind him. However, Kong Ling turned and slapped him across the face.
Shut up. When did it become your place to lecture me?
If it weren't for you worthless fools, clearing the danger level wouldn't have been such a struggle. Zhu Qing fell silent, only clenching his fists quietly.
At least you cleared it.
Otherwise, just wait until I tell my dad to skin you alive.
Kong Ling sneered, stop dawdling. The announcement board in the dungeon hall will definitely have a record of this clearance.
Take a good picture, and I will go find Lin Shuryun to show her how foolish she was to give up the chance to grind dungeons with me.
Put.
A passerby, overhearing his words, couldn't help but chuckle.
Kong Ling instantly felt his defenses shatter, gritting his teeth and shouting, what are you laughing at?
You're smart, I'm foolish, it's nothing. The person repeatedly apologized and hurried away. But before Kong Ling could regain his composure, he noticed more and more passers-by looking at him with mocking smiles.
That feeling was like being a clown on display for everyone. Laugh. I'll make you all laugh. Kong Ling limped towards the dungeon hall, cursing under his breath.
Just wait until you see the announcement, then let's see if you can still laugh.
Laugh, and I'll rip your mouths apart.
He reached the announcement board, pushing past others rudely, and looked up to see. Announcement: Congratulations to Team 001, Captain Lin Shuryun, team members Su Mei, Su Xiaoqiang, for successfully completing the Nightmare Level Mage Monk's Meditation Hall dungeon for the first time. Time used, 1 hour 16 minutes.
Kong Ling blinked hard and read it again. A second time, a third time. He suddenly grabbed Zhu Qing's collar and demanded, what did you see?
Hot congratulations to Team 001, Captain Lin, Nightmare Level, cleared.
Smack. Kong Ling slapped Zhu Qing's face, don't say it.
He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, almost wanting to bury his head in the ground. At that moment, he finally understood, he truly was the clown. After a long time, he suddenly looked up at the sky and cried out in pain.
No. Chapter 43, Fusion and Editing, entries rising madly.
At this moment, Kong Ling felt as if the whole world was against him, a deep sense of defeat surged in his heart, making his vision go black, and he fainted. When Xu Cheng carried him back to the city lord's mansion, he still had not regained consciousness. Outside the study of the city lord's mansion, Zhu Qing carried Kong Ling there. He knew that his master, Kong Qingshan, controlled the entire cold city, but he was especially fond of this second son. So, instead of directly taking the young master to the bedroom, he came here to report to the city lord, knowing that he would probably not complain about the 3 dead brothers, but would instead be punished for his negligence. The butler had already gone in to report, and Zhu Cheng knelt on the ground, feeling that punishment would come soon. With a creak, the door opened, Zhu Cheng shrunk his neck, his body instinctively filled with fear. However, when he looked up, he did not see Kong Qingshan's angry face but the butler standing there expressionlessly. The master has important matters to attend to with guests, he already knows. He told you to take the young master back to his room. I will arrange for someone to come treat him, and you can claim the compensation for the other 3 and your own healing fees.
Step back.
Xu Qing looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. He did not understand why there was such a huge change in what should have been a harsh punishment.
Could it be that they want him to accompany the dead? Feeling Zhu Qing's gaze, the steward frowned. What are you daydreaming about?
Hurry up and get to work, don't delay the arrival of the guests.
Yes, thank you for your mercy, sir.
Shu Qing bowed deeply, swiftly standing up, carrying the unconscious Kong Ling on his back and turning to leave. Just as he turned, he caught sight of a tall figure draped in a black cloak, being led quickly from the living room to the study. The steward's expression changed upon seeing this figure. He quickly smiled and approached, speaking in a low, respectful tone. "Sir, my master has been waiting for you for a long time."
I am also looking forward to this meeting."
Shu Qing listened to this voice and felt that the person was exceptionally refined, just like a well-read scholar. But he did not stop his steps. Instead, he quickly walked toward the stairs. However, as the two brushed past each other, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. A pale, bloodless, long hand emerged from the figure's sleeve, grasping a dark red ball of thread, playing with it continuously.
A ball of thread? Is there really someone who would play with this?
This thought flashed through Zhu Qing's mind as he took Kong Ling upstairs.
"Sleep, Momo, Grandma is here."
Looking at her granddaughter, Momo, who fell into a deep sleep after drinking life number 1, Grandma's old face showed a hint of relief. She stood up slowly and stepped out of the bedroom, but her hand trembled slightly as she closed the door. Now that the weather in Han City had turned warm, it was the season of prosperity for the entire wilderness, and even the elderly wore cool clothing in the hot weather. Only Grandma, still wrapped in a gray long robe, supported herself against the wall and came to the living room. She stopped in front of her son's memorial tablet, lit a stick of incense, bowed, and inserted it there. However, while bowing, one could see her bare arms under her sleeves were densely covered with small green spots of varying sizes. "Nanair, Luo Yao, that child Shi Yun has really made progress.
Life number 1 can help slow down Momo's illness and allow me to live a few more days."
A smile graced her face. "I really wonder how far the child can grow." Don't worry, I will work hard to live on, to see the day Shi Yun shines bright. By then, perhaps the curse of death on Momo can also be resolved." Just at that moment, a knock on the door came, followed by Lin Shi Yun's familiar voice outside.
"Grandma, open the door. I'm back."
Grandma's expression changed slightly. She instinctively tugged at her sleeves and put on a smile, walking quickly to the door. Zhou-Yu/Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman.
Race, Undead.
Level, LV27, 851/2700.
Life, 5100. Magic, 2350.
Attack, 452 to 496.
Defense, 35/magic resistance 15%. Attributes, Holy Flame Bladestorm, red, Flame Wolf Pack Control, blue. Grievance Devour, blue, Death Grievance Demon Eye, blue.
In the Abyss world, in the Valley of the Undead, Zhou-Yu sat on the bone throne, looking at the numerous attributes he had brought back from the dungeon. He had now reached LV27, and if he ran the dungeon again, perhaps he could reach LV30. At that stage, he could continue to evolve into a brand new profession. But even so, Zhou-Yu felt no relaxation in his heart because the threat posed by the dragon was not something an LV30 could handle.
Athen T.
The old servant is here. Athen T knelt down, bowing his skull head adorned with soulfire. Zhou-Yu glanced at him, feeling that during the time he was gone, Athen T seemed to have grown a bit stronger. The decorations around his neck seemed larger than before.
Has that dragon shown any movements?
Reporting to the master, the dragon has not disturbed our territory. It seems to be asleep. As for the rest, the old servant does not dare to approach and does not know.
What about the dungeon demon?
According to Zhou-Yu's guess, if that dragon really doesn't leave, the biggest threat should be them. By instinct, they might choose to move, and when that happens, their own territory would definitely be affected.
No movement. No movement? Zhou-Yu raised an eyebrow. There really is no movement, my lord.
Afanti explained, over at the Frozen Earth graveyard I supervise, there have been no signs of the cave demons appearing. It seems they have all burrowed into the ground.
Burrowing?
Zhou-Yu stroked his chin, a look of realization appearing on his face. He had forgotten that while the cave demons looked like ugly giant spiders, they were good at digging and burrowing. Under the threat of the dragon, they hid underground, where it was actually the safest. After understanding the situation, Zhou-Yu felt a bit relieved. It seemed that for now, the enemies wouldn't threaten his territory. This gave him a chance to catch his breath.
You can leave now. As you command.
Afanti left, and Zhou-Yu began to focus on his system panel again. After the second time refreshing the Demon Monk Zen Institute, due to the general increase in wild monster levels, he gained an astonishing number of entries. Whether it was for the same type fusion or editing mutated entries, he had ample reserve. It was time to start consuming them.
Ding.
You have successfully fused entries and gained Advanced Martial Body, blue.
Ding.
You have successfully fused entries and gained Advanced Staff Technique, blue.
Ding.
You have successfully fused entries and gained Wailing Grievance, blue.
Ding.
You have successfully fused entries and gained Void Body, blue.
Ding.
You have successfully fused entries and gained Follower Control, blue. Adding to what he previously plundered from the demon monk temple master, the magical pattern touch, blue, was basically fused into these. The advanced martial body and advanced staff technique were both excellent. The latter meant mastering not only staff-type weapons but also general other weapons as well. As for the former, the advanced martial body increased Zhou health significantly, along with a fair boost in attack, marking another rise in his strength after the giant strength entry. Wailing Grievance was fused from Wailing Howl, transformed into a blue entry. It brought a longer stun duration from its roar and simultaneously unleashed a wave of damage capable of shaking souls. The Void Body was a transformation of the Spectral Body. In this form, Zhou had an 80% physical damage evasion rate, which was a 10% increase from before, and he was also unaffected by magic resistance reduction. Finally, the follower control changed from green to blue. Although the name remained the same, the change was that he could easily control the vengeful monk souls and their followers in the Demon Monk Zen Institute. The benefit of this was that he wouldn't have to expend too much effort to control these armies. Next came the remaining entries, which Zhou was set to edit for mutated entries.
Ding! Editing complete, new entry gained.
Chapter 44, Gale Phantom Wolfstep, Skeleton Staff Monk, Skinning Woods.
Ding! Editing complete, new entry gained, Gale Phantom Wolfstep, blue. Ding! Editing complete, new entry gained, Skeleton Staff Monk Summoning, blue.
That's right, Zhou only had 2 entries, not because he consumed all entries, but after many attempts, these were the only 2 he was satisfied with. The rest, he could easily keep for later, waiting for more suitable entries to try editing. Among them, the Gale Phantom Wolfstep was born from fusing the Gale Wolfstep with the Spectral Body. Besides being faster, it also provided a 50% reduction in physical damage during movement, and the body became almost ethereal, like being invisible. Although it improved a bit, it didn't exceed the blue entry category and remained unchanged. As for the Skeleton Staff Monk Summoning, it was born after Zhou accumulated a considerable number of basic magical and basic staff technique entries. There are simply too many of these 2 entries, otherwise it would be hard to push them to the blue entries level. Zhou did not try, but from the introduction of the entry, the Skeleton Staff Monk is very strong. After temporarily sorting out the entire entry, Zhou stood up, his gaze looking towards the dark and vast Undead Valley.
Since the Grudge Devourer can gather the trump card, I wonder if there is any grudge in this land of the undead?
The 2 latest acquired entries, Grudge Devourer and Death Grudge Demon Eye, he understood the latter, but the former requires devouring enough grudges to form Grudge Deathlight within his body. If there is a place where grudges gather, Zhou felt that there is no place more filled with grudges than this abyss full of undead. So, he stood at the edge of the throne, opened his mouth wide, and activated Grudge Devour. Buzz! A wave of dark grudge energy rose from the Undead Valley, transforming into wisps of grudge that Zhou swallowed into his mouth. These grudges did not enter Zhou's body, but were stored in his mind. Grudge energy is not necromancer energy, but with death fallen, there must be resentment born, so grudges are certainly not lacking.
Moreover, who knows how many years have existed here, the accumulated grudges are certainly enormous.
Zhou only felt that after swallowing for a moment, a faint pain surged in his mind, as if countless painful screams echoed continuously in his head. He quickly stopped, knowing that this was the limit of what he could bear. Next, he only needed to stabilize the constantly existing grudge energy, allowing him to continuously temper his spirit, and let his mental strength continuously improve.
And the direct reaction of improving mental strength is the increase of blue quantity.
Trouble to report to the master. The young master has only excessive mental exhaustion, along with some superficial injuries, and will recover after a few days of rest. Shu Qing returned to the door of the study, bowing to report to the butler.
Go ahead.
The butler said blandly.
Yes.
Shu Qing turned and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask softly.
Butler, the person the master met is. This is not something you should ask, do not ask. The butler's eyes narrowed, and a chill-inducing aura rose. I'm sorry, I will leave now.
Shu Qing broke out in a cold sweat and quickly pleaded as he left, not daring to look back. He was only curious about who that person was, to make the master so serious, but did not expect the butler's reaction to be so intense.
A fool seeking death.
The butler watched Shu Qing walk away, just about to give some orders when suddenly a voice came from inside, making him hurry back and push the door in. Dr. Lin is to become my personal medical advisor. Have someone arrange a guest room for him, it must be a good room.
The bald city lord, Kong Qingshan, instructed the butler. All right, master.
Also prepare a basement for me. I need a place to arrange some of my medical equipment and research materials. The other party's voice was strange, a hoarse tone that sounded uncoordinated, as if his throat was uncomfortable, making it very laborious. The butler glanced at the master, saw him nod, and also smiled as he said,
Rest assured, I will arrange it right away. Thank you.
As the door closed, the city lord Kong Qingshan, seated in the main position, had cold light flickering in his eyes.
Suyamha, I never expected you to lie low for so long, and dare to act against Wu Xingchang, even dragging in Zhang Jigang, the stubborn donkey. Kong Qingshan's voice gave no hints of joy or sorrow. You wanna force me, Kong Qingshan, to submit? Then don't blame me.
Before long, in the basement of the city lord's mansion, under the dim blue light, a pale figure cloaked in a robe was standing before the surgical table, continuously waving something.
Moments later, he halted his gestures, and a hoarse, strange laugh immediately echoed. Hee hee, go now my treasures, let this remote city get lively, hee hee.
Amidst the laughter, one gray-haired mouse after another suddenly began to squeak on the surgical table.
With a leap, they jumped down, searching for the entrance to the sewer, stretching their bodies long before the fence and squeezing through the gaps.
However, in the moment of stretching, it was clear to see that the flesh was connected by strands of bright red yarn.
Sister Shiyun, where are we going this time?
Su Xiaoqiang and Su Mei stood at the foot of Lin Shiyun's building and actively approached each other upon seeing one another.
He said we are going to the skinning forest.
Lin Shiyun got straight to the point. She remembered that Zhou Yu had told her to prepare to go to the next copy, the skinning forest, once they had rested. After checking on her sister and grandmother at home, she contacted Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang a few hours later.
If Su Yong hadn't said anything, she might not have realized.
Now, she unexpectedly had the chance to compete for the top spot nationally. If she could seize this opportunity, she could earn the favor of a 9th-tier guild, and then, there would surely be a way to cure her sister's illness. So, once she felt rested, she eagerly gathered everyone together.
The skinning forest?
Su Mei paused for a moment. This place, although not like the storyline dungeon of the Demon Monk Temple, has a lot of wild monsters inside, and it's hard to get through the levels. I'm not worried about the monsters, but I'm afraid that just the two of us won't be able to protect you. Su Mei expressed her genuine concern. Although they had been lucky last time, they had still lost quite a bit of health. If they weren't well prepared this time and something happened to Lin Shiyun, she wouldn't just feel guilty but could also end up being obliterated along with her brother by that skeleton, Mr. Zhou.
So? Does that mean we need to increase our numbers, Sister Su Mei? Lin Shiyun understood what she meant. Yes. It's best to find 2 tank classes with good health. Druids, paladins, or monks will do. Even retribution paladins would be fine. Su Mei was focusing on defense, mainly to protect Lin Shiyun.
Lin Shiyun thought it over and felt that what the other had said made some sense.
Alright, but when we get there, I'll ask for his opinion first.
Lin Shiyun wouldn't make any decisions unilaterally. So far, all her output had relied on Zhou Yu. As her summoned creature, she instinctively considered him the most trustworthy person, so it was better to let him make the decisions.
No problem.
After their discussion, everyone got in the car and set off toward the skinning forest. This dungeon was a bit further than the Demon Monk Temple, but after about half an hour, they stopped in front of a stretch of woods, where a huge, towering building that looked like twisted bark wound together was the entrance hall of the skinning forest dungeon.
Shiyun, did the Sir say what difficulty to choose? Once they arrived, Su Mei took the initiative to ask. Nightmare level.
Lin Shiyun's answer was very straightforward, but this time, unlike the last, neither Su Mei nor Su Xiaoqiang seemed too surprised upon hearing this difficulty. In that case, the 5-person team is even more necessary. Su Mei explained, generally, the team sizes for dungeons are divided into 3, 5, and 5 or more. Beyond 5 people, the difficulty and number of monsters that need to be handled significantly increase, usually requiring 10 up to a maximum of 20 players, known as raid dungeons. And a 5-person dungeon has slightly higher difficulty than a 3-person dungeon, but the experience gain is better. Even the drop rates for some treasures will increase. Therefore, most guilds prefer to opt for 5-person dungeons, as they are a complete configuration, attacking and defending well together. Furthermore, the experience, equipment, treasure, and other rewards won't be small for everyone. Actually, what Su Mei said was true. At this stage, their dungeon difficulties were only limited to 1st transformation dungeons. However, if they reached 2nd transformation, 3rd transformation, or even higher transformations, 3 people would clearly not be enough, at least 5 would be needed. Some would take the damage, others would draw the monsters. Some people output, some control, some heal, and so on.
Okay, let me ask him.
Lin Shiyun also admitted that Su Mei's words made sense. But the choice has to be careful. I don't want to worry about someone stabbing me in the back while he's fighting monsters in the instance. Lin Shiyun said very seriously. The last incident with Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu had already shown her that not every teammate could be trusted. She didn't seek to find a teammate who could help. At the very least, she needed someone she could trust.
Absolutely. Su Mei nodded, clearly understanding what Lin Shiyun was saying.
After the 3 discussed, Lin Shiyun cast a summoning spell, directly calling Zhou Yu. After briefly introducing Su Mei's words, Zhou Yu thought for a moment and nodded slightly. You can add people, but remember, if anyone dares to act treacherously, I won't save you. If this girl couldn't even manage that, Zhou Yu felt there was no need to form a contract with such a summoner, even if he could never come to this world.
I will do it, please rest assured.
Lin Shiyun gave a slight bow and said earnestly.
Alright, if there's nothing else, just call me when you enter the instance.
As Zhou Yu finished speaking, he was about to end the summoning and return to the abyss. Wait! Lin Shiyun suddenly called out to him.
Is there something?
Zhou Yu looked at her, the soul fire in his eyes flickering.
I have something to give you. Give me?
Zhou Yu was taken aback for a moment, then coldly waved his hand. No need.
What would a undead like him need? Even if it was equipment, this girl probably couldn't produce anything good. But Lin Shiyun didn't mind that. Instead, she took out a neatly folded black cloak. This is a black cloak I sewed myself. Although you're not afraid of the cold, having this cloak might make activities in this world a bit more convenient. Boring.
Zhou Yu merely said 2 words after she finished, and his body was swallowed by the distorted black door.
Seeing this scene, Lin Shiyun couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed.
But just as Zhou Yu's last hand was about to be swallowed, he suddenly raised it and grabbed. The black cloak disappeared directly from Lin Shiyun's hands.
Put.
A smile like that of a child blossomed on Lin Shiyun's face, stunning Su Xiaoqiang.
Ouch.
He suddenly cried out in pain and turned to see Su Mei glaring at him.
What are you looking at?
Hurry and post the announcement.
Oh.
Su Xiaoqiang hurriedly ran to the instance hall to post the announcement. Due to the time and difficulty, it was rare to see a new transfer student in the crowded instance hall. Most were seasoned players over 20 years old. With the recruitment announcement posted, the eye-catching title of Recruiting 5 Teammates for Nightmare Difficulty Instance immediately attracted attention. However, when they saw the member and the content, they almost all dissuaded him.
What? A level 20 wants to carry people through nightmare level? Are they crazy? It's obvious they're an arrogant newbie. What level was the last team to clear the nightmare level skinning forest?
LV30, of course.
Is there any need to say that? Without a strong ally, going to nightmare level is just asking to die. Truly overestimating themselves.
Overall, many were watching, many were discussing, many were contacting, but few were joining, or rather, none at all.
Sister Shiyun, why don't we just go in with the 3 of us?
It's already been more than half an hour, and it's dark. I doubt anyone is willing to join now.
Su Xiaoqiang felt a bit melancholic, leaving 2 beautiful women here unprotected. What were these people thinking? Of course, it's normal thinking. Have you ever seen a profession who would risk their life for a woman?
Su Mei glared at him. They're probably scared off by the nightmare difficulty. It really is a bit challenging. Others had not seen Zhou Yu's strength, so naturally they did not believe he could clear such a deadly instance. Anyone with a clear head wouldn't take such a risk.
What to do then?
Su Xiaoqiang shrugged his shoulders.
We need to form a suitable team.
Of course, it's good. Lin Shiyun thought and said, but if there really is no way, then we can only give up.
Su Mei heard this and thought for a moment. Shiyun, how about this? I'll call my dad and see if he can help think of a way. Is that alright?
Lin Shiyun thought for a while. Compared to recruiting here, Su Yanghe was clearly more reliable than others.
Okay, then please ask Sister Su Mei. Su Mei nodded and walked aside to make the call. Hey! Dad! Aren't you guys going to the dungeon? Why haven't you gone? We need 2 reliable team members. Do you have any? What are the requirements? A tank class, to take damage and protect Lin Shiyun, most importantly, trustworthy, no mistakes allowed.
There are tanks, but the trustworthy part is a bit hard to say.
What difficulty are you on? Nightmare level. Hiss. That's bold, I don't have anyone for that. You're still the leader, and you can't even find one reliable teammate? Daughter, you don't understand, the hardest thing in this world isn't teammates, it's reliability. Then the 3 of us are going in. I hung up. Hey, wait, can other classes work? What classes? Rare classes. Title Priest. Level 25, a valuable asset. Really? That's good, have her come over quickly.
On the other end, Su Yanghe hung up the phone and turned to Zhang Jigang, who was on the phone beside him.
Are you really going to let your daughter get involved? Why? Your daughter and son are both in, is it not okay for me to let my daughter in? Zhang Jigang retorted.
It's not that kid is only 19, much more outstanding than my daughter, and she's part of a 6th-tier guild.
Isn't that a risk? The Lin family didn't hesitate when they fought the Creation Society to the death, why should I hesitate?
Zhang Jigang said seriously, I had no chance to fight alongside those seniors. If my daughter goes in, even if she dies, we must preserve the Lin family's bloodline.
Humph.
Don't give me that speech, if she survives, you know she will reach greater heights.
Su Yanghe scoffed. I know that, so why ask? Hey. What's up? I'm your dad, and there's good news.
Lin Shiyun and Su Xiaoqiang watched Su Mei talk for a while before she excitedly walked over.
Found someone.
Although not a tank, but a rare class, title priest, and a level 25 second transfer class.
Second transfer? Su Xiaoqiang was stunned. Can a second transfer handle a first transfer dungeon?
The dungeon rules allow for one high transfer character in dungeons with less than 5 people, even if it means carrying. Lin Shiyun remembered the dungeon knowledge from class, but the highest level can only exceed 1 transfer.
Then now we have 1, but we still need 1 more? Su Xiaoqiang raised a new question.
It's okay, even if we are short 1, we can manage with 4, anyway, if there are more than 3 people, the experience split will have a bonus.
Su Mei explained. It's fine, it should be enough.
Suddenly, Lin Shiyun interrupted her.
Enough? Su Mei was surprised.
Where? As soon as she said this, Lin Shiyun was seen walking towards the dungeon hall, where some people seemed to have gathered.
Chapter 46, Barrier Master, Lu Ro, watch closely, this is nightmare level. Seeing Lin Shiyun leave, Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang naturally followed.
They saw that in the direction Lin Shiyun was heading, several figures were gathered, with 1 man and 1 woman seemingly in a disagreement.
Zhonghao, give me that ticket, it's what I earned after a year of saving. Why won't you give it to me?
Ro, let me explain, I'm just letting the stronger ones go in first, after clearing it and getting the equipment and materials, I'll return it to you, I'll take you in later. The girl was not very tall, wearing a plain robe, with a face full of grievance, tugging at the man's collar.
No, Zhonghao, you said you would take me into the dungeon. Why are you backing out now? What back out?
You're only level 13, taking you in is useless, it's better to get someone stronger in, that way you have a higher chance of clearing it. The man with the small beard pushed her and his expression became increasingly impatient.
You nonsense, are you trying to let Wei Qianqian join? Are you together with her? What right does she have? By the fact that I'm of a higher level than you.
Suddenly, a stunning woman in a fiery red robe stepped out from the crowd, walking a few paces to stand in front of Zhonghao, linking her arm with his, her exaggerated curves pressing against his arm.
By the fact that I have more talents and skills. You. Didn't I tell you not to come out? Zhonghao clearly didn't expect Wei Qianqian to appear, his expression changing slightly. If I don't come out, can she let you enter the dungeon? Wei Qianqian scoffed, I just don't understand. What is she?
A clueless little chick, why waste your breath on her?
Zhonghao, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Want to play both sides? Dream on. You must put an end to this today, otherwise, I will make you regret it.
Hearing this, Zhonghao showed signs of struggle on his face, then abruptly grabbed the weak girl's hand and forcefully pulled her away.
Lu Ro, from today on, we have nothing to do with each other. After I clear the dungeon, I will return the ticket money to you. Return money? In your dreams. Wei Qianqian laughed sharply, look at yourself first, thinking you can clear the dungeon? What can a stinky realm master do? Bah! Shut up!
Lu Ro shouted, tears spilling uncontrollably from her eyes, Zhonghao, it's been 2 years with you. You said you would take me to the dungeon, we would level up together, become powerful ones together in the future. Have you forgotten all of this? For you, I saved every penny to buy the ticket, even turning against my parents just to be with you. Now you want to abandon me? Are you even human?
Enough! Zhonghao shouted in frustration, for me? Why didn't you let me touch you in these 2 years? For me? Don't you also want to enter the dungeon to level up? If you really cared for me, why didn't you take out money from your home to buy the ticket for me? Why didn't your parents sell their house to help me? Do you know how long I've been delayed? 1 year. Zhonghao pointed at Lu Ro, his voice raised, you say it's for me? I think it's for yourself. You.
Lu Ro sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face, her heart aching like a knife. She didn't expect that the Zhonghao who once vowed eternal love would become so ugly.
Maybe mom was right.
I should be content, just like her, and be a teacher instead of wanting to become a powerful professional. Seeing Lu Ro like this, Zhonghao knew he had one. He let Wei Qianqian link her arm with him, wanting to leave the crowd, just then a cold voice rang out.
Stop. The crowd parted, and Lin Shiyun, Su Mei, and Su Xiaoqiang walked over.
Lin Shiyun jogged to Lu Ro's side, helping her up.
Sister Ro, are you okay? Shiyun.
Lu Ro looked up to see Lin Shiyun, her face filled with more grievance, collapsing into her arms and crying loudly.
Woo, I was wrong. You are not wrong. Sister Ro.
Lin Shiyun patted Lu Ro's back, raising her gaze towards Zhonghao, her tone turning icy, he is the one who is wrong. Beautiful lady, I advise you to mind your own business, or else. Zhonghao was momentarily stunned by Lin Shiyun's beauty, but with Wei Qianqian next to him, he snorted coldly, wanting to give a warning. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Su Mei had moved close.
Smack!
A hard slap hit his face, instantly delivering a stinging pain that made him scream unexpectedly.
You, who the hell are you? Dare to hit me? I'm hitting you, the ungrateful dog.
Sume kicked out her leg, landing a heavy kick between his legs, causing him to fall to the ground, clutching himself and honking helplessly. If you can't control yourself, I'll take care of you. Who are you? Dare to hit people? Wei Chanxian didn't expect this fierce beauty to dare to take action, exclaiming in shock, questioning Sume. But Sume retaliated with a slap to Wei Chanxian's face, making her cry out in pain. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Not ashamed, but proud. As a woman, I feel embarrassed to be like you. Sume kicked Zhang Hao's chest again, knocking him over, her boot stepping on his chest, coldly saying, hand it over. W what? The tickets. H here. Zhang Hao struggled to lift his hand, revealing a ticket that looked like a stamp in his palm. Sume grabbed it and said again, and more. And no more. I mean yours. Ouch, I have. After getting 2 stamps, Sume kicked him again, then turned back to Lin Shiyun and handed them over to her. Lin Shiyun nodded slightly, taking the stamps and sending them to Lu Ro. Sister Ro, look, your tickets are here. Seeing her tickets back, Lu Ro still felt heartache but stopped crying. Zhang Hao, from now on, you and I, we are done. Saying this, she handed the 2 tickets to Lin Shiyun. Shiyun, thank you for getting them back for me, these tickets are for you. Why give them to me? You still need them to enter the instance. Zhang Hao is right, I'm just a useless barrier master, no one wants to team up with me, it's better to give them to you. Who says no one wants to? Lin Shiyun smiled, I just happen to have an open spot in my team, want to join? And so, with Lin Shiyun's help, Lu Ro gathered her emotions and joined the team. Lin Shiyun pulled this seemingly younger but actually 2 years older Lu Ro and introduced her to Sume. This is Sume, Su Xiaoqian, both are warriors, and there's another teammate on the way, coming soon. This is Lu Ro, also from the 2nd middle school. Her mother is my homeroom teacher. I see. Sume and Su Xiaoqian showed a surprised expression, previously thinking why Lin Shiyun wanted to pull the other party into the team, even showing such trust in her. But with this one sentence, it all made sense. Lin Shiyun had known Lu Ro since the latter started attending the 2nd middle school, often called to her home for tutoring by their homeroom teacher, even sharing meals, the two were already familiar with each other. Moreover, the homeroom teacher was able to give her a card even after her failed contract. Lin Shiyun would remember this kindness for life. Seeing he had lost even the tickets, Zhang Hao felt empty and filled with rage. Lu Ro, do you think what kind of people these are? They are all swindlers, tricking you for your tickets, they just want to enter the instance. Hand the tickets to me, I can guarantee you enough benefits when you come out. We are swindlers? Su Xiaoqiang immediately got angry upon hearing this, pulling out his already purchased ticket stamp and waving it at Zhang Hao. Open your dog eyes and see clearly, we have nightmare level tickets, who cares for your ordinary tickets? Nightmare level? Su Xiaoqiang's words made everyone around widen their eyes in shock, and moments later, it sparked a commotion. Are you crazy? Nightmare level stripping forest? Just these few people? What beautiful women, each with their charm, it's a pity. What a pity. Want to enter a nightmare level instance and still hope to come out alive? That's just asking for death. As everyone discussed, Zhang Hao suddenly reacted and let out a loud laugh. Ha ha, nightmare level. Lu Ro, I'm just tricking your money, while they are tricking your life, huh? His original bloom was all swept away as he proudly looked at Lu Ro. If you don't want to die, leave the team and hand over the tickets to me, at least I can give you some benefits. No, to be exact, I'm saving your life. Hearing him, the people around nodded continuously, feeling he made sense. Lin Shiyun and Sume also looked at Lu Ro the same way. Sister Ro, you can leave my team, but don't ever believe his nonsense. Lin Shiyun held Lu Ro's hand. No. Lu Ro shook her head slightly. From the moment he showed his true colors, my life no longer mattered. She placed the 2 tickets into Lin Shiyun's palm. Promise me, if I really die, just give them to my mom, and tell her that her daughter was wrong, leaving the savings of these 2 years as a compensation for my parents. Lu Ro had no hope of surviving in a nightmare-level instance. On the contrary, she believed that since Lin Shiyun dared to enter, she must have the means to protect herself, which is why she entrusted her ticket to her. To this, Lin Shiyun said nothing more, only nodding to accept it. She knew that no explanation would be useful now, everything would become clear after they entered the instance. Seeing Lu Ro so stubborn, Zhang Hao let out a sneer. Alright, if you're jumping into a fire pit, just save it to buy your own coffin. Beside her, Wei Chanxian also coldly laughed in agreement. Yeah, I'll just watch you die. How long will it take? She had already held a grudge against Sume for being slapped, but she wasn't stupid. In a place full of professionals, those brave enough to act recklessly were not simple. But she couldn't swallow this anger and had to transfer it to Lu Ro. There's no point in talking more, let's go. Lin Shiyun supported Lu Ro and left, but the discussions around them did not stop. Yet, the topic shifted from Lu Ro to themselves. After all, the topic of a nightmare-level instance was far more thrilling than a third party butting in.
When is that causal priest's big shot arriving, sis?
Su Xiaoqian was most concerned about his own instance's situation.
Should be soon, right?
Sume thought for a moment. Dad said she is an acquaintance, it should be no more than half an hour.
Acquaintance? Is there anyone reliable among those we know?
As soon as Su Xiaoqian finished speaking, he was slapped by Sume. If you can't speak properly, just shut up.
No one considers, it won't be her, right?
Sume had only said half when everyone suddenly heard the roaring sound of a luxury car from afar, then saw an elongated luxury car abruptly stop. A driver and bodyguard got out, opening the car door. Immediately, a long leg in lace, water blue high heels appeared from below the door. Following that, a figure in a water blue long dress, with water blue hair and a water blue staff, stepped out like a cool princess resembling Athena.
Zhang Buyu? Su Xiaoqian gasped, isn't she in the 6th-level guild?
Why is she back?
You know her?
Lin Shiyun looked at him.
Yes.
She's the daughter of the chief of security. We were neighbors when we were young and often played together.
She's the same age as me.
Sume chimed in, but her talent is much higher than mine. It's rumored she's already level 25 and has a rare profession, getting accepted into the 6th-level guild early.
I didn't expect it to be her. She looks a bit cold?
Not sure, I remember she just didn't talk much when we were kids and would hide in the corner when people came. The luxury car with a beautiful woman easily attracted everyone's attention, but upon seeing Zhang Buyu's iceberg-like aura, all the professionals present didn't even dare to look longer and automatically cleared a path. The person scanned the crowd slightly and then walked towards Sume and the others, her long legs dragging her long dress. Though she was about the same height as Sume, standing in front of everyone gave a suffocating feeling, like looking up at a mountain. Her gaze quickly swept across several people before finally looking towards one side. Pull me into the team.
Su Xiaoqian, Sume, and even Lin Shiyun and Lu Ro exchanged glances, a bit stunned. Is this how goddesses speak now?
I'll pull you. In the end, it was Lin Shiyun who reacted first, pulling her into the team.
Zhang Buyu, let me introduce our teammates to you, she.
As an old acquaintance, Sume stepped forward to introduce Zhang Buyu, but before she could finish, Zhang Buyu stretched out her hand.
Tickets, let's go. Sume. Lin Shiyun and the others.
Let's go in first, there's plenty of time to introduce later. Lin Shiyun mediated the situation. Sume nodded, handing out the tickets one by one, while Zhang Buyu took the lead and stepped out. Walking straight towards the ticket entrance. Buzz. As the waves appeared, the figures of 5 people vanished. Team number 001, Captain Lin Shiyun, member Zhang Buyu, has entered the nightmare-level skinning forest instance. The timer starts. A damp, humid feeling enveloped their bodies, and a rich smell of blood mixed with rot filled their nostrils. When everyone opened their eyes, they found themselves in a forest. Standing at the front of the team, Zhang Buyu's deep blue pupils flickered with disbelief.
Nightmare level? What are they trying to do? Do they really expect me, a second-tier Tide priest, to clear this kind of instance? Dad, are you trying to kill me or what? No, should I question them now? Would they find out that I'm unsociable? This is a matter of life and death, how could it be unsociable? But I had clearly agreed before, will it seem like I'm going back on my word if I refuse now? After a whirlwind of thoughts in her mind, Zhang Buyu finally just took her staff and slammed it on the ground. Tide shield. Buzz. Rich steam extended from beneath her feet, quickly expanding around them and completely wrapping the 5 of them in a spherical shield of flowing water. Entering the instance with defense first, just this point alone showed that Zhang Buyu had far more experience than these rookies. At the same time, a hoarse and chilling voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. Clear condition, find and eliminate the skinned master, or survive in the forest for 24 hours. He. It was clearly just a notification for the clearance conditions, but the eerie laughter at the end made everyone shudder. Rustle. Before they could process it, a sound of friction echoed from beneath the layer of dry leaves on the ground. In the next moment, several nearby large trees suddenly sprang to life, twisted vines coiling from underground, aiming to lash out at the group. Crack. Crack. All the green vines whipped against the tide shield, only creating ripples, leaving everyone unharmed. But when everyone looked at the large trees around them, their expressions involuntarily changed. Chapter 48, The Skinning Tree Spirit, Tide Blade. In the forest filled with towering trees, every tree trunk was entwined with circles of greenish vines, and among these swinging vines, one could clearly see a distorted human face filled with pain on the trunk. Hiss. Sister, does the entire forest have these human faces? Su Xiaoqiang felt his teeth chattering. How many human faces are there in this forest? These are the skinning tree spirits, starting from level 15. Their attack power is not high, but their health is thick. Sume shielded Lin Shiyun behind her, looking out through the shield.
The strategy we bought, the previous way to clear it, was to wait in place for 24 hours. As long as we can defend, it shouldn't be a big problem. The shock from the nightmare level instance made Lu Ro temporarily forget her sadness.
With this kind of quantity, I'm afraid the shield won't hold for long?
She saw that Zhang Buyu's level was 25, thinking that she was the only strong one in the entire team.
It doesn't matter, once the captain takes.
Su Xiaoqiang barely finished his sentence when he saw Zhang Buyu suddenly step out of the shield with her staff.
What are you doing? Come back. Zhang Buyu didn't reply. She knew that if it continued like this, they definitely wouldn't last long, but what if they cleared it?
As she waved her staff, a small stream of water quickly condensed in the air, transforming into 3 blades of water spinning like sharp edges.
Tide blade, cut. Swish. Swish.
The 3 blades flew out simultaneously, landing on the trunks and spinning like saw teeth, unleashing astonishing power.
Slash.
The resilient tree bark was directly cut open as if it had encountered a lumberjack.
Ah!
The twisted face on the tree trunk let out a painful wail, urging the entwined vines to begin striking back mercilessly. However, Zhang Buyu's staff paused once again.
Tide's binding, activated.
Streams of water surged up, entangling all the attacking vines, even tying some of them in knots.
Such smooth operation left the onlookers awestruck. My goodness, is this the person valued by the 6th tier guild? How amazing!
Limiting, outputting, defending, from Zhang Buyu's move until now, the opponent had truly showcased the essence of attack and defense. While everyone was still marveling, 3 barkskin tree spirits suddenly collapsed to the ground. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Buyu showed no signs of stopping. She continued to execute the plan, clearing out an area outside the shield in no time. The nearby vines were completely wiped out, and the vines in the distance couldn't reach them, causing all threats to disappear in an instant. At this point, Zhang Buyu relaxed slightly, turning back to step inside the shield, only to see 4 pairs of eyes fixated on her, making her heart race uncontrollably. After a full 3 seconds of silence, she uttered one word.
Wait! Sister Buyu, you are too awesome. Su Xiaoqiang unconsciously changed how he addressed her. If we just stay here, can't we clear the level easily?
Su Mei also raised her thumb. Tide Priestess, you live up to your name. If it were that simple, it wouldn't be at the nightmare level. Lin Shuryun pondered, I should call for help. After saying that, she planted her own staff on the ground and directly activated her summoning skill. A massive summoning circle appeared, followed by a huge summoning gate manifesting. After the summoning gate finished, a tall figure draped in a large black cloak emerged. With the gusts of wind flowing, a fearsome white skull face was revealed, its eye sockets filled with flickering soul fires that seemed to burn into one's heart.
Shuryun, is this your summoned creature? Lu Ro looked at the tall skeleton in surprise.
Lin Shuryun nodded slightly, her gaze lingering on the cloak surrounding Zhouyu, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips.
Looks pretty cool. A skeleton soldier?
Zhang Buyu couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in her eyes as well. She had never seen such a tall skeleton soldier.
But as soon as she spoke, she felt a bit flustered. Was it inappropriate to say that? Was it a bit too rude? What should she do to salvage the situation?
As Zhang Buyu struggled internally to figure out how to explain, she suddenly noticed the soul fire in Zhou Yu's eyes looking at her.
She was startled and instinctively took a step back. An icy beauty? And a fierce little girl?
Zhou Yu's eyes sparked with the moving soul fire. He had to admit that their team-finding skills were lacking, but their looks were top-notch. Especially the seemingly ice-cold beauty in front of him, Zhou Yu could tell at a glance that she was simply socially anxious. After just one look, Zhou Yu turned his gaze away, surveying the surrounding dungeon environment. Twisted vines, grotesque faces, and endless forest, this was quite in line with the style of the bark-skinned woodland.
It seemed that someone had acted?
To clear the level, one must find the master of flayed skin and eliminate it, or survive here for 24 hours. Lin Shuryun moved a bit closer to Zhou Yu, introducing.
Not good.
As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xiaoqiang suddenly pointed far away and exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and suddenly saw that the previously cleared space seemed to have countless vines writhing underground. In the blink of an eye, the vines broke through the earth, crawling up the already collapsed tree, with barbed spikes emerging, stabbing into the trunk, pulling it up forcefully.
In just a short moment,
the 3 broken peeling tree spirits were thus repaired.
Ow!
A terrifying wail echoed from the faces on the tree trunk, and in the next moment, all the vines shot out again, heading straight for the crowd.
Damn it!
Su Xiaoqiang shouted angrily, stepping out, ready to take action. Zhang Buyu, who was in front of him, was clearly faster and more skilled than he was.
Leave it to me. With her staff waving, another tide blade coalesced, swiftly cutting the incoming vines.
In moments, the vines were severed, and she then launched a counterattack.
Sizzle. Thud. Boom.
After a short while, the 3 large trees crashed down again, but just then, familiar vines reappeared. At the same time, the previously motionless peeling tree spirit began to sway, roots pulling out from the ground, dragging its body closer to Zhou Yu and the others. It seemed to move slowly, but with each step, it advanced several meters.
They can actually move? Su Xiaoqiang panicked but was grabbed by Su Mei. Stand firm, do what you should do. Oh.
Su Xiaoqiang realized and did not rush forward but took out his sword, standing not far from Lin Shiyun. He knew he wasn't the main force to clear the dungeon, all he could do was protect Lin Shiyun. Just like Su Xiaoqiang, Lu Rou instinctively moved closer to Lin Shiyun, but she couldn't understand why they didn't all gather around the towering Zhang Buyu.
Why were they all drawn toward Shiyun instead? Leave it to me.
Only Zhang Buyu left a sentence behind and actively walked outside the shield. She waved her staff continuously, summoning 3 tied blades. She wanted to clear the peeling tree spirits in front of her the same way. However, she didn't expect that before she could cut through the 3 tree spirits, another batch of vines wrapped around her. If dragged back, she would face the terrifying fate of being torn apart by the vines, skinning her alive.
Tied blades. 3, 6, 9.
A total of 9 tied blades were already Zhang Buyu's limit for the second class, but even so, almost as soon as this batch of vines was severed, another batch surged forward. Finally, just as she was chanting her spell, several vines broke through the blockade and wrapped around Zhang Buyu.
Not good.
Zhang Buyu's heart trembled, her chanting interrupted. She had never entered a nightmare-level dungeon before, and she didn't expect to face death on her first entry. In a moment of crisis, seeing the vines closing in, Zhang Buyu instinctively waved her staff to block, but suddenly felt a shadow loomed over her from behind. She instinctively turned her head and saw Zhou Yu, draped in a black cloak, had somehow appeared behind her.
A large hand rose, reaching for Zhang Buyu.
In the next moment, Zhang Buyu felt a chill at her neck. Before she could react, Zhou Yu lifted her up like a chick and then forcefully swung her backward. Swish! As she fell, she was caught by Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang working together, and when she looked up again, she saw Zhou Yu had taken her previous position, completely entangled by the vines.
No!
Zhang Buyu suddenly stood up, instinctively wanting to dash out of the shield.
Hey, are you crazy?
Su Mei pulled her back. At this time, if you rush out, it's a death sentence.
But it's still in there. Zhang Buyu spoke more smoothly now. With so many vines, not to mention a second class, even a third-class warrior would have a hard time breaking free. You've said that's a warrior, not him.
Su Mei showed no signs of letting go. At this moment, Su Xiaoqiang behind them spoke calmly, "Don't worry, the real good show is just beginning."
Good show?
Zhang Buyu wanted to say something more, but suddenly widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. She saw barbs popping out from the green vines that wrapped around Zhou Yu to insert into Zhou Yu's body, but unfortunately, they only scraped against the white bones, leaving behind only the hoarse sound of movement. Not even a trace could be left. At this moment, Zhou Yu, standing still, simply pushed his hands down calmly. Crack, crack, crack. All the vines suddenly made a sound of being pulled beyond their limits, ultimately breaking in shock under Zhang Buyu's gaze. Zhou Yu, having done all this, stood in place and gently flicked off the debris from his black cloak.
You've dirted my clothes.
When he looked up again, the flames of his soul suddenly erupted in his eyes.
Boom!
The black cloak vanished, and heavy black armor enveloped his entire body, the armored skeleton swordsman appearing in an instant.
This is a skeleton soldier?
The words came from Lu Rou's mouth. She acknowledged her limited experience, but this was the first time she had seen a transforming skeleton soldier. At this moment, Zhang Buyu had been released by Su Mei, but her sapphire-like eyes fixed intently on Zhou Yu, as if his transformation refreshed her understanding of summoned creatures.
This is a skeleton soldier.
Su Xiaoqiang seemed quite pleased to see this expression, smiling, but it's not just a skeleton soldier. He held back from saying more, as the best was still to come. Su Mei's mouth even curled up slightly. She seemed to recall her own previous expression. You could say this feeling was quite refreshing. Just as a few of them were admiring, Zhou Yu in armor had already charged forward, gripping the greatsword with both hands, swinging it towards a tree trunk without using any incantations, simply wielding the sword horizontally. Swish! The long sword ripped through the bark, crimson blood gushing out as if it cost nothing, with a twisted human face almost emerging from the trunk, but Zhou Yu's hands did not pause for even a moment, still applying steady force. Swish! Swish! Crack! A tree trunk wider than a person's embrace was forcibly sliced through under his terrifying strength.
Instant kill.
Zhou Yu swept back a horizontal strike, severing a large number of vines that attempted to attack him, then continued to do so, sweeping through with his sword after sword. Crack! Crack! In just a moment, a dozen or so peeling tree spirits nearby were viciously severed. This is too fierce, right? Lu Rou held her exaggerated chest in astonishment. She had always practiced alongside Zhonghao's team, and even when encountering the strongest armored warriors, they weren't as powerful as Zhou Yu. In just a few seconds, taking down dozens of peeling tree spirits with over 1,000 health points each, could a human do this?
Oh right, he's not human.
Rustle, rustle. Before everyone could come to their senses, the ground surged again, countless vines crawling through the earth, and at the same time, the previously dead tree spirits unexpectedly revived.
This feeling was like they could never be killed.
Moreover, more and more tree spirits were approaching, each twisted face emitting a ferocious roar.
Die! Die! You should die here!
Zhou Yu sheathed his sword and stood, watching the gathering shadows, murmuring to himself.
Staying still is the most foolish thing to do. These guys are like pus on the skin. The more you irritate them, the worse it gets.
Before the other tree spirits could get close, Zhou Yu turned to the others and beckoned them with a finger.
What is he going to do? Lu Rou asked. Let's follow him. Lin Shiyun explained. Follow? Doesn't that mean stepping out of the shield?
Yes.
Aren't we supposed to be holding our ground? Clearly, that's not the case now.
But before Lu Rou could finish, she saw Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, protective of Lin Shiyun, taking the initiative to step out of the shield, moving in Zhou Yu's direction.
Lu Rou was stunned. She didn't oppose this approach, but clearly staying put seemed easier. Why were they going against the tide?
At that moment, even Zhang Buyu followed, and seeing this, she no longer hesitated.
Following the crowd, everyone moved closer to Zhou Yu.
Stepping out of the shield, it seemed that the surrounding peeling tree spirits sensed them, and instantly many tree spirits stirred, rushing towards the crowd.
Buyu, you and Shiyun protect Zhou Yu. Lu Rou keep up. Xiaoqiang take the rear. I'll be in front.
Su Mei's voice rang out. She consciously took on the role of the formation's commander in this group. At this moment, no one cared why, they instinctively followed each other's commands. Up ahead, Zhou Yu violently chopped down the blocking peeling tree spirits, but he couldn't cover both sides. Not far into their journey, they saw vines attacking them from both sides.
Tidal Blade.
Zhang Buyu summoned the Tidal Blade once again, but the continuous fighting had quickly drained her magic, and at this moment, the 3 Tidal Blades were already her limit, while more and more vines clearly could not be stopped by the Tidal Blade or the attacks from Su Mei and the others. Swish! A vine shot through a gap, aiming at Lu Rou on the edge. Seeing the attack approaching, Lu Rou showed a hint of panic and instinctively screamed while closing her eyes. However, the anticipated attack did not come. When she opened her eyes, she was surprised to see a skeleton warrior, holding a long sword, standing not far in front of her, having just severed that vine.
Ah!
What is this?
Skeleton swordsman, don't worry, it's our own.
Su Xiaoqiang sliced through the vine in front of himself, his voice carrying a touch of playfulness. Lu Rou turned her head and found that exactly 40 skeleton swordsmen had appeared around them, blocking the vines.
Our own?
She repeated in confusion, suddenly turning to look at Zhou Yu, who was sweeping away tree spirits ahead.
Is it him who summoned them?
I only have one summon and cannot yet summon a second beast. Lin Shiyun explained shyly from the side.
My goodness, summon beasts, this is possible? Lu Rou murmured in a daze. This is just the beginning. Wait a moment.
Su Xiaoqiang was just about to show off, but suddenly a loud shaking sound echoed throughout the forest, and in the next moment, a huge figure abruptly emerged from the dense forest. Chapter 50, Skeletons Practicing Martial Arts, Flesh and Blood. Giant Bear Unstoppable. Thump! Thump! The heavy thumping sound continuously echoed like a drum, and when everyone looked up, they saw the distant forest swaying, a massive figure rapidly approaching from afar. As it got closer, they could see it was a bear-like creature completely stripped of its skin and flesh. Flesh bear. Race, beast. Level, LV 20. Life, 3,500. Magic, 400. Attack, 280 to 325. Defense, 20. Attributes, Steel Claw Rend, green, Frenzied Roar, green, Flesh Armor, green, Wild Stomp, green, Giant Strength, green. Even at only LV 20, with over 3,000 hit points and exaggerated normal attack power, it was already intimidating to behold. Coupled with its nearly 2-meter running height and terrifying weight, it was akin to a speeding heavy tank.
Is this a nightmare-level dungeon? Isn't it too perverse?
Lu Rou looked at the massive figure in disbelief, without a doubt that one slap from it would completely wipe out her health. In such a situation, even a meat tank of the same level would likely need at least 2 or more to withstand such an impact. As they watched the creature charging towards them, everyone hadn't even reacted before a figure in black heavy armor directly charged forward. It was Zhou Yu. He replaced his massive sword with a shield sporting 3 savage horns, crashing directly into the path of the giant bear. Thump! Everyone felt a jolt from the corner of their eyes as they saw the massive flesh bear actually being braced by Zhou Yu with the shield, its enormous body flipping over due to inertia, and then crashing onto the ground with its 4 limbs up in the air. Thump! The ground trembled violently. Roar! The giant bear, in pain, was ready to fight back, but Zhou Yu's shield had turned into a great sword. He grasped it with both hands, and without any pause, he thrust the sword into the giant bear's neck and then swiftly pulled it out. Crack! The giant bear's head was brutally severed from its body. After a few horrifying damage numbers burst out above its head, its health bar vanished completely. Ding! You have slain the flesh giant bear, experience plus 87. You have looted the entry, giant strength, green. Hearing the prompts, Zhou paused slightly. He initially thought the giant strength entry would only appear in other dungeons, but now it seemed it could be integrated once again. This is possible? Lu Rou felt her understanding of reality was turned upside down. Beside her, Zhang Buyu's mouth fell open, almost short-circuiting her mind. She originally thought that her father had persuaded her to join this team to let her ride along easily. But now she understood. What kind of big leg was she? This was the real big leg. No, this was a giant leg. Before the two newcomers could recover from the shock, Lin Shiyun suddenly reminded them. Be careful, there's not just one, it's a horde. Only then did everyone realize that in the distant forest, terrifying flesh giant bears were appearing one after another. 1, 2, 3, 5. At least 5 had appeared in sight, let alone more figures starting to show in the distance. There are so many? Su Chang glanced around. With just Mr. Zhou alone, I'm afraid he can't hold them off? He was sure that the skeleton swordsman's strength would not be enough to stop them. Have you forgotten, he has wolves too? Su Mei said calmly. As soon as her voice fell, the ground not far away began to tremble, as if something was crawling out. Right, I forgot about that. Su Chang slapped his forehead, but I remember, the wolves didn't appear like this before, did they? Just as his words fell, everyone saw skeletal hands suddenly reaching out from the ground, followed by white skeletons that were obviously bulkier than the skeleton swordsman. Each one held a uniform white staff, looking even taller, their eye sockets filled with flickering soul fires that burned more passionately. Oh my god, what is this? Su Chang exclaimed, astonishment returning to his face. He had seen skeleton swordsmen and flame giant wolves, but never such a skeleton. Beside him, Su Mei looked at the skeleton figures, each holding a staff in one hand and standing with their other hand across their chests like monks, and she guessed in shock. Skeleton, monk? Swish! 2 skeleton monks dashed toward the nearest flesh giant bear. Watching their running speed and explosive power, it was several levels higher than the skeleton swordsman. They almost flashed into the bear's presence, raising their staffs and smashing down. -182. -167. How is this possible? Everyone changed their expression seeing the damage numbers. This was a flesh giant bear with 20 defense, and these 2 skeleton monks could unleash such high damage? Roar! In pain, the flesh giant bear suddenly raised its forelimbs, its 5 side-like claws shooting out towards the nearby skeleton monk. However, the skeleton monk merely used its staff to block slightly, its body leveraging the force of the blow to spring up. In midair, it smashed down heavily. When the bear's other claw came swiping, it used the staff to leap again, skillfully dodging the attack and continuing to inflict damage. Watching the 2 skeleton monks toy with the flesh giant bear, everyone was completely stunned. This is a skeleton? Su Chang couldn't help but voice what he had previously said. This is a skeleton monk. Su Mei declared with a shocked face, giving a confident guess. She was 90% correct, but missed one word, staff. Skeleton staff monk summon, blue. As a blue entry, it naturally possessed strength far superior to the skeleton swordsman. Not only was its single target attack more terrifying, but its health was also much higher. With the support of the Great Achievement Stick method, the opponent's evasion was surprisingly high. 30 skeleton stick monks paired up effortlessly to limit the charging giant bear, and they could strike it down quickly. In such a short moment, they resolved everyone's crisis with just a single term displayed by Zhou. Swish! Almost everyone turned their gaze to the tall figure cloaked in the black cape, momentarily lost in thought. It wasn't until the flesh and blood giant bears before them were cut down and fell to the ground that they suddenly realized the danger surrounding them had vanished. Even the giant bears in the distance had mysteriously disappeared. Where did they go? Su Xiaoqiang felt the surrounding silence and suddenly found it a bit unsettling. It didn't disappear, it must be to confuse us. Lin Shiyun pondered and said, the forest is so vast, without guidance, how can we find the Lord of the Skinless? Then can't we just stay here and still pass through? Lu Rou gradually adapted to the rhythm here and instinctively asked. This? Lin Shiyun couldn't figure out why either. It should have seen his strength, so it would rather let us pass than allow us to find it. Zhang Buyu suddenly shared her view. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed, and they looked at Zhou in surprise. This meant that the opponent was scared, right? Having grown up, this was the first time they heard someone say a dungeon boss was scared. However, Zhou merely snorted coldly, rest assured, you can't escape. How does it feel to see a huge forest like you being pushed aside? As the words fell, Zhou pointed his sword. Flame Wolf Pack control activated. Whoosh! 7 giant wolves made entirely of fire, strikingly handsome, appeared around Zhou. Zhang Buyu and Lu Ro were once again stunned.
He can summon fire-type summons?
Lu Ro pointed at the blazing fire wolf, her face filled with confusion.
Calm down. This is nothing for Mr. Zhou. Su Xiaoqiang waved his hand proudly, feeling as if he was the one summoning the giant wolves. Mr. Zhou? How do you know his name? Lu Ro looked at him in astonishment.
She had heard the other party say it several times, and while she had seen summon creatures with names, this was her first time seeing one with a surname.
Mr. Zhou is different from ordinary skeletons.
Sume smiled and explained, we communicated before he learned written language, and he told us the surname. She was quite satisfied. Finally, someone else joined the ranks of the shocked. The 7 firewolves let out deep roars, and the vines seemed to find their nemesis. Almost as soon as they wrapped around, they screamed and recoiled in panic. Fire, being itself a bane to evil creatures, was terrifying once it started burning in the forest.
Roar!
With a roar, the 7 firewolves charged ahead, the skeleton stick monks suppressed on the sides, while the skeleton swordsmen guarded the formation from the back. What was originally a team of 5 now moved like a powerful army, running rampant in the forest. No, the Lord of the Skinless is hiding, it's hard to find. After walking for nearly a quarter of an hour, Zhang Buyu hesitated a few times before finally speaking up. Everyone had puzzled looks as they seemed to not understand the meaning behind her fragmented words.
You mean?
The forest is too big, and at this rate, it's still very difficult to find the hidden Lord of the Skinless? Su Mei, who understood her somewhat, thought for a moment before explaining. Zhang Buyu wanted to give her a thumbs up, but in the end, she merely nodded slightly. We've already climbed trees to see, the forest is endless, and we simply can't find where it's hiding. Su Xiaoqiang shrugged, moving forward in one direction should be Mr. Zhou's plan.
But if this direction is wrong, will it continue to go wrong? Lu Ro never thought that there would be such an easy time in the nightmare-level dungeon.
She glanced at the black-armored skeleton walking silently at the front and cautiously reminded.
Well, I've thought about this too, but there doesn't seem to be a better solution for now.
Lin Shiyun raised an eyebrow slightly, hesitating for a moment. I'll tell him, maybe he has his own way. Lin Shiyun took a few steps towards Zhou Yu's direction, shouting loudly to report her thoughts.
However, from beginning to end, Zhou Yu didn't pay any attention, nor did he even pause his steps. Is this a refusal? Or just ignoring it?
Su Xiaoqiang began to speculate. I don't know, maybe he doesn't want us to interfere. Lin Shiyun said.
Then let's go. After all, we can't think of any other way for now. If we really can't find it, we can just rely on time to clear it.
After Sume finished speaking, she suddenly burst into laughter.
In the nightmare-level dungeon, we are actually not worried about surviving, but discussing how to clear it. It's really funny.
Hearing this, everyone fell a bit silent, not out of worry, but in agreement. Yes, if it were someone else entering here, this kind of dungeon would be enough to make everyone fight desperately, and one careless move could lead to demise. But now, the advantage is that everyone not only has no life danger but even has time to discuss here. Su Xiaoqiang, who loved filming, even took out his camera and began to capture the scenes in the dungeon. This behavior is not an isolated case. Many dungeon guides involve people who specialize in this work, filming videos, editing them, and pairing them with commentary and images for sale. Or they could post them on social media to attract traffic and monetize. However, most of those filmed images are often shaky due to fighting. A clear view like Su Xiaoqiang's is almost unheard of.
It gave the feeling of being on a trip here rather than clearing a dungeon.
And all of this is, of course, thanks to the summon creature, Zhou Yu, from Lin Shiyun. Hours passed in a flash, with even the flame giant wolf being summoned back twice due to exhaustion. The group had completely confirmed that Zhou Yu was waiting here for the time to end, rather than searching for the so-called skinless master. They turned to look at the long trail of fire left behind, feeling no dissatisfaction at all. Just the monsters they had killed during this time had already raised everyone's level quite a bit. Even if they stopped hunting monsters now, they felt they had earned a lot. However, just then, Zhou Yu, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped.
Ding!
Your attribute fusion is complete, and you have obtained Natural Pulse, Blue. Natural Pulse, you can hide very well under a lush natural environment, while also sensing the pulse of the forest and even communicating with the trees. Hearing the notification, Zhou Yu smiled slightly. After walking for so long, he finally awaited the fusion of the blue attribute. Like others' previous thoughts, Zhou Yu also thought the forest was vast, and if the opponent truly hid, it would be hard to find. But after he obtained the attribute, Natural Breath, White, from the skinning treant, an idea was born. Since these trees could react, it showed there was someone behind the scenes manipulating them. How did the other party sense his presence? There must be a similar sensing skill, so if he could master the skill, he could sense back to find the location of the other party. Thus, natural breath, white, fused into natural concealment, green, and then into natural pulse, blue, finally allowing Joyu to sense the transmitted pulse power of the other party. Feeling the pulse perception rising within the trees, Joyu revealed a cold smile.
I've hidden well, I'm coming. He raised his hand and slapped it on the trunk of a chopped tree ant. Suddenly, a pulse of energy appeared from afar. Swish! Joyu raised his head and suddenly began to turn. He actually turned around?
The people following him also showed strange expressions at Joyu's change.
Is it because one direction was too boring? Do you think the master is like you? Oh, what is that? Could it be that he can find the Lord of the Skinless? Su Xiaoqiang rubbed his waist in rebuttal, saying he was not the only one enjoying himself. Weren't you all relaxed too?
But he didn't dare to say this, especially in front of a group of women.
That cannot be the reason you mentioned.
Sume glared at him, and although the others didn't say anything, they also thought it was impossible to find the Lord of the Skinless. The forest was too vast, they had been searching for several hours without finding an end, and even if they changed direction, it wouldn't be possible. Moreover, they even suspected that this Lord of the Skinless had extremely high concealment abilities, perhaps having already passed by them without being detected. Next, everyone clearly felt Joyu's speed begin to increase, and he occasionally changed direction. Almost every time he killed a tree spirit, he would touch the cut surface where the roots connected. After turning in who knows how many directions, after walking for more than 3 hours, Joyu suddenly stopped.
Ha! Su Xiaoqian let out a breath. Finally, we can rest. It's quite a rush, I'm a bit unaccustomed to it, huh?
However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Joyu suddenly raise his head, and above him, a terrifying green fireball began to gather.
Stop hiding, Lord of the Skinless. Hellfire explosion, activated.
As they looked at the eerie green fireball emerging above Joyu's head, everyone's faces changed, instinctively retreating.
What is he trying to do? Lu Ro was shocked. Wasn't he supposed to summon a beast? What was this eerie green fireball? He can do magic?
Zhang Buyu exclaimed, but after she finished, she felt her words were unnecessary. The person had even summoned a flame giant wolf. What was a fireball to that? She forced herself to calm down, but after seeing the power of 3 successive hellfire fireballs explode ahead, she truly couldn't remain calm anymore.
Boom! As she saw the area of 10 meters around turn to ruins, shock uncontrollably appeared on her once cold, ice-like beautiful face. Was this the power a normal fireball could cause?
The tree spirits burned to charcoal didn't even have time to scream before they were completely dead. Compared to the shock of Zhang Buyu and Lu Ro, the other 3 were evidently much calmer. Looking at the scorched scene, Su Xiaoqiang suddenly thought of an incredible idea.
Sis, do you think he really found it? Gulp. Everyone swallowed in unison, and then Sume said with some difficulty, I'm afraid, yes. Buzz.
Just where Joyu's hellfire fell, the burnt ground began to tremble.
Layers of blackened bark started to peel off, revealing its texture as if reborn.
Before everyone could react, thick, terrifying roots suddenly soared up from the ground. These roots slithered like giant pythons, not attacking, but instead wrapping around the burnt tree trunks and then pulling hard. Crack! All the trunks were forcibly pulled from the ground, dragged to the center, and then chaotically combined together. More and more roots began to appear, starting to entwine and pull more surrounding trees.
Boom, boom, boom.
Everyone watched with wide eyes as a gigantic ancient tree, composed of who knows how many tree spirits, rose up from the soil.
3 meters. 5 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters.
Finally, a colossal tree nearly 30 meters tall and 50 meters wide appeared before everyone. Everywhere on the trunk, there were terrifying, howling human faces, and the branches danced like arms, while massive, python-like vines twisted around them. Right in the center of the treetop, a figure of a man, completely skinned, emerged. The moment his eyes opened, all the faces on the trunk let out a simultaneous howl.
Ah, whoa! Why have you come? Why have you come? If you come, you must die. You must die.
The echo of countless faces intertwined sent chills down everyone's spine, making their scalp tingle.
Seeing such a terrifying boss, everyone almost instantly recognized his identity, the Skin Lord. Skin Lord Boss. Race, Cursed Tree. Level, LV 30. Life, 50,000. Magic, 20,000. Attack, 1200 to 1385. Defense, 40. Traits, Nature Pulse, blue, Skinning Vine, blue, Roots of the Dead, blue, Skinning Poison, blue, Spore Control, blue. Only 50,000 health? Joyu looked at the description above. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed.
And that figure of the Skin Lord in the center of the treetop suddenly howled once more.
Wow!
On the trunk, all the twisted faces opened their mouths at the same time. Large clouds of mist, like dust, rose from their mouths and floated toward everyone. Be careful, this is poisonous spores.
Once inhaled, they will absorb all life energy to grow and can even be controlled by the enemy.
Sume gasped upon seeing this, when she looked up strategies before, although the teams that cleared it did so over a long period. There were also unlucky teams that accidentally encountered the Skin Lord's existence. Some of them had seen these spores. These spores were not deadly in small amounts, and even professionals could resist by mobilizing their own energy, but once the numbers increased, the sustaining energy would be rapidly devoured, and they would eventually become puppets parasitized by the spores. The best method was fire or thunder, destructive skills, to completely wipe them out before they got close.
Tidal Shield.
Zhang Buyu immediately opened a shield to completely envelop everyone. Soon, they were shocked to find that the drifting spores began to cling to the shield and started to absorb its energy to breed. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed drastically. If this continued, they would soon be overwhelmed by the spores breaking through the shield. What should we do? Su Xiaoqian looked at the skeleton swordsman wrapped in spores. Even though it hadn't been devoured, it moved sluggishly due to the large number of spores parasitizing it. At this moment, both Zhang Buyu and Su Mei felt at a loss. In this situation, they didn't seek help from Zhou Yu, because he was facing the Skin Lord and had no time to spare.
I might be able to try.
Lu Ruo's weak voice made everyone turn around. I'm a barrier master. The only barrier I can set up is called the 5 Elements Guardian. It requires 5 types of barrier objects to draw energy and can be converted into any of the 5 attributes as needed.
Perhaps it can resolve this? Fire attribute? Su Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. What are you waiting for? Hurry up.
But, it takes a long time, and I can't move.
No need, just set it up quickly.
Lin Shiyun decisively said. At such a time, they had to deal with the current situation first. Seeing the others affirm her, Lu Ruo nodded as well, raised her hand and took out 5 uniquely shaped energy stones, then placed them in 5 directions in succession, and began to weave complicated hand signs while constantly chanting.
Sizzle! The absorption of the spores continued, and their numbers were growing geometrically. Watching the energy shield grow thinner and thinner, while Lu Ruo's barrier was not yet complete. It's going to break soon, it's going to break soon.
Su Xiaoqiang shouted.
Shut up! Why can't you think of a solution instead of just yelling? Su Mei angrily scolded. I'm a warrior, after all. There is no way.
Su Xiaoqiang complained. Lu Ruo's forehead was already dripping with sweat, but her spellcasting had not yet finished. The tidal shield, which had originally been over a finger's thickness, now had only less than a third left. In the distance, Zhou Yu's figure was already blocked by spores, completely invisible. At this critical moment, Zhang Buyu, who had been silent, suddenly raised her staff and it burst forth with brilliant light.
See God, salt erosion.
She lightly called out, her ice blue hair soaring in an instant, and at the same time, everyone was startled to see the nearly transparent tidal shield unexpectedly begin to deepen in color, not in thickness, but in depth of color. As the spores attached to the shield changed color, they unexpectedly began to detach uncontrollably, falling to the ground.
It's working!
Su Xiaoqiang shouted, pointing.
What's happening? Lin Shiyun looked at the unmoving Zhang Buyu and asked urgently.
The salt concentration, she must be controlling the salt concentration in the seawater.
In high salinity, even the spores can't survive.
Su Mei reacted and immediately said, but this skill must consume a lot of energy, look at her. Everyone suddenly noticed that in just a few seconds, Zhang Buyu's complexion had started to pale, her body swaying unsteadily.
Blessing light.
Lin Shiyun's staff shone brightly, directly casting an enhancement skill on her. But she found that Zhang Buyu's complexion only slightly eased for a moment, then became pale again.
Not good. These spores are adapting to the concentration, more and more are appearing. Su Xiaoqian's exclamation made everyone's heart sink.
Lin Shiyun's expression turned ugly. Her skills were primarily for boosting her summoned creatures, and applying them to her teammates had very limited effects. As the multiplying spores continued to increase and even threatened to break through the shield. Holding the staff, Zhang Buyu swayed after a few seconds and could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground.
Su Mei caught her but realized she was on the brink of fainting.
At that moment, Lu Ruo, who had been chanting continuously, suddenly opened her eyes, raised 2 fingers, and shouted lowly.
Fire element, activate. Chapter 53, Thunderstrike, Sacred Flame Kill Move, Baby's Cry. Buzz.
A blazing firelight surged from 5 directions, swiftly transforming into a curtain that soared upwards, quickly closing into a semicircular barrier.
Boom.
The intense flames rose from above the barrier, instantly evaporating the remaining tidal shield, and countless spores that were about to invade quickly vanished under the scorching flames. In less than a moment, the army of spores that had been impossible for everyone to resist had been completely cleared. At this moment, everyone finally saw how terrifying the scene was that Zhou Yu faced. Countless spores floated in the air like a whirlpool, converging towards him, and Zhou Yu seemed unable to move. At the same time, thick vines, several times thicker than the peeling tree spirits, wrapped around him. If it weren't for Zhou attracting almost 90% of the spore attacks alone, even with the 5-element barrier, they would have found it hard to withstand. Now it seemed that Zhou had been completely engulfed by the spores, falling into an absolute disadvantage. What will he do? Lu Rou looked at Zhou, surrounded by spores, anxiously said. If Zhou was defeated, they would have no way out either. However, at this moment, Su Xiaoqiang surprisingly remained calm. Don't worry, Sir is just testing. Testing? Before Lu Rou's confusion had dissipated, she witnessed an astonishing scene. Clusters of crimson flames began to flicker from within the spores, gradually growing denser, and finally transforming into a storm, swirling outward. Flame Blade Whirlwind was activated. Zhou, clad in armor, stepped out from the flames as if he were the god of destruction. He raised his long sword, coldly gazing at the massive skinless master, and softly uttered 5 words. Sacred Flame Blade, Storm. Boom! The distorted pure white flames danced. Transformed into a rotating blade, it turned into a huge storm before everyone's eyes, heading towards the skinless lord. Behind, Su Xiaoqiang seemed to have already prepared his camera, pointing it at Lu Rou and Zhang Buyu. How is it possible? Sacred aura? Zhang Buyu's disordered words continuously spilled from her mouth, and she was completely unaware, just fixing her gaze on the shining white storm. Lu Rou beside her seemed to have forgotten the function of her words, just staring blankly with her mouth agape at the spreading pure white flames. In her mind, there was only one thought: the opponent is strong, too strong. How could it be this strong? He is just a skeleton. Su Xiaoqiang recorded this scene, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction rising within him. Yes, keep that expression, don't move, indeed anyone seeing this for the first time would be shocked, right? Beside them, Su Mei and Lin Shiyun both rolled their eyes. Even though it wasn't their first time seeing it, the shock in their hearts still couldn't dissipate. The sacred flames blooming in a necromancer's hands made it feel hard to accept. Ah! Ah! A terribly sharp scream echoed continuously from the skinless lord's mouth. His expression was distorted, filled with pain, even brimming with resentment, countless emotions intertwining within. He watched helplessly as his health bar rapidly diminished. Zhou looked at all this with indifference. The reason he unleashed his strongest AoE move without reservation was that he sensed the crisis encountered by Lin Shiyun and others behind him. If he didn't use this sacred flame to purify the spores, it wouldn't be long before they couldn't hold on any longer. At the same time, his sudden outburst also caught the skinless lord off guard. With 50,000 health points, it nearly bottomed out in an instant. While the sacred flames hadn't dissipated, Zhou moved. Boom! He suddenly stomped his foot and his figure shot up from the original spot like an arrow. Evil Frenzy, Blue, activated. Gale Phantom Wolf Step, Blue, activated. The centipede doesn't die easily. Zhou didn't believe the opponent would allow him to kill it without a fight. In 3 seconds, the distance of dozens of meters quickly closed. Before the other party could react, Zhou's great sword suddenly slashed out, carrying ghostly green flames towards his opponent. Infernal Flame Sword Chi Slash, Blue. Swish! The sword chi, several meters long, swept past and pierced through a tree trunk as thick as several people embracing each other. -1450. A coincidental critical hit brought exaggerated damage that instantly became red numbers dancing in the air. Zhou did not pause, striking out 2 more quick sword slashes. -989. -1031. Such attacks left the skinless lord's already drained health bar with barely a sliver remaining. Boom! The tree trunk was forcefully split in 2, and from the treetop, the skinless lord fell apart amidst his painful wails. Rumble! Most of the charred trees collapsed in front of everyone's eyes. Did we win? Lu Rou's voice rang out, filled with disbelief. She never expected that this nightmare-level boss could be resolved so easily. I didn't believe it either before, but once you know Mr. Zhou's strength, you'll realize that nightmare level is just like that. Su Xiaoqiang puffed up with pride. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Zhang Buyu pointing at Zhou, who was motionless. Then why is he not moving? Everyone was slightly startled and then realized that Zhou still had no intention of moving. He tightly gripped the great sword, seemingly waiting for something. I'm afraid it won't end so easily. Lin Shiyun recalled the changes in the monk's monastery before and suddenly said. Not over yet? Everyone showed strange expressions, but at that moment, the previously immobile Zhou suddenly moved. He crouched slightly, then leaped up, but not forward, rather leaping backwards suddenly. It looked as if he was avoiding something. At that moment, the earth shook, the ground rolled, and a terrifying tremor like an earthquake came. Not good, quick retreat! Su Mei exclaimed, pulling the weak Zhang Buyu and fleeing into the distance. Beside them, Su Xiaoqiang and Lin Shiyun supported Lu Rou and followed closely. Such a huge disturbance could not be explained by ordinary circumstances. Just as they were fleeing, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked with a loud noise, and large, dark roots like giant pythons rose from the earth. They intertwined, making a piercing shriek, wildly spreading like an octopus around them. Boom! 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 As the group fled in panic, they looked back and saw a massive root, as enormous as a hill, rising from the ground.
This colossal size was far beyond 100 meters?
Even more terrifying, among these rising roots, there were actually human skins mixed in, devoid of blood and flesh, yet emitting chilling howls. Lin Shiyun, who had stopped, spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. This is the true master of the skinless. Thud. Thud. The sound of a heartbeat resonated from the roots, and to everyone, these massive roots, intertwined, did not resemble roots coiled around each other but rather looked like a surrounding cocoon. At this moment, something seemed to be growing within the cocoon. This pulsing did not last long, and suddenly, a shrill cry like that of a baby echoed from within. Wow! Above the roots, where the trunk had split, suddenly a baby's head rose from within, stopping only when half of its body appeared. Its tender arms were now crawling over the twisted roots, connecting with the gigantic tree cocoon below.
The master of the skinless is actually a baby?
Su Xiaoqiang's jaw nearly dropped. He never expected that this terrifying boss was just a baby.
No, look at its stats.
Lin Shiyun's expression changed as she reminded him.
Master of the skinless phase 2 boss. Race, cursed tree. Level, LV 30. Health, 80,000. Mana, 30,000. Attack, 1200 to 1385. Defense, 50. Attributes: skin peeling cocoon, red, cry of despair, blue, natural pulse, blue, skin peeling vines, blue, roots of the dead, blue, skin peeling poison, blue, spore control, blue. Others only noticed the changes in the boss's name and health, but in Zhou Yu's eyes, it glaringly added a scarlet attribute: skin peeling cocoon. 80,000 health? How is a first tier able to handle this? Su Xiaoqiang shouted in frustration, feeling that this dungeon was unfair. How strong could a first tier profession be? Isn't this going to cost lives?
Puff. A sound like something bursting interrupted everyone's shock as the previously closed baby eyes suddenly opened. In the next moment, all the skinless figures began to squeeze out from the enormous cocoon. There were skinless people holding axes, skinless giant bears, skinless tree spirits, skinless wolves, dogs, deer, snakes, and many more creatures found in the forest, all appearing in skinless forms. They were densely packed, like a torrent, rushing towards Zhou Yu, so numerous that they couldn't even be counted. It's over. Su Xiaoqiang sat down on the ground, his camera dropped beside him. His greatest fear had come true. As everyone knows, Zhou Yu's strongest power lies in solo combat, and his biggest fear is this kind of swarm tactic. If the previous fire giant wolf, skeleton swordsman, and skeleton monk were still around, they might have been able to hold off. But now, everything had been exhausted in the previous battle. Only Zhou Yu remained, and even a pile of enemies could easily overwhelm him. This time, no one refuted Su Xiaoqiang's words. Not because they didn't want to, but because they really couldn't find a reason to argue back. To be able to witness the true nature of the master of the skinless before death.
It's not a pity anymore.
Sumei showed a forced smile, trying to make herself appear carefree.
Is it over?
What a pity, father. Zhang Buyu felt less socially anxious for the first time. She just hadn't had the chance to tell her father that she loved him very much. My mom said I only have an ordinary person's life. How can an ordinary person see these things? Lu Ro's pale face flickered with a smile. I still wanted to slap that, but I missed my chance. Sigh. The footage I shot is sure to go viral. Su Xiaoqiang picked up the camera and hugged it to his chest. Isn't it a bit too early for you guys to give up? As she looked at the overwhelming army of skinning soldiers rushing toward everyone, Lin Shiyun suddenly said. Ha! Everyone instinctively looked at her, but they saw Lin Shiyun pointing at the tall black figure ahead. Look! Zhou Yu leaned on his long sword, calmly gazing at the oncoming army. Huff! He unexpectedly let out a sigh of relief. If you had other methods, I might not have been able to handle it. But now... In the silence, Zhou Yu suddenly sheathed his great sword, reached up to take off his helmet, revealing a bone-white skull inside. At this moment, above the eye sockets where the soul fire flickered, the area between his brows began to pulse. In the next moment, tendons that looked like flesh and blood emerged, and a small crack spread from his brow, suddenly opening wide. Gurgle. A peculiar blood-red eyeball appeared. Death's grievance demon eye, blue, activated. Buzz. Heaven and earth suddenly changed, a cold wind arose, and countless icy mist appeared out of thin air behind Zhou Yu. And amidst the mist, a menacing door that looked like the entrance to hell suddenly opened. Creak. At the moment the door opened, a slightly illusory scene emerged from within. A towering hall, a familiar Buddha statue, and the sound of continuous chanting made Su Xiaoqiang, and even Lin Shiyun turned pale, gasping in surprise. Magic Monk Zen Institute.
How is that possible? No way.
The Zen Institute seemed to sense something. The tightly shut temple doors suddenly swung open, and the head of the institute, who controlled everything, suddenly looked up, a strange smile flitting across his lips as he softly chanted.
Dear benefactors, do you seek eternal life?
The moment the words rang out, all the faces in the hall opened their eyes simultaneously.
Do you seek eternal life? Clap. Clap. Clap.
All the doors opened at once, demonic monks, vengeful monk souls, cursed believers, and even the Lord of White Cloud all rose together, crossing through that illusory door, descending into the scene.
Boom!
The earth trembled as a tidal wave of figures from the Magic Monk Zen Institute flowed out where Zhou stood, colliding with the enemy ahead.
In an instant, the originally surging army of skinning soldiers was firmly held back by the Magic Monk Zen Institute.
Not only that, as time passed, even the magic puppet within the Zen Institute was controlled by the head and directly charged into the enemy's ranks, rampaging and killing at will. The Magic Monk Zen Institute itself was of the same level as the Skinning Forest, and the reason it was considered less terrifying than the Skinning Forest and the corrupted Spider Den was not due to weakness, but rather to its lower numbers. If you really counted, the power of the Magic Monk Zen Institute was not inferior to the Lord of the Skinless from the Skinning Forest. In fact, it was even more troublesome. Just by observing how the magic puppet gained strength through killing, one could understand. Behind, the 5 survivors looked at the scenes unfolding before them, which had exceeded their comprehension.
Are you saying he can actually summon the dungeon monsters of the Magic Monk Zen Institute to help?
Lu Ro felt as if her worldview was being refreshed repeatedly. Using one dungeon to fight another was simply unheard of. What you see has no other explanation. Sume sighed. She didn't know how to describe it, as relying on Zhou mysteriousness was. They also didn't know the real reason.
She looked at Lin Shiyun, hoping to gain an answer from her lips. I don't know. The familiar words came again.
In fact, it wasn't just Lin Shiyun, others were thinking the same thing. Seeing the mighty army being held back, Zhou suddenly moved again. He activated Swift Wolf Steps and Void Body to pass through the army's blockade, approaching the second stage of the Skinless Master. Zhou realized that the biggest problem in dealing with the boss wasn't fighting these troops but killing the true body of the boss. Otherwise, with his own abilities, even if he killed it, it could be revived again. Endlessly, the only one who would be drained would be himself. Zhou looked up at the striking infant body at the top of the tree cocoon, and his speed suddenly increased.
What is he going to do? To catch the thief, first catch the king.
Sume said, to deal with these troops, the best way is to kill the Skinless Master. Very difficult. Zhang Buyu suddenly said, the Skinless Master has the ability to repair itself. If we don't kill the main body, it may all be in vain.
Then the infant is the main body?
Su Xiaoqiang instinctively spoke.
Are you sure this cunning boss would place its main body in such a conspicuous position?
Su Xiaoqiang was left speechless and suddenly realized after looking at Zhang Buyu.
You suddenly became clever?
Quick look, he has stopped. Lu Ro's words made everyone turn their heads. They saw Zhou surprisingly stop just a few meters away from the tree cocoon. As everyone was puzzled, a pale white light suddenly shot out from the vertical eye on Zhou's forehead.
Grievance Death Light, fired.
Swish. A pale white death light as thick as an arm shot out from the Death Grievance Demon Eye on Zhou's forehead. At that moment, Zhou realized that the Death Grievance Demon Eye and Grievance Devouring was a combination.
The Grievance Death Light could only burst forth relying on the Death Grievance Demon Eye.
Buzz. The terrifying light instantly tore through the intertwined tree roots of the cocoon, shooting in a specific direction.
His direction? Why not the center?
Su Xiaoqiang thought that this strong light which should severely injure the boss had to directly penetrate the tree cocoon to be accurate, but unexpectedly, the light shot towards the lower side of the cocoon. That spot was close to the underground. Even if penetrated, it wouldn't cause much damage to the cocoon. And the Skinless Master's health wouldn't drop too much because of this. Others at this moment had the same thought, unable to understand why Zhou would make such a basic error at such a critical moment. However, just when everyone thought he had misfired, a shocking scream suddenly echoed from within the tree cocoon, a scream so piercing it surpassed the combined mourning of all faces.
Look, that is. Everyone suddenly looked over.
In the deep place where the light tore through, a headless woman figure completely stripped of skin appeared, and at her abdomen, an ugly, shriveled body remarkably similar to the infant above emerged. And what the Grievance Death Light attacked was exactly her.
Minus 3,890. Minus 2,914. Minus 5,187.
A large amount of terrifying damage erupted continuously from above her head, causing the health bar of the Skinless Master to drop at a visible rate. Furthermore, as the Skinless Master was severely injured, the various monsters under his control let out mournful wails, even forgetting to attack. This instantly broke the stalemate situation. The abbot of the Magus Temple led many figures and swept through everything like a slaughter.
So, that is the main body? Zheng Buyu murmured in a daze. Beside him, Su Xiaoqiang also nodded, but how did he find it?
That's incredible. Shiryun, your summon is too powerful.
Lu Ro spoke with intense envy. Sister Ro, your barrier is not bad at all.
Lin Shiryun said seriously, if it weren't for you and the tide sacrificial ceremony, we might have not held on. Hearing this, Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang both nodded heavily. Indeed, if it weren't for them putting in the effort this time, everyone would have been in big trouble.
Sizzle.
As everyone spoke, the huge tree cocoon in front of them quickly faded and wilted under the attack of the death rays, eventually shrinking to a dried tree cocoon only a few meters wide. At this moment, a notification appeared in everyone's minds.
Ding.
The master of the skinless is dead, level cleared, reward settlement in progress, forced exit from the instance in 5 minutes. The instance storyline has been opened.
Do you want to view it?
With previous experiences in mind, Lin Shiryun hesitated not at all and chose yes. She too wanted to see what kind of changes turned this place into what it is now. Buzz. As Lin Shiryun confirmed, the surrounding crowd noticed that everything in front of them was rapidly retreating, as if time was flowing backward towards a certain point. The dryness vanished, the forest restored, and the original monsters disappeared without a trace. Only when it transformed into a lush and thriving forest did the scene before them finally come to a halt. In the forest stood a beautifully crafted 2-story wooden house with the words Lumberjack's Home written in a foreign language.
This is a lumberjack?
Su Xiaoqiang looked at the tall figure swaying inside the wooden house's window. The person seemed to be holding a Western-style bottle and gulping it down.
Damn it! How awesome!
After a few intense noises, a boy wearing shorts walked out of the wooden house, wiping the blood flowing from his nose, expressionless. He just squatted on the grass, staring blankly at the lush forest before him. Behind him, a woman's screams and cries, along with a man's curses, could be heard. Upon hearing these sounds, the boy suddenly hugged his head in pain until he caught sight of the axe his father used for lumbering not far away. He dragged the axe with difficulty and walked toward the forest.
Is this boy the master of the skinless?
That question had yet to dissipate when the scene before them rapidly changed, showing the young boy growing up in this forest, at times revealing his shadow dragging the lumbering axe into the dense woods. When the image finally froze, the young boy had already grown into an adult, his father long gone, and he had taken on his role as the lumberjack here. That day, he came back to find that his mother seemed to have died in the house. This was the first time everyone saw him crying heart-wrenchingly. He held his mother's corpse, repeatedly uttering words no one could understand. This surprisingly evoked a sense of sympathy in the crowd.
But what the man did next left everyone dumbfounded.
Unsure if it was due to longing or something else, the man did not bury her. Instead, he left his mother in the original bedroom. As time passed, the corpse began to rot, and the unbearable stench filled the air. In the end, the man actually extracted all of his mother's innards and peeled off her entire skin, stuffing it with hay to create a doll, which he placed in the bedroom. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill down their spine.
Ugh! Although I can't smell it, I want to throw up. Su Xiaoqiang turned his head and found that Lu Ro couldn't hold back any longer and had already puked.
Why did he do this? Perhaps, his mind was twisted from the time he was beaten by his father.
Is this the beginning of him becoming the master of the skinless?
Just as they spoke, the scene flowed again. Not long after, a woman suddenly appeared in the lumberjack's home, seeming to take a liking to the man. And the doll that was originally in the bedroom was moved to the warehouse. From that moment on, the man seemed to have found peace in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. The two also naturally began to live together. Once upon a time, this kind of peaceful day should have existed beautifully. Until one day, 2 lost tourist couples appeared outside the wooden cabin. They were taken in by a lumberjack couple. The woman was very simple and shared delicious food and fine wine. Under the night bonfire, the lumberjack man saw for the first time a device called a satellite phone. In this rarely visited forest, lumbering had become almost his only main theme. It was also the first time he could see the outside world here.
What is this?
So magical, the man said. This is a satellite phone. We also have a signal booster, so you don't have to worry about losing signal here, the woman explained with a smile. My smartphone can connect to the whole world through it, just use this, look. She fiddled with a short video app on her phone to demonstrate to him. The man's eyes brightened. For the first time in his life, he saw the world so wonderfully.
Is this very expensive? The device, plus the phone, costs about 2,000? Or more? I'm not sure. That really is expensive.
The man spread his hands. It would take him several months of cutting wood to earn that much. It's late, I think you should rest. Okay, thank you for your hospitality. The man and his wife rested in the master bedroom, but when his wife got up the next day to prepare breakfast for the couple, she found that they were gone. Dear, where are they?
They left. Then what is this? To thank us, they gave me this as a gift. What a good person. Chapter 56. Don't blame me.
I just want to survive.
They won't? Su Xiaoqiang thought of a possibility. Keep watching. Su Mei reminded him.
Life seemed to return to calm. The man spent his days chopping trees and scrolling through short videos on his phone. The more he scrolled, the more he felt the outside world was amazing.
Dear, what's wrong? Why do we have to live this kind of life? What's wrong with you? Haven't we always lived this way? It's nothing.
The man watched the videos of beautiful women in revealing clothes continually twisting and turning without saying much.
Hey! Excuse me, did you see them 2 months ago? Them?
Yes, they also came here to travel. I was wondering if they might be lost. Sorry, I don't know, but you can rest at my house first. Maybe it would be better to search the forest later.
Thank you very much.
Then 2 young figures appeared again at the wooden cabin, and the next day. They should have left, right? The wife asked.
Yeah. They left us some things as thanks. They're really nice.
Months passed again, and the sky-covered forest welcomed 4 lost tourists at once. They were 2 couples.
Hello, have you seen these 4 who came here before? The man looked at the photo. Aren't these 2 called Jack and Lucy?
Yes, yes.
Have you seen them? I've seen them, but they went deeper to search for someone. Deeper?
Yes, why don't you stay at my house for a night before heading out?
After all, it's deep in there, it's not easy to find.
Then, thank you. Sorry, my house isn't very big, there are 2 spare rooms, the other 2 will probably have to stay on the ground floor.
No problem, Howard, you and Anna can stay in the spare room.
We'll stay on the ground floor.
It's fine, we can stay on the ground floor. No, Howard, did you forget? Anna's current condition?
Her hiking outfit is too loose. I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me.
You're really funny, my friend.
At night, a sleeping Howard was pushed awake by Anna.
What's wrong, dear?
I'm thirsty, can you help me pour some water?
Okay, I'll go down now.
Howard walked downstairs, but quickly returned upstairs, filled with doubt. Dear, where are Stephen and the others?
They are missing. Missing?
Yeah, their jackets are still here, but they are gone.
The bathroom?
Impossible, I just came out of the bathroom, there's no one there.
Then let's ask the host?
The door is open, and no one is there either. You stay here.
I will go out and have a look.
Don't. I'm scared. Let's go together.
All right then.
The 2 of them took advantage of the deep night to arrive outside the wooden cabin, and soon they heard faint movements coming from the warehouse. Filled with doubt, they approached and found the warehouse door slightly cracked, with light even glowing from inside. Without much hesitation, they went up to the warehouse door and instinctively pushed it open. What they saw was shocking. Inside the door, their friends who had come together were laid out on the table, their clothes already stripped away.
The lumberjack was holding an axe, swinging it high.
In an instant, both of them widened their eyes, almost fainting. Not far behind, hanging on a rack were dried pieces of leather, which looked exactly like their missing friends.
Ah! An uncontrollable scream burst from Anna's mouth.
At the same time, the lumberjack and his wife almost simultaneously turned around, their bloody faces eerie in the night. The scream pierced the night sky. Howard pulled Anna and they turned to flee, but the lumberjack and his wife showed no signs of worry, instead revealing devilish smiles. They exchanged a grin, for here, no one knows the forest better than they do. Besides, there was a pregnant woman among them. The 2 of them walked out of the warehouse slowly, quickly disappearing into the forest. Not long after, 2 dull thuds sounded from the warehouse, as Howard and Anna were thrown to the ground. Don't worry, soon you will be able to stay here with your friends. The man's wife said with a simple smile, but at that moment she looked like a witch. Sizzle! The lumberjack excitedly dragged his axe over, the scraping sound seeming to shatter their psychological defenses. Please, don't kill me, don't kill us. Howard knelt on the ground, continuously begging for their forgiveness. Howard, don't beg them, they are criminals, they have become devils.
Anna pointed angrily at the 2. How could you do such devilish things? Aren't you afraid of God's punishment? God? The lumberjack laughed sinisterly. You can go ask him yourself in a bit, he.
He reached out and grabbed Howard by the collar. Seeing this, Howard's face turned even more fearful. No, don't kill me.
I don't want to die. Don't want to die? The lumberjack's wife laughed. Everyone here doesn't want to die. I can join you. I can stay here forever. Howard thought quickly, begging desperately. As long as you let us go. No, Howard. Are you crazy? How can you become like them? Anna shouted. He.
The lumberjack suddenly grinned, stopping his axe and looking at Howard. I came up with an interesting way, perhaps one of you can survive.
What way? Tell me.
Howard seemed to see a glimmer of hope and hurriedly urged. Beside him, the lumberjack and his wife exchanged smiles, and the wife threw a skinning knife onto the table. Only one of you two can survive, and the one who survives must skin the other person. The lumberjack's wife smiled simply. Now, you choose. Howard turned to Anna abruptly, while tears streamed down Anna's face, shaking her head vigorously at him. No, Howard. I don't want to live like this. I don't want to become a devil. My child shouldn't become a devil either. No. Howard. When Howard turned around, the lumberjack's axe was already raised, and his wife held a bone knife pointed at them. Choose. Live or die, he. Howard trembled as he grasped the handle of the sharp knife, slowly turning around under their vigilant gazes. No, don't. Anna looked at him with tears in her eyes. Just when she thought Howard was going to sacrifice himself to save her, Howard suddenly stood up, muttered sorry, and plunged the sharp knife into Anna's heart. Huh, you. Anna looked up at Howard in disbelief. She never expected, even in her death, that the person she loved most would think of a way to not sacrifice himself, but to sacrifice herself, even including the child in her womb. Don't blame me. I just want to live. Clap. Clap. The sound of applause came, as the lumberjack and his wife seemed to have enjoyed a good show, and then Howard personally peeled Anna's skin off. Meanwhile, the unborn child in her womb didn't even have a chance to see the world and was buried in the dense forest behind the cabin. After this, it seemed that Howard felt the violent desire within himself being released, and instead of feeling guilty, he became even more hungry for it. But what he didn't know was that not long after burying the bodies, the unborn fetus inside Anna's womb let out a piercing cry. It did not die. But until its last cry, all that surrounded it was endless darkness and entwining tree roots. If the baby had consciousness, it would ask, why was it buried here without even a chance to be born? And who took away its right to live? Why? Why did they? Finally, on the night of the next day, the dead baby moved. The scene vanished, and the message from the dungeon prompt appeared. Ding! Reward settlement complete, congratulations on obtaining. Chapter 57, Spore Control, Creator's Gift, Level Clear Shock. The whole plot left everyone silent. They never expected that the one who became the skinless master in the end was not the lumberjack, nor his wife, nor the murdered Anna, but the child in her womb who had not yet been born. And the body of the man, who was disguised as the skinless master, was none other than Howard. Ding! Reward settlement complete, congratulations on obtaining, experience plus 2000, skinless lumber axe, silver, skinning long knife, silver, skinning long robe, silver. This was the reward prompt from Lin Shiyun, and others also had their respective prompts. Compared to others, it was clear that their captain had the most rewards. Ding! You killed the skinless master, obtained experience plus 1827. Ding! You randomly plundered the following entry, Spore Control, Blue. Huff. Zhou saw this entry and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had seen the red entry skinning cocoon, but from the literal meaning and the performance of it, honestly, Zhou didn't want to become that huge, monstrous figure, even if he could breed countless monsters. Fortunately, this time, his luck wasn't so bad, and he didn't get the red entry but instead the blue one, Spore Control. After a quick look, Zhou was quite satisfied with Spore Control. By creating spores and controlling their spread, it allows him to influence those around him. And as the spores multiply, it would give him the possibility of controlling the target with spores. Of course, once controlled, the target would turn into a puppet, losing its self-awareness. Buzz. The scene in front of him turned unreal, and then it returned to the ruined forest. At this moment, Zhou saw, in the ruin, a corpse that looked like a woman, and next to it, only the nearly charred body of the baby was twitching slightly. Smack! Zhou saw this and immediately walked over to the baby's side. Is this the mechanism left by the baby's resentment? Zhou thought of the special item he had obtained earlier from the magic monk's Zen temple, and this seemed to be something similar. I feel sorry for your encounter, and I understand your feelings. Zhou suddenly bent down and looked at the baby, but, even if you keep repeating all of this, they will not suffer eternal torment. The controlled Howard and the lumberjack, along with many other creatures, had merely become puppets, subject to manipulation. Without thought, how can one feel pain? Instead, the one who suffers the most is that child. So, I still hope you find relief. Saying this, Zhou extended his pale white finger, and a tiny, delicate white flame emerged from it, floating down onto the infant's lifeless body. Puff! At this moment, the flame with the sacred attribute successfully served the role of purification, granting the infant complete relief. Wah wah! The piercing cry of the infant suddenly echoed as the flames consumed it, causing the five who were still reveling in their reward to change their expressions. But soon, they realized that this cry was quickly weakening. After a brilliant white light, a phantom image of a young woman with golden hair and blue eyes appeared, cradling the daughter she had never met. Anna? The group was more than familiar with this figure and instantly recognized it as the woman killed by Howard.
Anna wore a smile, looked at her child, then turned to Joyu who stood not far away and bowed to him.
At the moment she bowed, specks of white light rose from her, uncontrollably drifting towards Joyu.
Ding! You have received a gift from the copy creator, obtaining entry, skinning cocoon, red. Ah! Joyu's mouth dropped, staring in shock at her. They had agreed not to get this thing, right? How could it have ended up being given to him voluntarily?
Compared to her relief, Joyu felt extraordinarily uncomfortable at this moment.
Hey, can I exchange for a different gift? Hello? Can you hear me?
Joyu called out a few times, watching helplessly as she dispersed like a soul before his very eyes.
Ding!
Due to irresistible forces, the copy will permanently disappear. The countdown for forced teleportation begins 10, 9, 8, 7. With no time to grieve, Joyu could only explain to Lin Shiyun about his thoughts for the next stage and then chose to return to the abyss directly. Outside of the copy, in the hall of the Skinning Forest copy, Zhang Hao and Wei Chanxian stood there, fuming.
Dear, they've been in there for hours, why haven't they died yet?
Wei Chanxian asked, pressing close to Zhang Hao. She clearly remembered being slapped by that heroic beauty. This grudge, if she didn't watch them die, would be hard to calm.
What's the rush?
That's a nightmare level copy, entering it is already a matter of 9 deaths and 1 life.
Zhang Hao said nonchalantly, what a pity, I can't see that B*TCH die, it's somewhat regrettable.
In their eyes, Lu Ro teaming up with those people to enter a nightmare level copy was like seeking death. Even if they didn't die, they had to lose half their lives.
What are you? How dare you go against my will?
When you realize how terrifying nightmare level is, you will come back crying to beg me.
By then, 2 tickets won't let me spare you? Dream on.
I want 3, no, 5 tickets. If I don't bankrupt your family, I, Zhang Hao, won't even bear the Zhong surname. The more Zhang Hao spoke, the more excited he became, as though he could already see Lu Ro being heavily injured and controlled by him.
Announcement, congratulations to Squad 001, leader Lin Shiyun.
Nightmare level Skinning Forest copy cleared, breaking the record with a time of 5 hours, 42 minutes, and 13 seconds.
Announcement, congratulations to Squad 001, leader Lin Shiyun.
Nightmare level Skinning Forest copy cleared, breaking the record with a time of 5 hours, 42 minutes, and 13 seconds.
Announcement, congratulations to Squad 001, leader Lin Shiyun.
Nightmare level Skinning Forest copy cleared, breaking the record with a time of 5 hours, 42 minutes, and 13 seconds. Announcement, due to irresistible forces, the Skinning Forest copy will close permanently, and the players in the copy will be forcibly teleported away.
What?
Zhang Hao didn't even hear the later announcements. When the first announcement rang out, he jumped up and stared at the hall screen.
How is this possible? They cleared it? Nightmare level, cleared? This is impossible. Beside him, Wei Chanxian also couldn't help but widen her eyes, staring at the screen intently.
By sacrificing her own body to gain access to the instance, she was only engaging in a normal level instance, yet each time was dangerously perilous, with hardly anyone emerging unscathed. But now, this not only entered the nightmare level instance but also completed it, making it hard for her to accept.
It wasn't just them, others were instantly in an uproar upon hearing such an announcement.
Chapter 58 Sigh, what should we do about this entry?
My god, they cleared it in 5 hours? Did they go to the Skinning Woods? Impossible.
All previous clearance records took at least 24 hours, how could it be so short?
Team 001, aren't they the beauties who went in just a few hours ago? Wait a minute, what does it mean that the instance is permanently closed? As the discussion rose, waves started to appear from the position of the entry's teleportation portal.
Soon, figures from various teams began to emerge, appearing dazed as they looked around, seemingly not understanding what had happened.
What's going on? I was just fighting monsters, why am I out? Me too. Same here. As everyone expressed their confusion, they saw 2 announcements continuously flashing on the instance hall screen.
Only then did people realize that someone had cleared the nightmare level instance, and the announcement of its permanent closure must surely be related to them.
Buzz.
A wave surged, and Lin Shiyun and others appeared next to the entrance. Upon seeing them, the professionals who were already there instantly recognized their identities, and an uproar erupted. Look, it's them, the team that cleared the nightmare level instance.
Wow, are they all this beautiful? Should I go flirt? You want to die? Those who cleared the nightmare level instance could crush you with a finger.
As the crowd surged, Zhong Hao squeezed over with Wei Chanxian, and when he saw Lu Ro without a single scratch on her, he completely broke down.
How is this possible? How could you clear it? Zhong Hao muttered in disbelief, suddenly pointing at Lu Ro frantically, you cheated.
His voice was loud, but it immediately drew disdainful glares from those around him.
Are you out of your mind? Is there cheating in this instance? Exactly. If that were possible, why would we suffer from the abyss? We would have counterattacked long ago. Don't mind him, he just wanted to deceive the clearing experts and make some quick cash. What? He actually dared to deceive the clearing expert? Beat him up. Go. Crack. Bang. Before Zhong Hao could react, he was overwhelmed by a crowd and brought down to the ground, receiving blows. From a distance, Lu Ro watched this scene with surprising calmness, even the initial sadness had disappeared. Sister Ro Ro, you look a lot better now? Lin Shiryun looked at Lu Ro with a hint of joy. Yes. Thank you, Shiryun. Lu Ro nodded earnestly. After this, I realized how laughable my past emotional attachments were compared to the nightmare-level instance. Suddenly, a light of determination surged in her eyes. From now on, I will work hard to change my destiny and become a powerful barrier master. Don't worry, as long as you follow the captain, your dream is not without hope. Su Xiaoqiang said happily, I'm already level 18. A nightmare-level instance allowed him to level up twice. This feeling was simply beyond words. It wasn't that nightmare-level instances gave little experience, but that most of the experience was gained by Zhou Yu and Lin Shiryun, while they only received a small portion. Even so, leveling up twice already showed how terrifying it was. Looking at herself, Lu Ro also soared from level 13 to level 16, a speed so monstrous it was unbelievable. The other individuals, Sumei remained at level 20, but a large part of her experience should overflow. Zhang Buyu was originally level 25 but now only leveled up to 26, which was still quite good considering it was a first-turn instance. More importantly, through this instance, she deeply realized that her reputation as a genius. It's just a joke. As for Lin Shiryun, she naturally reached level 20, overflowing with experience, even far surpassing others. If she could complete the second transfer, she might just level up right then and there. The dungeon is over, and our levels have increased quite a bit. What's our plan next? Sumei actively looked at Lin Shiryun. Although the other party didn't speak much daily, this kind of decision still needed the captain's confirmation. More importantly, they needed to ask about Zhou Yu's instructions. He said we can accept the job transfer quest, but not to complete the transfer. He wants to enter the corrupted spider nest. The final first transfer dungeon, right? Around the entire Cold City, the only existence was these 3 first transfer dungeons, which meant they could continue to enter without transferring. But aren't we all more or less the same? Su Xiaoqiang was a bit confused. Why do we still need to grind the first transfer dungeon? Logically, after leveling outside for a while, we should be just fine. This, I don't know. Lin Shiryun also didn't understand. Zhou Yu hadn't told her. Zhou Yu naturally wouldn't tell her that the reason for caring about the third dungeon wasn't for experience, but to seize more traits. Alright. Sumei nodded, then let's continue to rest for a few hours. In the evening, let's gather downstairs at Shiryun's house and head to the corrupted spider nest. She looked at the others. What about you? I'm fine. Lu Ro was the first to say. After witnessing the powerful ability of Lin Shiryun's summon creature, she knew it was the most important opportunity in her life, and she had to seize it. Don't look at me, sis, I'm the same. Su Xiaoqiang turned his gaze to Zhang Buyu, who suddenly changed her expression and, holding her stick, turned and left. She? Su Xiaoqiang only said one word when he heard Zhang Buyu's voice coming from not far away. See you in the evening. Su Xiaoqiang watched her walk away, suddenly shouting, Hey! Zhang Buyu stopped and turned back to look at him with confusion. You're going the wrong way, your luxury car is over there. Zhang Buyu's face turned red. Holding her stick, she changed direction and quickly disappeared. Put. A few people's laughter made her run even faster. When the laughter faded, the crowd also dispersed, revealing the bruised Zhong Hao and the frightened Wei Qianqian beside him. Ro, I was wrong. Ugh. Zhong Hao mumbled, forgive me, please. Seeing this, Lu Ro also looked towards him and suddenly walked over to Zhong Hao. Zhong Hao saw this and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He thought his injury had made Lu Ro feel pity and change her mind. But Lu Ro walked in front of him and, in front of everyone, raised her hand and slapped him hard on his nasty face. Ouch. Zhong Hao was hit and lay on the ground wailing. Lu Ro didn't care at all. Instead, she turned and left with a look of satisfaction. Zhong Hao, darling, are you okay? Wei Qianqian hurriedly climbed over. How are you? Can you still take me to level up? Mentioning leveling up, a surge of anger suddenly rose in Zhong Hao's heart. He sprang up, turned, and slapped Wei Qianqian's face, making her scream. Damn you, it's all your fault for seducing me, otherwise, how would I be like this? I swear I'll kill you. The smacked Wei Qianqian covered her face and got up, the previous affection fully turned into anger. You dare hit me? I'll fight you. Meanwhile, back in the abyss, Zhou Yu sat on the bone throne with a bit of melancholy. Sigh, what should I do about these traits? Chapter 59, Spore Soul Binding, Red, Abyssal Black Warrior.
Zhou tilted his head, looking at the striking red trait on his panel, peeling cocoon. If he used it, he felt ashamed; if he didn't use it, it seemed a waste. He naturally thought of editing traits, but after all, this was a red trait. What trait would he use for editing? Or which trait would serve as the main one? A series of questions made Zhou fall into a dilemma. He thought for a long time, and instead of being moved in his heart, it was better to take action. Anyway, he had accumulated enough entries in his hands, so he might as well try directly and see if he could edit them. With his mind made up, Zhou immediately opened the editing interface and began editing various entries. The entries he harvested in this subworld were also numerous, including the might entry from the flesh and blood giant bear, the frenzy entry, and the trample entry. There were also skinning vines from the skinning tree spirit, natural breathing, and so on. After some experimentation, Zhou finally looked at his red entry, the cocoon of skinning. Edit or not? Zhou gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. The bolder a person is, the more they can achieve. If the red entry disappeared, then it would be gone; at worst, he would just pretend it never existed. So, Zhou directly opened the editor, took out the spore control he was very optimistic about, and based on the principle that similar series easily enhance luck, he set the main entry as spore control, blue, and the subordinate entry as cocoon of skinning, red. With a thought, the two entries instantly converged into one. Amid his immense anxiety, the system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding! Editing complete, obtained, spore cocoon domination, blue. Spore cocoon domination: brew a massive spore mother body within yourself, capable of generating a large number of spores that erode and affect the target, ultimately controlling them. Hiss. No. When Zhou saw this description, a scene immediately flashed in his mind. As if he were pregnant with a big belly, he didn't even want to think about its use and wanted to completely block this entry out. So, in a panic, Zhou even stopped considering other options and just frantically stuffed his own entries into this entry. He had only one goal, which was to avoid becoming big-bellied. Ding. Editing complete, obtained, spore pregnancy shadow, blue. Ding. Editing complete, obtained, spores devouring cocoon, blue. Ding. Editing complete, obtained, spore soul binding, red. Red? It's actually red? Zhou didn't even know how many entries he had discarded, and suddenly hearing the system's prompt snapped him back to reality. Spore soul binding, red. Using your own soul as nourishment to give birth to a spore mother strain, the generated soul binding spores can infiltrate the target's soul, continuously breeding by absorbing soul power until they completely control the other party. Note 1. The number of spores needed to control the target depends on the strength of the target's own soul. Note 2. Once successfully controlled, there are two choices. One is the puppet mode, erasing the target's intelligence; the other is the soul binding mode, only binding the soul without erasing intelligence. Note 3. The methods to eliminate this control are: first, the mother strain completely dies; second, the controller of the mother strain actively withdraws the soul binding spores. Note 4. There is only one mother strain, and the breeding speed of the soul binding spores within the target depends on the strength of the target's soul. After reading such a detailed introduction, Zhou instantly broke into a silly smile. So awesome! He finally didn't have to become big-bellied. As for the function of this entry itself, it was even beyond his expectations, incredibly formidable. Without any hesitation, Zhou directly activated this entry. Buzz! Zhou only felt a shudder in his mind, and a mother spore of soul binding unexpectedly appeared deep within his soul. He immediately felt his soul power slowly weaken, while that spore rapidly grew at a terrifying speed, soon forming a small tree with tentacle-like branches. On the tentacle, flower bud-like shapes formed, and within the flower buds, numerous soul-binding spores were nurtured. These spores, as long as they followed Zhou's control, could detach from there and drift in the surrounding space. Zhou tried it out. Although the spores were incredibly powerful, the range within which the soul-binding spores could drift in space was undeniably limited. More than 2 meters away, he actually started to lose strength and died completely. Afanti! Old servant is here. Hearing the call, Afanti quickly appeared in front of Zhou, licking his face. Stand still. Okay. With a thought, Zhou sent several soul-binding spores drifting towards Afanti's head. The stark white bones posed no obstruction and easily fell inside. Soon, he felt the soul-binding spores wildly reproducing within Afanti's soul fire. Why do I feel a bit tired? How strange, can the undead feel tired too? No, I can't show this state in front of my master, it's very rude. Swish! He suddenly threw away his staff and raised both arms, dancing the tango in front of Zhou. Ha! What's wrong with me? Master, please save me. Afanti didn't mean to offend you. Help! I can't control my body. Seeing Afanti like this, Zhou stroked his chin. The effect was better than he had imagined. With this, can I try it out? Zhou lifted his head and looked towards the valley outside, where lay the dwelling of the Frostbone spectral dragon, the Buried Bones exile. The neighbor had always been a thorn in Zhou throat.
If he couldn't resolve this hidden danger, he would be restless.
Originally, Zhou thought he would have to wait until he reached level 70 to compete with it.
But now, the appearance of spores gave him hope.
But before that, I need to experiment first. If I anger it, that would be a big trouble. Zhou suddenly stood up and strode towards the valley outside. The target he wanted to try was none other than the Dungeon Lord. Crossing the frozen earth graveyard, he could see the mountain where the dragon was located, and at the foot of the mountain, several small hills surrounded the territory of the Dungeon Lord. To avoid the threat of the dragon, the Dungeon Lord had long hidden in its underground cave. If it were before, Zhou would indeed be afraid that his battle would cause a huge commotion and attract the dragon's attention.
But now, he had a better plan.
Before this, it would be best to level up. In fact, Zhou had sensed that his experience points were overflowing while in the instance dungeon, but he didn't know why he hadn't completed the promotion there. Zhou guessed that he probably had to return to the abyss to complete the significant level upgrade, similar to a human's job change. So, Zhou had been suppressing it, only now, preparing to deal with the Dungeon Lord, he released the suppression. Buzz! Suddenly, a wave of promotion energy rose in the frozen earth graveyard, and all the ghouls instinctively raised their heads, looking at Zhou with fear.
Ding!
Promotion complete, congratulations on transforming into Abyss Black Warrior. The armor no longer felt heavy, but it became tougher, and his height rose again, reaching over 2 meters too.
In addition, a black robe appeared on him. The hood of the robe covered Zhou's entire face, revealing only the flickering soul fire in ghostly green.
And around his originally stark white bones, besides the increased tendons, it seemed that some flesh had also increased. The flesh wasn't much, but at least it wouldn't make Zhou's palms look like they were entirely bone when he held the sword. Of course, the changes weren't only in appearance, but also in attributes and perks. Zhou / Abyss Black Warrior.
Race, Shadow Undead.
Level, LV 32, 2514/6000.
Life, 5600. Magic, 3200.
Attack, 500 to 620.
Defense, 40/magic resistance 15%.
Perks, Grievous Howl, green, Blade Dance, blue, Lava Hand, green.
Spore Binding, red. Shadow Form, blue, Abyss Fire, blue.
Both health and magic drastically increased, and the original undead race surprisingly gained the word shadow. It was precisely this change that added 2 brand new perks for Zhou. After he finished reading the introduction, he found these 2 entries to be similar to talents. Shadow Form, blue, allows the body to blend into the shadows. Wherever there is a shadow, one can move swiftly. This matches the talent ability of the Shadow Clan, but Zhou's shadow form should be stronger, hence it's called Shadow. The other, Abyss Flame, Zhou speculated might be related to the fire entry he had plundered. Abyss Flame is a special and powerful flame originating from the abyss, infused with corrosive properties. Its temperature is not high, yet it can burn the soul. Like the spores created by his spore bind, encountering this flame, even a tiny bit could lead to complete incineration. It is said that the deities controlling the abyss can manipulate Abyss Flame, but its truth is unknown. Of course, Zhou was not at a point to offend them, so he naturally did not need to consider these matters. Swish! Swish! Zhou swung the transformed greatsword a couple of times, feeling its power significantly stronger than before.
Meanwhile, the shield he originally used for defense disappeared.
As the saying goes, with gain comes loss, promotion cannot retain all advantages. However, he tried, and his current physique strength was already comparable to that shield. After becoming slightly familiar with it, Zhou no longer hesitated and directly headed for the Wulong Mountain Range. Indeed, the Wulong Mountain Range was named by him, as a Fan Ti did not know what the mountains outside were called. The frozen soil graveyard was merely a name given by a Fan Ti based on the description of the situation. Wish! Zhou moved silently like a shadow through the Wulong Mountain Range. According to a Fan Ti's previous exploration report, the Dungeon Lord was likely hiding deep underground in the mountain furthest from the Wulong Peak. He just needed to find the entrance. In the dark underground cave, he would have much space to unleash his abilities. With the assistance of Shadow Form, Zhou felt utterly thrilled. He found the entrance to the dungeon almost effortlessly. He slipped inside, trying to hide his presence as much as possible. Finally, after moving forward for who knows how long, everything before him suddenly opened up. In the pitch-black underground cave was a vast underground cavern, with some unknown stones around giving off faint glows, illuminating the outline somewhat. What Zhou saw was a mass of dungeon demons curled up with claws sunk into the rocks, in a state of slumber.
A rough estimate would suggest far more than 10,000 here.
Not far away, in the center of the cavern, a colossal pit held a giant figure nearly 5 meters long, resembling a beetle, resting there. From its abdomen, small beetles, each about the size of a palm, kept emerging. These beetles appeared as if they had just been born, revealing their fearsome mandibles and diving headfirst into the rock wall, continuously gnawing at everything around. Their bodies grew through this gnawing process, gradually transforming towards becoming dungeon demons.
Is this the Dungeon Lord? How is there such a huge gap compared to the dungeon demons?
Zhou, filled with doubt, tapped on the giant exclamation mark above its head.
Dungeon Lord. Race, Demon Beetle. Level, LV 30. Life, 8000. Magic, 2000. Attack, 345 to 380. Defense, 32/magic resistance 8%, light system minus 16%. Entries, Earth Vein Spike, blue, Spike Shell, blue, Corrosive Breath, blue, Corrosive Swarm, blue, Rock Tremor Collapse, blue, Super Gravity Field, blue, Rock Core Control, blue, Dungeon Lord Mark, blue, Brood Beetles, green, Digging, green.
Seeing these entries, Zhou almost lost his composure and directly exposed himself.
Too envious. Absolutely too envious.
Zhou thought that the Dungeon Lord should be tough to deal with, but he didn't expect it to possess so many entries. These entries combined were simply comparable to a dungeon boss.
Ha!
Zhou secretly let out a breath, thankful that he hadn't rushed in early. If he had barged in blindly, not only would he not know if he could win, but he would definitely have startled the giant dragon. He looked around at the situation, then transformed his figure into a shadow, approaching the Lair Lord. He had come all this way. If he didn't take down the opponent, Zhou felt like he wouldn't have a good reason for being here. Under the shadow form, as long as he didn't launch any obvious skills, he wouldn't attract attention. On the other hand, if he were in the shadow form of the Shadow Clan, once any skill was used, he would reveal himself. Even moving too fast would leave a trace. Zhou quickly passed by each sleeping cave demon and soon appeared in the large pit where the cave lord lay asleep. Just as he was about to get closer, suddenly, the previously sleeping cave lord's eyes shot wide open, looking right in Zhou's direction. In that dark spot, not a trace could be seen. Hiss! Hiss! A sound like insects crawling emerged, and the cave lord closed his eyes again. Zhou felt a bit relieved. He had been very cautious, but unexpectedly, the cave lord still sensed something unusual. It just showed how incredible the opponent's perception was. But still, his shadow form was superior, successfully evading the opponent's sensing and not revealing any anomaly. If I go any closer, the chance of being discovered is very high. Zhou murmured to himself, but if I don't get close, my spores haven't arrived yet. If I just sit here, what should I do? Just as he was pondering, a rustling sound suddenly came from the edge of the large pit. Zhou looked and found that a newly hatched beetle was gnawing not far from him. Got it! With a thought, the soul-binding spores floated out from the soul flower bud, all rushing towards the beetle at his feet. Whoosh! Without any hindrance, all the soul-binding spores merged into the small beetle, which trembled slightly, and its soul was already covered in spores. The spores absorbed the power of the soul, and in an instant, Zhou felt a connection established between himself and the small beetle. With just a thought, he could directly cause the beetle to die, or control everything about it. Go! Back to your mother. Zhou flicked his finger, and several more soul-binding spores floated off his main body into the beetle's body, lying dormant on its soul. The small beetle then turned and crawled deeper into the pit. Chapter 61, The Power of Soul-Binding Spores, Slaying the Cave Lord. Rustle! The small beetle controlled by Zhou was not affected at all and appeared at the bottom of the pit. Other small beetles seemed to be gnawing at the surrounding rocks and soil, but only this one swam against the current. It crawled over the belly of the cave lord, its legs, and even climbed up onto its thick carapace, moving to the head position at the front. The small beetle stopped, and the soul-binding spores attached to its soul drifted out quietly. 5 spores, only 5. So small that they were barely visible to the naked eye, the soul-binding spores floated into the cave lord's head, and that heavy shell seemed like nothing before them. From afar, through the mother tree's sensing, Zhou could clearly see that as the spores penetrated the cave lord's mind, they entered a vast space, where a powerful energy wave was beckoning to him. That was the cave lord's soul. Zhou controlled the soul-binding spores to swiftly drift over, beginning to absorb the soul power to reproduce and expand. However, as he just started to manipulate them, it seemed like an uncomfortable sensation surged from within the soul, rising like a wave. Resistance? Zhou was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the spores entering the soul would actually face resistance. Just in the first round of impact, he had just bred a majority of soul-binding spores, which were completely eradicated. After a moment, Zhou seemed to understand that his ability was not invincible. When the selected soul is strong enough, its own soul power can launch a spontaneous counterattack, much like the human immune system defending against a virus. To resist this kind of defense, one must mutate and iterate through continuous breeding, eventually presenting a capability to resist soul defense. It seems that soul-binding spores are not a quick way to control an opponent anymore. Zhou concluded, but he still had time. He wanted to see how long the Dungeon Lord could hold on. On the other side, while Zhou was busy, Lin Shiyun and others returned home to rest. The news about their clearing of the second nightmare-level dungeon spread very quickly. Principal, Lin Shiyun is the best student in our school, why can't we give her extra help?
Lin Shuryun's homeroom teacher suggested in the principal's office. Do you know that her grades were good enough to get into #1 high school? Otherwise, how could we at #2 high school retain her?
Sigh, Teacher Zhang, times have changed, her talent was indeed outstanding back then.
The principal waved his hand, but her current occupation and that talented skill indeed make it hard for me to accept. You also know her family situation, how much funding is required to raise a summoner. Have you seen a guild above Tier 3 come to the school to inquire about her? But she works so hard, could it be? Hard work? Look at every student here, who's not working hard.
The principal's tone softened. Teacher Zhang, I know you sympathize with her, but there's nothing we can do. In this world, talent speaks for everything.
This. Sigh.
Teacher Zhang sighed lightly and prepared to leave the office, but just as she turned, she heard her phone ringing. Taking it out, surprise and joy flashed in her eyes. Since her falling out with her daughter, Lu Ro had rarely called her.
Excited, Teacher Zhang instinctively answered the call. Hello? Little Ro, is it you? It's me, Mom. I was wrong.
I was young and foolish, mistaking Zhong Hao for someone who cared for me. Lu Ro's voice carried a sob, causing tears to stream down Teacher Zhang's face uncontrollably.
It's okay, just knowing is good.
If you have any difficulties, come home first, Mom will be back soon.
Everything is with Mom, you know? It's okay, Mom.
I just finished a dungeon with Shuryun, my level has gone up so much.
Lu Ro's tone suddenly became firm. I've made up my mind. From now on, I will learn from Shuryun and become a powerful professional.
Ha?
What did you say? You went into a dungeon with Lin Shuryun? Teacher Zhang was stunned. Nonsense, how high is her level? How could she dare to go into a dungeon?
She clearly remembered that the other side had summoned a skeleton soldier. Just a few days had passed, how much battle power could she have?
What do you mean dare? We just cleared the nightmare level dungeon, Skinning Forest, and now it has been permanently closed because of us.
Lu Ro spoke with some pride, and this is not Shuryun's first cleared dungeon. The previous one, the Demon Monk Zen Temple, was also cleared by them.
What? Teacher Zhang exclaimed, and even the principal was taken aback. What's wrong? Teacher Zhang?
Holding the phone, Teacher Zhang looked at the principal. Principal, Lin Shuryun just cleared 2 nightmare-level dungeons, the Demon Monk Zen Temple and Skinning Forest.
Impossible.
The principal immediately replied firmly, absolutely impossible, Teacher Zhang. I understand your feelings, but you cannot fabricate such things. No, Principal, you can check the Professional Guild's official website, it has real-time updates on dungeon records.
I will translate your text as per your instruction. At that time, everything will be clear. Teacher Zhang honestly couldn't believe it, which is why he thought of such a method. All right. Then I will make you give up.
The principal was even less convinced than Teacher Zhang, but looking at the serious expression on the other's face, he hesitantly opened the website, found the official site of the professional association, and searched the dungeon records. Generally, these dungeon records where the changes in various dungeons nationwide can be queried here. However, as soon as he opened it, he saw 2 top notices in the dungeon records. At the moment he saw this news, the principal was struck like lightning. Peeling Skin Forest, Demon Monk Zen Temple? How is that possible? He rubbed his eyes hard and clicked on the message details, which distinctly stated that the team leader was Lin Shuryun. Crash! The thermos cup beside him was knocked over and fell to the ground, glass shards mixed with water and goji berries scattered everywhere, but he was completely unaware. How could this be? Her skeleton soldier, how is it possible? It's real. It's actually real. Teacher Zhang looked at the information and directly broke into ecstatic joy. Principal, I told you this child has talent, and I was right. In just a short time, clearing 2 nightmare-level dungeons, a genius, no, an unparalleled genius, The principal was stunned in his chair, such a genius, and he actually waived the other's scholarship? Ding ding ding. The phone on the table rang loudly, startling the principal back to reality, and he hurriedly picked it up. Hello? We are the 5th tier guild, Blazing Flame Guild. We want to ask if Lin Shuryun is here? Contact information? Hello? We are the 6th tier guild, Rampaging Waves Guild. We want to ask for Lin Shuryun's home address. Hello? The 7th tier guild is looking for Lin Shuryun. Several calls in a row were from high-tier guilds seeking Lin Shuryun, catching the principal completely off guard. He glanced at Teacher Zhang and decided he needed to ask for Lin Shuryun's opinion first, otherwise, it wouldn't be convenient to disclose her information. After several calls, the last call, however, changed the principal's expression completely, leaving him looking dejected. Hello? Is this principal's son? A transfer order has just been issued from above. You have been removed from the position of principal of the 2nd school. A new principal will come to take over. Prepare yourself for the handover. It's over. The principal sat blankly in his chair, murmuring to himself. He didn't notice that, not far behind him in the corner, a rat with blood-red eyes was watching everything.
Ding!
You have successfully slain the Dungeon Lord, experience point plus 435.
Ding! You have randomly looted a trait, burrow, green. Chapter 62, Crazy Shearing of Wool, trait stacked full.
In the pit where the Dungeon Lord was located, after a violent tremor, everything returned to calm. It was as if the Dungeon Lord had a nightmare, and then was slain by the soul binding spore.
But unexpectedly, the health bar above its head was still full. Only its soul level had been slain.
Understanding this, Joyu approached again, this time without worrying about the Dungeon Lord waking up. Looking at the Dungeon Lord's still full health bar, Joyu fell into deep thought.
As a unique demon creature in the abyss, could it have the ability to awaken from deep slumber?
Joyu looked at the corpse and murmured softly. If he weakened the influence of the soul binding spore, then let it devour the continuous abyssal magic energy here, perhaps it could allow the Dungeon Lord to revive once more. Such cases were not unique. For example, the skeleton soldier in his Necromancer Valley was birthed through the continuous source of undead energy.
The undead are already dead, so how could one speak of death?
The reason he thought so much was that he suddenly thought of a possibility. If it could really revive, could he use the soul binding spore to kill it a few more times?
Thus looting traits? Isn't this a bug?
Even though this bug would likely only occur with specific biological types of abyssal demon undead, if it could be exploited, then it must be exploited. With this thought, Joyu's mind stirred, directly controlling the mother tree to detach the soulbound spores from the other's soul. Soon, Joyu felt that the small beetles he had created seemed to be stimulated and began to burrow back into the body of the Dungeon Lord. With each one that burrowed in, a wave of abyssal magic energy surged into its body. This process lasted for several minutes, countless beetles sacrificially nourishing the Dungeon Lord. Suddenly, the soul-binding spores sensed a fluctuation in the Dungeon Lord's soul. It was about to awaken. However, this awakening was very slow. It had barely stirred a little, and to fully revive, it would likely take at least several days, or even months. But Joyu didn't need much. As long as the other party revived a bit, it could not be considered dead. And he could completely manipulate the soul-binding spores to kill that little spark again and again. It wouldn't be long before all the wool could be sheared off. Understanding this, Joyu no longer hesitated and began to crazily shear the wool.
Ding! You successfully killed the Dungeon Lord, experience points plus 315. Ding! You randomly plundered the entry, corrosive spit, blue. Ding! You successfully killed the Dungeon Lord, experience points plus 255. Ding! You randomly plundered the entry, rockquake collapse, blue. Ding! You successfully killed the Dungeon Lord, experience points plus 198. Ding! You randomly plundered the entry, breeding beetle, green. Ding! You successfully killed the Dungeon Lord, experience points plus 89. Ding! You randomly plundered the entry, Dungeon Lord mark, blue.
Joyu soon discovered that as his experience points continuously decreased, the probability of obtaining entries was also dropping.
In the end, the experience points only increased by 1 point at a time, and he couldn't plunder an entry even after 10 attempts.
So, in the end, Joyu had to temporarily give up his plan to continue shearing wool. But the results were very gratifying. He had sheared almost all the entries, and even had some left over. With a thought, Joyu had the system completely mark the other party, thus relaxing the influence of the soul-binding spores. Buzz! As the Dungeon Lord absorbed, a strange wave of abyssal magic energy continuously flowed beneath him. Magic energy was just Joyu's term. It was not a real gas, but a mixed, chaotic, and violent energy. This energy could cause humans to instantly fall into madness and could not withstand it at all. But as an undead, Joyu naturally would not be affected at all. Moreover, as his plundered entries increased, this magic energy instead enhanced his strength. This was not experience, it had no effect on levels, but could invisibly increase his strength. Boom! Suddenly, a roar came from the giant pit. The previously sleeping Dungeon Lord abruptly opened his eyes, with a row of crimson eyeballs on either side, making one's heart tremble. But the Dungeon Lord sent out a wave of submission towards Joyu.
I bow to you, my lord. Joyu slightly nodded, no longer hiding his form. How much do you know about that dragon? Dragon?
The rows of eyeballs on the Dungeon Lord flashed with a look of terror, and then it spoke in a deep voice. It is not a native being of this place, and its power is so great, it is mostly from the Blood Abyss.
Blood Abyss? This was the first time Joyu had heard an exact name from the Abyss. What kind of place is that?
That is a deep abyss world ruled by deities, the closest divine abyss to us. The Dungeon Lord said, I don't know where the dragon comes from, but if possible, it is largely from there, because only in the Blood Abyss is there a hallowed ground for great dragons. Joyu nodded slightly, although he did not have a more detailed understanding of the entire abyss world. Since this dragon most likely appeared from the divine world, it was enough to prove its strength. This further ignited Zhou Yu's desire for conquest. Once he took control of it, his strength in the abyss world would soar.
I control that dragon with soul-binding spores, do you think that's possible? Zhou Yu asked the dungeon lord. Is it that kind of power hidden within the soul? The dungeon lord pondered, my lord, the dragon's soul is very strong. With the current power of the soul-binding spores, I'm afraid it cannot affect its soul fire at all. The best method is for you to undergo another transformation. Another transformation? Zhou Yu's heart stirred, you mean promotion? That should be it. The dungeon lord said. Does it need to reach level 40 or above? Zhou Yu nodded slightly, then you should guard this place well, and watch its movements at all times. Also, send your dungeon demons to scout around and see if there are any strong beings outside this mountain range. I will obey your command, my lord. Zhou Yu left the Wulong mountain range, returning to the Undead Valley. Regarding not being able to kill the dragon this time, Zhou Yu felt no regret, everything was within his expectations. Even the dungeon lord took him quite a bit of time, let alone the giant dragon. If it were truly so easy to invade another being, he would have already used that to dominate the abyss. Now Zhou Yu actually hoped to quickly return to Lin Shiyun's human world, to grind some monsters and raise his level to above 40. Grandma, just now the school called me and said a 6th-tier guild is looking for me, they want to recruit me early. In Lin Shiyun's home, she reported to her grandmother and sister with a face full of excitement after hanging up the phone. Oh. My Shiyun is really amazing, managing to catch the attention of a 6th-tier guild for early recruitment? Li Qianjue's face showed a smile upon hearing this, do you want to join? I don't know yet. Lin Shiyun hesitated, the homeroom teacher told me that not only 6th-tier guilds, but 7th and even 8th-tier guilds are looking for me. I don't know if I should meet them. Oh ho ho. You've cleared the nightmare level dungeon twice, it's normal for such a genius to attract their attention. Li Qianjue chuckled lightly, but Shiyun, what is your dream? Me? Lin Shiyun replied without a second thought, I want to become a powerful professional, protect grandma and sister, and cure my sister's illness. Li Qianjue smiled appreciatively upon hearing this, but her expression darkened slightly when mentioning her granddaughter's illness. Then work hard. The 9th-tier guild is where you should go. Hearing her grandmother's response, Lin Shiyun instantly became resolute, then I will tell them. Good. Li Qianjue smiled and nodded, there are more than 20 days until the college entrance exam. Who knows, you might create a miracle. As long as you are excellent enough, maybe all 4 of the 9th-tier guilds will come for you together. Joining a 9th-tier guild means you will have access to various resources. Only then will it be possible to lift the heavenly punishment seal. Don't worry, Grandma, I will work hard. Lin Shiyun nodded repeatedly. Good girl. Li Qianjue extended her slightly aged hand, gently stroking her granddaughter's cheek, I just wonder if Grandma will live to see that day. What nonsense are you saying? Quickly, Lin Shiyun widened her eyes and hurriedly said. Grandma, you will definitely see Momo recover. By then, our family of 3 will always be together. Okay. Li Qianjue smiled and nodded, our family of 3 will always be together. Oh ho ho. Grandma, it's getting late, I have to go. We need to grind the last dungeon. Take care. Bang. The door closed, and Li Qianjue opened the door again, watching her granddaughter quickly disappear at the stairway, her face slightly losing its smile. She rolled up her tightly wrapped sleeves, revealing a section of her wrist, where the originally dense dark blue needle holes seemed to have increased again. Cough cough cough. Li Qianjue covered her mouth and began to cough, fearing that the sound would wake up Momo. After the coughing ended, there were indeed some spots of black blood staining the palm of her hand. Looking at her palm, she suddenly whispered. Hold on, even if I can't hold on, I must bear it. I can't fall, at least not until that girl joins the 9th-tier guild. As soon as the words left her mouth, Li Qianjue suddenly turned her head towards the corner of the kitchen, where a dark mouse peeked out from a gap, but was instantly captured by her gaze. Seeing the mouse, Li Qianjue's previously calm face turned incredibly angry and resentful. This change in expression was something she hadn't shown even when she pretended to be caught. With a flick of her finger, a needle, as dark as a shadow, shot out from her fingertip and in a flash pierced the mouse's head. The mouse didn't even make a sound before it fell to the ground, and what followed was a shocking scene. The mouse melted away like it was dissolving, leaving behind a pool of thick liquid, in which a strand of yarn appeared. Cough 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 cough. Just a single needle made Li Qianjue cough violently, blood spewing from her mouth, yet she remained oblivious, her eyes fixed on the yarn and the thick liquid as she gritted her teeth and uttered 3 words, Creation Society. Daughter, now you know Dad wasn't lying, right? Take it easy, don't show off, that's a nightmare-level dungeon. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Zhang Jigang immediately dialed a number. Has your side set off too?
A voice on the other end replied, Su Yongha speaking.
Yeah. They say it's the last corrupted spider nest dungeon. What news from the city lord? Strangely, the finance secretary's death doesn't seem to have made him furious.
Zhang Jigang frowned, he merely put on a show and acted like nothing happened, even starting to recommend the next finance secretary's nomination.
It's always calm before the storm. Su Yongha said somberly, should I go pay a visit to Senior Li? No.
Zhang Jigang denied it, she must know our family is with Lin Shiyun, and since she hasn't reached out, it means she doesn't want to be disturbed right now. It's best not to bother her with anything else.
But, what if Kong Qingshan secretly?
Don't worry, I have reported the matter to the 9th-tier guild, and they promised to send someone to investigate.
Really? Are they going to net this? Not yet. But at least now we have a reason that won't arouse suspicion from the city lord's people. What reason? A genius who has cleared the nightmare-level dungeon twice, isn't that worth the 9th-tier guild coming to take a look?
On the other side, Lin Shiyun had just come downstairs and saw 2 luxury cars parked outside, surrounded by murmurs, and some even stopped to take photos. Especially Zhang Buyu's extended luxury car, along with her standing there like a cold goddess, which was even more eye-catching.
Wow! When did we have such luxurious cars and such beautiful ladies here? Could it be that some common guy is hooked up with a rich girl? My goodness, why don't I get a chance to change my destiny?
You should first fix your buck teeth. As people debated, they saw Lin Shiyun appear from the building, and not long after, several beauties got into the car and quickly disappeared.
Hiss. Could it be
I was wondering why I didn't have a chance, turns out she's not into that. In the car, after a brief greeting, the topic shifted to their target this time, the corrupted spider nest.
I've looked into the corrupted spider nest, there aren't many story requirements, just hold off the waves of monster attacks.
Sume handed out some strategy papers to everyone, though it's simple, the difficulty is the highest. So far, no one has cleared it at nightmare level.
Is it that hard? Harder than the skinning forest?
Lu Ro seemed much more mature than before, although she still had a baby face and a lowly voice, her eyes had become much more determined.
Very much.
Sume summarized in a word, the corrupted spider nest is a nest made of spiders, and since our birthplace is in the valley, we essentially became the center of the nest. All we need to do is walk out of the nest, and we've completed the challenge. But this is precisely where the difficulty lies, because outside is full of wild monsters from the corrupted spider lair, they weave webs, they spit silk, and their numbers are overwhelming. Many teams haven't even seen the shadow of the boss before being drowned by countless spiders.
No problem, Mr. Zhou can summon the powers of the demon monk temple, so I don't believe we can't deal with them. Su Xiaoqiang was very confident.
Mentioning the demon monk temple, the others also nodded, with such a trump card, it should be no problem to break through, right? I'm afraid you all don't know the terror of the corrupted spider lair. Sume opened a video file in her hand, this is a strategy video I bought online. Although this team did not clear the level, it was merely at a dangerous level of difficulty.
You can take a look. Upon hearing this, everyone clicked on the video and started to watch. What? Hiss. They can do this? No way?
One must say, every existence that can purely become a dungeon is probably not that easy to clear. After watching the video, everyone's confidence in the dungeon was surprisingly shaken.
Sigh. Why is his strategy so expensive, and mine gets no support for free? Only Su Xiaoqiang sighed. Did yours get posted too? Everyone tactfully changed the subject. Yes.
It's all about Mr. Zhou showcasing his strength.
That shouldn't be, isn't this much stronger than his? Yeah. But a bunch of people below are cursing me, saying I faked it. They said I have no bottom line for traffic. Then just shoot another one, let them see. Right, that's what I was thinking too.
As they spoke, the vehicle stopped, and everyone looked out the window. They had arrived at the hall of the corrupted spider lair dungeon.
Chapter 64, Monster Wave, Sume's Decision, Zhou-Yu's Arrival.
The hall of the corrupted spider lair looked like a giant spider lying on the ground, its abdomen hollowed out, with the hall inside. Compared to the first 2 dungeons, the crowd gathered here was not that large, for a simple reason, it was very difficult for 5 people to get through this dungeon, as there were too many monsters.
Hello, I want to buy 5 dungeon tickets. The few of them came to the dungeon hall and directly said to the staff. Okay, what level do you want to buy? Nightmare level. Okay, a total of, what? Nightmare level? The staff suddenly looked up at Su Xiaoqiang, sir, are you sure you want to enter the nightmare level? No one has ever cleared the nightmare level of the corrupted spider lair. Are you certain? The staff looked at Su Xiaoqiang and the 5 in surprise.
To her, these young professionals entering there was no different than seeking death.
So she kindly reminded them. But obviously, their stubbornness was beyond imagination. I'm sure, how much? Just take my money. Su Xiaoqiang waved his hand nonchalantly. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. This all right. The staff wanted to say more but saw the leader behind her shake her head. She had no choice but to follow suit, directly handing 5 emblems to them. After the few left, the leader walked over. Manager, why didn't you advise them just now? They're so young and beautiful, could it be that they will just die there? You think too much. The manager interrupted with a smile. Do you know who they are? Who? The monster team that cleared 2 nightmare-level dungeons in a row, that's them. What? Monster team? Is that really them? The staff exclaimed. She had already seen this news before and was amazed. Are today's young people that impressive? When she was young, she didn't even have the courage to enter dungeons, yet these people directly clear nightmare-level dungeons. Even if it's just a first rotation dungeon, it's already jaw-dropping. But she never expected that the figures she marveled at would appear right in front of her. Oh, if I had known, I should have asked them for a photo earlier, so I could take it home to inspire my son. Su Xiaoqiang and the others did not attract too many onlookers and smoothly arrived at the entrance. The occasional gaze from others lingered on them, but they merely whispered amongst themselves and dared not approach. It's no joke, as their fame increased, so did their intimidation. Who would dare casually engage with those who could even conquer nightmare-level instances? The several of them donned their emblems, exchanged glances, and activated them simultaneously. Buzz. The familiar feeling of teleportation emerged, and soon, as everyone opened their eyes, they found themselves in a vast, rugged valley. Looking around, all they could see were steep cliffs like precipices, and on these cliffs, there were various scratches and holes. These holes were of different sizes, scattered like stars, crisscrossing over the entire valley's walls. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, seeing this still sent a chill down their spines. Each cliff was at least hundreds of meters high, not to mention monsters, just climbing would take a huge effort. Act according to the original plan. Lin Shiyun's voice suddenly broke the group's thoughts, and in an instant, Zhang Buyu waved his staff, and a shield of flowing water appeared right before him. Tidal shield. The moment the tidal shield wrapped around everyone, Lu Ro beside them began to chant, tossing down 5 barrier stones, and the same 5-element barrier began to be set up. First defend upon landing, this had been a strategy agreed upon by them before entering the instance. After all, they were not the main force, they needed to rely on Zhou Yu, and if they could defend well, they wouldn't find themselves in a crisis like last time. Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, the 2 warriors, immediately took up a defensive stance, while Lin Shiyun was responsible for controlling the situation. Seeing the shields around them and Lu Ro's chanting, Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang exchanged glances. Sis, do you feel like we might be the most useless ones? Su Xiaoqiang whispered. Xiaoqiang. After this is over, I want to choose a perfect class change. What? Perfect class change? Su Xiaoqiang's pupils contracted. After reaching the second class change, the tasks in the class change hall were divided by difficulty, generally categorized into 4 levels: ordinary, elite, perfect, and extraordinary. Most practitioners choose the ordinary difficulty as it isn't easy to complete. Only a few practitioners with rich backgrounds choose elite class changes, as the name suggests, allow practitioners to complete an elite-level class change task in their career, yielding huge rewards if successful. However, some practitioners do not have an ideal class to change to, and their innate potential is insufficient, but they still have a chance to change their fate. Choosing a perfect or above class change difficulty means that once successful, not only does one's growth surpass lower difficulty levels, but there is also a chance that one's class may mutate, meaning they can transform into other rare or even hidden classes. Of course, this opportunity only comes once, and the fewer the class changes, the lower the relative difficulty. Such a chance to change fate naturally comes with even more challenging and dangerous class change tasks. If one isn't careful, they could lose their life in the class change task. Statistics show that the death rate for ordinary class change tasks still reaches 13%, let alone the perfect level? This was why Su Xiaoqiang was so surprised when he heard Su Mei say this. Sis, are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Su Mei shook her head. You've seen it, Shiyun's progress is beyond our imagination. If we want the possibility of keeping up with her in the future, an ordinary warrior has no chance. Su Xiaoqiang fell silent, admitting that his sister's point was valid. So, I've decided to take a gamble. Okay, sis. Su Xiaoqiang nodded firmly. Since you want to, I'll accompany you. I don't believe Su Xiaoqiang, can't turn my fate around. Buzz. While the two were speaking, the light of the barriers brightened as Lu Ro successfully set up the 5-element barrier. At the moment her barrier took shape, the entire valley suddenly erupted with dense vibrations. Crack. Crack, crack. People instinctively looked up, and an alarming scene appeared before them. There, on the sheer cliffs all around, countless small spiders emerged, with sharp mandibles, terrifying spider legs, and patterns resembling those of demons, which made one's skin crawl. What's more, the sheer number was overwhelming.
They poured down from the cliffs in waves, surging into the valley like a tide. Although everyone was stunned, they managed to remain calm. Lin Shiyun began to chant a spell, directly opening her summoning gate. Buzz! Within the vortex, a skeleton figure clad in a black cloak appeared, standing with both hands on a sword. Chapter 65 I need help, not uselessness. Ha! Where's the shield? Seeing Zhou Yu appear, everyone was first shocked, then puzzled expressions emerged. How long has it been? Why does it feel like he's gotten stronger again? Yeah, and look how cool he looks. Wow! If it weren't for the menacing skeleton figure under Zhou Yu's cloak, they might have suspected they were turning into fangirls. Even Su Xiaoqiang next to them was lost in thought, imagining that if he had this height in such an outfit, wouldn't he directly attract a swarm of girls? Splash! Countless spider monsters flowed down the rock walls like a tide, surging towards them from all directions. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yu, engulfed in rage, showed no emotion. The long sword he leaned on only paused slightly. Crack, crack, crack. From the churning ground around, skeletal hands rose up, and in an instant, many skeletal swordsmen crawled out. 5, 10, 20, 100? Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed, before he could only summon 40, now it's 100? This guy's progress is terrifying. The other 4 girls displayed similar shock on their faces upon hearing this number. It's important to note that even a summoner would have difficulty summoning such a large number of skeletons in a short time. Yet this guy had grown again in just a few hours. Shiyun, you didn't contract with some prince of the abyss, did you? Yeah, if it weren't for an absolutely noble bloodline, how could he advance so quickly? Lin Shiyun stared at Zhou Yu with a dazed look. If he is a prince, then what am I? As soon as 100 skeletal swordsmen materialized, they raised their long swords and charged into the spider tide. Zhou Yu naturally didn't expect them to eliminate all the wild monsters, he just wanted to test the waters first upon entering here. Thud! The long sword sliced through the air, cleaving several small spiders in half, dark green blood splattering onto the skeletal swordsmen's swords and bones. Sizzle! An eerie scene arose. These seemingly weak little spiders could actually unleash a terrifying corrosive effect. Though they caused no substantial harm, they weakened the skeletal swordsmen significantly. Soon, Zhou Yu saw a large group of spiders climbing onto the skeletal swordsmen, using their sharp mandibles to gnaw at their bones. Casually clicking on the opponent's exclamation mark. Corrosive young spider. Race, insect. Level, LV5. Life, 320. Magic, 21. Attack, 17 to 25. Defense, 0. Attributes, corrosive liquid, white, tear and gnaw, green. Their health was very low, magic was nearly non-existent, and their attack was quite average, but when Zhou Yu saw the 2 attributes, he understood the abilities of these young spiders. Corrosive liquid reduces armor while delivering physical damage. Plus their terrifying number, enough to overwhelm any living being. As expected, over time, even with over 100 skeletal swordsmen holding the line, continuing to fall under the attack of the young spiders. It's not going to work, we can only use magic to get rid of them. Sume looked at the number of young spiders and couldn't help but remind them. Tidal Blade. Zheng Buyu didn't say anything, but directly summoned the tidal blade with his staff, spinning and blossoming among the army of young spiders. Almost every area it passed through would lift large amounts of dark green blood, yet, despite this, no one had a hint of joy on their faces. Instead, they looked extremely serious. Compared to the number of young spiders, the damage from the tidal blade was hardly worth mentioning. If it weren't for knowing that Zhou Yu still had many methods left unused, they would probably be in a panic by now. However, as they watched many young spiders continuously swallow the skeleton swordsman, Zhou Yu stood there motionless, seemingly not planning to take action. More and more skeleton swordsmen fell, and the expressions on the faces of the crowd gradually became worse from their initial calmness. They couldn't understand what Zhou Yu was thinking. What would they do if the enemy didn't follow the usual pattern? No one dared to speak, and instead, they turned their gazes to Lin Shiyun. In times like this, they needed Lin Shiyun to communicate with Zhou Yu. You? I? Lin Shiyun hesitated to speak, but before she could finish, she saw, in the air behind Zhou Yu, white mist actually gathering, these mists combining together to form the characters of the Xia Kingdom. What I need is support, not uselessness. This line of text was understood not only by Lin Shiyun but also by everyone nearby. Everyone was slightly stunned, even blinking hard, doubting whether they had read it wrong. When they saw that line of text floating there, solid yet unbroken, they finally confirmed that this was said by Zhou Yu. In an instant, everyone felt a bit flushed. It wasn't because they felt useless, but because they never expected to be addressed so by a summoned entity. The reason Zhou Yu hadn't taken action was indeed to train them. Until today, he naturally had a certain understanding of the entire human world. This dungeon should be the last one-turn dungeon before Lin Shiyun's second turn. Compared to the dungeons after the second turn, the difficulty here was clearly much lower. He wanted to often travel back and forth in the human world to seize entries, so he had to ensure Lin Shiyun's safety.
The previous dungeon experience made him temporarily trust that the few of them could become Lin Shiyun's teammates.
Since they were teammates, they needed to have the awareness and capability of teammates, and protecting Lin Shiyun was their first priority.
While talent occupations were indeed important, accumulating experience in actual combat and even training willpower was even more important.
Therefore, this dungeon was an excellent opportunity for them to train.
What do we do?
Seeing Zhou Yu remain motionless, the crowd felt a bit lost and turned to look at Lin Shiyun. He probably wants us to defend ourselves, otherwise, he wouldn't take action.
With so many wild monsters, how do we defend?
Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed. We have to think of a way even when there's no way, at least, we need to show him our value.
Su Mei understood Zhou Yu's intentions more easily.
Shiyun, in the future, you will probably have to play the role of commander, and we will be your extension. She said to Lin Shiyun, next, how to solve this will depend on you.
Me? Lin Shiyun looked at the others, finding that everyone nodded at her.
All right. Lin Shiyun nodded heavily, suddenly raised her hand, waved her staff, and began to chant.
Buzz. The light of blessing poured out, enhancing everyone's status. Sister Ro, can you control the flow of the 5 elements barrier?
Lin Shiyun asked, I need to open some gaps.
Gaps? Lu Ro was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, you want to let them in?
Exactly. Lin Shiyun said boldly, simply relying on the barrier to block can only delay for a short time, it's better to create a gap for them. This can allow the spider to find an outlet, and if we resist within the outlet, we can greatly avoid the outcome of being surrounded on all sides, thereby extending the delay. After hearing her words, everyone couldn't help but feel that this move was very risky. But looking at the indifferent Zhou Yu, they gritted their teeth and nodded, okay.
Chapter 66, which floor is Zhou Yu on?
Controlling spores, counterattack. Lu Ro immediately focused and began manipulating the 5 elements barrier. Suddenly, one corner of the barrier was controlled and opened a gap of less than half a meter. In an instant, all the young spiders seemed to have found their target and surged toward it like a tide. Mei Jia, Xiaoqiang, you two take the first line of defense. Kill as many as you can, and if you encounter resistance, you can retreat to the shield. Lin Shiyun quickly arranged, the rest will be left to Bu Yujie and the tidal blade. Okay. Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang nodded simultaneously and stepped out of the shield, all their equipment coming into effect at that moment. With one on the left and one on the right, the two unleashed sword chi, continuously hacking at the incoming young spiders. With each slash, large amounts of corrosive blood were splattered, but the two felt nothing, simply taking out blood potions and blue potions for replenishment while continuing to hack. Beside them, Zhang Buyu's eyes were focused, occasionally summoning the tidal blade to eliminate any remaining threats. Meanwhile, Lu Ro inside was not only controlling the 5 elements barrier but was also transforming it completely into a fire element barrier. The burning flames were still the nemesis of these young spiders. Countless young spiders screamed as they were engulfed in flames, instantly alleviating the pressure of their overwhelming numbers. Thanks to everyone's teamwork inside, they managed to successfully block the young spiders. However, as time went on, physical and mental exhaustion started to make things difficult for everyone. But Zhou Yu stood there, still indifferent, as if he had no intention of taking action. Drip, drip. Large beads of sweat flowed down from Su Mei's forehead, she felt her body heavy, even experiencing a sensation of being unable to lift her sword, yet she did not dare to stop. It had been nearly 15 minutes, and the young spiders outside not only showed no sign of dwindling but were actually increasing. Now, they could not even see the outside view, the entire 5 elements barrier was crawling with young spiders. If the barrier were to collapse, all the young spiders would instantly bury them, and at that point, they would only be left to die. Su Xiaoqiang's condition wasn't much better, he was panting heavily, with corrosion marks showing on his armor, yet he still dared not stop, gritting his teeth to persist. Lin Shiyun didn't even know how many times she had cast Blessing Light, her mental energy was nearing the point of fainting. Zhang Buyu's situation was similarly grim, her face was pale from casting the tidal blade too many times. The limit seemed to be approaching fast. However, Zhou Yu still stood there, completely unaware, as if watching them perish at this moment. Gradually, everyone was left with only the instinct for survival, even forgetting Zhou Yu's presence, the only remaining will urge them to hold on. A few minutes later, as this limit approached, the flickering soul fire of Zhou Yu suddenly trembled a few times, and in the next moment, 5 soul binding spores floated out silently. Did you think Zhou Yu only wanted to train their will? That would be a big mistake. Training will is important, but what could be more important than loyalty and control? The reason for this test was not just to train but also to exhaust their spirit, allowing their soul's defenses to drop entirely. Zhou Yu could control the dungeon lord with the soul binding spores, but this was his first attempt with humans. He did not intend to turn them into puppets, he merely wanted to leave a trump card on each of them using the soul binding spores. Once the four of them decided to take a rebellious action in the future, Zhou trump card became their death knell. As for Lin Shiyun, the soul binding spores were not meant for control, but to help her turn everything around when she was about to make a stupid decision. Although Zhou was Lin Shiyun's summoning creature, he disliked the feeling of losing control. Before, there was no choice, but now that there was a choice, of course, it had to be foolproof. Swish. 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 It was even smoother than Zhou had anticipated. 5 spores silently entered the 5 people, effortlessly attaching to their souls, slowly absorbing the soul power, beginning to reproduce and split. Zhou deliberately controlled the reproductive speed of the soul-binding spores, avoiding making the 5 unable to bear it too quickly. Once the quantity was sufficient, they would directly lurk within their souls, becoming his trump card. As the soul-binding spores continuously divided and reproduced, the 5 who had reached their limits could no longer endure. Crack! 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 The originally blazing fire element barrier unexpectedly emitted a brittle sound of collapse. On the other side, Zhang Buyu saw this scene and forcefully waved the little magic power left to uphold the title shield. Come in. She was calling out to Su Mei and Su Xiaoxiang. Upon hearing this, the two of them exerted their last bit of strength to slice through the menacing young spider in front and return to the shield. At that moment, Lu Rou let out a painful cry, and the 5-element barrier finally collapsed completely due to energy exhaustion. A sea of young spiders fell like dumplings from the sky, instantly crawling all over the shield. The flowing tidal shield, supported by Zhang Buyu with great difficulty, was on the verge of collapsing, and everyone supported each other, watching them gnaw away. I can't hold on any longer. Su Xiaoqian could barely muster the strength to bring the potion to his mouth. Hang on, we. Su Mei wanted to encourage them, but her vision darkened, her body went limp, almost falling into a faint. Only Lin Shiyun caught her, urgency evident in her voice. She turned to look at Zhou, who remained leaning on his sword, showing no intentions of taking action. Is he going to give up on us? Lin Shiyun felt a pang of sadness. She hadn't expected that despite putting forth all their effort, she still did not earn Zhou's recognition. Without getting the acknowledgement of a summoning creature, she felt a deep sense of failure. I'm sorry, Grandma, Momo, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see you again. Su Mei, Su Xiaoqiang, Zhang Buyu, Lu Rou, each face was filled with despair. Finally, as Zhang Buyu collapsed, the shield above them completely depleted, collapsing entirely. Splash! All the young spiders fell like a tide, completely engulfing the few people. No. Goodbye. Mom. Dad. This. Just as the 5 of them thought they would be buried in the instance, a strange scene appeared. The young spiders surrounding them had crimson light flickering in their eyes, yet did not attack them. They stopped. What is going on? The 5, who had escaped death, were stunned, watching the young spiders motionless on them, bewildered. Weren't we supposed to die? Why did they suddenly stop? Just as they were confused, beneath the cloak, Zhou, with his soul fire flickering, finally moved. He raised his arm, casually pointing forward with his index finger, his teasing voice resonating from his soul. Spore control, counterattack. Buzz. As Zhou's voice fell, the previously stagnant young spiders suddenly turned, spreading away from the 5 like a tide. More strangely, they began to attack the other young spiders around them. More and more young spiders seemed to be influenced, turning direction and launching deadly attacks on their nearby kind. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Lin Shiyun and the others watched with wide eyes as ever-increasing young spiders turned against their own kind, rushing out in all directions. The shock was simply beyond comprehension. What on earth was happening? Wasn't it supposed to be a dead end? How did it start to reverse? While everyone was in a daze, Lin Shiyun was the first to react, looking at the motionless Zhou. How could the game be so kind? The only possibility was Zhou. Is it Mr. Zhou? How is this possible? He's supposed to specialize in fire magic, isn't he? How did he achieve this? As a necromancer, if he can control fire magic, what can he not do? Others also began to react, turning to look at Zhou, their shock not calming down but becoming even stronger. They had thought of many ways Zhou could intervene, including fire magic or even summoning firewolves. But this strange solution truly caught them off guard. How did he do it? Did you all notice? This feeling is similar to the spores from the stripped bark forest? Lu Rou's reminder made everyone's eyes light up, then turn into a deep shock. Before, everyone had speculated whether Zhou's endless tricks could devour the abilities of other wild monsters. Now it seemed, it was almost certain. If it continued to grow like this, the potential for the future was unimaginable. While everyone was pondering, the once overwhelming tide of juvenile spiders was not only forcefully held back but was continuously being pushed back. Zhou stood there, constantly controlling the spread of the spores in his mind. Gradually, he realized that the spores could spread, but his control had its limits. For juvenile spiders of only level 5 like this, he could at most control tens of thousands. This was still thanks to the mother tree in his soul. He suddenly understood why the control of the skinless lord's spores didn't seem so exaggerated. Otherwise, depending on the countless trees in the forest, he would have died from the sheer volume. Even so, tens of thousands of juvenile spiders not only successfully held back the surging spider tide but also used the area within hundreds of meters around Lin Shiyun and the others as a stronghold, keeping all the spiders at bay. It seemed that for the time being, there was no need to worry about the spider tide breaking through here. At that moment, a low rustling sound continuously emerged from the cliff, followed by the sight of figures much larger than juvenile spiders appearing from within. Cliff Weaver. Race, Insect. Level, LV 15. Life, 1200. Magic, 400. Attack, 138 to 150. Defense, 7. Attributes, climbing, green, silk spitting, green, superfast weaving, green. Aside from the juvenile spider's attributes, these cliff weavers, over 1.5 meters long, with huge abdomens, immediately emerged, their 4 sharp claws stabbing into the cliff, raising their heavy abdomens high. At the same time, a large amount of milky white silk began to form as their abdomens squirmed. The remaining 4 spider legs moved like shadows, delivering the silk into their mouthparts. The corrosive liquid inside their mouthparts dissolved the silk quickly, forming a liquid, then they exerted all their strength to spit it out. Whoosh! The slender silk liquid hardened quickly in the air, forming sharp spikes, and under the calculation of the spider's multiple eyes, it shot straight over the guarding spider tide toward Lin Shiyun and the others. Archers? Seeing this, everyone exclaimed, not expecting these spiders to not only be numerous but also to understand ranged coordination. The juvenile spider tide acted as melee cannon fodder to block the attack first, and if they couldn't break through, they would dispatch ranged firepower for suppression. Looking at the densely packed silk attacks in the air, like a rain of arrows, the 5 felt numbness on their scalp. We don't have anything left, how can we defend? Su Xiaoqian looked at the countless rain of arrows in shock. This time, Zhou Yu did not intend to just watch. The moment the rain of arrows appeared, he directly moved his mind. Inferno explosion activated. Buzz. Entering level 30, he has now condensed more inferno flames than ever before. 3 fireballs, each over a meter in diameter, appeared one after another, flowing upward. Slamming towards one side. With 3 thundering booms, the spider silk rain in front and the silk on the cliff were completely wiped out. The flames spread across the cliff, making large swaths of spiders scream in agony. However, Zhou Yu only blocked one side, and there were still 3 sides where the spider silk fell. Facing these 3 sides of danger, Zhou Yu just needed to think again, and 2 skills activated simultaneously. Wolf Pack Control, blue, Flame Blade Dance, blue, activated. Whoa! A massive wolf wrapped in flames emerged from thin air, this time not just 7, but 10. As soon as they appeared, the 10 flame wolves rushed to one side, leaping to block the spider silk with their bodies. The spinning flame blades rose up, turning into a whirlwind that swept towards the other side, melting everything in its path with intense heat. Only one side left. Su Xiaoqian pointed to the last direction, where dense spider silk was already close to the ground. Just when everyone thought Zhou Yu wouldn't make it in time to help. Suddenly, the ground shook, boiling lava surged up, and 2 enormous hands rose instantly from beneath the ground. The giant hands opened wide, curving inward like shields, protecting Lin Shiyun and the others. Lava hands, green. Puff puff puff. When all the spider silk fell, the back of the lava hands was shockingly pierced with countless strands of silk. Crash! The lava hands scattered the spider silk across the ground, the high temperature completely melting the silk. Who? Su Xiaoqian patted his chest, that was close. Our Zhou Gu is tough. He doesn't talk, what the hell. He had just wanted to compliment when he suddenly began to curse loudly at the sight above the cliff. He saw the heavily damaged cliff, from which dense weavers crawled out again from the cave. Along with the previously surviving weavers, they were ready to launch a second attack. Like skills, Zhou Yu's abilities were not limitless. With this second round coming, everyone was clueless on how to defend. Swish swish swish. The terrifying spider silk rain struck from above again, and this time, everyone completely panicked. All the skills they could use had been exhausted, how could they defend against this? However, what surprised everyone was that Zhou Yu simply shook his sword, and pure white flames started to appear out of nowhere. Holy Flame Blade Storm, red, activated. The terrifying white flame storm swept through everything. Compared to the Flame Blade Dance, this was an upgraded version. Not only higher in power and broader in range, but its holy attribute was almost unreasonable. Wherever it passed, whether it was spore-controlled or hostile young spiders, all were purified and annihilated. As for the spider silk in mid-air, it was utterly useless in the face of such terrifying destruction. Everyone watched in shock as the white storm engulfed everything, even those who had seen it before were filled with amazement.
Luckily, we are in the eye of the storm, otherwise. Lu Ro spoke tremulously. We would be doomed. Su Xiaoqiang instinctively chimed in. Did anyone feel this time it was a bit too fast? After the shock, Su Mei's face actually showed worry. This skill, no matter how strong, can't sweep the entire cliff. Look, many of the cliff weavers are still alive. Everyone looked up and indeed saw that almost most of the cliff weavers were still alive, while the majority of the young spiders were under control. What if a third round of attacks comes now? Lin Shiyun voiced the concern everyone had. Here it comes. Zhang Buyu's words made everyone's faces change. Sure enough, the cliff weavers above had begun their third round of weaving. And when the third round of volleys launched, no one expected how Zhou Yu would respond. Swish, swish, swish. The third round of a barrage came, and this time it was even more exaggerated than the previous two, as if Zhou Yu's continuous actions had completely angered the boss hiding in the darkness. Sister, is it still possible for Mr. Zhou to summon the Zen Academy at this time? Su Xiaoqiang's face turned pale as he spoke. There's still time. Su Mei's answer gave him a glimmer of hope. Really? There's time for us to collect the corpses. At this moment, only 10 giant flame wolves were still holding on, but even they couldn't withstand the rain of threads. Skeleton Staff Monk, activated. The ground cracked open, and the Skeleton Staff Monk appeared with his stick. Seeing these figures, the expressions on everyone's faces did not improve much, as they could not resist all the rain of threads. However, to their surprise, these Skeleton Staff Monks did not intend to help, they just stood there without moving. What's going on? Summoned but not helping, planning to watch us die? This gentleman's personality is a bit too unpredictable, isn't it? Could it be that he thinks we are useless and decides to give up on us? I believe in him, he must have his own way. It might be too late. As everyone's thoughts stirred, they watched helplessly as the rain of threads fell from the sky. Just when everyone thought Zhou Yu had given up, the sword in his hand suddenly stabbed fiercely into the ground. A trump card? I have the most trump cards. Core of Rock, blue, activated. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Shiyun and the others were shocked to discover that the ground beneath them suddenly rose with a loud sound, and a high wall made entirely of rock rose up, continuously bending in front of their eyes, eventually merging completely with another wall behind them. Boom! After the two rock walls merged, they wrapped the few of them up like a half-sphere on the ground. At this moment, the rain of threads just happened to fall. Puff, puff, puff. The sharp and hard threads only made a crisp sound as they fell to the ground upon hitting the rock surface. Even those that could penetrate could only advance a couple of inches before coming to a complete stop. Compared to the thickness of the rock core, this depth was not even half of it, let alone considering the damage. Puff! Su Xiaoqiang turned on the lighting tool he carried with him, just illuminating the shocked faces of everyone. Earth magic? At least level 4. They fell silent, having previously doubted if Zhou Yu could utilize the wild monster devouring skill in the dungeon. The newly added earth magic made them float in endless speculation. Gained from the abyss? Or some other way? Even if it was devouring, could it really have no restrictions? Amidst the chaotic thoughts, the noises outside seemed to disappear. Crack! The core of rock even conveniently cracked open a few gaps to prevent them from running out of oxygen while staying inside for too long, allowing a little light to shine through, showing them the outside scene. The five almost simultaneously looked through the gaps, only to see that the third round of the barrage had already ended, and after 3 rounds, the cliff weavers seemed to be in a prolonged vacuum period. But the next cliff weaver had already begun preparing for the 4th round of attack. At this moment, the originally motionless skeleton staff monk suddenly moved. Swish! Its figure suddenly rose, charging toward the side of the cliff with unimaginable agility and speed. At the same time, the 10 flame wolves that had existed before also began to move. Awah! The fire wolf led the way, its sharp claws piercing the cliff as it began to run wildly. Wherever it passed, all the young spiders were blown away, burned, and even obliterated. Occasionally, some stray spiders were also continually slain through the cooperation of the skeleton staff monks. Can we really reach the cliff with just this? Su Xiaoqiang spoke in disbelief. The skeleton staff monks were indeed agile, but climbing this 100-meter cliff seemed unrealistic, right? However, just as his words fell, he was stunned to see. The skeleton monk used his long staff, leaping from cliff to cliff like a monkey, hitting the cliff weavers beside him. In this moment, they seemed no longer like the undead, but like dancers swirling upon the rock walls. Everyone was left in astonishment at this display. At that moment, Zhou Yu, who had been standing still, finally moved. Boom! He stamped heavily, his figure disappearing like an afterimage. When he reappeared, he was already charging dozens of meters away, rushing toward the bottom of the cliff. Is he also going to charge up the cliff? The crowd showed expressions of confusion. Zhou Yu didn't have a long staff, how could he stay on the cliff? This question lasted only a fleeting moment before turning into shock in their eyes. Zhou actually did not use any tools at all. With just a stump, he launched straight up the cliff as if defying the laws of physics, starting to run wildly on it. Running on a vertical cliff with 2 legs? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it was real. Ding! Entry fusion complete, gained, wall running, blue. This advanced entry just emerged from the fusion with the climbing, green, entry, and its function is identical to its name, to move freely on any cliff without obstruction, including running at high speed. If one looked closely at this moment, beneath the skeleton of Zhou's foot, there was an additional layer of vibrating, fine spikes that easily grasped any hard object like tentacles. If he wanted, he could climb like Spider-Man, but Zhou didn't wish to. Because this way is cooler. With the advanced entry, his speed even far surpassed that of these ugly spiders. Many cliff weavers saw this scene and immediately turned their direction, preparing to attack Zhou. Zhou merely glanced at them, and his longsword abruptly slashed out. Infernal Flame Sword Chi Slash, blue. Swish. A terrifying sword energy, over 10 meters long and carrying intense flames, struck down heavily. A group of cliff weavers didn't even have a chance to react and were instantly slain. At this moment, Zhou's figure had already rushed past half the cliff. It wouldn't be long before he could reach the top of the cliff. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 69, Corroding Venomfying Spider Guardians, Corroding Shadow Spiders. Zhou was like a black afterimage, running wildly on the cliff while causing extremely terrifying damage to all surrounding cliff weavers. It seemed to anger a hidden entity, so just as Zhou was halfway through his dash, the large holes above stirred to life. Boom! Boom! A deep rumble like an earthquake echoed, and the crowd soon saw tremendous spiders materializing from the caves on the cliff, resembling small mountains. Not only were they enormous, but their thick, hair-covered legs were thicker than a thigh, their massive bodies exuding a heavy sense of oppression. Foul! 2 sinister venomous fangs grew downwards from their mouths, with thick liquid oozing down. Even the hard cliff began to emit smoke. Even more terrifying was that these colossal spiders, resembling heavy tanks, clustered on the cliff, numbering no less than 1,000. Corroding Venomfying Spider Guardian. Race, Beetle. Level, LV20. Life, 3,500. Magic, 500. Attack, 245 to 275. Defense, 25/magic resistance 5%. Entries, heavy armor, green, venomous bite, green, corrosive self-destruct, green. Seeing the status panel of the enemy, Zhou felt a slight disappointment. These big fellows were clearly brainless beings, specifically split off to act as meat shields. Their entries were also very ordinary, even making him lose interest in plundering. But in the eyes of the crowd, these terrifying tanks had already started to surround Zhou, attacking from all sides. If we get hit by one of those, we'd probably break apart in an instant, right? Su Xiaoqian reflexively stepped back, as if that tank were charging straight at him. Relying solely on sheer weight can handle some close combat professions, but if it encounters ranged attackers, it shouldn't cause such great trouble. Lin Shiyun at this moment entered Zhou's perspective, feeling something was off. The best way, besides having a meat shield, is to combine with ranged firepower. Su Mei thought along her lines. Ranged output? Are you talking about those cliff weavers? Su Xiaoqian peeked through a gap to see those weavers preparing their tactics. But this shouldn't pose any trouble for Mr. Zhou, right? No, there's also the assassins. At that moment, Lu Ro's startled cry rang out, causing everyone to look sharply ahead, where above the charging poison fang spider guards, a twisted, illusory shadow flickered and vanished. Not good, it's the corrosive shadow spider. Su Mei exclaimed. The strategy particularly mentions that the most terrifying attack power within the spider lair does not come from the guards or the group webs, but from the corrosive shadow spiders that can turn into shadows and attack invisibly. Corrosive shadow spider? Exactly. Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Su Mei continued, these corrosive shadow spiders have less than 300 health points each. They are small in size but possess terrifying speed and incredible lethality. I once read in a strategy that someone witnessed a berserker with over 2,000 health being killed instantly by 2 corrosive shadow spiders. What? Everyone was thoroughly shocked. If 2 shadow spiders could kill a 2,000 health berserker, that meant each strike must reach at least 1,000 damage? These aren't just shadow spiders, they are black widows. So, what should Mr. Zhou do? There's no way. Su Mei furrowed her brows. They are weak enough for us to possibly kill them instantly, but the biggest problem is they can turn invisible and have terrifying speed. In situations where they are numerous, even if you manage to kill 1 or 2, you won't be able to slay them all. On the contrary, if you get hit, death is waiting for you. As she spoke, several rushing corrosive poison fang spider guards had already reached Zhou, trying to block him. The attempting skeleton monk was violently knocked aside, quickly swallowed by the wave of spiders. Kill! The fangs raised, the menacing guards charged at Zhou with terrifying force.
Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts raced. But Zhou Yu, beneath his black robe, showed no sign of panic. He simply stood there, raising his arm to form a fist, then suddenly threw a punch. Whoosh! A horrifying explosion echoed, and his fist struck hard against the face of the spider guard. Bang! After a heavy thud, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone. The spider guard, comparable to the size of a house, trembled violently before collapsing inward from the face, then was sent flying backward with immense force, even knocking down its companions rushing from behind. Hiss! At that moment, everyone drew a sharp breath, completely stunned. What kind of power is this? The power of Summer Kingdom, it's incredibly strong. Is he really just a skeleton? Lu Ro, who didn't know much about Zhou Yu, exclaimed, he feels like a giant dragon. It's not over. Lin Shiyan's voice suddenly tensed, because she was linked with Zhou Yu and could vaguely sense shadows disappearing above the heads of the poison fang spider guards. Corrosive shadow spiders. Amidst the slightly illusory air, a translucent shadow emerged, its grotesque fangs and tiny body now representing the Reaper. Swarming corrosive shadow spiders leapt up, darting towards Zhou Yu like lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Just when everyone thought Zhou Yu would be surrounded by the corrosive shadow spiders, a bizarre scene appeared. Zhou Yu just stood there, but his body quickly became ethereal, then, in a flash, he vanished. That's right, he disappeared. How is this possible? How did he do that? Disappeared? How could he possibly vanish? Could it be spatial magic? As everyone was shocked, Zhou Yu emerged from the shadow beneath a toxic fang spider guard, calmly gazing at a large group of corrosive shadow spiders that attacked in vain because of his disappearance. With the death grudge demon eyes, Zhou Yu could see these invisible figures long ago. Compared to their speed, how could he, who mastered the shadows, be inferior? Standing there, Zhou Yu simply looked at this group of simple-minded corrosive shadow spiders and slightly gripped his outstretched palm. Earth Vein Spike, Blue, activated. The invisible tremors of the earth spread out in an instant, and then there came a crack, as countless fine rock spikes suddenly sprang up from the cliff, piercing through all the corrosive shadow spiders in an instant. Arg! A terrifying roar echoed through the cave, and in that moment, a gigantic figure, with 4 rows of compound eyes, suddenly opened wide, releasing a sharp screech that resonated like a woman's scream in the cavern, eventually forming a booming voice. Those who provoke me shall eventually pay the price. And that price shall be burial. Chapter 70 Corrosive Spider Mother, Organic. Boom! The cave began to shake, and the massive boss figure actually moved at this moment. It had not seen anyone cause such a tremor in the instance for countless ages. Climbing away from the cliff to reach the summit? For her, the guardian here, the corrosive spider mother, Organic, it was something that could never be accomplished. Even if she was only level 30, she could confidently say that no one could clear this instance. And right now, if someone could reach the cliff at the mountain's peak, they would be horrified to discover that the so-called valley beyond the cliff was not an oasis, nor a forest. Instead, it was the true lair of the owner of the corrosive spider nest, corrosive spider mother Organic. As far as the eye could see, everything outside the cliff was filled with different kinds of spiders. The quantity? For Organic, who had guarded this place for countless years, it was just a shallow concept. Because the progeny she controlled could overwhelm everything. In a flipped instance, who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to claim invulnerable? Crash! Crash! Like surging waves, it was not water, but a multitude of spiders awakening. They wriggled beneath Agonic's body, beginning to support her with all their strength, more and more spiders joining in, as the massive Agonic, like a hillside, was slowly lifted and began to move from the cave towards the summit of the cliff. On the other side, under Zhou Yu's near-thunderous destruction, the corrosive shadow spiders not only posed no threat to him but were instead mostly annihilated. After trying the effects of several new skills, a look of boredom suddenly appeared on Zhou Yu's face as he snapped his fingers. It's about time, let's end this. With the sound of the snap, the previously attacking corrosive fang spider guards suddenly ceased their movements and dashed straight towards the valley below. Boom! 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 The frantic stampede instantly startled the 5 people hiding in the rock core, their expressions changing dramatically, but the opponents slowly stopped in front of the rock core. Crack! The rock core shattered, and the 5 people saw Zhou Yu in a black robe standing atop a corrosive fang spider guard, the soul fire flickering as a line of small text appeared before everyone. Get on! Everyone exchanged glances, each seeing the incredulity in the other's eyes. Are we supposed to ride spiders to the mountaintop? Su Xiaoqiang slapped himself in the face. I've never heard of clearing an instance while riding on wild monsters. Stop talking, Mr. Zhou can't control everything. Look, the other spiders are coming towards us, seemingly to intercept us. Under Su Mei's reminder, everyone reacted and scrambled onto the body of the corrosive venom spider guard. Once everyone climbed up, without needing to be told, the spider guard turned its body and began to climb swiftly up the cliff. The other spiders trying to block them were not only stopped by the outer circle of the corrosive venom spider guards, but more corrosive shadow spiders were disappearing from above, making large groups of spiders fall like cut wheat.
This scene shocked everyone again.
Who would have thought that the spiders they fought desperately against before now became powerful tools to fight off more spiders? With this perfect combination, everyone reached halfway up the mountain without breaking a sweat. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to scale the 100-meter cliff.
Mr. Zhou is amazing, truly invincible. Feeling relaxed, Su Xiaoqiang even took out his filming equipment to start recording the surroundings.
I don't believe it, this time I'll capture every scene.
Let's see who dares to say I'm lying. Su Xiaoqiang, you are here to clear the level, not for a vacation. Su Mei reminded him with annoyance, can you tone it down a bit?
Put. Lin Shiyun and Lu Rou laughed at this scene, feeling that this was probably the easiest dungeon run they had ever experienced. In fact, the reason it was easy was that Zhou Yu had already planned to control these wild creatures with spores from the very beginning to help them leave the cliff. However, the previous weaver of the cliff was not strong enough to take the 5 of them away. It was only when the venom spider guard appeared that he could fully implement his plan. The previous kills were partly to gain experience, and partly to allow the spores to spread and breed, buying time. Now it was almost time, so it looked effortless. In a short moment, despite the countless spider attacks around them, everyone continued to advance quickly and steadily on the cliff.
50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. As the final 5 meters approached, everyone's hearts filled with joy. But before this joy could spread, a more bizarre rumbling sound came. Boom. Boom. What is this tremor?
Everyone looked around in surprise, but then they witnessed an unforgettable scene. At the very top of the valley cliff, every mountain peak was suddenly crawling with spiders of all sizes. From young spiders to weavers, from guards to shadow spiders, they were so densely packed that there was no end in sight.
How can there be so many? Su Xiaoqiang's hand holding the camera trembled.
The number of wild creatures in the frame was several times more than before. At that moment, above them at the mountain's peak, countless spiders surged up like a tidal wave, revealing a terrifying form as tall as a 3-story building. Its legs were several times thicker than a human, its abdomen was exaggeratedly large, with spikes as strong as steel, and 4 rows of ghastly compound eyes the size of footballs. What sent chills down everyone's spine was that on top of this horrifying spider, there was actually half a woman's body embedded into it. Whoosh! The woman's head lifted, revealing a bewitching face covered in patterns.
Ha ha ha! I have finally waited for this day.
Her sharp laughter echoed menacingly, sending chills to the spine. The 5 who were just celebrating their victory all turned pale, their heads tingling.
The transition from heaven to hell happened in an instant.
Su Xiaoqiang looked at the name displayed above the woman's head, his voice dry, corrosive spider mother, organic.
Run! We have to escape. Seeing the boss's figure, Lu Rou suggested, trembling. No one else spoke. In the face of such a spider swarm, could anyone really escape?
However, just when everyone was frozen in shock, the corroding venom spider guard suddenly moved. Under Zhou Yu's control, they charged forward, closing in on the last 5 meters. 1 step, 2 steps. Standing atop them, Zhou Yu seemed to ignore the existence of the spider mother, calmly guiding the venom spider guard upward.
Is he planning to force his way through? But why isn't he attacking? Could it be that he knows we have no chance, so he's going for broke?
The crowd stared in disbelief, their minds swirling.
3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter.
At the moment the front legs of the venom spider guard touched the mountaintop, the enchanting spider mother suddenly moved.
Her massive body began to turn and approached Zhou Yu's location.
The 5 people who saw this knew that the opponent was about to strike.
We fight for life against death. We are going to face her.
A surge of courage rose in Lin Shiyun's heart as she clenched her fists and shouted decisively at the others.
Yes. Let's do this.
If we die, then so be it.
Charge. Go.
As blood rushed, the 5 seemed to unite in a moment, ready to fight the spider mother with everything they had. Yet, just as everyone was preparing to fight for their lives, the charging spider mother suddenly stopped before Zhou Yu, then bowed down, speaking excitedly. Corroding spider nest guardian, Aganik, pays homage to you, my lord.
Chapter 71, Control, Aganik's Loyalty. Su Mei? Su Xiaoqiang? Zhang Buyu? Lin Shiyun? Zhou Yu?
After hearing these words, everyone was filled with questions, even Zhou Yu himself was puzzled. He couldn't understand when he had gained a subordinate and the other party had gained a master.
You call me master?
After a brief moment of surprise, Zhou Yu looked at the figure in confusion. He had expected to fight a fierce battle as the opponent revealed her true form. He thought he could even see some rewards from her titles. But before he could act, the words of the opponent caught him off guard. After a moment, he shook his long sword and pointed it at the corroding spider mother, saying, "Don't think that if you get close, I won't dare to kill you. Prepare for death." Just as he was about to strike, the humanoid upper body of the spider mother shook urgently, and her gigantic fruit swayed, dazing the eyes. "No, no. I sense a kind of aura from you that commands submission. This aura can only belong to a strong bloodline of the Abyss Beetle clan." "Abyss Beetle?" Hearing this, Zhou sword tip quivered as he suddenly remembered a title he had found in the loot from the Dungeon Lord. Dungeon Lord's mark, blue among the ancient races born in the depths of the abyss, the beetles are one. The beetles born from the original abyssal demon aura bear this mark, which allows the bearer to command lower-level beetles. Zhou had thought this title was just for the Dungeon Lord to command dungeon demons, but it turned out it could also be effective here. "So can I take them through now?" Understanding this, Zhou asked the figure before him. "Of course, my master." Organic bowed deeply, and then everyone saw the previously dark mass of spiders on the mountaintop actively parting to the sides, creating a path for them. This. Su Xiaoqiang and the others looked towards Lin Shiyun, seemingly asking what to do next. Before Lin Shiyun could speak, she saw Zhou calmly step down from the venom spider guard and casually walk the last meter up to the mountaintop. Seeing this, how could everyone not know to follow? This rare chance to pass through couldn't be missed. However, when they stepped onto the mountaintop, they all gasped in unison. Beneath them lay an overwhelming scene of countless spiders. They were incredibly shocked. So much. Now they finally understood why no one could clear the level. If it weren't for Zhou being here, even 10 people coming in wouldn't be able to succeed. This Ms. Organic, she usually has nothing to do but give birth to little spiders, right? Ding. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, rewards are being settled, countdown to exit the dungeon, 5 minutes, timer starts now. The prompt sound rang out, snapping everyone out of their shock, and in their hearts, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to leave this place. Instead, Zhou looked at Organic and said, "You say you guard this place? Why does it need guarding? Master? Don't you know?" I just woke up from a long slumber, and I am not clear on the current situation." Zhou pretended to be confused on purpose. He always felt that this spider lady knew some secrets he didn't. This is the will set down by the ancient gods, allowing the abyss and the human world to coexist in this way to avoid conflict. Organic showed no signs of doubt, and the various races of the abyss must take turns guarding these dungeons, with the goal of slaughtering all beings from the human world, ultimately bringing the abyss to fully descend. Slaughter to the last? Lin Shiyun and the others changed their expressions greatly. They didn't expect that these dungeons, which had become resources for everyone, were actually meant to hunt them down. In response, Zhou was not too shaken. The existence of the dungeon was impossible without the abyss's permission. It was just that he had some guesses before, and now they were confirmed. Moreover, this Organic was just a level 30 minor monster, and her knowledge of the truth in the abyss was very limited. One shouldn't fully trust her, nor completely disbelieve her. "Well, if that's the case, I need you to offer your loyalty." Zhou's words stunned Organic for a moment, then she showed a look of wild joy. She suddenly opened her arms, her massive body leaning towards Zhou. "Great master, Organic is always waiting for your favor." As she spoke, a hint of human-like shyness actually appeared on her face. "Ahem, stop. Zhou did not expect the other party to misunderstand. What I mean by loyalty is for you to open your mind and listen to my teachings." Only then did the other stop, bowing and saying, "Organic is ready." Zhou snapped his fingers, and the soul-binding spore floated out, drifting towards her head. Since he couldn't kill her, he would leave a seed behind and let the system mark it completely. This would be a way to expand his own troops, and perhaps in the future, he could use it in the abyss world. Buzz. As the system worked, Organic felt her connection with Zhou becoming incredibly close. She was suddenly overjoyed, believing she had gained royal favor from the Abyss Beetle clan, and she quickly bowed again. "My lord, whatever you need, just command me." "Command?" Zhou thought for a moment and replied casually, "You are too weak, and for now, you are of no use. Work hard, and maybe, you will qualify to be needed by me." As the countdown ended, Zhou's form twisted and was directly swallowed by the vortex, vanishing without a trace. On top of the corrupted spider cave, only Organic was left muttering to herself. "My lord, Organic will definitely work hard to become stronger." Zhou did not expect that a casual remark from him would lead to the rise of such a powerful ruler. Announcement: Congratulations to Team 001, Captain Lin Shiyun, Member Sumei, for clearing the corrupted spider cave for the first time, record, 3 hours 12 minutes 8 seconds. With 3 consecutive announcements echoing in the dungeon hall, it instantly sent the previously cold hall into an uproar. "What? They cleared it again? What do you mean by again? Don't you know? That was the strongest first-class team that cleared the Monster Monk Zen Temple and the Skinning Forest dungeon. Among them, that Lin Shiyun, it said she just completed her job transition a few days ago.
Just transitioned? Damn, a place like Hanchang actually produced such a terrifying genius?
Not to mention, it is said that someone from the 9th tier guild has already heard the news and is preparing to come to Han City for an inspection themselves.
If things go wrong, they might enroll us early. Hiss. 9th tier guild? My goodness.
As the crowd murmured, they all rushed towards the dungeon entrance, but what they didn't know was that after the previous two experiences, Lin Shiyun and Zhang Buyu had already slipped away right after the teleportation.
Phew.
When everyone was sitting in the car, they finally let out a long sigh, reflecting on their previous experiences, feeling somewhat unreal. The first turn dungeon in Han City is almost done, next everyone needs to prepare for the second turn. Lin Shiyun calmed herself and directly announced the plan: after the second turn job change, we will contact each other again.
If needed, we can help each other out. Understood, Captain.
Everyone nodded, they clearly knew how rare it was to hold on to such a strong ally.
Except for Zhang Buyu, the light in everyone else's eyes grew stronger.
Chapter 72, Job Change and Death, Tomcats and Dogs. Zhang Buyu was a Tide Priest, which was already a rare job, and having just completed the second turn, she wasn't yet considering the higher third turn. However, she had secretly decided that to keep up with Lin Shiyun, she would practice solo in the guild during their job change time. Perhaps some would be confused by this: how could she, who had already reached level 27, be left behind by Lin Shiyun? Lin Shiyun was only at level 20 after all. But Zhang Buyu knew that as the captain, Lin Shiyun had shared over 80% of the team's total experience. Even if experience overflowed had certain discounts, it was probably just a matter of time before someone surpassed her. Among the five of them, there might only be herself who could barely keep pace with the others. As for the other three, they were probably in a worse situation.
Sister, when are we going to change jobs? On the way apart, Su Xiaoqiang actively asked Su Mei. Oh? So eager? That's not like you, you smelly little brother. Su Mei joked. Ever since I saw that last scene, I realized how big the gap is between us and Sister Shiyun.
Su Xiaoqiang said seriously, relying on myself, I probably will never have the chance to see such a dungeon.
The only way is to get stronger.
He took a deep breath and suddenly tightened the camera in his hand. Only then can I shoot more materials and grow my media platform.
Bang!
Su Mei suddenly punched him on the head, immediately bursting out in a curse. With such passion just now, I thought you had changed your character, turns out you're just worried about your lousy media platform.
I'll make you have a media platform. Ouch. Don't hit me, sister, we need to change jobs. Ouch.
The two argued all the way to the only job change temple in Han City. It was already deep in the night, and there weren't many people in the job change hall, with only a few professionals coming here to take on tasks, and the number of job changes was even fewer. When they stopped at the job change registration spot, they unexpectedly saw a familiar figure, Lu Ro.
Sister Ro? You're also changing jobs?
Su Xiaoqiang was a bit surprised to see Lu Ro. After all, when they parted, she said she was going home first. After thinking about it, I still think it's better to come here first. Lu Ro smiled shyly, she understood, just as others did. If she wanted to become a powerful barrier mage, she could only choose an elite-level job transition task for a chance. On the way back, she had already called her mom. This time, the other party did not stop her but supported her decision.
Have you really thought it over? Sister Ro?
Su Mei understood the meaning in Lu Ro's words and nodded, I want to keep up with you, this is the only opportunity.
Su Mei nodded and suddenly pulled Lu Ro to a side, trading the potions and scrolls from her backpack to her.
No, I can't, this is too valuable, Su Mei, I can't.
Excessive blood potion, excessive blue potion, random teleport scroll, fireball scroll, and so on.
Looking at so much equipment that is worth a lot just by taking out any one piece, Lu Ro hurriedly refused, but was stopped by Su Mei.
These are considered my loan to you.
In the future, when you become a powerful barrier master, just remember to return them to me.
Su Mei smiled and said, our team of 5 is doing well right now. You surely don't want to have one less person when we enter the dungeon next time, right? Thank you very much.
Lu Ro looked into Su Mei's sincere eyes, and rather than refusing, she expressed her gratitude seriously.
All set.
When Su Mei brought Lu Ro back, Su Xiaoqiang had already paid the money and obtained the profession transfer emblem. Similar to entering a dungeon, the profession transfer emblem is also a ticket to enter the transfer room.
Once accepted, it must be worn until the transfer is completed. Thus, the three of them each wore the emblem and followed the staff's guidance into the transfer temple.
In a clean, pure white, spacious long corridor, there were profession halls numbered on both sides.
As long as one enters them, they can start the transfer task.
As for the difficulty of the task or its content, no one else but the transferer would know. The three almost simultaneously entered, and at once, sacred light appeared within the transfer hall. The three figures almost simultaneously heard such a voice.
Current level of the profession, LV20, would you like to start the profession transfer? Lu Ro, yes. Su Xiaochang, yes. Su Mei, yes. Please select the difficulty of the transfer task, 1 normal, 2 elite, 3 perfect, 4 supreme. Note, the difficulty of the transfer is positively correlated with the rewards of the transfer. If you fail to complete it or give up midway, it will be considered a failure, and you cannot retake the transfer task for 3 years. Please choose wisely. If you wish to view the statistics of transfer difficulty probabilities, please click the link below. The 3 simultaneously click the link to check the probabilities. Normal level, success rate 28.8%, death rate 0.96%. Elite level, success rate 7.45%, death rate 15.24%. Perfect level, success rate 0.56%, death rate 78.66%. Supreme level, success rate 0.001%, death rate 99.98%. Seeing this probability, the 3 almost gasped in shock, finally understanding why the gaps in difficulty were so vast. This death rate, this failure rate, if it weren't quantified, one would never know how hard it really is. After a brief moment of thought, the 3 unconsciously clenched their fists and made their choices. Lu Ro, I choose perfect level. Su Xiaochang, perfect level. Su Mei, perfect level. Selection complete, your transfer task will be. Grandma, I'm back. As the 3 were transferring, Lin Shiyun had also returned home. Shiyun is back. Grandma Li Qianjue walked out from inside, her face full of smiles. Grandma, why are you wearing such thick clothing on such a hot day? Lin Shiyun saw that Grandma had actually changed into a fuzzy outfit that would only be worn in autumn, and immediately became concerned. Are you alright? Cough, cough, I'm fine, just older, afraid of the cold. Li Qianjue coughed a bit and smiled to change the subject. Go see Mo, she's awake. Okay. Lin Shiyun rushed into the bedroom and saw Lin Mo propping herself up to sit up, but the cursed mark on her neck was glaringly obvious like a coiling poisonous snake. Mo, how do you feel? Much better, sister. Mo raised her pale little hand to stroke her sister's face. Grandma said you are amazing and can clear the nightmare level dungeon. Not really, it's all thanks to that skeleton helping. Lin Shiyun felt a pang of heartache as she tucked her sister's blanket. Skeleton? Isn't that your summoned creature? Mo asked. It is. Then you're still amazing. If only Mo could be as powerful as sister one day. Don't worry, once sister is stronger after the transfer, I will definitely cure Mo's illness, and then Mo can also become a professional, even more amazing than sister. Really? Of course it's true. After comforting her sister, Lin Shiyun walked out of the bedroom. Grandma, I plan to go to the transfer temple for my second job change. Oh, alright, go ahead. Li Qianjue smiled and nodded, reaching into her pocket to pull out a hand-stitched sachet and lovingly hang it around Lin Shiyun's neck. Don't choose a task that's too difficult for the job change, just make sure you can get through it, okay? I understand. Lin Shiyun glanced at the sachet. This is a talisman that Grandma got for you, you must keep it with you at all times, okay? Li Qianjue advised, it's not peaceful outside lately, so don't go to any remote places, you understand? Not peaceful? What happened? Grandma. Lin Shiyun looked at her grandmother with confusion, feeling that her grandma usually wasn't this talkative. It's nothing, just some rats and stray cats and dogs. Grandma smiled and shook her head. Go on, and good luck. I'm off, Grandma. Leaving her home, Lin Shiyun prepared to head for the transfer temple. After walking a short distance, she saw the neighbor, Grandpa Li, who usually stayed indoors, searching for something outside. Grandpa Li, what are you looking for? Chapter 73, Exceptional Level Job Change Task, Corrupted Royal City. With his silver hair, Grandpa Li turned to look when he heard her, and immediately smiled. Oh, it's Shiyun. I'm just looking for my little calico cat. Grandpa Li said with a sad look, recently, pets have been going missing from the streets. Some people suspect there's a pervert nearby who mistreats animals. My little calico cat has been lost for 3 days now. I don't know. Mistreated animals? Lin Shiyun froze for a moment. We only have common pets here, why would they go missing? I don't know. It's not just cats, there are also dogs. Grandpa Li thought for a moment. I've heard that in the rich areas, it's the same too. The Public Security Bureau has even opened a case to find them. The Public Security Bureau is getting involved now? Hearing that the Bureau was helping, Lin Shiyun felt more at ease, greeted Grandpa, and then walked away. On her way, she also ran into Aunt Li, Uncle Lu, and Aunt Zhou. Nearly 8 out of 10 families that had animals had lost pets. Although there was a lot of discussion and dissatisfaction, it didn't affect anyone's lives. It seemed to just be a trivial topic in everyone's daily lives.
However, in the cold city's intertwined sewers, those missing cats and dogs were unconsciously gathering in one direction.
That direction was the Lord's mansion.
Lin Shuryun completed her registration at the temple entrance, then took her insignia and walked into a job change temple. As the door closed, the surrounding light dimmed, and energy-imbued patterns lit up from above the temple, weaving into a massive magic circle.
Current level of the job holder, LV20, meets the job change requirements. Do you wish to proceed with the job change?
Yes. Please choose job change difficulty, normal, elite, perfect, exceptional.
Lin Shuryun checked the probabilities for her job change.
To be honest, she felt a bit nervous. Normal was definitely not an option, leaving elite, perfect, and exceptional. What should I choose?
After pondering for a moment, Lin Shuryun thought of Zhou.
His wisdom was unlike any ordinary undead, and he might be able to help her. Buzz. As the summoning door opened, a figure in a black robe materialized once again. Zhou looked around, then at Lin Shuryun.
Speak quickly. He was trying to use his newly acquired attributes to edit new mutation entries and didn't want to waste too much time.
I want to complete my second job change. There are 4 difficulty levels.
How should I choose? Do I really need to answer that?
Zhou tapped her on the head, his words entirely composed of spores.
I am destined to bring you supreme glory, so don't embarrass me.
Hearing this, Lin Shuryun rubbed her sore head and, feeling aggrieved, chose the 4th option, exceptional. Having already cleared the nightmare level, dying is just dying.
Selection completed, your job change task has been activated. The countdown for transmission, 3, 2, 1.
Lin Shuryun was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly the entire temple shone with dazzling light. In the next moment, she and Zhou unexpectedly disappeared at the same time. When Lin Shuryun instinctively opened her eyes, she found herself in a cold, dark cage. Inside the cage, on a stone bed, lay a golden-haired beauty in a white princess gown. Her limbs were bound, and even her neck was wrapped in chains, with strange black runes flashing on each chain. Looking further down, there was a large hole in her chest, and her heart was missing.
Yet, countless runes had entered the space, preventing her from dying.
This bizarre scene and the tortured girl startled Lin Shuryun. Before she could react, a prompt appeared. When the witch appears in the royal city, the original peace has already vanished. A terrible curse spreads through the royal city, corrupting the 300,000 citizens into monsters, turning this place into the witch's territory. Task objective: within 1 day, retrieve the princess's heart and revive her, restoring order to the royal city. Note: triggering the hidden task will grant exclusive customized task rewards. As the prompt disappeared, a huge countdown number appeared before Lin Shuryun, reminding her that less than 24 hours remained.
Hidden task? Lin Shuryun suddenly looked at the princess upon hearing the prompt.
The princess seemed to sense someone nearby and struggled to lift her head.
How are you? Lin Shuryun hurried to her side and asked, what can I do to save you?
The witch has controlled my father and imprisoned me here. This place. The pathetic princess said with difficulty, help me find my heart and place it inside. I can fight the witch and break the curse.
But we are in this dungeon, how can we get out? Lin Shuryun asked. Every noon, the guarding soldiers come here to deliver food.
You can find a way to subdue the guards and escape. The princess said painfully, but it may take some time.
Some time?
Lin Shuryun frowned and instinctively looked at Zhou. This time cannot guarantee a few hours, which is not good for us. Zhou glanced at her and directly condensed his spores into words. Ask her, where is the heart? It's in the throne of the king's hall.
Split it open to get it.
But, my father has already been cursed by the witch, and he probably won't let you succeed.
I understand.
Lin Shuryun's eyes revealed a look of realization. She turned to Zhou and said, the witch controls the entire royal city and has turned all living beings into monsters.
Only the princess can save everything.
Our task is to retrieve the heart.
Zhou remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Do we have to keep waiting?
Suddenly, Zhou shook his head, waste of time. Just break out.
Break out?
Lin Shuryun was stunned for a moment, but we don't know the situation outside, otherwise. Before she finished her sentence, she saw Zhou directly walk to the dungeon door and punch it with his palm. Boom! The heavy iron door suddenly bulged outward, and then a terrifying force exploded. With a loud bang, it was sent flying. This.
Lin Shuryun did not expect Zhou to be so direct.
She hurriedly followed him and instinctively reminded, this is a dungeon, doing this may attract the guards. However, Zhou's figure moved forward without any pause, but a line of text appeared behind him.
Fool! I want to attract their attention.
Zhou did not want to take them out one by one, that would waste too much time. He simply wanted to make noise and deal with them all at once. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuryun followed Zhou and suddenly saw a group of grim-faced soldiers appear in the dark, deep dungeon corridor.
Chapter 74, Dark Judgment, Curse Domain, Joyu's Combo. Corrupted Soldiers. Race, Human. Level, LV15. Life, 1500. Magic, 450. Attack, 150 to 180. Defense, 10. Traits, Shadow Slash, green, Corruption Shield, green, Thorn Binding, green. These guards in ancient armor held long swords and shields, the light that should belong to humans long gone, leaving only a haunting green staring at Lin Shiryun and Joyu. Any creature daring to trespass into the dungeon would face their siege. Follow me. Joyu left this sentence, stepped forward, and actively walked ahead. There were a total of 2 teams of dungeon guards, numbering around 20, and whether there were any on other levels was yet to be known. However, for Joyu, who had already experienced many dungeons, these guards were hardly a bother. He simply waited for them to approach, his long sword appearing in his hand, and casually slashed forward with it. Swoosh! With no traits activated, solely relying on the swing of his own power, combined with the inherent force of the sword itself, a tangible sword energy shot forth from the blade. Lin Shiryun behind saw a flash of sword energy, and the 2 teams of corrupted guards had yet to react before being sliced in half. Instant kill. Even though she already knew Joyu was strong, she was still shaken by this scene. To Joyu, it was just a trivial matter, and he stepped forward, heading towards the dungeon's exit. As his steps landed, the surrounding air suddenly became scorching, and then 10 fire-like wolf figures appeared from thin air, surrounding Joyu like a guardian. Protect her. Leaving this sentence, Joyu's figure suddenly accelerated, disappearing with the 4 firewolves at the end of the corridor. Awah! The 6 remaining firewolves let out deep growls, appearing around Lin Shiryun. Lin Shiryun wanted to say something, but after looking at the surrounding burning firewolves, she swallowed her words. I should chase after him. Though she trusted these firewolves, not seeing Joyu's figure left her feeling uneasy. The dungeon was indeed, as Joyu predicted, not just one level, and it seemed that this princess, the hope to save the royal city, was locked in the bottom level. Almost every level was guarded by 2 teams of corrupted guards, and by the time Joyu exited the dungeon, he had not even had a chance to attack again. The 4 firewolves had already torn apart all the corrupted guards they had seen. But as Joyu stood at the dungeon entrance, his gaze turned towards this castle filled with Western style, he discovered that throughout the entire city, all the citizens had been cursed by the witch, transforming into corrupted humans entangled in thorns. Corrupted citizens, corrupted guards, corrupted knights, and corrupted priests. Such monsters gathered densely like a river, causing Joyu, who had just passed through the corrupted spider den, to slightly raise his eyebrows. Is it still a sea of people tactic? Unlike the previous corrupted spider den, this time his goal was not merely to leave here, the large-scale destructive traits could not just be used freely. And to make his way through the crowded streets with 300,000 citizens to the palace, he had to traverse this long, straight street spanning several kilometers. Now, this street was already filled with countless corrupted citizens, as well as orderly teams of corrupted knights and guards. Why are there so many? Lin Shiryun exclaimed in shock, that witch cursed the entire kingdom's citizens? She's truly insane. Killing 300,000 is unrealistic. Joyu simply said this, suddenly turning and grabbing Lin Shiryun by the neck, throwing her over his shoulder amidst her cries of surprise. Close your eyes, next will be very fast. The moment Joyu's words finished, Lin Shiryun felt her body shiver, and then a terrifying inertia kicked in, her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Suddenly, Joyu was seen sprinting forward like a fierce wind, cutting through every obstacle with his sword. Before Lin Shiryun could see clearly, the knight in front let out a scream and turned to flying ash. Just like that, in a situation Lin Shiryun had never anticipated, Joyu charged straight down the long street, bursting into the palace hall, where he saw the king sitting on the throne, looking like a zombie wearing a crown. Corrupted King Boss. Race, Human. Level, LV30. Life, 50,000. Magic, 20,000. Attack, 500 to 565. Defense, 28/magic resistance 13%. Attributes, Dark Judgment, blue, Corruption Rage, blue, Curse Domain, blue, Shadow Summon, blue, Final Will, blue. After looking at the Corrupted King Boss's panel, Joyu felt a little disappointed. Was the boss I fought before too strong? Or is this superclass job transfer task a bit watered down? As Joyu murmured to himself, he saw the king slowly stand up from the throne, his face twisted, his luxurious robe covered in crooked thorns, and his large hands stained with what seemed to be dried blood, tears of blood flowing from his eyes. Foolish invader, prepare to die. An echoing roar of anger rang out, and a black light erupted from him, instantly enveloping Joyu and Lin Shiryun. Am I losing health? Lin Shiryun's face changed. This is a domain, not only will we suffer from the curse bleeding effect, but our movement speed will also decrease. Shadow Summon. At this moment, with an angry roar from the king, twisted shadows began to gather around the hall, ultimately forming 4 tall knights riding shadow warhorses.
They held long spears, and as they kicked the stirrups, their warhorses vanished like shadows and reappeared right in front of Zhou, for spears piercing out at the same time. Be careful. Humph. Lin Shiyun's warning and Zhou Yu's cold snort came together. Zhou Yu's figure became shadow-like and elusive, effortlessly dodging the 4 spear attacks with a slight flash. He turned and swung his sword, the sword light grazing the necks of the 4 knights. Put. The heads of the 4 knights were instantly severed but transformed into twisted black smoke, drifting for a moment before returning to their bodies, unscathed. In their shadow forms, they were truly undying beings. Dark judgment. Cold words echoed, causing Zhou Yu to lift his head suddenly. He saw that the king had drawn a long sword at some point, vast dark energy continuing to gather on the blade, reaching even to the sky. Sizzle. The king swung suddenly, his terrifying black sword light cleaving down from the void. Boom. Where the sword light passed, the entire hall could not withstand it, and the lavish palace was forcefully cut open. However, as the sword light dissipated, Zhou Yu and Lin Shiyun, who had been enveloped, also vanished, leaving only a semicircular rock encasement in the hall, burnt by the sword light, but Zhou Yu and Lin Shiyun inside had not suffered significant damage. -79. -255. Lin Shiyun saw the damage numbers floating above their heads, realizing that even a mere graze caused such terrifying damage. It was important to note that her total health was not even 1500, if she was hit directly, she would definitely be killed instantly. But before she could think further, the restored 4 Shadow Knights charged at her again to continue inflicting damage. At this moment, Zhou Yu actually released Lin Shiyun and moved forward towards the rock core. A low growl echoed as 10 flaming giant wolves appeared in front of Lin Shiyun, engaging in battle with the 4 Shadow Knights. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu raised his sword, slashing towards the boss with one strike. Dark Flame Sword Chi Slash activated. Sizzle. The sword light tore through the void, striking the king before his second Dark Judgment. -2357. -1135. -522. The overwhelming initial damage added a dark flame burning effect. Just this one strike caused impressive damage. At the same time, 3 dark fireballs appeared above Zhou Yu's head. Dark Flame Explosion activated. Boom. 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 Under the 3 explosions, the king's health dropped by a third. At this moment, Zhou Yu transformed into shadow form, quickly erasing the curse's influence, charging directly to the king's side. Dark Flame Sword Chi Slash, blue, activated. Earth Vein Spike, blue, activated. With the latter's momentary stun, Zhou Yu interrupted the king who was casting a spell, and then began to unleash his combo. Chapter 75, When did I say you were not a princess anymore? Zhou Yu was now gaining more and more entries, and he had been trying to work on his combos for a while, but sadly the wild monsters he encountered were either one-shot killed or completely useless. Now, he finally encountered a humanoid boss, just right for a test. As the stun from Earth Vein Spike began, Zhou Yu thought of something, and terrifying resentful magic patterns rose from him, like tentacles reaching towards the king. Magic Pattern Resent Prison, blue, activated. Roar. The king sensed something was wrong and let out a roar. At once 4 Shadow Knights rushed towards him, ready to save him. But Zhou Yu didn't look back. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy spread out like ripples around him, and the next moment, everyone, including the king, felt their bodies become heavy. Super Gravity Field, blue, activated. It can release a gravity field for a short time, with a base multiplier of 2 times, and each increase in multiplier will affect the duration and mental consumption. Zhou Yu had only reached 3 times, which made the bodies of the Shadow Knights sink, falling straight off their mounts. In that brief moment, Zhou Yu stepped forward, grasping his sword sharply and thrusting it forward. Whoosh! As the long sword flew out, Zhou Yu opened his mouth, and a ghostly green corrosive liquid sprayed out, engulfing the king. Corrosive spit, blue, instantly lowered the king's armor, and then just as the sword tip pierced him. Thud. Zhou Yu first performed a Sword Chi Heavy Slash, green, then followed up with Dark Flame Sword Chi Slash, blue. 2 terrifying powers exploded within him, and Zhou Yu transformed into shadow form, retreating rapidly while raising a hand, releasing countless spores that invaded the king's body. Even if the king could resist the spread of the spores, it would give him time for his next combo attack. -4890. -3217. -5911. The king, weakened to the extreme, continuously received shocking damage values above his head, and finally, Zhou Yu simply added a normal attack, completely emptying the king's health bar. Ah! The king let out a heart-wrenching scream and fell to the ground. In his last moments, he looked at Zhou Yu, seeming to carry a hint of unwillingness on his face. Foolish, foolish invader, I will return. With the last word falling, the 4 rushing Shadow Knights instantly vanished. Everything seemed to be over. Zhou Yu looked at the throne, raised his long sword high, and struck it down heavily. With a crack, the throne was split open, revealing a heart that was continuously beating inside. Surprisingly, this heart was not flesh but pulsated like a blood-red crystal. Zhou Yu reached out and grabbed it, holding the heart in his hand, while Lin Shiyun approached him and instinctively asked,
"Is this the princess's heart that we need?"
"Hold it well." Zhou Yu handed the heart to her, glancing instinctively over the shattered palace, suddenly stopping on a damaged mural for a moment.
"What are you looking at?"
Lin Shiyun, holding the heart, curiously looked in the direction Zhou Yu was staring at, but only saw a mural with faintly visible outlines of 3 people. One of them was likely the king before he was corrupted, and beside him sat the queen.
And the princess standing behind. "It's nothing, let's go."
Zhou Yu reached out and lifted Lin Shiyun onto his shoulder, then began to sprint towards the dungeon.
Ah! Lin Shiyun didn't expect this. In her surprise, she couldn't help but remind him, "Is it necessary to rush like this? We still have time. Look around." Zhou Yu leaped into the air, his feet landing accurately on one of the fire wolf's bodies.
At that moment, Lin Shiyun looked around and gasped.
"They're not dead?"
The king and many soldiers, who had originally been defeated, gathered and revived.
"They can't die."
Zhou Yu realized the problem when he made his move. Despite killing so many, he hadn't received any hints for loot. In this king's city, where death was impossible, retrieving the heart was even harder than he imagined. So the most urgent matter now was to return to the dungeon and hand the heart back to the princess. Zhou Yu activated his shadow form, and even carrying Lin Shiyun, he was not affected at all, gliding through the straight streets towards the dungeon. Swish! He swept his sword, killing the revived dungeon guard with ease, and rushed into the lowest level of the dungeon. Upon entering the cell, the princess, trapped on the stone bed, suddenly lifted her head, her gaze fixed on the heart that shimmered like crystal.
"Thank the gods, you really found the heart."
"Warrior, quickly place it into my chest.
I want to save my father and the kingdom." "All right."
Zhou Yu stayed at the door while Lin Shiyun hurriedly held the heart, walking towards the stone bed. As the heart drew nearer, a smile spread across the princess's face, her urgency almost spilling from her eyes. However, just when the heart was less than 5 centimeters from her chest, a skeletal hand emerged from behind Lin Shiyun, snatching the heart away. The princess and Lin Shiyun looked up simultaneously to see the heart in Zhou Yu's palm, and he had no intention of letting it go. A flash of anger crossed the princess's face, and she forced a smile, saying, "Warrior, what are you waiting for?"
"The truth."
Zhou Yu's words caused the princess's expression to change.
"What truth?"
"You return the heart to me, I alone have the power to save the kingdom. They are all undying monsters, and you cannot defeat them."
"Aren't you locked up here? How do you know they are undying?"
The princess hesitated, about to speak, but noticed Zhou Yu playing with her heart, saying, "Should I call you princess or witch?"
"What?" Lin Shiyun's expression changed as she instinctively took 2 steps closer to Zhou Yu. She is a witch? Nonsense, how could I be a witch?"
The princess said painfully, "If I were a witch, how could I be trapped here?"
"I think you should ask your father the king."
Zhou Yu looked at her and continued, "I was only a bit suspicious until I saw your urgency when you saw the heart, then I was sure, you are the real witch."
"I am a princess, how could I be a witch?"
The princess's face was filled with disbelief as she looked at Lin Shiyun for help.
Before Lin Shiyun could speak, Zhou Yu coldly laughed. "When did I say you are not a princess?" "She is a princess? And also a witch?"
Lin Shiyun reacted, her mouth forming an O shape.
How is this different from what she thought?
According to Lin Shiyun's idea, it was clear that the entire kingdom was invaded by a witch, and only the princess could save the kingdom, fighting against the witch.
But to prevent the princess from resisting,
they completely imprisoned her in the dungeon, even taking out the heart that symbolized the source of her power and hiding it in the throne. The goal was to prevent her power from stopping their expansion. This should have made sense, but she never expected such a twist at the end.
"The princess is a witch. I don't know what you're talking about."
Hearing Zhou Yu's words, the princess's eyes clearly began to change, and her voice turned cold, but she still did not admit it. "If, according to your words, I am a witch, then trapped here, asking you to find the heart I hid, and having the army of the royal city I control to fight you, doesn't that sound like a contradiction?"
"Is that fun?"
"Ha!" Zhou Yu laughed, but unfortunately, there was no sound. The prejudices in a person's heart are like a huge mountain. He looked at the princess. Sometimes what looks beautiful may not really be beautiful, and what looks ugly may not truly be ugly.
"Your current appearance should not be your original one, right?"
As soon as these words were spoken, the princess, who had been struggling, suddenly erupted like a cat whose tail was stepped on.
"Shut up, this is my original appearance. What do you, undead, know?"
The princess screamed hysterically, "I am the most beautiful one in the world."
"I am."
She struggled to get up but saw the black runes on the shackles around her rise, continuously generating magical power that forcefully pulled her back. At this moment, the once beautiful princess's face began to change as if it had been stimulated. A flat nose, a round face, thick lips. Soon, under Lin Shuryun's astonished gaze, the once princess turned into an ordinary, even ugly, appearance.
How could she look like this?
Lin Shuryun stared, her mouth open in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief.
This is her true appearance. Zhou Yu's words shocked Lin Shuryun. Then what about before? It should be the result she wanted when she became a witch.
Zhou Yu played with the heart in his hand. I always thought that women would go to any lengths for their appearance, but I didn't expect that in the end, even your father and the entire royal city were sacrificed.
I'm curious, what kind of power made you lose your mind? Could it be love? What nonsense love? The ordinary princess suddenly yelled loudly, he only loves beauty, he doesn't have love, none.
In an instant, the scene before the princess became a witch appeared in her mind. She had once been the beloved princess of the king and queen, pampered since childhood, and everything she wanted was given to her. But as she grew up, an accident caused the queen to die, and both she and her father were devastated. It wasn't until 3 years later, under the care of a noblewoman her father had met, that they both managed to overcome the grief. And her father naturally married this woman, who became the new queen. Becoming the stepmother queen, the princess didn't face the harsh treatment she had imagined, but was instead loved by her. So much so that she openly told her stepmother about her feelings for a knight. The stepmother, wanting to introduce the knight to her, never expected the knight to confess his feelings for the queen instead, saying that he didn't like the princess but the queen. This scene was seen by the princess, and even though the queen later warned the knight and rejected his confession, it left an indelible scar in the princess's heart. After that, the princess tried every way to get close to the knight, but the knight still remained indifferent, causing the princess to harbor an uncontrollable grudge.
This was resentment toward the stepmother. If it weren't for her being too beautiful, how could the knight ever fall for her?
Later, the princess saw the knight laughing and joking with her stepmother many times, even with the king present. Her resentment toward her stepmother only grew. In the end, she made a decision. She wanted to personally ruin her stepmother's face. So, she pretended to go for a stroll with her stepmother, but suddenly pushed her into a bush of poisonous roses. One side of her stepmother's cheek was pierced by the thorns, and the deadly poison spread, completely disfiguring her. The king was furious and wanted to severely punish the princess, but her stepmother dissuaded him, and she was finally only placed under house arrest. The princess believed that her stepmother's beauty was ruined, and her beloved knight would surely change his mind and like her. But to her shock, the knight not only remained respectful and admiring of her stepmother, but he also had an indescribable disgust for her.
Why don't you love me?
Because your heart is far uglier than your face.
Ugliness? Ha ha ha, am I ugly?
The princess let out a mad laugh, and on a rainy night, she performed a sacrificial ritual from an ancient book, summoning the response of the dark moon, transforming into an evil dark moon witch. She also got her wish of acquiring stunning beauty, growing stronger under the nourishment of jealousy and resentment. Kill all the beautiful women, the most beautiful in the world must be me.
Ah ha ha ha.
On that dark moon night, a terrible rain of blood swept through the entire royal city. Many young girls were brutally slain by witchcraft. The king was furious and sent people to investigate the truth, but who would have thought that the ultimate culprit was his own daughter? At this moment, the princess was already blinded by jealousy, refusing to give up her power no matter how the king persuaded her.
Jealousy. You are all jealous of my unparalleled beauty. Then in that case, you all can go to hell. I want the entire kingdom to witness my beauty, ha. So, your father, in order to prevent you from leaving the royal city and affecting the entire kingdom, would rather fall into darkness, using all the power of the royal city to suppress you in the dungeon? Even extracting the source of your power? In a daze, Lin Shuryun finally traced the roots of the royal city transforming into an undead army through the other person's unconscious muttering. Ding! Successfully triggered hidden plot, found the truth, final task, purify the royal city, set everyone free. What? Purify the royal city? Hearing the prompt, Lin Shuryun exclaimed, how could she purify the 30,000 people in the royal city? Even if given 10 days, she feared it would be impossible. Is this truly an extraordinary job transfer task? At that moment, she felt a bit hopeless. It seemed utterly impossible to complete. Chapter 77, Star Trajectory Body, Time Has Come. They should die. They are all jealous of my beauty, refusing to let me spread it across the entire kingdom. The witch princess who had her truth revealed let out a mad laugh. For my sake, they actually prefer to fall into darkness rather than admit my beauty. Hypocritical, they are all a bunch of hypocritical fools. You, how could you? Lin Shuryun clenched her fists, unsure how to refute. She simply could not understand how such people existed in the world. She turned to Zhou Yu and quietly said, forget it, purifying the royal city is something we will never accomplish. I can only choose to terminate the job transfer task. Having witnessed the scene of these undead citizens of the royal city, even Zhou Yu was helpless. How could they purify? After saying this, she opened her job transfer interface, ready to forcibly abandon this transfer task.
Once she abandoned it, she would not be allowed to take extraordinary job transfer tasks for 3 years. Other tasks of lower difficulty would have a cooling period of up to 3 months. This meant she would remain at LV20 for 3 months, which would significantly impact her college entrance examination. But she truly could not find a way to complete the task, not even Zhou could help. Yet before she could confirm, Zhou suddenly raised his hand and flicked her forehead. Ouch! What was that for? Lin Shiyun glared at Zhou. But Zhou directly passed by her and walked straight toward the witch. Are you done talking? Zhou stared indifferently at the witch and threw away the heart he was holding. Then let's get ready to fight. Swish! The spinning crystal heart arched through the air, landing accurately inside the witch's chest. In an instant, the heart seemed to find a release, connecting directly with the severed blood vessels around it. Thud! Thud! The horrifying sound of beating echoed, a terrifying power began to flow constantly, then it spread into every inch of the witch's flesh. The witch's originally mediocre and ugly face began to transform, becoming breathtakingly beautiful, and at the moment of complete metamorphosis, she let out an astonishing long howl. Ayo-oh-oh! With a forceful motion of her limbs, the dark runes binding her shattered in an instant, and her form floated upwards as if in the air, a sharp and vicious laugh escaping her lips. Thank you so much, my knight! Boom! The sky above the dungeon suddenly filled with dark clouds, flashes of lightning began to gather continuously, turning the originally sunny sky into a night of despair. A pale moon floated high above. Crack! Crack! The dungeon floor split, and the witch's form began to rise, breaking the entire dungeon open like a giant. When she completely appeared under the moonlight, her power had already reached an extremely terrifying state. Dark Moon Witch Boss. Race, Witch. Level, LV39. Health, 99,000. Magic, 63,000. Attack, 1700 to 1900. Defense, 25/magic resistance 15%. Attributes, Dark Corruption, blue, Dark Moon Curse, blue, Piercing Whale, blue, Star Trek Body, blue, Dark Moon Meteor, red. Seeing the red attributes on her, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhou eyes. He had waited so long, and finally, he had a red attribute to confront. Blessing of Light. Psychic Link. Just then, a low shout came from behind, and 2 beams of light enveloped Zhou, immediately boosting his attributes. He turned and saw Lin Shiyun holding a staff in a defensive posture. Let's go! Regardless of success, at least wake this self-important witch. Zhou retracted his gaze, waved his hand, and immediately the ground trembled, transforming into rock cores that completely enveloped his target. Then he took a step forward and dashed toward the witch. Earth Spike, blue, activated. Crack! The earth cracked open, pulsing spikes emerged from the ground, aiming straight at the flying witch. As long as the spikes hit, Zhou would be able to unleash a combo, delivering a crushing blow to her. However, just as the spikes were about to strike, the Dark Moon Witch's body was suddenly enveloped in starlight, and she vanished from midair. Ha ha ha. My Star Trek body allows me to teleport randomly to other places when I am attacked. Is that so? Zhou snorted coldly and activated Earth Spike once again. Poof. Poof. This time, the same scene played out again. Just as she was gathering herself, Zhou vanished like lightning from his spot, appearing directly where she was, and struck with his sword. Swish. The blade of light swept past, grazing the witch as she once again disappeared in a burst of starlight. When she reappeared, a small damage value floated above her head. -127. Thud. Even Zhou could hear the heartbeat echoing. Moonlight began to gather around her, and almost instantly, her lost health was completely restored. Ha ha ha. Useless. My knight, all your efforts are in vain. The Dark Moon Witch waved her hand, and the warped moonlight transformed into a moonblade, enveloping Zhou. Swish. 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 The moonblades struck in succession, but Zhou's form vanished like a ghost. All the moonblades hit empty air, causing the previously intact structure to collapse in an instant. Boom! Seizing the moment from the rumble, Zhou appeared right where she was. This time he did not strike, but moved his mind directly. Touch of the Arcane, blue, activated. Swish! Swish! Several tentacle-like magical patterns shot out. Directly rushing towards the witch, he believed that as long as he could entangle her, all problems would naturally be solved. Sure enough, when the magical patterns wrapped around her, the smile on the witch's face slightly retracted, her figure once again enveloped by moonlight, disappearing from the spot. When she reappeared, Zhou had also vanished from his original position, chasing towards where she was. Swish! The magical tentacles struck again. The witch vanished once more. Swish! Swish! The two chased and dodged, constantly clashing in the ruins above the dungeon. Through the gaps, Lin Shiyun watched the scene and couldn't help but feel anxious. If this witch's Star Trek body isn't dealt with, it will be hard to find an opportunity. What to do? What to do? She looked at the witch evading and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, shouting, the wind is rising. The witch raised an eyebrow, suddenly flying into the air, looking around suspiciously. Where is the wind coming from? Isn't it right here? Zhou Yu swept his long sword horizontally, and the flame blade dance was instantly unleashed. Buzz! Terrifying scorching flame blades formed a massive storm, sweeping waves of heat towards the witch. In her view, this was an attempt to use wide-area deadly magic to hit her. Unfortunately, she activated her Star Trek body again and directly appeared several dozen meters away. Seeing Zhou Yu's flame blade dance brush past her, an uncontrollable crazed smile appeared on her face. Ha ha ha, it's useless. You will never hit me. Is that so? Zhou Yu looked at the empty spot he missed and suddenly smiled. The wind has indeed risen. Whoosh! The intense flames evaporated the air, causing a brief strong convection effect, stirring a gentle breeze in the space. Seeing this, Zhou Yu slashed his long sword, sending out a burning underworld flame sword energy once again. Swish swish swish. After several sword strikes, the void became even hotter, and the original gentle breeze intensified. Watching Zhou Yu swing his sword around like a fool, the witch thought he had been blinded by rage. Ha, foolish knight, to thank you for your help, I will send you on your way myself. She raised her hand, countless moonblades gathering behind her, and just then, a cold laugh suddenly came from Zhou Yu's flickering soul fire. The time has come, haven't you realized? Chapter 78, I am a good king, but not a good father. The witch's gaze tightened, just about to speak, when she saw Zhou Yu bend his knees and then suddenly leap up. In the next moment, several tentacles exploded out from his body. To hit me is simply. The witch instinctively wanted to activate her Star Trek body, but her expression changed. The Star Trek body actually failed. She abruptly looked up and found that the moon that had just gathered above her head was blocked by clouds. Swish! Several tentacles directly wrapped around her legs, forcefully dragging her down. Just as she was about to touch the ground, Zhou Yu unhesitatingly activated his combo. Earth Spike activated. Puff! The spikes caused a brief dizziness, firmly pinning her to the ground. Then the tentacles climbed upwards, and the magic pattern prison quickly formed. Crack crack crack. The ground split open, a squad of skeletal monks crawled out, surrounding her from all sides. Countless spores rose from Zhou Yu's body, wildly spreading within the witch. Super gravity field. Buzz! A heavy force field enveloped her, making her form feel even heavier. Corrosive swarm. Zhou Yu charged forward, with his body surrounded by insect-like flying creatures rising one after another, sweeping towards her like a tide. Corrosive swarm, blue creates a large number of powerful eating flying insects that devour everything, causing damage while restoring its own health. This was a term from the Cave Lord. At this moment, it not only caused massive damage but also restricted her movement. Corrosive spit. Zhou Yu sprayed a mouthful of corrosive liquid on her, continuing to reduce her armor. At the same time, a heavy sword energy strike followed, then the underworld flame sword energy strike exploded. Minus 4,581. Minus 5,720. Minus 1,793. As he retreated, the three fireballs of dark flame burst down again. Minus 6,910. Minus 5,470. Minus 9,870. At this moment, after a series of combos, the witch began to revive, chanting her complex spells. Seeing an aura of terrifying energy about to erupt from her body, Zhou Yu opened his mouth and shouted explosively. Screech! Wail of Resentment, green, activated. The damage was not high, but it instantly forced the opponent into a daze, interrupting her spellcasting. Taking this chance, Zhou Yu's dark resentment eye at his forehead opened, unleashing a death beam of accumulated resentment. Whoosh! Minus 11,320. Minus 8,560. Minus 5,732. Ah! I will kill you. The witch let out a sharp roar, not expecting the opponent's methods to be endless, directly interrupting her spell. Thus, she took a deep breath and emitted a piercing howl. Ow! The painful scream formed a fan-shaped shockwave that almost destroyed everything within 100 meters in front of her. However, she did not see Zhou Yu's figure at all. Because at this moment, Zhou Yu had activated his phantom form, stepping forward like a swift ghost, appearing right in front of her. With a sudden thrust, his long sword pierced into her body, dealing massive damage while a dark flame, unlike any ordinary fire, erupted from within her. Abyssal Fire, blue, activated. The flames accompanying all attacks, unlike the blazing fury of fire elements, the abyssal flame carried strong corrosive and sticky properties. Just burning a little is like a maggot that burrows in, rapidly expanding. Resentment is the best nourishment for abyssal fire. Ah! What is this? The witch let out an astonishing scream, attempting to use her power to extinguish the flame, but found it to be in vain. Unless she could gain the moonlight shine again to extract power, it was difficult to suppress the spread of this flame. Boom! She struggled violently, her remaining power directly breaking free from the magic rune of resentment. At that moment, two massive lava hands rose from the ground, gripping her tightly. All the firewolves charged towards the witch, biting at her body. Swarm of insects, great wolves, skeletal monks, and many more methods enveloped her, causing her health to drop rapidly. 80k. 70k. 50k. 30k. Just as it was about to drop below 10,000, at that moment, the dark cloud covering the moon above their heads floated away, revealing it once again. Not good, the moon has appeared, she will regain her power and activate the star path body. Lin Shiyun's exclamation resounded from within the cracks of the rock core. Subjects of the royal city, with my will, bind. A sudden ancient voice echoed through the void. Zhou Yu turned his head and saw the corrupted king's gruesome face radiating a persistent, majestic light. He held a long sword pointing at the witch. In an instant, all the subjects will around them seemed to be drawn up, soaring. They merged together, forming a pair of giant hands of will to safeguard the kingdom, gripping the witch. Ah! The witch emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Judgment, strip away. The king's voice resounded again, as the long sword descended, a black sword light carrying the will of the royal city struck down, directly splitting her in half. Within her chest, the crystal heart of power was forcibly ripped out. At this moment, the king suddenly looked at Zhou Yu, his voice low. Destroy it. Zhou Yu looked at the heart, simply raising his long sword. Holy Flame Bladestorm, red, activated. Sizzle. The distorted holy flame spun up, forming a storm that engulfed the heart and everything nearby. Ah! No! My beauty, no! The witch princess was forcibly purified amidst her agonizing wails, her originally beautiful face returning to its ordinary appearance. However, at this point, an unexpected scene unfolded. The king, who had been standing still, unexpectedly charged into the burning storm of holy flame blades, holding his daughter tightly. My child. The father is a good king, but not a good father. Woo woo. The sacred flame completely engulfed the two of them, and the crystal heart that was originally hovering in midair let out a crisp sound. Crack. The heart shattered, and the curse disappeared. At the same time, countless dark clouds that enveloped the royal city also vanished. Buzz. Suddenly, the sky was replaced by a blazing sun, and under the intense sunlight, the entire royal city seemed to be affected. Countless black mist began to rise from the corrupted figures, and those gathered citizens instantly restored to their original appearances. However, they seemed to be just remnants of a lingering thought. After regaining their original forms, they still became ethereal. They have been purified. Lin Shiyun gasped, her mouth wide open in surprise. Who would have thought that the entire royal city would be purified in such a way in the end? Just as the royal city completely returned to its former glory, Lin Shiyun received a prompt in her mind. Congratulations, adventurer, for completing the hidden task. The job transfer mission has ended. You will return to the job transfer temple in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, Zhou Yu also received his own kill prompt. Ding! You have successfully slain the Dark Moon Witch. Experience points plus 1895. Ding! You randomly acquired the skill, Dark Moon Meteor, red. Chapter 79, Dark Moon Meteor, Terrifying Upgrade, Second Summoned Beast. Dark Moon Meteor, red. The shadow of the moon appears in the sky, summoning countless meteors to fall from the sky, causing devastating damage in the area. Seeing the prompt, Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. He never expected that he would be so lucky in the end to have plundered the only red skill. After reading the skill description, Zhou Yu felt that the spell the witch was chanting at that moment was most likely using this skill. If it really fell, he could be safe, but Lin Shiyun would probably die. Fortunately, he blocked the moonlight. How did you know she needed the moon? Zhou Yu asked Lin Shiyun in return. It's nothing. Lin Shiyun felt a little shy when Zhou Yu questioned her. I saw that every time she teleported, the light on her chest seemed to resonate with the moonlight, so I guessed. Being able to quickly analyze this from such a small detail and provide an idea, Zhou Yu thought for a moment and condensed a sentence with spores. Well done. Thank you, hee hee. Lin Shiyun felt a bit giddy, that feeling of wanting to soar after being praised. This feeling was strange, she had never seen anyone so happy to be praised by their summoned creature, but she just couldn't help it. Just when Lin Shiyun wanted to say something more, she saw the light of teleportation enveloping her, and when she opened her eyes again, she suddenly found herself back in the job transfer temple. Job transfer mission completed, eligible for the exceptional job transfer conditions, and additionally awarded a custom summoning scroll. Please select the type you need. Lin Shuryun heard the prompt, and before her appeared a selection of options: beast, water beast, sky beast, and insect. Not that the summoned creatures were limited to these 4 options, but these 4 categories were opened for the custom reward.
Without any hesitation, Lin Shuryun chose the beast option.
In fact, as early as when she approached her second job transfer, she had a guess about her next summoned beast. But because the summoning scrolls were incredibly expensive, even after completing her job transfer, it would cost a terrifying amount of money to obtain one, so she had held back for a while. Unexpectedly, this time upon completing her job transfer, it was directly given to her. And it was a custom one, which greatly exceeded her expectations. After choosing the beast, the options changed again, and countless images of beasts began to swirl in front of her eyes, pausing with her touch. Lin Shuryun did not hesitate at all and directly chose the wolf.
That's right.
Ever since she saw Zhou Yu's fiery giant wolf, her obsession with wolves had reached its peak.
She also dreamed of having one.
One day, I could obtain such a summoning object.
Customization precondition selection completed, summoning scroll generating. Class change opening. Buzz.
Before Lin Shuryun could react, a dazzling light enveloped her body, and an unprecedented feeling of power began to rise. Strength, agility, spirit, constitution, the 4-dimensional attributes were quickly enhanced under this baptism. This light lasted for several minutes before slowly fading away. After completing the transformation, Lin Shuryun instinctively opened her personal panel, and the changes before her astonished her greatly.
Lin Shuryun. Class, Contract Summoner. Level, LV23. Life, 3,700. Magic, 4,800.
Constitution, 145, Strength, 207, Agility, 189, Spirit, 332.
Attack, 298 to 335. Defense, 10. Skills, Contract Summon, Blessing Light, Mind Link, God's Protection, Void Aura.
Not only did her level jump 3 levels from LV20, this was due to the overwhelming experience points accumulated before, and after the class change was completed, she began to break through her limits and leveled up 3 times. Level might not relate to the class change, but the bonuses to life and magic indeed could only be achieved by an extraordinary class change. Having more than 3,000 points of life, this simply wasn't the kind of health a summoner could possess at the second class change. It's important to know that for an ordinary warrior, reaching over 2,500 points of life after completing the second class change is already considered good. And as a summoner, Lin Shuryun had a staggering life of 3,007, more than 1,000 above her counterparts, which was simply unbelievable. Moreover, the explosive increase in magic points exceeded that of her life, meaning Lin Shuryun had the potential to continuously release skills for a short time. As for the 4-dimensional attributes, it was even more exaggerated. Lin Shuryun clearly remembered that after completing her first class change, her spirit attribute was the highest, while her constitution, strength, and agility were much lower. Yet after the recent baptism, not only did her spirit attribute surge, but the other 3 attributes also received terrifying boosts. Thus, the normally weak attack power of a second-class summoner barely reaching 200 was directly shattered to an impressive 300. Fortunately, the defense armor did not increase too much due to her equipment. On the contrary, the 2 brand new skills made Lin Shuryun cry out in power. God's Protection sounds extraordinarily impressive. The effect is that at the moment of release, it can provide a dispelling effect to teammates and summon entities within a certain range, and this is a powerful dispel, effectively countering various bleeding, curses, slowdowns, and aging negative effects. After the dispel, it can grant a lasting buff, making them immune to various negative states for a short period, which can be said to be incredibly terrifying. As for Void Aura, it is even more monstrous. It maintains a halo-covered state within a certain area, can reduce cooldown times by 15%, and will increase with the practitioner's class upgrades, potentially reducing cooldown times by up to 50%.
50% cooldown time? What does this mean?
This means that in the same battle, skills that could originally be released only once can now be unleashed twice.
For anyone, this is a key skill that can change the tide of battle.
It needs to be emphasized that both God's Protection and Void Aura will have even more terrifying enhancements for the summoned creatures of the summoner. In other words, if applied to Zhou Yu, the effects enhance by 30%.
Calculated, Zhou Yu's cooldown time would be reduced by nearly 20%.
This is not a small enhancement for him. After seeing her changes, a hint of joy appeared on Lin Shuryun's face. She was finally no longer a drag and had taken a step toward becoming a powerful summoner.
Moreover, she was about to possess a completely new summoned beast.
Just as she was contemplating, suddenly a light in front of her began to distort, quickly morphing into an ancient scroll filled with runes. Customized scroll has been completed. Open the scroll to summon the summoned beast to appear.
After successfully establishing the link, you can enter the summoning space.
Note, there may be resistance from the summoned beast before the link is successful. Please make preparations before opening.
What kind of summoned beast is this?
Lin Shuryun looked at Zhou Yu beside her, raising the scroll towards him.
Are you going to open it now? Zhou asked.
With you here, I will feel more at ease. Lin Shiyun nodded. After all, the space inside the Transcendence Temple was quite large, summoning one beast shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
Zhou didn't see the prompt received by Lin Shiyun, and he had no objections to her thoughts, so he simply nodded.
With permission granted, Lin Shiyun no longer hesitated and slowly unfolded the scroll in front of her. Whoosh!
As the scroll opened, the magical array on it started to flicker, and suddenly, a giant summoning gate appeared.
Chapter 80, Thunder Beast Frost Wolf, the essence of a loyal fool. Whoa!
An astonishing roar suddenly emerged from within, and in the next moment, a gigantic wolf-like creature with a silver-white body tinged with light blue floated out. Its terrifying size exceeded 3 meters in length, sharp claws, fearsome fangs, and a lightning-shaped mark on its forehead all indicated the extraordinary nature of this summoned beast. At the moment Lin Shiyun saw its complete form, she cried out in surprise.
Is this the Thunder Beast Frost Wolf from Siberia?
The biggest difference between a summoner and a beast tamer is the randomness and temporality of the summoned beast. The creature before them, which resembled a frost wolf, was not a true flesh and blood being but a pure elemental construct. In other words, it was a spirit in the form of a beast, entirely condensed from thunder system elements. Aside from its inherent traits, it would possess additional magical damage and skills. Of course, this summoned beast also had similar temperaments based on the type of wild beast it represented.
It is a living being, yet different from ordinary beings.
Simply put, it is a type of elemental beast that has evolved from the wild frost wolves in Siberia after undergoing the baptism of the abyss, specifically feeding on thunder for survival.
In one word, it's strong. Very strong.
Zhou glanced at the wolf-like creature and directly opened its panel.
Thunder Beast Frost Wolf. Race, Elemental Beast. Level, LV 30. Health, 6,500. Magic, 3,200. Attack, 425 to 511. Defense, 18. Attributes, Shadow Flash / blue, Thunder Destruction, blue, Wolf Shadow Thunderlock, blue, Frost Wolf Thunder Prison, blue. For blue attributes displayed at the forefront made Zhou nod slightly. Among second-turn professions, it indeed stood out. He then looked at his own panel. Zhou / Abyss Black Knight. Race, Shadow Undead. Level, LV 33, 4529/10,000. Health, 8,500. Magic, 4,100. Attack, 930-1050. Defense, 43/magic resistance 15%. Attributes, Sword Energy Heavy / green. Advanced Rod Technique, blue, Intermediate Magical, blue. Flame Blade Dance, blue, Lava Hand, green, Nether Flame Sword Energy / blue. Death's Grievance Demon Eye, blue, Magic Mark Touch, blue, Swift Shadow Wolf Step, blue. Spiked Shell, blue, Corrosive Spit, blue. In comparison, he was a little higher in level, a bit higher in health, slightly more mana, higher attack, better defense, more magic resistance, and had a few more attributes. Alright, Zhou felt the opponent was just average. The only thing that interested him was probably the attributes the other creature possessed. Thunder system seemed to be quite effective against the undead. Zhou stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. Whoa! A shocking long howl from the Thunder Beast Frost Wolf interrupted Zhou's thoughts. At this moment, a flickering of thunder light began all over its body. Turning to face Lin Shiyun, it emitted a provocative roar. It was furious. It was enjoying its meal while devouring thunder light when it was enveloped by a powerful force, sealing it within this scroll, and upon appearing again, it found this woman and the undead in front of it. In its mind, it was this woman who interrupted its feast. This made it extremely angry. So, revenge must be taken. In an instant, it instinctively leaped forward, pouncing at Lin Shiyun. In its eyes, the other party was just a mouthful. Accustomed to thunder, it wouldn't be bad to use her as a snack. Ah! Lin Shiyun exclaimed, not expecting that this summoned beast would not only disobey but also attack her. All her skills were amplification types. Unable to resist this sudden attack, she could only watch in horror as the thunder wolf lunged at her. However, just as the beast was about to strike, Lin Shiyun felt a tightening around her waist, as a large pale hand appeared from nowhere, suddenly embracing her waist and pulling her back. Lin Shiyun swayed slightly and switched places with Zhou. Then she saw Zhou simply raise his hand and slap the beast across the head. Bang! With a muffled sound, the thunder wolf let out a howl, flipping over onto the ground. An exaggerated damage value appeared above its head. -1,503. Hiss, roar. It let out an unwilling roar, struggling to lift its head, only to see Zhou dressed in a black robe, radiating a cold aura, even provocatively beckoning with his finger. Ow! It opened its large mouth in anger. Terrifying lightning began to brew inside, but just as it formed a lightning sphere, Zhou slapped it, scattering the energy. -1989. Zhou Yu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect his normal damage to be this high. With an attack of only 1,000, not counting armor, even a 50% critical hit wouldn't be this exaggerated, right?
Just as he hesitated, Zhou Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration, remembering he seemed to have a trait called Wolf Pack Domination, which dealt extra damage to wolf-like beings. Most likely, the current situation was due to this. So, Zhou Yu tried to step up to the beast once more and slapped it again.
Smack! Minus 1832.
The terrifying damage value confirmed his guess, and just as Zhou Yu raised his arm to give the creature another hit, Lin Shiyun suddenly peeked her head out from behind him, looking at the Thunder Wolf with sympathy. I beg you, agree to my contract and be obedient, otherwise, he can kill you easily.
Ow! Woo!
The Thunder Wolf looked up at Zhou Yu's hand hovering in midair, and finally, let out a miserable cry and began to weep. Lightning tears the size of beans started to roll down from the corners of its eyes.
Woo, who did I offend?
I just got slapped on sight. I was just trying to eat, and nearly got killed.
Is protecting my food really my fault? Boo-hoo! That's instinct. Boo-hoo!
In a deeply wronged inner monologue, the Thunder Wolf's forehead actively sparkled with light, merging into Lin Shiyun's body.
The contract summoner's image emerged at that moment.
Woof! The Thunder Wolf, after being contracted, actually knelt down, lying in front of Lin Shiyun, making sounds like a submissive puppy.
This contrast even made Zhou Yu quite impressed. The nature of a sycophant is truly extraordinary. Good, stop crying, he didn't do it on purpose.
Lin Shiyun gently stroked its head, letting out a bell-like laugh. She also didn't expect that the originally dangerous contract would be completed so easily. Feeling the closeness of its master, the Thunder Wolf began to twist and shrink until it transformed into a small snow-white puppy with blue accents, licking Lin Shiyun's palm.
Finally, it was taken into her summoning space for recovery. Thank you so much just now.
Lin Shiyun looked at Zhou Yu and bowed in thanks, but Zhou Yu didn't acknowledge her, revealing a thoughtful expression, suddenly asking Lin Shiyun a completely puzzling question.
Can the Thunder Wolf live again after it dies?
It seemed like she hadn't come back to her senses from the other person's question. If we talk about the essence of elemental beasts, as long as we crush the last core within them, they will truly die. She thought for a moment and said, before that, no matter how injured they are, as long as they are in my summoning space, they can recover, just with varying lengths of time.
Let's go.
Lin Shiyun did not notice the disappointment in Zhou Yu's voice. Originally, he wanted to use this method to exploit a bug and acquire the other person's attributes. But unfortunately, this method was not feasible. After all, not all races can farm the same way as the undead or the demons from the abyss. With Zhou Yu's disappearance, Lin Shiyun also left the transmutation temple. I wonder how the others are doing now. Lin Shiyun murmured to herself, estimating that she had taken several hours to complete her job change. Others had started earlier than her, and if everything went smoothly, they might have already completed their job changes. She subconsciously took out her phone and called the others, except for Zhang Buyu. However, whether it was Su Mei or Su Xiaoqiang, none of them answered, likely still in the process of job changing. Finally, only Lu Rou's phone rang for a long time before being answered.
Rou Jia? Did you finish your job change? Finally, someone answered, and Lin Shiyun instantly became excited and hastily asked. I haven't.
Lu Rou's slightly sad voice came from the phone, making Lin Shiyun's expression change.
Failed?
No, not failed. It's just that this job change task is too difficult, I can't complete it. Lu Rou had initially seemed calm but ended up sounding tearful by the end.
Don't worry, Rou Jia, where are you? I'll come find you. Lin Shiyun pressed for details. I'm at the Transmutation Temple. I'm at the Transmutation Temple too.
After hanging up, not long later, Lin Shiyun saw Lu Rou sitting on the steps of the Transmutation Temple, looking troubled.
What's your task? Lin Shiyun asked directly.
The task is to individually set up a barrier and trap the target for over an hour to complete the task.
Setting up a barrier to trap a target? What target? Lin Shiyun continued, it can't be a monster from the dungeon, right? No.
Lu Rou shook her head, mentioning a name that made Lin Shiyun's expression change drastically. It's the Zombie King of the eastern suburbs.
Wild Boss?
Lin Shiyun exclaimed. As to the east of the Cold City, over 50 kilometers away, was an abandoned charity house that once served no purpose. But unfortunately, it had been contaminated by an abyssal rift, and over time, the space there was affected. Anyone who entered the charity house would die and turn into a zombie, and after consuming their blood, a native zombie became the Zombie King, evolving into a boss. This boss normally wouldn't show up, it would only manifest during large-scale invasions of the charity house, right at the last moment. This meant that for Lu Rou to complete this task, she not only had to trap the Zombie King, but she also had to clear out all the zombies in the charity house first to force it to appear. From Lin Shuyun's knowledge, those were all level 20 or higher monsters, and that wild boss was a level 29 boss level creature. This was practically a dream for Lu Ro, who only knew how to create elemental barriers. Moreover, the requirements for the job change task were very clear. She couldn't team up and could only trap the target alone. Not to mention those wild monsters, just the boss itself could not be trapped by her elemental barriers. It was simply unsolvable. I finally understand why the perfected level can't pass. This is not meant for practitioners like me at all. Although Lu Ro was desperate, she was still clear-headed. Shiryun, I fear I can only give up on this task and choose the normal difficulty instead.
Don't rush, let's think of a way, maybe we can find a solution.
Lin Shiryun contemplated. Sume should be most familiar with the surrounding environment. Why don't we discuss it with her?
Do you have time? There's a time limit of 1 day, it's already been about half a day.
Lu Ro smiled bitterly. It's okay, it's just that I can't reach Sister Sume.
Do you know she changed jobs?
She entered the job change temple together with Su Xiaochang and me.
Lu Ro was stunned for a moment. Haven't they come out yet?
No. Lin Shiryun's expression changed. I called, but couldn't get through.
This.
Lu Ro also stood up and looked towards the job change temple. It seems that the tasks they encountered are very difficult, otherwise they wouldn't take this long to complete.
Let's go ask and see if they've come out or not.
Lin Shiryun and Lu Ro walked back to the job change temple together, and after giving the staff 2,000 star coins, they were able to inquire about the job change situation. The result was that Su Mei and Su Xiaochang had not left the job change temple.
Could it be that, like me, they were transported into space to fight?
A wave of worry rose in Lin Shiryun's heart. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to help at all.
Shiryun, you've completed your job change? Hearing Lin Shiryun's muttering, Lu Ro suddenly reacted and instinctively asked. Yeah, I am already a second job.
What?
Lu Ro's eyes widened in shock. How long has it been? You've finished already?
She thought Lin Shiryun was going to change jobs here, never expecting that the fool was herself. The other person had already completed the job change.
What difficulty did you choose?
I chose the super ultimate level.
Lu Ro wanted to cry. Is this the gap between a genius and me?
No, genius isn't right.
The other side is a monster. According to what she knew, some job change tasks even took days or even months to complete. But how long did they take?
Just a few hours, and at the super ultimate difficulty. It truly was beyond words.
This isn't the time to talk about this.
Xiaochang, Su Xiaochang is out.
Lin Shiryun didn't know how to ease Lu Ro's disappointment, and just then Su Xiaochang's appearance gave her a chance.
Where? As Lu Ro looked up, she saw Su Xiaochang limping and staggering from the entrance. His armor was covered with traces of attacks, he looked dirty and disheveled, with bloodstains left over, his eyes were blank, filled with deep despair.
Su Xiaochang.
Only when he heard someone call his name did he snap back from despair, looking up to see Lu Ro and Lin Shiryun's figures.
Captain, Jia Ro, what are you doing here?
Su Xiaochang's tone was dull, with no trace of the fighting spirit he had before.
Are you all right? Lin Shiryun asked with concern. What was your task? I can't complete it.
The same words as Lu Ro appeared. Su Xiaochang was supported by the two and sat down on a chair. This perfect level task is not something a human can complete, you know?
There are densely packed gargoyles flying in the sky, desperately trying to kill me.
If I hadn't run fast and hidden in a cave while they turned back to stone, I would never have escaped.
Gargoyles? Lin Shiryun's pupils shrank. Are you talking about those bat-like undead creatures? How many? At least 1,000. 1,000? Lu Ro couldn't help exclaiming. Your task isn't to kill them all, is it? One person against 1,000 gargoyles, and they can still fly?
This was even harsher than her task.
It's not that exaggerated.
Su Xiaochang shook his head. The task only requires me to extract the essence of 100 of them.
What?
Lu Ro was speechless. Extracting 100 essences from 1,000 gargoyles was no different from killing 1,000, right?
But, how did you come out? Lin Shiryun asked in confusion. Can you stop midway?
Su Xiaochang smiled self-deprecatingly. Maybe they were afraid I wouldn't complete it, so they gave me a chance to regroup midway when they issued the task. Then if you bought a lot of scrolls and went in to wipe them all out.
Is it really that simple?
Sigh, I thought about it too, but in the task, except for the gear I can wear, they don't allow carrying any non-potion equipment. Su Xiaochang said, I only have 3 days. If I don't return within these 3 days, I'll be directly judged as a failure. The consequence of failure is not just delaying the job transfer mission, I will be forcibly sent back until I die. Hearing this, Lin Shiryun and Lu Ro both shuddered at the same time. No wonder the other looked so desperate when they came out. This is clearly a situation where death is inevitable.
Then, what do you plan to do next? Lin Shiryun didn't know what to say, so she asked. Me? Su Xiaoqiang let out a bitter laugh. I'll go home, have one last gathering with my dad and sister, and then wait to die. I'm afraid your sister's situation isn't looking good either.
Lin Shiyun fell silent for a moment and said something that stirred Su Xiaoqiang's emotions.
My sister? She hasn't come out yet?
Worry surged in Su Xiaoqiang's eyes. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have agreed to challenge the perfect level with her.
If I die, that's fine, but she cannot die.
Don't say that, maybe she's about to complete her job transfer.
Lin Shiyun persuaded, you should go back, Ro and I will wait here.
No, I have to wait for her, I want to see her come out. Su Xiaoqiang shook his head stubbornly. This time, neither Lin Shiyun nor Lu Ro tried to persuade him.
The three of them waited in the job transfer shrine, and soon, Zheng Buyu appeared with a staff in hand.
When she learned that the three chose the perfect level to change their fate, she could no longer sit still. Having passed the elite level 2 transfer by her own strength, she naturally knew what the perfect level meant.
Death was no longer just a word. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed.
Just as everyone was growing anxious, suddenly, a staggering figure stumbled through the corridor entrance of the job transfer hall, drawing gasps from the surrounding staff.
Quick! Someone's still bleeding. It's a fatal injury. Where are the healers? Hurry!
As the crowd stirred, Su Xiaoqiang and the others also looked up, and in the next moment, all their faces changed.
Sister! Su Mei! Su Mei!
The four rushed to the staff's side, only to see Su Mei lying on the ground, her face pale, armor disordered, and her body filled with countless wounds, especially 2 terrifying penetrating wounds on her left rear heart and lower abdomen.
Sister!
Wake up, sister! Su Xiaoqiang shouted desperately, making the nearly fainted Su Mei strain to open her eyes. Upon seeing her brother and Lin Shiyun, she barely managed to smile and struggled to utter 3 words.
I won. After saying that, she fell into darkness, fainting completely. Sister! Su Mei! Make way!
She's not dead yet.
Let the healers save her, everyone, step back. Hurry, the wound is deep, healers, be quick. Oh my, what did she go through? How could she be so badly hurt?
Her blood volume is decreasing, don't wait until it empties, hurry to save her. Luckily her heart is slightly to the right, otherwise, she'd be dead already.
Quick!
Various equipment and professionals rushed to save Su Mei amid shouts. Watching from the side, the four felt heart-wrenched, unable to understand what kind of task would lead to such a result for Su Mei. In the darkness, with her consciousness fading, Su Mei faintly recalled the previous scenes. Who would have thought her task was not just dealing with wild monsters, searching for items, or dungeon challenges, but facing a mirror image that was 10 levels higher than her? That's right, it was herself. Her skills, combat experience, equipment, even the recovery potions were exactly like hers. And it was a full 10 levels higher, completely crushing her in every aspect. Her task goal was not to win but to kill the mirror image. To defeat herself, and it was a self 10 levels higher. Su Mei exhausted all her supplies, not only did she not succeed, but she ended up covered in wounds.
It's useless. In this space, it's either you die or I die. The provocation of the mirror image still lingers in my ears. If I were you, I would give up. After all, that is your luxury. You are just an ordinary mediocre person, yet you wish to shine like a pearl? How ridiculous.
You are nothing but a mirror image, you have no right to mock me.
He. You can't even kill your mirror image, shouldn't you be the one laughed at? Don't be too happy too soon, who can kill whom is still uncertain. You who can't recognize reality, don't you know your ending is death? Ping pong.
2 long swords fiercely clashed in the space, Su Mei was pressed back step by step by the mirror image, her health bar dropped crazily, even the potion replenishment couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption.
I will fight you.
Su Mei's eyes were filled with unwillingness, she struck down heavily with her sword, but unexpectedly, the mirror image easily dodged by just a sidestep. Taking advantage of her moment of imbalance, the mirror image mercilessly thrust a sword from behind her.
Swish!
The long sword pierced her from the back and came out through her chest. Su Mei let out a miserable scream, all her movements halted in an instant. The mirror image seemed to be a brutal person, driving the long sword all the way through, standing behind her and letting out a cold mockery.
See, I told you your ending is, ha!
With a plop, her words were abruptly cut off as she looked down, a long sword surprisingly piercing through Su Mei's lower abdomen, then fiercely piercing into her abdomen.
Ah!
Su Mei let out a dying scream, turning her back to harshly push the other against the wall, the long sword pinning her down tightly. Ignoring the pain, she used all her strength to grab the penetrating sword and bent it, cutting fiercely into the mirror image's artery.
Wow, cough, is it worth it? I am just a mirror image.
Of course it's worth it, even if it means death.
Su Mei's eyes flashed with unprecedented determination. I must complete my job change. Chapter 83, The Ruins of Chaos, Departure, Conquest. In the Valley of the Undead, in front of the giant white bone throne, a beetle figure, almost level with the throne, was crawling on the ground. My lord, in the northern icefield, we can see some shadows of ghouls. The energy of the undead is slightly sparse, there is no sign of new forces in the short distance. The burrow lord let out a deep sound. And to the west, where that giant dragon roosts, we cannot investigate. Only in the south do we have a discovery. What discovery? Zhou Yu, sitting upright, seemed to show a trace of interest. I discovered a large area of chaotic stones in the ruins of a city. I call it the Ruins of Chaos. Ruins of Chaos? Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. What is there? Statues. Many, many statues. The burrow lord seemed to ponder his words. They can move. Moving statues? Gargoyles? After studying many classics, Zhou Yu was no longer ignorant of various abyssal beings. He instantly thought of this possibility from the other's description. Gargoyles, born from the curse of the undead, are evil beings that can petrify. Even if destroyed, they can resurrect as long as their crystal core is not shattered. His crystal core is entirely different from that of elemental beings. It is a product of a curse, it must be obliterated from its imprint to truly disappear. Note, disappear, not die. Because they are inherently immortal beings. If I could control such an army, not only would I have a huge aerial force, but it would also be almost immortal. At this moment, Zhou Yu's heart was moved. I worried that acting would alarm that giant dragon, so I came to report to my lord first. The burrow lord said in a deep voice, their numbers are not few, there should be a community. My lord, do you want me to lead the tribe to fight them? No need. Zhou Yu stood up slowly, controlling the strongest one. Its tribe will become my tribe. Little strong, you come with me. As you command, my lord. Zhou Yu stood on the back of the burrow lord. The other side easily infiltrated underground, constantly moving toward the direction of the rocky ruins. The underground lord's speed was no slower than a swift rush. Before long, when it emerged from the ground, Zhou Yu saw the rocky ruins described by the other. This place might have once been a site for religious buildings, though what was worshipped here is unknown for now. As time passed, the beings worshipped here should have disappeared. All that was left were collapsed buildings and various broken stone statues. The abyss had no sun, and one could only tell the night from the day by the color changes in the sky. As the sky darkened, it signaled the arrival of night. Zhou Yu's gaze swept across. Towering around the distant buildings were large and small white statues, standing like massive bats, with faces resembling demons and strong bodies. At this moment, these statues stood firmly on the ground, some tall, some short, completely still. You stay underground, I will find the leader of the clan. Zhou Yu instructed, and his figure vanished in an instant from the underground lord's sight. He transformed into a shadow and swiftly glided over the ruins of the buildings. Zhou Yu did not hide his presence. Wherever he passed, the stone gargoyles, which were still in statue form, began to tremble and awaken. Ah! They let out sharp cries, their blood-red eyes starting to search for Zhou Yu's figure. However, Zhou Yu paid them no mind and sped deeper into the ruins. At that moment, many gargoyles flapped their wings, seemingly sensing Zhou Yu's location. With a roar, energy began to gather in their mouths, firing off like cannonballs. Gargoyle. Race, Cursed Undead. Level, LV20. Life, 1800. Magic, 800. Attack, 275 to 300. Defense, 10/magic resistance 15%. Attributes, Curse Strike, green, Petrification, green, Stone Wing Dive, green, Stone Skin Enhancement, green. With a glance at their attributes, Zhou Yu gained a clearer understanding of these gargoyles. If one mistakenly thought their physical defense was amazing just by their name, that would be a big mistake. With Stone Skin Enhancement, they naturally possessed up to 15% magic resistance, making their defensive ability quite formidable under large-scale attacks. Their inherent attack power was strong, and they excelled at ranged attacks. The only flaw was that they had low health and average armor, making them weak against physical damage. As he watched these awakened gargoyles attacking him, Zhou Yu smiled slightly. As his foot struck the ground, his figure suddenly appeared and leaped high into the air. Whoosh, he propelled himself several meters into the air, his black robe billowing and gliding as he stayed suspended in midair. Then, taking advantage of the gargoyles not yet reacting, he swept his sword across. Nether Flame Sword Chi/activated. Swoosh, the terrifying flame sword aura spread in the air like a shockwave, swiftly passing through the group of gargoyles. Ah! Sharp, distressing screams surfaced as dozens of gargoyles lost control and fell from the air to the ground. With a crunching sound, they smashed into pieces. Ding! You have slain a gargoyle, experience plus 35. Ding! You randomly plundered attribute, Petrification, green. Ding! You have slain a gargoyle, experience plus 31. Ding! You randomly plundered attribute, Curse Strike, green.
Zhou fell from the air and saw energy crystals the size of fists emanating the power of cursed undead, starting to draw nearby debris to gather around them. At this moment, if he were to go ahead and smash them completely, these gargoyles would naturally perish. But Zhou did not do that. These would all be his subordinates in the future, and wiping them out would be a waste. Turning his head, Zhou leaped once more, launching an attack on the other gargoyles. More and more gargoyles kept falling to the ground, and it seemed impossible to recover anytime soon. Such intense commotion successfully caught the attention of the boss deep within the ruins. Just as Zhou was killing with zeal to plunder the attributes, a shocking tremor echoed from the depths of the ruins. Zhou paused slightly and shifted his gaze toward the source of the tremor. At that moment, he saw a statue, completely different from the other gargoyles, beginning to shake atop a half-collapsed spire. The statue originally seemed to be integrated with the entire spire, nearly impossible to distinguish without close inspection. Now, as the statue shook, countless stone fragments fell away, revealing a massive body as black as crystal beneath. Crash! 2 pairs of black wings suddenly spread open from behind it, and it flew up from the spire. At that moment, Zhou also saw the full appearance of the creature. Chapter 84, Want to leave? Come down here. In its hand, it held a slender weapon resembling a staff, its head akin to that of a demon, possessing 3 pairs of eyes, but only one pair was open. Its upper body took on a human form, while its lower body resembled that of a lion. The entire being was carved from obsidian, exuding an incredibly powerful energy wave. Obsidian Destroyer Boss. Race, Cursed Undead. Level, LV 30. Life, 50,000. Magic, 36,000. Attack, 500 to 635. Defense, 15/magic resistance 30%. Attributes, Crystallization Breath, blue, Curse Drain, blue, Obsidian Cage, blue, Petrification Curse, blue, Destruction Torrent, blue. Zhou couldn't help but be stunned when he saw its stats, realizing this was the first time he encountered a boss in the Abyss world. Moreover, even though it was only LV 30, it had as much health as a boss in a dungeon, with 50,000 health points. Just so you know, even the strongest health of cave lords only reached a few thousand. He originally thought only beings in human realms could have such health bonuses in dungeons. But now it seemed otherwise. Perhaps I can ask it some questions. Before Zhou's self-talk finished, the creature had already torn through the void and appeared in front of him. Why have you invaded my territory? The obsidian destroyer flapped its wings, not attacking directly but questioning instead. Does invading need a reason? Zhou looked at it and said, you could choose to submit to me directly, that would save us all time. Roar ha ha. It erupted in a deafening laugh. I, Kogut Miller, have never heard anyone dare to speak to me like that in this forsaken land. Energy began to surge from its fully obsidian wings. To thank you, I will turn you into a statue, and keep you here for my enjoyment. Swish! The enormous staff in its hand raised up, and a terrifying dark light brewed within, transforming into a meteor-like beam directed at Zhou. Crystallization Breath, blue, not only contained massive magical power and damage but also carried the obsidian curse. If hit, the body would crystallize, significantly reducing movement and attack speed. Seeing this, Zhou stepped wrong, his figure turning into an ethereal shadow disappearing from the ground, while the creature's attack missed in an instant. Boom! A muffled sound erupted from where Zhou had just stood, creating a nearly 10-meter ditch. Ha ha! Pretty powerful, but unfortunately, your aim is a bit off. Zhou revealed himself and looked up at the obsidian destroyer, taunting. You're too happy too soon. Kogut Miller let out a low growl, and soon another wave of energy brewed within the staff. A similar attack surged again. However, this time, it was not just one beam, but one after another. A torrential rain of destruction energy poured down. A thick mist directly enveloped this vast area. Zhou's expression changed, and he instinctively dodged, but even with his speed, he could not escape the fate of being struck. He saw half of his arm hit by energy, beginning to stiffen visibly and even crystallize. Ha ha ha. How does it feel? Kogut Miller let out a wild laugh. Not so good being affected by crystallization, huh? Taking advantage of Zhou's slowed movements, Kogut Miller's staff suddenly began to brew again, and with just a flick of one hand, it directly enveloped several nearby gargoyles. The gargoyles let out a terrible scream, their magic power being instantly drained, and at this moment, Kogut Miller's 4 tightly closed eyes opened wide. Buzz! 4 eyes simultaneously locked onto Zhou, who felt a mysterious force enveloping his entire body, and then a complex mark emerged above his head. At that moment, all drained magic power was consumed in an instant. Petrification Curse. Any target marked will be completely cursed and turned into a statue during the curse's effect. There are ways to be immune to this curse, either having high enough magic resistance to withstand all effects with one's own life force, or using the same source of the curse to counteract it. Or, one may need to be at a level high enough to ignore the curse altogether.
In Kogut Miller's view, Joyu, in this forsaken land, could not possibly ignore his curse. So being petrified was an inevitable fate. Sure enough, at the instant the light enveloped him, Joyu's body began to turn to stone uncontrollably, even frozen in a running posture. Ha ha! Kogut Miller laughed maniacally, seeming happier than he had ever been in this place. He flapped his four wings and slowly descended from the air, as the surrounding gargoyles respectfully retreated, guarding from a distance. Kogut Miller moved toward Joyu's statue, his fierce eyes seemingly measuring his trophy. However, before he could admire it, a crack suddenly appeared on the statue. Kogut Miller was momentarily stunned, and at that moment, the ground cracked, and walls of rock rose from the earth, as if they intended to encircle him. Not good. Kogut Miller hissed, and with a flutter of his wings, he attempted to fly away, but just as he did, the ground beneath him suddenly split open, and two massive lava hands shot out, grabbing him. Lava hands could not hold him for long, but in that brief moment, a colossal figure suddenly burst forth from the cracked ground. The Earth Lord, upon seeing the opponent, erupted. Earth spikes. Sizzle. Countless spikes shot up, piercing into Kogut Miller's body, dealing damage while causing a brief dizziness. Crack. Kogut Miller was shocked to discover that Joyu, who had already been petrified, had his head crushed, revealing cold white bones with flickering soul fire inside. The opponent merely looked at him indifferently, as if whispering. The curse of wrath took effect. Countless tendril-like magic patterns wrapped around and immobilized him, forming a prison, and at this moment, the rock core above them also closed in. Indeed, this powerful defensive phrase was now being used by Joyu as a jail to trap the obsidian destroyer. Crash! He broke free from the shards of petrification, and the eye of wrath in his forehead opened. Am I, who suffers from grievances all the time, going to be petrified by your curse? Ridiculous! As his voice fell, a brilliant beam of wrathful deathlight shot out from the vertical eye on his forehead, directly enveloping the obsidian destroyer. Ah! As terrifying damage exploded, Miller let out a painful howl. He flapped his wings, suddenly breaking free from the binds of the lava hands and the curse of wrath prison. He was angry, he hated, but he did not lose his reason. As long as he escaped from here, occupying the sky, he could easily sweep away his opponent. However, before he could react, a mysterious force field suddenly struck. Want to leave? Get down here. Chapter 85, Petrifying Curse, Disturbing the Giant Dragon. Super Gravity Field, Blue, activated. The powerful force field instantly enveloped the obsidian destroyer. To seize this opportunity, Joyu burned his magic power madly and directly applied 4 times the gravity on the opponent. Obsidian itself was heavy enough, and being 4 times its own weight caused it to crash heavily to the ground, unable to lift itself no matter how hard it struggled. Next awaited it was Joyu's storm of attacks. The first to rise from the ground was the skeleton swordsman, followed closely by the skeleton staff monk. Facing this boss, Joyu was not foolish enough to challenge it alone. If possible, saving effort was the best approach. Although the output of the skeleton swordsman and skeleton staff monk was limited, their numbers quickly dealt considerable damage to the obsidian destroyer. Immediately after, Joyu and Little Chang unleashed their corrosive breath simultaneously, directly reducing the opponent's armor. The corrosive swarm could not only attack but also continuously restore their health, ensuring that the opponent had no means to instantly kill them in a short time. After doing all this, Joyu also cast Evil Frenzy, boosting himself and his summon legion. He then stepped forward, and the long sword in his hand sword, charging towards the opponent. Sword Chi Heavy Slash followed by Infernal Flame Sword Chi Slash into Rapid Wind Ghost Wolf Step to retreat, then into Flame Blade Whirl to complete the first round of explosion. Grudge Roar interrupted the opponent's spell resistance, followed by another round of output. At this moment, the drifting spores began to invade the body of the obsidian destroyer, but the opponent's body was entirely made of obsidian, offering formidable defenses against the spores. Joyu summoned his soul-binding spores again to invade the opponent's soul. The opponent's soul was also tenacious but could still cause delays and block spellcasting. Taking advantage of this time, under his leadership, the Pit Lord attacked head-on, with the skeleton staff monk and skeleton swordsman providing flanking fire, while he continuously shot arrows from the back, unleashing terrifying damage. He watched as the opponent's health dropped from 50,000 to below 10,000. Unable to withstand it, the obsidian destroyer suddenly emitted a soul-rending roar, and the terrifying impact completely obliterated the skeleton swordsman, while the skeleton staff monk's health was instantly depleted. The massive Pit Lord was also sent flying by it. Damn it, damn it! The freed Kogut Miller roared, spreading his 4 wings. Sharp wings like blades tore the prison formed by the rock core apart, and his body soared, beginning to prepare a more powerful skill. I will make you know how tragic the fate of offending me is. He raised the enormous staff in his hand, ready to unleash a devastating blow at Joyu, but at that moment, Joyu just glanced coldly at him, then flicked his finger. Holy Flame Blade Storm. Activated. Boom. A pure white terrifying storm twisted and emerged from the void, instantly tearing through the entire void and illuminating everything. In the dragon's lair far away in the Wulong Mountains, the giant dragon that had been sleeping seemed to sense this fluctuation and suddenly opened its dragon eyes. No! No! Kogut Miller roared in unwillingness, not expecting to die here so easily. He never imagined that someone could unleash such sacred magic in the abyss. Ding! You have slain the Obsidian Destroyer, experience plus 2195. Ding! You randomly plundered the item, Petrifying Curse, blue. Only a curse? Zhou Yu felt a bit disappointed upon hearing the prompt. He had wanted that destructive torrent item. But this time, clearly, luck was not on his side, and he did not obtain this entry right away. But it didn't matter. Looking at the obsidian crystal on the ground, as large as a heart, Zhou Yu knew that as long as he could control the weak soul within this crystal, he could completely dominate the other party. The soul-binding spores flew in without any hesitation, directly taking advantage of the other party's incredibly weak state to start reproducing. At this moment, Zhou Yu's gaze scanned the surroundings, and he suddenly froze for a moment. This is equipment? Next to the enormous staff, amidst the shattered obsidian crystals, a longsword unexpectedly fell out. Zhou Yu walked over, and instantly a prompt appeared. Ding! You have picked up a weapon, Obsidian King's Sword, gold. Obsidian King's Sword. Type, weapon. Attack, 380 to 400. Attributes, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50, Spirit plus 150. Effect, Crystallization Curse, Royal Command. Crystallization Curse, attack carries a curse effect, can cause crystallization on wounds, reducing movement speed and attack speed. Royal Command, holding the King's Sword grants the ability to command gargoyles. Zhou Yu subconsciously replaced the longsword in his hand with the Obsidian King's Sword, and to his surprise, this longsword automatically adapted to his 2-meter-2 height. At the same time, even his attribute panel began to change. In an instant, his attack power broke through 1,000 from 700. At the same time, the gargoyle army that had originally planned to attack him after he killed their leader suddenly stopped, all falling from the sky and showing signs of submission. Zhou Yu looked at these gargoyles and showed a slight smile. This saves me the trouble of slaughtering. Everyone stand straight. Now He was just about to try something, but suddenly his expression changed, and he looked towards the sky beyond the ruins. There, a massive figure with wings spreading like storm clouds was rapidly approaching. It blocked the sun, like an apocalyptic storm sweeping in. It's that dragon. Run! Zhou Yu had no confidence in being able to withstand it, and he couldn't withstand it at all. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and jumped into the nearby crack in the earth. At the same time, Little Strong began to dig madly, escaping. Boom! An astonishing roar came from behind, and a terrifying icy current crazily spread through the crack below. Even though Zhou Yu was escaping fast enough, he could still feel the incredibly terrifying force being unleashed. He instinctively looked back and saw a horrifying scene. The crack within a radius of hundreds of meters was completely frozen, with menacing ice spikes growing wildly, like the claws of a gigantic dragon. Zhou Yu and Little Strong continued to dive down, not knowing how long they had been sinking, until the breath of frost finally completely faded. Stop! Zhou Yu did not dare let Little Strong move again, fearing that the sound of digging might attract attention. If it rampaged here, he would not be able to bear it. After a long time, confirming that the disturbance had not reappeared, Zhou Yu finally allowed Little Strong to continue digging deeper into the earth and returned to the valley. Until he sat on the throne, Zhou Yu slowly recovered from the shock he had just experienced. Just wait, it won't be long before you know my strength. Zhou Yu looked towards the Wulong mountain range and secretly vowed. But before that, he had to organize the entries he had obtained and see if he could edit some decent entries. Chapter 86, Petrified Obsidian Sacrifice Altar, Red. Sitting on the bone throne, Zhou Yu directly opened his entry editing interface, fresh plundered entries continuously appearing before him. Petrification Curse, blue, Curse Shock, green, Petrification, green, Stone Wings Dive, green, Stone Skin Enhancement, green, Shadow Strike, green, Corruption Shield, green, Thornbind, green, Heavy Armor, green, Poison Fang Bite, green. Shadow Sacrifice, blue, Corrosive Self-Explosion, green, Dark Judgment, blue. He gained countless terms, all obtained from previously defeating monsters and plundering them. Of course, some terms were quite good, and Zhou Yu did not plan to consume them, like the Dark Moonstar Falling, red, he previously plundered from the witch. This term is indeed a genuine red term. Without considering the holy attribute of the Holy Flame Blade Storm, its damage is even more terrifying than that of the opponent, with a wider range. And the Dark Judgment, blue, obtained from the Corrupted King is a single target sword technique, which Zhou Yu also chose to keep. The remaining terms could be freely combined, perhaps they could give birth to some powerful new terms. Zhou Yu stroked his chin and began to experiment with the terms in front of him. Petrification plus Heavy Armor equals Stone Armor, green. Shadow Slash plus Venomous Bite equals Shadow Fang Cut, green. Shadow Sacrifice plus Thorns Binding equals Thorns Shadow Altar, blue. Zhou Yu repeatedly combined and experimented,
and after his own pondering and constant wasting, he finally succeeded in combining two terms that he felt were relatively useful.
Stone Black Obsidian Sacrifice Altar, red. Dark Corruption Judgment Cut, blue.
The latter is a brand new slash that Joyu painstakingly edited, using Dark Judgment as the main source, and when Joyu tried it just now, its power was even stronger than Dark Judgment. Honestly, he wanted to make it a bit better. Ideally, he hoped to elevate it to the level of a red term. This would be his greatest trump card for a single target term. This was also the problem Joyu faced when confronting the Obsidian Destroyer. The Holy Flame Bladestorm is indeed powerful but can only be used once in a wave and cannot be cast again within a short time. In comparison, the Netherflame Sword Chi Slash has decent damage and can be cast multiple times. This way, when facing the Obsidian boss, he could even use the Holy Flame Bladestorm as a trump card and purely rely on his slashes to kill the opponent or force the opponent into a second phase. But ideals are fat, while reality is skinny. This new term is good, but it still does not meet Joyu's expectations.
As for the former, this is a product entirely edited by Joyu at random. Simply put,
this term is a one-time term that can summon a sacrificial altar, but he has no idea who the target of the sacrifice is. It should be related to the Obsidian Destroyer, and as for the items used for the sacrifice, they have a direct relationship with what he sacrifices. As for whether it's good or bad, Joyu has no way of knowing. If it were any other term, it might be fine, but the problem is, it's a red term.
To say he wasn't envious would be a lie. But what to sacrifice, Joyu didn't know. There is only one chance, and I can't even try. Joyu stroked his chin and glanced at Avanti not far away. Should he sacrifice him?
Aha! Avanti had been respectfully kneeling on the ground, but suddenly he felt a chill all over his body. Instinctively looking up, he saw Joyu staring at him, and his heart felt even more uneasy.
He quickly bowed and then said with great enthusiasm, "Great master, do you have any orders for Avanti?"
Nothing. Go tell Xiao Chang to closely monitor the movements of the dragon."
"As you command, my lord."
Avanti felt a sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly ran out of the valley.
No, what if after the sacrifice, a twisted monster appears?
Joyu quietly muttered as he watched Avanti disappear. Since the sacrifice is directly related to the item being sacrificed, why not? Joyu suddenly glanced at his own legs where he sat. How about sacrificing myself? This thought was bold, but once it emerged, Joyu felt a little restless. Of course, he could directly sacrifice himself. In his mind, he could completely exchange his own skeleton out, except for the head. It should be no problem. Joyu looked at himself. With a medium-level Reaper, no, it has already merged into a high-level Reaper, blue, entry, which can completely restore my damaged parts in a short time. Very good, let's do it this way. The bolder a person is, the more they can achieve. Joyu decisively decided to try it on himself. He raised his hand and slapped his body, instantly removing a section of his lower leg. Joyu used the King of Black Obsidian sword to sever it, then chopped it into pieces, and with a casual gesture, called over a batch of swaying skeleton soldiers. With a big mouth open, he started to devour the energy within. A magical scene appeared. The bones he had lost were visibly growing back at a remarkable speed. After this attempt, Joyu was even more convinced that this method would work. So he began to strike another lower leg, foot, thigh, hip, spine, and even finally changed his cervical vertebrae. A huge number of skeleton soldiers turned to ashes to make up for his losses, but Joyu didn't care. When he fully recovered again, Joyu looked at the shattered bones that had been smashed into a pile in front of him. This should work, right?
Joyu whispered to himself and directly activated the entry. Petrified Black Obsidian Sacrifice Altar, red, activated.
Buzz. Below his feet, dark runes spread out like the 8 trigrams, then interconnected, forming complex rune arrays. At the same time, a mysterious, eerie aura emerged from it.
Ding!
The altar has been activated, please add sacrifice items. A prompt arrived. Joyu looked at the vast array in front of him, then at his own bones. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and pushed, causing all the bones to fall into the center of the altar. Begin the sacrifice. I want to see what effect this red entry's sacrifice can have. Buzz. As Joyu recited the incantation, the originally massive sacrifice altar suddenly burst forth with radiant light. All the runes seemed to come alive, emitting a luster like black crystal, which enveloped the sacrificed bones. Immediately, a strange scene occurred. The bones silently sublimated and disappeared. Before Joyu could react, he suddenly felt his expression freeze, as if his soul was being pulled, and he was suddenly drawn into the altar.
What's going on?
Joyu's expression changed, feeling that he might have gone too far.
Chapter 87, Death's Domain and Eroded Wings, Purple, Master of the Death Realm.
A strong feeling of weightlessness struck him, and when Joyu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast void space. Where is this? The abyss? Or the power of the altar? Joyu had no time to wonder. He suddenly felt his consciousness start to fall, as if penetrating through countless voids, arriving within a massive palace, or perhaps a temple. The entire temple was made of black obsidian, radiating a mysterious, terrifying aura. His gaze fell upon a massive black obsidian statue placed right in the center of the temple. This statue resembled the shape of the black obsidian destroyer but differed in that it had not 4 wings, but 4 pairs. A terrifying power emanated from this statue, as if it could tear everything apart. And the twisted sacrifice power he generated was pushing him toward that statue. It seemed as if he was being devoured. Devouring me? Zhou felt a chill in his heart. He didn't know much else, but he knew that if he was completely absorbed by this statue, there would probably be no chance of escape. No, I cannot sit and wait for my demise. So Zhou began to try to stop the sacrifice, but compared to the will contained in that massive statue, his own will seemed incredibly small and laughable. What to do? My will is not enough. Who can help me strengthen my will? Zhou's mind raced rapidly, almost instinctively seeking help from his own abilities. Faithful Control, activated. Grudge Devour, activated. Buzz. It seemed that the Avanti in the Valley of the Dead sensed something, suddenly looking up toward the valley. In the next moment, his will began to uncontrollably converge toward it. My lord needs help. Skeleton mages, contribute your will. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As if sensing something, countless skeleton mages' wills simultaneously flowed into the sacrificial altar. In an instant, Zhou felt his will seem to strengthen, but it was still not enough. Will, I need more will. Zhou growled, beginning to gather more willpower incessantly. But having only the skeleton mages and Avanti's wills was far from sufficient. Little strong, sacrifice your will. Cavern demons, all of you, sacrifice. Buzz. In an instant, various wills were thrown into the altar, converging towards Zhou. Not enough, far from enough. Even if Zhou simply wanted to stop the sacrifice, the gathered wills were still insufficient. At that moment, the gargoyle from the ruins also felt this wave, along with the recently recovered miller, whose 6 eyes opened simultaneously. How can my lord enter the realm of the gods? Kogut Miller was stunned, almost instinctively offering his own will. My lord, gather more will, or you will be devoured by the statue and will never be able to return. Upon hearing Kogut Miller's warning, Zhou immediately understood, starting to frantically mobilize all the powers he could. Demonic monk monastery, corrupted spider den, corrupted king, ghouls, skeleton soldiers. All available powers began to be mobilized madly. At this moment, the demonic monk leader, the cavern lord, the obsidian destroyer, Avanti, the corrupted king, the corrupted spider mother Organic, plus Zhou's own will completely merged and strengthened. Finally, as Zhou's will approached the giant statue, his true body, standing still in the valley of the dead, suddenly opened a third eye in his forehead, and a thick, pale deathlight shot out fiercely. Sizzle! The white light shot through the altar directly from Zhou's consciousness, penetrating everything, suddenly crashing into one side of the statue's wings. Drip! Drip! Like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, this light created ripples inside the temple, causing the countless closed eyes in front of the statue to tremble slightly, as if showing signs of waking. At this moment, Zhou's consciousness sensed a loosening. Now is the time. He successfully cut off the sacrificial connection, and his entire consciousness was suddenly uncontrollably pulled away, wanting to leave this space. Just as Zhou was about to disappear, he seemed to sense something falling from the void, instinctively reaching out to grab it, then directly vanishing into the altar. Buzz! Zhou suddenly opened his eyes wide, watching as the massive altar in front of him began to crumble inch by inch, ultimately disappearing amidst a tremor. Looking at the panel, the entry for that altar had completely turned gray. But Zhou did not feel regret. Instead, his gaze fell on his palm, which surprisingly held a feather made of obsidian. This is the feather dropped by the opponent? Zhou whispered to himself. He naturally wouldn't think he had brought it down, because that giant statue could not have been shaken even slightly by his consciousness. All he did was cause a vibration, and conveniently saw the feather drop and grabbed it. But what use is this feather? Before Zhou could ponder, suddenly the feather in his palm melted like flowing water, completely merging into his palm. Zhou felt his body tremble, and there were signs of turning into obsidian. Surrender! Realm of Death! Master! Assimilate! Sacrifice! Chaotic thoughts slammed into Zhou's brain like echoes, making it impossible for him to hold on, no matter how hard he tried. Just as he was about to lose control completely, a prompt suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Host's consciousness is fading, defensive mechanism activating, plundering. Ding! Consciousness erased, successfully plundered entry, wing of the devoured realm, purple. With the appearance of the prompt, all thoughts instantly vanished, as if forcibly erased, and Zhou was thrilled to find he had directly acquired a brand new entry. Purple? Seeing the color of the entry, Zhou couldn't help but gasp. He wanted a red entry, but unexpectedly, he had obtained a purple entry. Wing of the Devoured Realm, purple, a pair of black wings from the Master of the Devoured Realm, granting flying ability upon appearance, magic resistance 100%, below the 9th level, not including the 9th level, skill enhancement 100%, non-holy light, agility plus 300%, strength plus 200%, spirit plus 100%, skill enhancement 100%, casting strong dispel, and ignoring any curse or lock-on skills, while also significantly restoring life by devouring death energy. Note, once activated, it will alert the Master of the Devoured Realm. Consequences unknown, use with caution. Ha! What does this mean? After seeing the powerful effect of the purple entry, Zhou hadn't even had time to rejoice before reading the note. Could it be that once alerted, he would be pulled back to that temple? If that were the case, wouldn't he be in serious trouble? Zhou possessed a spirit of adventure, especially after learning the system could help him fight back, making this adventurous spirit even stronger. So, without hesitation, he activated his entry. In an instant, 2 massive wings made entirely of obsidian spread from his back as a tingling sensation coursed through him, and all his attributes began to soar. With a flap of his wings, his figure soared into the sky. At the same time, the moment Zhou revealed his wings, in an unknown void far away, the closed eyes of a statue of the Master of the Devoured Realm suddenly opened. Who dares to defile me, damn it? Chapter 88, Black Flame Judgment, Red, fortunately, you encountered me. Buzz. Within that gaze, it seemed a light pierced through the void, and in the next moment, a black vortex suddenly formed above the Valley of the Undead where Zhou was located. Fortunately, Zhou had long been prepared. As soon as he saw the vortex appear, he quickly retracted his wings. Without the wings, it was as if he had lost the coordinate of the punishment. The vortex disappeared. After repeated attempts, Zhou finally confirmed that he could safely use this entry for 30 seconds. That's right, only 30 seconds, and the opponent could break through countless barriers to find him. And the opponent was merely a divine messenger, not a true god. If a divine messenger can produce a purple entry, then what about a true god? Wouldn't that be a golden entry? Zhou's eyes showed no fear, instead, he felt excitement. He loved this feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife, especially being able to profit from a divine messenger. Calming down, Zhou gradually recovered from the joy of the purple entry. Although the Wing of the Devoured Realm, purple, was powerful, it could only be considered a trump card, and he could not use it unless absolutely necessary. After all his effort, he had gotten nothing else but this? Should I try again? With the thrill of taking risks fresh in his mind, Zhou couldn't resist the urge to act. He looked at the entries he possessed, locking his gaze directly on the dark flame sword Chi/. To ensure the continued use of this entry, he directly edited it using this specific entry as the base. What should I choose? Zhou rubbed his chin and finally gritted his teeth, directly consuming the entry Dark Corrosive Judgment / Blue. Ding! Fusion complete, obtained entry, Black Flame Judgment, Red. Black Flame Judgment, Red. Black fire tempered by the abyss can turn everything to ashes. A powerful single-target attack keyword, attacking with burning, locking, and corrosive threefold effects, cannot be dodged, dual damage to the soul and body. The only pity is that it only works on a single target. It worked! Zhou raised his arm in a shout, his heart filled with excitement that was almost impossible to express. He had spent most of his accumulated keywords, thinking it was useless, but unexpectedly, at the last moment, he finally created a red keyword. And it was a very powerful single-target attack keyword. Without even trying, Zhou could feel the terrifying impact it would produce when used. If he also used his purple keyword for a 100% skill enhancement, coupled with a critical strike effect, he couldn't even imagine the damage. Whew! He simulated the action of exhaling, feeling very relieved inside. The only thing left that worried him was the nearby giant dragon and the Lord of the Dead who was lurking somewhere, keeping an eye on him. But it didn't matter, this was the cost of becoming stronger. Being hesitant was never his style. Time flowed, he did not know how long it had been. When Xiao Chang returned with the news that the dragon was just venting in the rocky ruins and had not affected other areas, he finally felt at ease. However, the obsidian destroyer had not completely recovered yet, and he needed more time to reap the benefits. At this stage, Zhou was already very satisfied. So he continued to refill the resentment he had consumed in the Valley of the Undead and waited for a message from Keguda Miller. Unexpectedly, before he could receive the message, a summoning vortex appeared. Isn't that girl supposed to have a second summon beast? Why is she looking for me? Zhou murmured, quickly disappearing into the summoning vortex. When Zhou's vision cleared again, he found himself not in a dungeon but in a spacious bedroom, filled with rich pink decorations. Zhou looked around and saw Zhang Buyu, Su Xiaoqiang, and Lu Rou. His gaze finally landed on Lin Shiyun, giving her a warning look. You better have something important to say, otherwise. I do have something. Lin Shiyun met Zhou's gaze anxiously and said, Sister Su Mei was injured, and it's very serious. Several healers came before, but it didn't work, we can't find another way. As she spoke, her voice carried a sobbing tone.
I beg you, can you please try? Me? Zhou was taken aback. It was the first time he heard someone asking the undead for help to save a life. I'm good at harvesting souls, but saving souls is not my strength. Zhou did want to help, after all. The other party hadn't brought him trouble in their previous collaborations, and she was quite easy to get along with, not to mention pretty. If it didn't cost much, he could help. He just really wasn't good at this, so he shook his head. No, Mr. Zhou, please let me explain. Suddenly, Su Xiaoqiang fell to his knees with a thud. We found the best healer in the whole cold city, but although they healed her wounds, sister didn't wake up no matter what. The conclusion from the consultations was that she was seriously injured, resulting in damage to her soul, which caused this situation. He looked up, his face full of sincerity, and said, Mr. Zhou, I'm not going to live much longer anyway. Can you help restore my soul to my sister? She just succeeded in her job change, she shouldn't die just like this. Yes, Mr. Zhou, please help Sister Sumei. Lu Ro's eyes were filled with tears as she spoke in a trembling voice. Zheng Buyu beside her opened her mouth. I beg you, I. Her cheeks flushed, and after several attempts, she could only bow slightly in a gesture of respect to Zhou. Zhou didn't reply. Instead, he looked towards the doorway, where Zhang Jigang and Su Yonghe were standing far away. Seeing Zhou's gaze, Su Yonghe didn't know what to say. Just hugged his fist towards Zhou. Zhou withdrew his gaze and turned towards the head of the bed, where Sumei, with short hair, was lying wrapped in bandages, her eyes tightly closed as if trapped in deep sleep. Zhou had never saved anyone, but he could first check the state of her soul. With a thought, Zhou directly communicated with the lurking soul-binding spores, and the mother tree within her soul began to connect. Soon, his consciousness seemed to be able to start observing her soul through the spores. Upon looking, Zhou clearly discovered that her soul seemed intact, but there was an unexpected situation. A connected shadow had actually split from her soul. This soul appeared weak but was firmly rooted in Sumei's soul like an insistent parasite. It was precisely because of its existence that Sumei remained trapped in sleep. What has she experienced? Zhou turned and asked. She was injured during a job change mission, but we are not clear about the specifics. Su Xiaoqiang quickly replied, but we have checked the strategy for all second job players' missions. Possible situations include dungeon battles, curses, soul skills, mirror combats, and mental shocks. Mirror combat? Zhou listened to his description and suddenly felt that the state of that soul was somewhat similar. The so-called mirror was not a mirror at all, but a kind of self-awareness that had split from her soul. In other words, even if she killed the opponent and completed the job change, she still failed. Because she would be continuously disturbed by her own split self-awareness, even if she did not die, she would suffer from a split personality. Fortunately, you ran into me. Chapter 89, borrowing from you, perhaps it might help a bit. Zhou murmured softly, then suddenly looked towards the door, where a stream of spores was rising. She can wake up, but it will come at a cost. What cost? Su Yonghe pushed the door open and entered, followed by Zhang Jigang. Submit. Zhou said only 2 words, which caused the expressions of the two to change. Submit? Submit to whom? Su Yonghe glanced at Zhang Jigang, who gave a subtle signal with his eyes, indicating that it was to submit to Zhou. My daughter, submitting to a necromancer? Otherwise? Do you have another way? The one from the 9th level guild isn't known for healing either, don't mention he hasn't arrived yet. Even if he did, he might not be able to save her. Besides, can your daughter wait until that time? Zhou did not rush to act, he wasn't very interested in controlling a second job human. But if he used the soul-binding spores to devour the split soul, to ensure Sumei's original soul remained intact, he could only fuse with it. This would require her to completely submit to him. He was indifferent, so he wanted her family to make the decision. This waiting did not last long. After a long sigh, Su Yonghe suddenly nodded at Zhou. Her mother passed away early, and I am not a qualified father, but I want her to live, so I suppose I am selfish. He cupped his fists towards Zhou. Thank you, sir. Quite decisive indeed. Zhou withdrew his gaze and walked to the head of the bed. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he extended his finger and gently tapped Sumei's forehead. He actually did not need to do this, but to avoid anyone discovering that he had already planted the soul-binding spores in her soul, he could only put on a show. Buzz, in an instant, the directed soul-binding spores began to spread towards the split shadow of the soul, devouring, splitting, then devouring again, then splitting again. Faintly, Zhou could even sense the unwilling struggle of that self-awareness within the soul, but it was ruthlessly eradicated by him. What a joke, having just witnessed the divine envoy, how could he be influenced by such awareness? Ah! With a phantom-like scream, the consciousness within the soul was completely devoured. But the enormous soul-binding spores did not leave, instead, they directly fused with Sumei at the position of the gap. Under the gaze of everyone, the still unconscious Sumei suddenly let out a soft sigh and slowly opened her eyes. Sumei! Sister! Sister Su-mei. Amidst the greetings, Su-mei finally realized her situation. Dad, Xiao Chang, Shi-yun, Buyu, Ro-ro, Uncle Zhang. She called out the names one by one, which made Su-yong, and whose eyes turned red, nearly in tears. Oh, daughter, how are you? Su-yong asked with concern. Su-mei slightly felt her changes, and suddenly her gaze turned to the figure wrapped in a black robe, Zhou Yu. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and then she surprisingly pushed herself up with both hands, forcing herself to sit up from the bed. Oh, daughter, what are you doing? Su-yong reached out to help, but was pushed away by Su-mei's hand. Then, wearing her pink princess pajamas and barefoot, she got off the bed and, under everyone's watchful eyes, knelt on one knee before Zhou Yu. Su-mei, I greet my master. Affected by the soul-binding spores, she only wished to submit to Zhou Yu at this moment. Silence, stillness, even though everyone had somewhat anticipated this change, but when they really saw it, they still felt a surge of emotions. A human, submitting to an undead being, gave them a huge shock. Zhou Yu calmly enjoyed all of this. In his eyes, he had given her a new life, and her submission was natural. With the fused power, your spiritual attributes will see a significant increase. What is your new class after the promotion? Su-mei, kneeling on one knee, replied without hesitation, reporting to my master, I have successfully gained the hidden class and promoted to Mirror Shield Swordmaster. Mirror Shield Swordmaster? Everyone gasped in surprise. Before, Su-mei was just an ordinary warrior class. Unexpectedly, after surviving a deadly trial, she had truly succeeded in advancing to a hidden class. Very good. You will be useful in the future. Zhou Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging her new class. What about you all? Zhou Yu looked at the others, except for Zhang Buyu and Lin Shi-yun, Lu Ro and Su Xiaochang had no outcomes yet. I can't complete it. Su Xiaochang showed a relieved smile, but seeing my sister become a hidden class, it's worth it. Why can't you complete it? Because. Su Xiaochang bitterly recounted his promotion task, and upon hearing it, even Su Yon looked troubled. As a second-class career, how could he possibly deal with so many gargoyles? Su Yon lamented for his son, this is simply murder. The others fell silent as well. After all, Su-mei could still find a way. While Su Xiaochang's promotion task was almost unsolvable, he had to solve everything by himself, equip himself with gear, and carrying scrolls was simply not feasible. Even using drugs wouldn't help. At this moment, suddenly Zhou Yu raised his hand and a black longsword appeared out of nowhere. Everyone was attracted by Zhou Yu's action. Su Yong almost thought he was going to make a move right there. But Zhou Yu merely handed the other end of the longsword to Su Xiaochang, borrowing this, it might be somewhat useful. Me? Su Xiaochang stared at the black longsword for a moment, instinctively wanting to refuse, but after thinking that the other party was able to revive his sister, he hesitated and accepted the longsword. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, if I survive this, I will also pledge my loyalty to you. Zhou Yu did not respond, but turned to look at the last Lu Ro. And you? Me? Lu Ro hesitated for a moment and subconsciously revealed her task against the East District Zombie King. One person, and you have to control it, right? Zhou Yu looked at Lu Ro. How much time is left? Less than 2 hours. Lu Ro looked at Zhou Yu. She had originally lost hope. After all, compared to Su-mei's life hanging by a thread, she was merely facing a failed task. Until now, she had not thought of a way at Su-mei's place. But when Zhou Yu heard her words, he just turned and walked outside, a line of text floating out behind him. Hurry up, we should make it. The East Suburb Zombie King, right? Zhou Yu just hoped it could have some entries he admired. What? Lu Ro's eyes widened, as if doubting her own vision, until Lin Shi-yun pushed her. Don't just stand there, hurry up, if he says he can help, he definitely can. Lin Shi-yun pulled Lu Ro and headed out, turning to look at Su-mei and Su Xiaochang who were still in the room. Xiaochang, go for it, we believe in you, you will definitely come back alive. Chapter 90, The Ancestral Hall, The Wild Waves Guild. Outside the Ancestral Hall in the East Suburb, it was Zhou Yu's first time taking a human car to get here. The responsible driver took less than half an hour to arrive and stopped in a safe area to wait. Just ahead is the area of the Ancestral Hall. Lin Shi-yun pointed to a dilapidated ancestral hall in the distance, saying, once you step in, it will attract the attention of many zombie wild monsters, level 20, with tough physiques, high defense, and very hard to kill. We must clear the surrounding wild monsters to provoke the boss in the ancestral hall to respawn. According to strategy guides, the Zombie King is a level 29 boss, and 4 level 25 elite monsters will appear with him, very difficult to deal with. Additionally, there are some leveling teams or guilds around, and we must consider their interference. Wild bosses are different from dungeon bosses. Besides having relatively weaker strength, they are in open areas without a limit on numbers. Many guilds choose to camp by wild bosses to repeatedly farm them for materials or equipment. More importantly, even if you can't defeat the boss, a wild boss can simply escape, unlike dungeons where you cannot leave the battlefield easily. wild bosses have their own territorial awareness and will not step outside their domain. This creates a significant pulling space. The best way is for us to first scout the outskirts to see if there are other guilds occupying this place, and negotiate on what to do. Hey! You, how? Lin Shiryun was quickly explaining her plan, but who knew Zhou Yu took one step forward and directly walked toward the ancestral hall. Shiryun, we? Seeing Zhou Yu leave, Lu Rou couldn't help but look at Lin Shiryun, seeking her opinion. Let's go in.
Lin Shiryun said without further ado, there's less than 2 hours, and we might indeed run out of time. Saying this, she focused her mind and cast her summoning skill.
A wuh! A loud roar echoed, and the next moment, the Thunder Wolf appeared from the summoning space. Wow! Shiryun, is this your second summoned beast? Seeing the Thunder Wolf, Lu Rou's eyes widened in surprise. This fierce wolf wrapped in lightning was just too cool.
It was not only cool but also looked very powerful.
Yes.
Rojia, hurry up and get on, I'm afraid I won't catch up to him if I'm slow. Lin Shiryun nodded and mounted the Thunder Wolf. With a second summoned beast, she no longer had to desperately chase after Zhou Yu like before. Moreover, with the Thunder Wolf around, her safety was greatly assured. Lu Rou never expected that one day she would be able to ride such a powerful summoned beast. She was pulled by Lin Shiryun to sit on it, and instantly, the Thunder Wolf let out a long howl, its massive form standing up, quickly chasing after Zhou Yu's direction. Buzz! As soon as Zhou Yu stepped into the territory, he felt the sky around him suddenly darken, countless cold mist rising, causing visibility to start decreasing. Is this the territorial change of local weather? Zhou Yu was encountering this for the first time and felt rather curious, but as he moved forward, he noticed that the uneven muddy ground beside him was scattered with coffins of various sizes. There were numerous coffins, most of which were opened, but when Zhou Yu got closer, he found them all empty, without a trace of the so-called zombies. Just as Zhou Yu was confused, suddenly the sound of battle erupted from a distance, and he instinctively moved closer, just in time to see 7 or 8 professionals in various gear besieging a horde of zombie monsters. These people worked together very well, and their damage output was high. Soon, a large number of level 20 zombies fell to their combined attacks. To this, these people seemed unfazed and prepared to continue clearing deeper, just as one of them noticed Zhou Yu standing not far away. Li Tu, look, there's someone over there. A professional pointed at Zhou Yu. After all, visibility was low, and Zhou Yu was wearing a black cloak, making him hard to discern, mistakenly regarded as a human. Upon hearing this, the leader, Li Tu, looked over at Zhou Yu while carrying a massive sword that resembled a dragon-slaying blade. Seeing that the other party was actually alone, he couldn't help but curl his lip. Hey! Don't walk any further inside, this place is claimed by our Quangtao guild. Quickly leave. The other party deliberately mentioned their guild's name, wanting to intimidate Zhou Yu into retreating. However, Zhou Yu simply stood there, ignoring their intention. In the eyes of the Quangtao guild, this was a provocation. Alright, brother, you're quite bold, where are you from? Do you want to challenge our third-tier guild? Li Tu frowned and looked at Zhou Yu again, reminding him once more. However, Zhou Yu still showed no sign of moving, which made him feel embarrassed. Hey! You dare act tough alone? Brothers, teach him a lesson. A wuh! Suddenly, the howl of a wolf echoed through the air, and the next moment, everyone saw a gigantic wolf wrapped in lightning rapidly approaching from afar, directly standing behind Zhou Yu. And on the giant wolf were surprisingly 2 young and beautiful figures. This wolf is fierce, is it lightning type? Li Tu couldn't see the details of the lightning-killing wolf, but he was intimidated by its aura. After all, this was a solemn place, and this team dared to venture deep here. They might not be easy to deal with. There are rules in the wild, there should be order of arrival, right? Li Tu said it as a reminder, but in reality, he was testing. However, there was no response from the other side, nor any intention to leave. Li Tu, we leave. Li Tu's gaze shifted for a moment, then he waved his hand and led his team to leave directly. Watching them disappear, Lin Shiryun and Lu Rou exchanged glances. They arrived a little late and saw Zhou Yu standing there, not knowing what had been said, and dared not interrupt rashly. But the other party just left? Were they really that easy to talk to? Seeing the other party leave, Zhou Yu released his grip on his sword. Even a few more seconds, he would have pulled it out directly. Instead of wasting time talking with these people, it would be simpler to just cut them down. He could also snatch some loot. But now, since the other party actually backed down, due to time constraints, he did not pursue it. Let's go. After a reminder, Zhou Yu continued walking towards the ancestral hall. On the other side, Li Tu and his group returned to the safe zone, their expressions somewhat grim as they looked towards the ancestral hall. Li Tu, are we just leaving like this? The president is supposed to come over to farm the boss later. Yeah, how do we explain this? What are you panicking about? Li Tu snapped fiercely. Those 3 dared to venture deep alone. They are either ignorant or quite powerful. Let's report back to the president first,
when our whole Quantao guild mobilizes, even if they have some background, we won't fear them. Let's go. What? 3 people entered the Ancestral Hall territory?
At the Quantao Guild headquarters, the president, who was preparing to set out, instantly frowned upon hearing this.
Do you know where they came from?
I don't know, they were riding a thunder wolf, looking quite formidable, so we didn't dare to move. Li said. I was worried about where they came from, so I quickly returned to report to the president to see how we should solve it.
President, should we still go? Go. Why not go?
The president patted his thigh. The equipment I made just needs a few more materials, and if the boss monster gets snatched by someone else, the next random spawn will take at least half a month or even longer. Besides, I've already talked to other guilds. If they find out that I, Sang Biao, was scared away by 3 young people, how am I going to survive in Cold City in the future? As he spoke, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted angrily. Go, everyone, let's move out. I want to see who dares to snatch things from my Quantao guild.
Yes. Bang. Bang.
Inside the tomb, Zhou, dressed in a black cloak, his tall figure strolling forward, looked like he was just sightseeing in the place. Behind him, 10 giant fiery wolves, 50 skeletal monks, and 100 skeletal swordsmen were attacking the remaining zombies. From start to finish, he didn't even need to lift a finger himself. Behind him, the 2 women riding on the thunder wolf were curiously looking around at their surroundings. Ugh! The vermilion coffins in this tomb are so red, they look like blood. Look there, that zombie is so strong.
One can fight 5 skeletal swordsmen.
Yeah, but still, the skeletal monks hit harder.
Hee. If someone heard their conversation, they would surely be shocked. This is a tomb, not a movie theater. So dangerous. Are you here for sightseeing? The 2 of them were chatting excitedly when suddenly they saw Zhou stop, and a line of text floated behind him. How much time is left? 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Lin Shiyun looked at the time. The journey takes about half an hour, and we need to reserve time for entering the Transcendent Temple. And Sister Ro needs to set up the barrier to trap them for half an hour.
At most, we only have 10 minutes or less. 10 minutes?
Zhou murmured to himself, then suddenly looked at the distance.
Hurry up. Awah.
Upon receiving Zhou command, all summon units started to explode with full power. In less than 10 minutes, all the wild monsters were nearly wiped out. At that moment, a strange cold wind suddenly rose from the entire tomb.
Woo woo.
The ghostly, wolf-like howling wind made the 2 women change their expressions, and they couldn't help but shiver instinctively. They saw that deep inside the tomb, the previously closed door suddenly slammed open with a bang, and under the eerie green light, a coffin bigger than the others appeared, blood-red in color. Crack! Crack! The heavy coffin lid slowly slid off with a harsh scraping sound. Boom! The coffin lid hit the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Then everyone saw a pair of pale, long-nailed hands lift out from inside. A figure dressed in full Qing dynasty official robes, wearing a floral crown, rose up from the coffin. With a pale, iron-blue face and 2 rows of fangs poking out from his lips, with a light leap, he was already several meters away. Standing at more than 2.5 meters tall, with a bronze-like body, it was clear at a glance that this was the East Suburb Zombie King.
East Suburb Zombie King Boss. Race, Zombie Undead. Level, LV 29. HP, 57,000. Magic, 15,000. Attack, 450 to 620. Defense, 31/magic resistance 12%. Attributes, Life Drain, Green, Anger Scent, Green, Copper Skin Iron Bones, Blue, Mighty Strength, Blue, Zombie Command, Blue, Borrow Life, Blue.
Zhou glanced at the boss's stats and realized that the Zombie King was specialized in physical attacks and had amazing defense, which suited its zombie nature.
Boom boom boom.
At the moment the boss appeared, 4 vermilion coffins hidden in the corners opened simultaneously, and 4 elite monsters, second only to the Zombie King, emerged from within.
2 men and 2 women, the men also wearing full Qing official robes, and the women dressed in similar outfits to the Qing dynasty princesses.
Swish! Almost before the Zombie King could issue orders, 4 figures uncontrollably rushed towards Zhou and the others. Among them, 2 male zombies were tall and strong, moving relatively slowly. The 2 females, however, were incredibly fast, surprisingly not jumping but skillfully climbing like monkeys onto the beams of the Ancestral Hall, circling around to charge at Lin Shiyun and Lu Ro.
Awah!
Just as the 2 figures were about to get close, the Thunder Fury Wolf suddenly erupted into a roar, then thick bolts of lightning burst from its body, striking the 2 figures with just one flash.
Ah!
The 2 figures let out a painful cry, directly falling to the ground, their bodies suddenly paralyzed, unable to get up for a while.
Well done.
Lin Shiyun was overjoyed. She knew the Thunder Fury Wolf was strong, but didn't expect it to be this strong. With just 2 bolts of lightning, it had restrained level 25 wild monsters.
Yo-woo!
Proud of the praise, the Thunder Fury Wolf yelped and unleashed 2 more bolts of lightning, not waiting for the 2 to get up before striking again. It seemed that the only way they would leave was as ashes. With the 2 elite monsters easily taken care of, Zhou turned to face the elite monster before him, also needing no effort, as the flame giant wolf charged in, slamming a 3-headed creature to the ground and rubbing it down. Compared to the difficulty of the previous dungeon, Zhou felt this wild boss was much easier. Hiss ow. The fact that his 4 subordinates were so easily suppressed filled the eastern suburb Zombie King with deep humiliation. He roared, leaping high into the air, directly smashing a hole in the roof of the ancestral hall, then pouncing toward Zhou. Level 29 versus level 33. The gap between the 2 didn't seem very large, plus the opponent was a boss, giving him even higher bonuses. As the zombie fell from the air, about to reach Zhou stood there, calm and unperturbed, just watching. In fact, he hadn't planned to make a move from beginning to end, simply observing. Just as the opponent was about to land, 4 giant wolves engulfed in flames charged out from behind. With a single roar, they violently knocked him away. Before the eastern suburb Zombie King could react, he found himself pinned to the ground by 8 flaming claws. The fierce flames began to burn his official robe, causing his health to uncontrollably drop. He wanted to struggle, but before he could react, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked, and 2 giant hands flowing with lava reached out and held him tightly. At this moment, Zhou didn't even look at him but turned to glance outside the ancestral hall. There, Sang Biao, the president of the Wild Tide Guild, was standing with his people. Chapter 92. Let them roll. Ha! Why are there no monsters? As Sang Biao led several dozen members of the Wild Tide Guild into the ancestral hall's territory, he discovered that the wild monsters around had been completely cleared. Could it be that these few brats killed them all? Impossible. With so many wild monsters, it took our leader 2 hours to kill less than a third. How could they be so fast? Yes, they must have attracted the monsters' aggro, drawing them all to the ancestral hall. As the crowd debated, Sang Biao frowned. Let's go in and take a look. As they moved deeper, they found that all the coffins were open, but the wild monsters had vanished without a trace. Strange, could it be that they led them all to the ancestral hall? 3 people led that many monsters? You must be joking. Are you stupid? They came with 3 people, but it doesn't mean more people won't come after them. So, are you saying other guilds are coming to steal the monsters? Sang Biao squinted his eyes and gripped the knife handle tightly. Steal my monsters? I'll make sure you can't leave with your heads on. Swish. He led everyone from the Wild Tide Guild, charging stormily toward the ancestral hall. No matter who it is, Sang Biao has made up his mind to make the other party pay the price. However, when Sang Biao truly arrived at the mortuary, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. He stood outside the door, watching wide-eyed as Zhou and the other 2 swiftly subdued the 4 elite monsters inside. And that level 29 boss didn't even require Zhou to take action. It was pinned to the ground, being rubbed against the floor. Fire Wolf, so many summons, and skeletons too? Sang Biao opened his eyes wide, looking at everything in disbelief. How did they do this? They really are just 3 people, and they took care of this place? Others also showed expressions of disbelief. They always thought that the 3 were just the vanguard, that only the entire guild's power combined could clear all the wild monsters in such a short time. But when they actually saw only 3 people, they were profoundly shocked. Is it really possible for someone to achieve this? After the shock came the realization of opportunity. Since there are really only 3 people here, if at a crucial moment, they rush in to steal the monsters, then kill people and cover up the evidence, that wouldn't be impossible. Swish. All eyes almost instantaneously fell on Sang Biao, and sensing the gaze, beams of light flickered in Sang Biao's eyes. Just as he hesitated, he happened to see Zhou turn his head. Under the black cloak, in the stark white eye sockets, the eerie green soul flames kept flickering, and a feeling called indifference surged within Sang Biao's body. Why does he have such a gaze? Is he ignoring me? Or does he think I am just an ant? Why are his soul flames flickering? Could he be a necromancer? Amid the swirling thoughts, Sang Biao saw Zhou turn his head and suddenly draw a long sword. Then that long sword was raised, slashing down at the Zombie King boss. Sizzle! The terrifying damage value exploded from above the Zombie King's head, leaving Sang Biao utterly shocked. Zhou's one strike pierced through the Zombie King's prideful defense, even more shockingly completely severing both of its legs. What? Sang Biao was nearly staring his eyeballs out. One sword severed the powerful defense of the Zombie King's legs? How much strength does this guy have? No, before he could recover from his shock, Zhou calmly raised the long sword again, striking down 2 more times. Puff! Both arms of the Zombie King were brutally chopped off. At this moment, he even removed the effective lava hand, giving the boss back its freedom of movement. Watching the Zombie King wriggle on the ground like a maggot, cold sweat began to stream down Sang Biao's face. He finally understood what stealing monsters meant. It was simply that they hadn't regarded him as a threat at all. The boss was being treated like a lamb to be slaughtered, so how could he possibly steal anything?
See, President, should we still steal? As soon as Li Tu's voice rose, he was slapped in the face by Sang Biao. Smack! Are you crazy? Do you want me to die earlier to sit in my position? No, President, I. What do you mean I? Did you not see that he can even torture the boss? Sang Biao hissed in a low voice, all of us combined wouldn't even be enough to stuff between his teeth. Then, President, let's retreat quickly.
A subordinate hurriedly suggested.
Retreat my ass, didn't you see him look at me just now? Sang Biao was now in despair. With such a fierce and powerful figure inside, what if once it finished the job and didn't see him? Would it be in a rage, putting him in big trouble?
Just as he hesitated, Zhou Yu successfully brought the Zombie King's health down to below 10,000. He even used the long sword to pry off the Zombie King's full mouth of fangs, before releasing it and turning to Lu Rou beside him. Set up the barrier. Lu Rou had long been waiting for this moment. She threw off the prepared energy stones and directly set up the 5 elements barrier inside the mortuary.
At this moment, Zhou Yu and Lin Shiyun both retreated to the side.
To be safe, Zhou Yu even forcefully shattered the neck vertebrae of the Zombie King before leaving. After all, he didn't need much time, half an hour was enough. Buzz! As the light flickered, the 5 elements barrier was successfully set up, and looking at the Zombie King still in its pupil state, Lu Rou felt a bit unreal. It was her first time hearing that a job change mission could be completed like this. The Zombie King inside could hardly move, let alone resist. Whether it could be trapped for half an hour depended entirely on her mana, not on the Zombie King. Seeing that the situation here was temporarily stable, Lin Shiyun also turned to look at Zhou Yu.
The people outside? They seem to be watching us? Zhou Yu didn't say anything but turned to walk outside the ancestral hall.
Upon seeing this, Lin Shiyun hurriedly rode her Thunder Wolf to catch up, her face full of worry. She was not worried about Zhou Yu, she was worried about the others, fearing that Zhou Yu might accidentally go on a killing spree and take everyone down. Indeed, upon seeing Zhou Yu approach, Sang Biao and the many guild members showed anxious expressions, ultimately kneeling down with a thud. Sang Biao, president of the Guangtao Guild, along with all colleagues, congratulates you on capturing the East Suburb Zombie King. Sang Biao and the others bowed their heads, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Sigh. Zhou Yu stood there, suddenly making a sound that the others couldn't hear, a sigh of regret. It was a pity because he had planned to loot some attributes. But now, given their condition, he found it a bit difficult to take action. He was a being of the undead, but not a demon lord. After a brief internal struggle, Zhou Yu turned back and walked slowly back to the ancestral hall, leaving the group still kneeling there. He simply said a line of words to Lin Shiyun behind him, let them roll. Chapter 93, Borrowing Life, Blue, Treasure It. Hint, your job change mission is complete, with 37 minutes remaining, please hurry to the job change temple. Half an hour passed, and the moment Lu Rou heard the prompt, she almost burst into tears of joy. Completed. Finally completed. This brought her one significant step closer to becoming the barrier master she longed to be. This step felt like crossing a chasm. Thank you, Shiyun, thank you, Mr. Zhou. She reacted quickly and hurriedly bowed to Lin Shiyun and Zhou Yu. Sister Rou, don't do this. Lin Shiyun quickly helped Lu Rou up. We must hurry, we need to get back to the temple. Right, right. Lu Rou quickly nodded her kawaii face, but what about this Zombie King? Zhou Yu didn't speak, instead, he raised his hand and slashed at the other with his sword. With a crack, the sword light swept across the Zombie King's head and killed it completely. Ding! You successfully killed the East Suburb Zombie King, experience points plus 923. Ding! Randomly looted attribute obtained, Borrow Life, Blue. Borrow Life, Blue forcefully borrowing the target's vitality through long-distance bloodsucking, replenishing one's own health. Hearing the prompt, Zhou Yu felt slightly disappointed. To be honest, what he wanted most was the attributes of immense strength or iron skin, this would boost his defense and power to another level. But unfortunately, he didn't gain those, instead, he got a Borrow Life. Of course, for a level 29 boss, Zhou Yu didn't have such high expectations, considering it better than nothing. As the Zombie King fell, a pile of materials and even some equipment dropped out, causing Lin Shiyun to quickly collect them, and with Lu Rou, they hopped onto the Thunder Wolf and sped towards the ancestral hall. They found the driver who had been waiting safely in the zone, and everyone headed straight towards the job change temple. Zhou Yu decided to follow along to retrieve his Obsidian King Power Sword. I wonder how Xiao Chang is doing over there. After Lu Rou finished, Lin Shiyun couldn't help but worry about the last situation with Su Xiao Chang in the car. With Mr. Zhou's help, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Lu Rou's admiration for Zhou Yu had clearly surpassed everything else. But that's just a sword. Lin Shiyun was relatively rational, she truly couldn't imagine how much damage a sword could inflict on the gargoyles. Even if Su Xiaoqian could eventually complete the mission, it would surely involve a life and death struggle. Zhou Yu remained silent. In fact, he didn't know whether this sort of kings would work or not. Anyway, the gargoyles in the ruin could be dealt with, what lay outside was uncertain. The only reason he was doing this was that it was convenient for him. Whether it worked or not didn't matter to him. However, what surprised everyone was that when they appeared outside the job change temple, they found Zhang Jigang, Zhang Buyu, Su Yonghe, and Su Mei outside as well. Of course, what surprised them was not just that, but that among these people, they actually saw Su Xiaoqiang's figure.
Xiaoqiang? Lin Shiyun got out of the car, looking at him in amazement. Haven't you gone inside to change jobs? Is there still time? Captain.
Su Xiaoqiang had a complex expression as he scratched the back of his head. I have already completed my job change.
What? Completed the job change? So fast? Lu Rou and Lin Shiyun both exclaimed almost simultaneously.
They thought their speed was already quite good, but they didn't expect him to be even faster.
How did you do it? Well.
Su Xiaoqiang's gaze turned to Zhou Yu at the back, the disbelief in his expression still not fading away. I don't know how to describe it, in short. He picked up the black obsidian sword of kings, respectfully handed it to Zhou Yu, and bowed.
Thank you, sir.
This great kindness from Xiaoqiang will never be forgotten. Su Xiaoqiang never imagined that when he stepped in there again with a mindset of certain death and took out the sword of kings, all the gargoyles not only stopped attacking but even knelt down before him, all bowing respectively. He just held the sword, striking down 100 gargoyles from beginning to end, and faced no resistance. Even the other gargoyles remained completely still, ignoring everything. Even now that he had completed his job change, he still couldn't settle his emotions. It was only when he saw Zhou Yu that he understood everything was the other person's blessing. Zhou Yu said nothing. Instead, he waved his hand, and the black obsidian sword of kings vanished with him.
Watching Zhou Yu leave, including Su Yonghe and Zhang Jigang, their expressions couldn't help but become complicated.
They already knew roughly what Su Xiaoqiang described, but the more they understood, the more they felt the mystery and terror of Zhou Yu. As a summoner, Lin Shiyun literally didn't know how lucky she was to have obtained such a contract. They looked deeply at Lin Shiyun, silently sighing. Perhaps only an existence like the Lin family could produce such a genius. This further solidified their thoughts of having their children be with Lin Shiyun. Without her, they would surely remain mediocre. But now, everything had changed. I wonder how far these children can go in the future. Looking at Lu Rou rushing toward the job change temple, Su Yonghe suddenly felt a sense of emotion wash over him. Who knows how far they can go? At the very least, they must survive in Han City.
Zhang Jigang's words made Su Yonghe pause abruptly. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Zhang Jigang gave him a look, and the two directly moved to a quiet spot.
Don't you find it strange? Strange? Are you talking about the city lord?
That's right, the finance minister is dead, and it's not just that he was inattentive, even the entire Wu family seems to have no interest at all. It's been several days, as if the finance minister never existed at all.
What is he trying to do?
Unclear. Kong Qingshan still goes to work every day, and there's no sign of any problems.
When will the 9th level guild arrive? Unclear.